battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing. AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the 2026 season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, the Parts Badger Road Atlanta 14-hour Enduro at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. So let's take a look at the thrilling Road Atlanta. As we head out onto the front straightaway, exiting off of turn 12, we're really hauling the mail as we cross that start-finish line and barrel into turn 1 with a lot of speed. But that's good because turn 1 is a very fast, sweeping corner. Climbing the hill, it's so easy to get lost with the continuing crest that never seems to end, and then suddenly turn 2 appears. Drivers have to be ready to whistle through the 2, 3, 4 complex, and car position is so critical here as they'll then dive down the sweeping S's, the car barely hanging on as they accelerate to the hard left-hander turn 5. A quick gear change and you're headed downhill to brake hard for turn 6. With a quick squirt of the power, it's time for the all-important turn 7. We're always seeing a lot of action in this corner as drivers fight for the driving line. And then it's time to see who has the real power under the bonnet. It's a drag race around kinks turns 8 and 9 as teams row up through the gears, racing towards turn 10. But wait, now we have to slow this car down and we're braking downhill, super steep and slow into the 10A, 10B complex. Again, a lot of argy-bargy to get the line off of 10B because it takes us up the steep hill under the bridge for turn 11. But wait, it's not over yet. Turn 12 is very fast and can be tricky over the bumps, upsetting the car. And it's back onto the front straightaway, and that is a lap around the famed Road Atlanta. 2.54 miles is the distance, 12 corners, and that's what our teams will be facing this weekend. And welcome everybody to Champ Car Live. It's our 10-year anniversary. That's right, 10 years of bringing you live action in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, bringing you once again all of the racing action here as we open up the 2026 season at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car Nation. 2026 is upon us, and we are once again here at Road Atlanta. A cold, chilly morning this morning as we're on board with Denise Autosport with Cal Denise and his team, local here to the Road Atlanta, Brazelton area. See him warming those tires up. It's going to be really essential, guys. They had the fortunate way of being on the pole today. They drew pit stall number 2 during the drivers meeting this morning, so we'll have to see if those guys can put on a show for family and friends in attendance.
Yeah, the cars are just working their way around the backside of the racetrack, targeting that 8 o'clock start time. So they're going to come by, they'll check those transponders to make sure that all the transponders are firing. And then we're going to be heading out for 14 hours of endurance road racing. That's right. We're going to be racing into the evening. So this is the big one. This is the start of the 2026 season at one of the most exciting racetracks in the world, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Kyle, everybody loves this racetrack.
It's such a popular racetrack. I mean, it has such a storied history, 2.54 miles here in North Georgia. So many big names have raced here. The Petit Le Mans, it is what ends the IMSA season. Oh, looks like we got a car spinning here. It is a little chilly. One of our Brew Crew entries. Actually, that's the team car right there. So good heads up driving by the 244. It's cold out there, folks. I cannot stress enough. You have got to be very, very careful that is one way to warm your tires up, but that is not the right way you want to warm those tires up. Great job by whoever's in the 86 of keeping it under control, and that's why you see those guys maneuvering those cars around, taking those big swoops across the racetrack. You want to make sure you get heat all the way across that contact patch, and you're trying to see the car lunge forward for rear-wheel drive cars, and then you'll see them spin them real hard for the front-wheel drive cars as well. You want to make sure you've got ample grip because it's very cold. There's some new concrete patches and some adjustments that were made over the off season. So right now that's a good stress or a good test of the grip level, and as we can see, grip's going to be a little bit of an issue, so making sure you are ready to go here when we get the green shortly is going to be crucial. This is a great shot coming up over 5. Now we're back onto the back straightaway. This is where you're carrying a ton of speed as you come through 8, 9, building speed, and then you're headed down for that crazy downhill turn 10. Cal just said, it sent me a message, his dad, Bob Denise is starting. So, Bob, good luck on the pole. Something awesome for the hometown fans here. Such a cool shot, Paulie. Look at these cars coming at us.
Yeah, it really is nice, and I'm really excited for this race. I hope you folks are too. It kicks off our 2025 season or 2026 season, and it's going to be a lot of fun this year.
A lot of storylines we're going to have to follow this year, Paulie. Let's get into that real quick as we see the cars coming by. So real quick, what they'll do, folks, is usually they'll do one time by the start-finish line just to make sure everything goes in the tower. Timing and scoring wants to make sure all the transponders hit accordingly, all the right information is being processed up to the tower with race control, and then if they see that everything is on the up and up, they should release the field next time by. But real quick, let's go over our AutoZone, get in the zone storylines here for Road Atlanta. New tire rule in effect this year, Paulie. We'll have to see how that affects the teams, how that affects being able to push these cars. These long races have kind of turned into sprint races in a sense where these teams push it. With the new tire rule, the question is, can you push it with the different compounds of tire? Biggest question on everybody's minds this weekend, Eddie Vedder three-peat. Can they do it? 2 years ago, they won this race by a historic number, 19 laps. Last year, I believe they did it by about a 3 or 4 lap margin. This is one of their home tracks. They're based in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Big race for these guys, Dan Tiley and his team. They always come down strong. Will they throw the gauntlet down again? Weathering, we just saw cold weather, cold. Till these cars and the ambient gets up, drivers will have to be on their toes the first couple hours, and then as we get through the hottest part of the day, making adjustments, then rolling into the evening, and then getting into the evening hours, and then into the night, making those adjustments, having that adjustability into your car and in your driver lineup to work with that. And finally, last year, Mazda and Porsche dominance. Mazda had 9 wins on the season, Porsche was 6. 15 wins between those two manufacturers. It was something to see, but the question is, can another manufacturer break that dominance? So we'll have to see those storylines and see if Chevrolet, Honda, Toyota, Hyundai, even Volvo. We have a Volvo in the field this weekend. 13 different manufacturers represented, 24 for BMW, 23 with Mazda, Porsche with 9, Ford with 7, Mini with 4, Nissan 3, Toyota and Honda both have 2 apiece, and Chevrolet, Hyundai, Infiniti, Lexus, and Volvo 1 apiece. Our oldest entry is Brick City Racing and their 1982 Toyota Supra, and our newest entry with our friends over at Fawn Group Motorsports, the 2021 Hyundai Veloster. So we'll have to see if that Mazda and Porsche dominance can be broken. As we see the field coming down through the S's and up over that treacherous turn 5. You're going to try to get up that heavy hill. You want to carry a lot of speed. There's a really fine balance of carrying speed through there, using a little bit of that curb, but making sure you don't push out too hard because it's inviting to do that. You're carrying so much speed through that S section, as you'll see. See these drivers continuing. There's Bob Denise continuing to warm those tires up. Hopefully the pace car should be dropping off this time by. We'll see. Lights look like they're still on the pace car, so we may go one more time by. Not a bad thing with these guys trying to get heat, and these guys and girls trying to get heat in their tires. That is a heavy brake zone, folks. I can't stress that enough. Once you see on board, that hill is almost downhill, a lot of heavy braking, and then it's an immediate to the left and back to the right.
Yeah, here they are at the top of the hill, getting ready to head down. And looks like pace car going to bring him back around again as they head down that front straightaway. So thanks everybody for joining us here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the 2026 season opener at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
And thank you again to Roy and all of his staff and everyone at Parts Badger for partnering with Champ Car and continuing to be part of the series, but also for partnering for this race, being the title partner of this race. We greatly appreciate it. Roy is a dedicated guy. He was amped up this morning during driver intros. I said last year he is the Rusty Wallace of Champ Car. If you know, Rusty's a very hyper individual, always fired up. Roy's always on the chip, just like his vehicles, and I'm sure he's going to have a nice hot rod in that 414 today. So we see the field coming down through the 3-4 combination here. Then you come downhill, come through the S-bend. You have to scrub a little speed right there, depending on your aero combination and depending on what your setup is. Then you just carry a bunch of speed through here. But then the hard part as you start to come up the hill is you kind of have to slow down a little bit. You really want to make sure that turn 5, that left-hander, is a little tighter than it looks on camera. So you really have to make sure you hit the angle right, because if you don't, you'll end up going out really wide. And as you can see from the tire marks there, it happens a lot. A lot of drivers tend to straddle that extended rumble strip on the left or on the right. The only problem is you got to be very careful because it's that paint. It's very slick, especially with dew and everything this morning with a little bit of colder temperatures. You want to make sure you don't get up there and lose grip, and then all of a sudden you're going for an unnecessary ride. Then you come up through turn 7, that 6-7 combination, that tight 90, that probably 100-degree right-hander. It's a little more than a 90. And then you got to get out of there and start grabbing gears, getting up through the transmission. You want to make sure you hit those shifts accordingly, and then just try to get back up that straightaway as fast as you can. Roy is an awesome Champ Carian. I like that. We got to coin that term. Maybe that's a Kelly term. We'll have to see if she can put that in her one of her Kellyisms book. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Like we said, we're just waiting to see. Hopefully we should be going green this time. We're just, looks like lights are out on the pace car or pace truck. So their field's coming into turn 10. So we should be going green this time. Always exciting on the start here. So make sure drivers are ready. Pull those belts tights, as they call it. This is going to get exciting, Paulie.
Coming to the top of the hill here is turn 11. You can see the pace car peels away on that blind hill. Here comes the field down the hill. Now around to take the green flag for the first time, and there's the green flag already in the air as the cars come through turn 12 and rocket down turn 1 for the first time, starting off the 2026 racing season in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. The cars barrel into turn 1 for the first time under speed and in anger, as they say, as they head up the hill towards that 2-3-4 complex.
Already a little 3 wide right there. Looked like one of the BMWs. Couldn't tell which car it was. Was able to pick a couple off there through turn 1.
And they're coming down. The S's already is the leader as they come down the hill, headed to turn 5.
Good spread out start. I liked seeing that. A lot of times we've seen here at Road Atlanta, the field tends to get really, really bunched up. Everybody seems like they did a really nice job of staying kind of strung out, giving each other some room. We see the field working down, headed to turn 6 and 7. Oh, 4 wide right there, Parts Badger.
Look at all these cars running into turn 6s and 7 here.
Parts Badger looks like they're going to pick off another one.
They always seem to get out early, don't they?
They're very good on cold tires. Roy and his Marvin and all those guys with the team, they're very good at the start. They're exceptional at taking advantage of drivers while tires are still getting up to temperature. Early part of the races, they tend to get everything they want to get, and then they can kind of settle into a little bit of a rhythm. We'll see if they're may try to outbrake here. Maybe too far back, was about 5 car lengths back, not sure. Tucked back in. Stays in line with them, coming up the hill under the Fox Factory Bridge. Probably going to see that Miata pop out for a pass here shortly. There he is. He's got a run going through 12. Had position on him, and he's cleared him coming to the start-finish line. So nice job. Move that Miata up to 4th. Very strung out. Like I said, this is usually not normal for Road Atlanta. Usually they're a little bit closer together, but nice job to see these guys giving each other room. I know race director Jackie Summers was adamant about side-to-side contact and any incidents. It was going to result in hefty penalties this weekend. So I think our ChampCarians have gotten the word, and it looks like they're putting it to good use. Coming down the back straightaway. Looks like On Second Thought Racing has taken the early lead over Parts Badger. Looks like they're trying to work through, I believe that's the Suns Out, Guns Out BMW right there. Going to get some position on them. Just remember, folks, our EC cars are in a separate race scored. Think about it just like if you watched the Rolex 24 a few weeks ago. There's different classes, so there's different races going on within that, and the EC class is no different.
We got a car turned around at the 10B.
227, that's one of our Edmondson Motorsport entries. Talked to Justin and his team yesterday. 3 cars entered this weekend, Paulie.
Man, he's got it going again there. And headed back up the hill. So I don't think we've got our timing and scoring pylon all together on it here yet, but work on it. I'll work on it.
Well, it's cold. We're still working on getting it warmed up.
Yeah.
So got some great racing action here. Some good single file. We just saw the Shark car go by. Ed and his guys look like the 47 car. That was the Need for Swedes. Just went by as well, on board with Parts Badger. Dispensing of the 227 there, the Edmondson car. Get a good view. Looks like that should be Roy starting the car with the red gloves. Grabbing 5th gear, coming down through the S's. Gained about 3 car lengths right there, coming through. See him down to 4th gear. Got a great run out of there. Now sniff a little bit of a draft here, headed to 6. Great run out of 5. Up beside him, he's got good position. And looked like he was able to clear him. Now good shift down there to 3rd gear. This is a tight corner. Got to be real careful, heard him squeeze on the throttle. Looks like we got a car off to the right there off of 7, Paulie. Looks like one of the Focuses.
Would that be a Foci?
It would be a Foci. And he is stalled eye.
Local yellow flag. Corner number 7.
Headed down to turn 10. Heavy on the brakes here. 2 shifts, down 4th, then into 3rd. Working through 10 and 10A. Then you want to get back to the power quick, especially for the smaller cars that don't have as much horsepower, just like these Miatas. You want to get back to that power because you're lugging up that hill. Headed down under the Fox Bridge, now through heavy, fast turn 12. And then you start another lap. Now that sunlight's going to be a little bit of a problem for the first hour. So they talked this morning. Ron over at Discovery Parts made sure whoa, big catch and release right there by Roy. Had to grab a little bit more steering wheel than I think he anticipated. Working through some lap traffic right there. Then headed down through the S's.
Thank you.
Race control just passing some notes on to us, letting us know who's where as far as pit stalls, so we can give you catch all the action. Speaking of pits, the less is more cam. We haven't said much about Les. He's racing this weekend, Paulie. He's back in the John Allen Special Mini this weekend. He was very excited to get back out there and get into the fight. He kept saying, I got to knock that rust off, got to knock that rust off. Looks like that Foci, Paulie, is still sitting there off of 7.
Yeah, we got a debris flag over car 903, part of the 901 Motorsport crew. May have kicked some debris up on the racetrack. We'll let you know. Looks like turn 7 is the area to be concerned about. And that's so easy to get off when we got a car actually facing the wrong way. It's pointing at us. And this is turn 7, passenger side, so track right. Looks like somehow he got turned around. He's up against the barrier there.
You can see the lights blinking. He's trying to get the car going, so probably it shut off or something happened. He may be trying to cycle the power of the car. A lot of times it's still early, but when you get going, you want to turn the car completely off and then run it through whatever order that the owner or ownership group has told you that you need to do to get the car fired back up. So they may be trying to do that.
Looks like Parts Badger leads the race here, followed by RVA Graphics and Wraps, Cannonball Club, On Second Thought, and Eddie Vedder. That's your top 5. So we're still green, though. It looks like they're just putting a local yellow out as a result of that. But yeah, we are still green. And we got another car stalled. This one, no, looks like it got on its way. It's a miscue on my part. So Parts Badger leads the race. RVA Graphics and Wraps in second. Cannonball Club in third. Then it's On Second Thought, Eddie Vedder, Soggy Bottom Boys, the Trans Am team, Maniac Motorsports, Fisted Racing, and Madwag. That's your top 10. We'll catch up with the Corvette of Eddie Vedder, the reigning national champion. There's another car off track left coming through the 10A, 10B complex there. So we'll keep an eye on that.
We may be
security, as teams are, we're going to go to caution here. We got emergency vehicle over there tending to that car, and then this other car might be one of the 901 cars stranded over there in turn 10B.
Not a good place to be stranded right there. That's a busy part of the racetrack. A lot of action, especially on the start and on restart. So definitely want to make sure they get that cleared up. But the good thing is we see safety rolling. Should be able to get them towed and out of the way here very shortly.
And we got another safety vehicle here leaving turn 10. So probably headed up to rescue that wounded soldier there. As the cars have come to a crawl. Purple 35.
So a good little 10-minute run right there. So at this point, what you want to do, and what a lot of teams will do is the team principals or crew chiefs, they'll call into the driver and kind of ask them how the race, how it's going, how the car's feeling. Obviously, we're still very early. You're going to want to wait to really get the car up to temperature. Should have been getting some heat in it, but what they'll do is they'll call the drivers on the radio, kind of ask them how the car is feeling, what it's doing, and then they can kind of gauge a little bit, because the temperature that we're seeing right now is more of what we'll see later tonight. So depending on how the car is feeling, they might know what adjustments they can make to the car to be a little bit better suited as we get back into the cooler hours later this evening to be ready to go for a win near the finish. So thank you guys that are sending in all the information for your teams. We'll do the best job we can to make sure you guys are mentioned. Average Joe's 2.0, Justin Garvin, starting the car this morning. Good luck to Justin and his team. And then we'll look forward to seeing. There's Justin. Paulie and I have both raced with Justin before at Mid-Ohio about almost 5 years ago. Hard to believe it's been that long. Justin's a great teammate. He had his initial team, had gotten out of it a little bit, had gone, wanted to spend some personal time with family and friends. I think the racing bug got him back. He was doing a little bit of consulting work for a few other teams, just kind of doing arrive and drives as he wanted to. I think the racing bug bit him once again, and now he's back with Average Joe's 2.0. He was telling me a little bit this morning Yeah, you can hear him talking to his crew, just kind of giving feedback and updating and just really letting his guys know what's going on. And you want to let your co-drivers know what's happening too. So it's a roll around under caution. So if you're new to Champ Car and you haven't watched races with us before, so what we do, it's called a code 35. It's a virtual safety car or pace car. If you watch F1, it's the same type of concept. So instead of having to put the pace car out every time there's a yellow like this, if it's not a dire situation, if it's a car stranded, as Paulie said, the wounded soldier, or something that just needs to be addressed that doesn't take a lot of time, what they do is they slow the cars down. They'll put out a full course yellow, which then slowly decreases the speed, and then after about a between 15 and 25 second period, they'll then transition into the code 35, which is the purple that you're seeing on the little Flagtronics. It's just to the right of the steering wheel, about just below Justin's eye view. He's a little bit taller, so just a little below where he can see visually. But at that point, you're under a 35 mile an hour window where you cannot exceed that. If you happen to go over it, the tower can see it. If you happen to bump over it a little bit, they give you a small window, maybe about 5 seconds, to get yourself back under that limit. And then if you don't, they can see it in the tower and you will get penalized. But it freezes everybody in that position, and then once they deem the track is safe and cleared up, they'll then go back to a full course yellow where you can smoothly and safely start increasing your speed to a certain point, and then again another 15 to 25 seconds will go by, and then they'll throw the green back out. Yeah, you can see that sunlight right there. Justin having to put his hands over his eyes. So if you didn't have a pair of sunglasses, that's going to be hard. That turn 12 is fast, folks. I can't stress that. You're increasing speed as you're coming down that very steep hill from the Fox Bridge and then going into a big brake zone in turn 1. Until that sun gets up above, that's going to be a problem for these drivers. Justin looks like he has a clear visor on his helmet, and as you can see, he's trying to adjust it. And the reason he's doing that, I'm chuckling a little bit because as a driver myself, it's hard to see that. And then if he's trying to make sure he abides by that 35 limit and you can't see it, it's hard because it blinks at you if you are going too fast. So, see, he's right there with another one. It looks like one of the RVA graphics cars. I believe they have 2 entries here with us this weekend. Appreciate seeing those guys. It looks like they've gotten there's another car on the being towed in, coming down the hill outside of our booth.
Yeah, that one might be, he's not keeping that tow rope taut. You have to keep it taut.
Yeah.
That might be the car that was stranded over it. No, that wasn't the one that was in 7.
No, I think we had another wounded soldier there, Paulie.
Yeah. All right.
Must have found one of those landmines out there or something on the racetrack. So, Charles, good morning. Good morning, everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're so excited about the 2026 Champ Car season. So many cool storylines to talk about. But again, that big question, can Eddie Vedder pull off the three-peat this weekend? And remember, that is your national champion from last year. They had a very successful victory at VIR along with getting that first national championship, and they do have the yellow #1 plate. So you will not see the traditional 91 if you're looking for it. They have the #1 plate for the duration of their tenure as national champion. So you can see Roy talking to the crew a little bit here. Might be putting in his breakfast order for when he gets out of the car.
Yeah, he might be in for a little bit of a ride here while we're trying to get things cleaned up.
Late to Apex, talked to Justin a little bit this morning. He was very excited. He was worried he woke me up last night. He was trying to do last minute stuff, and he was like, I'm sorry if I texted you and woke you up. I said, no, you didn't. I was fast asleep in bed. But he sent me their streams, wanted to make sure they had their coverage. So great to see those guys back out. And another local team, Running Bulls Racing. Michael Bulls, Andrew Sides at the wheel once again.
And we are back to green here at Road Atlanta.
So, Paulie, I think you're right. It looks like they got that. It looks like one of the 901 Motorsport on the flatbed there in the pits. I just saw it at a shot a moment ago. That's a tough break for Frank Reynolds and all his guys there. Memphis record pressing and the team support and make everything go round there. So a tough break for those guys. Hopefully they can get it fixed and get back out there. See the shark going by. You really see these guys having to climb up the hill. You can see one of our Mini Coopers. Those are Canadians that came down last year and had an awesome run. If I'm not mistaken, those guys finished, I think they were running in the top 10 most of the race last year, and then I think they ran into some mechanical failures. But they were poised for a top 10 finish in the overall last year.
Eddie Vedder trying to work his way up through the field, and it's tight. Over 100 cars here this weekend. It's like, what do we have, like 1,000 people sign up? Everybody's excited about starting the new year here in Champ Car.
But this is such a historic race, and this is another one of these bucket list facilities. As you can see, they're working the traffic here, going by the 30 car. Back down to fourth gear, headed into sixth. But everybody wants to race at Road Atlanta. You want to say you were on the same track that many of the greats have raced at, that ran Petit Le Mans, and have been at this place for so many years. And it's such a fun facility. It's not one of the biggest facilities on our tour, but it's very fast, and it's got more technical nature to the track than I think a lot of people necessarily give it credit for, just due to the fact that there's some technical portions mixed into these long straightaways. And then the elevation change, the first time you go up turn one and you carry that speed through there, the pucker factor's high. And the same thing when you come down to turn 10 into that braking zone. You definitely want to hit the security pump on that brake pedal and make sure you have it. Looks like Eddie Vedder's chasing down. I believe that might be the On Second Thought Racing guys. That is correct. This may be a pass for third place right here, Paulie. Looks like Vedder's got the legs a little bit here, up to the door, and got him. Clears him, headed into turn one. Great run right there. So Parts Badgers out front over RVA Graphics. On Second Thought Racing in third. Your national champion for last year. Oh, big catch right there at the wheel. Get up on those curbs, folks. There may still be a little bit of moisture on that paint. And then Trans Am with the Hong North team, the 8 car in fifth. Fisted Racing, the 378 in sixth. Soggy Bottom Boys, they were one of our top 5 finishers. They finished fifth in this race last year in seventh. And then the sister RVA Graphics car in eighth. Cannonball Club Racing up to ninth, the 669. And then Greg and the guys from Turn In Concepts, the 711, up into the top 10.
There's Fawn Group. Great shot from inside their car. You can see the driver working. Got the yellow gloves, so that means you got to be fast. That's the way it works. If you got yellow gloves, you're automatically fast.
And this is one of our EC cars, the Fawn Group team. They're very, very fast. They do a lot with these Hyundai Velosters. Very experienced team.
And then we've got the Cannonball. Excuse me, Calvin Ball Motorsports with Ben at the wheel there.
You can hear that. The wheel spin, folks. You're trying to get grip in this car, and you're trying to get grip in those tires. You really just have to have the discipline to roll into that throttle and make sure you don't get yourself out of control. As we saw in the pace laps of Brew Crew, one wrong move and you can go for a really, really not fun ride.
I'll tell you, Fawn Group's got the fancy steering wheel. I was looking at Calvin Ball, and I thought that steering wheel it's a little small for a BMW. These cars are really heavy, and many of them don't have power steering, but you look at the Fawn Group, and we're talking, this is like an F1 style cut steering wheel. Not something you typically see in a Champ Car race.
But it's really cool, and it kind of gives you folks a little bit of what you would see in an F1 race or an IMSA race or even an IndyCar race, Paulie, where they have the different buttons, and those are very, very big wheels. It looks like it might be an MPI wheel, to be honest with you, with the orange on there. That makes me a little bit happy. I love those steering wheels that Max and his team make. they're just so comfortable, and they have such a good feel to where it gives you a lot of feedback in your hands, which is good. But it's really cool to have all the buttons on there. You got your drink bottle. Ooh, big move there by Parts Badger, right up on the bumper of a couple cars.
Down the front straightaway they come.
Continuing to lead this race.
They turn into that very fast turn number 1. Head up the hill.
And it's not a big gap, Paulie. Last time by the start-finish line, separated by 0.4 of a second. RVA Graphics is reeling these guys in.
Down the hill they come. In towards turn 5 here.
Looks like they stretched out a little bit. I saw RVA Graphics got held up there by one of the Hondas. I think that's HPT Autosport, one of our camera cars. But it allowed Roy to work through some of the traffic to get away from that BMW a little bit. And then Eddie Vedder, your national champion, 9.3 seconds behind in third, now down to 8.9. Last lap for those guys was a 42. Holy cow, Paulie. The RVA Graphics and Eddie Vedder were separated by less than 0.6 of a second in lap time. We're going to need to keep an eye on that right now. The top 3 separated by less than 9 seconds.
Yeah, it might be Running Bulls up ahead, actually, too. Looking at just a dot on the screen, but this is where all the heavy hitters are at. Eddie Vedder vying for at RVA Graphics and Wrap. Such a fast race car, and a great group of guys, too.
Yeah, Dan and Dave Pesci and those guys, they're a lot of fun. They got a lot of personality. They're serious when it comes to their racing, but they're a lot of fun. They're very easy to talk to. They really are very passionate about ChampCar. They worked very hard for that championship last year, and they don't run a ton of races with us, but when they do, they make these races matter. They won 3 races last year, or I'm sorry, they won 4 races last year with us, and they won here with us last year. Or no, I'm sorry. They had 3 races last year they won with us. They won this race at Road Atlanta. They won the second Sunday race at CMP, Carolina Motorsports Park. And then they won, or I'm sorry, no, they did have 4 wins. They won the first race at AMP on Saturday, and then they won the race and for the overall, and then which led them to the championship. They were the only Chevrolet team to win last year, which was all of Chevy's wins. As you can see, a point by there by one of the slower cars, working by the HPT Autosport Honda on the right.
Looks like side-to-side contact between both of the Brew Crew cars. They actually hit each other, the 86 and the 244.
Ooh, Arjun and Kane aren't going to like that one. They were, Kate was telling me they had a new sponsor they wanted to talk about, so hopefully she'll send me some information on that, and we can throw a little bit out there and make sure we get that. That mentioned there, another local team based here in the Atlanta suburbs area, so good to see them out here again at their home racetrack. Hopefully the magnetic field will keep them away from each other going forward. Nice pass there by Justin, working through 7, checking the mirror. So as a driver, when you come out of the corner, you're always on a scan. You're always doing what I call a 360 scan. And what I mean by that is you see Justin's head kind of moving around a little bit. Yeah, he's kind of looking to see where the holes will open up in traffic, but you see the different mirrors he has, one on the right, one on the left, one in the center. What he's doing is he's constantly scanning to see who's around him. He may try to play 2 right here, squeeze in the middle. Excellent job. Little bit of late braking there. I think he wanted to make sure he was clear.
Ended up a little thing wider than he wanted to there, but that's okay.
I think he was waving there. Thank you for giving me the room.
There, yeah. Kind of goofed up that it's so easy to do. You come in there so fast, and you see, Kyle, that sun is just not in a good spot for these guys.
No, and it really is. I mean, it's right. It's the camera. Our camera is just a touch lower than Justin's eyes, but it's right hitting you right in the face. So unless you have a tinted visor or a pair of sunglasses, and Justin's actually wearing, I think he's wearing sunglasses, but even with the sunglasses, it's right in your eyes. So you really need something to get it out of you, because if you miss your brake mark, you're going off in the kitty litter in turn 1, and there's not a lot of runoff. I like what Justin did right there, Paulie. If you notice, he could have driven in knowing his car a little bit deeper. What he did is he anticipated the closing rate in traffic. He backed off a little bit earlier, and then he gave himself the run off the corner to make sure he could clear the one car. He backed off a little bit again. He's playing patience here. He's waiting to see where the hole's going to open up. You want to catch him off the corner. Right here, he's going to sniff a little draft of that car in front. They're going to work by the Honda on the left. Looks like another one of the Edmondson cars, one of the Miatas on the left. Believe that's the 226 or 228 car. But he's anticipating the traffic well, and that's what an experienced Champ Car racer who contends for wins and podiums and championships does. You anticipate the closing rate. You know how to back your corners up to not run into the middle and catch them in the apex, and then you lose all your momentum. Right here, Justin stayed with him, got the run, got back to the power quicker, and then he's side by side with him, headed under the bridge, headed to 12. And it's a balance all day long as we see one of the Brew Crew cars there in pursuit of one of Mike Gorman's open throttle BMW cars. Believe they've got 5 or 6 entries again this weekend, which is about the norm for Mike and his crew. A lot of folks rent his cars. Looks like one of our Section 8 Mustangs, the pink car, the 606, is headed into the pits for some service. With 29 minutes into this race, I don't anticipate that being a planned stop. Field's still pretty strung out there. You see all one of the Porsches really get some curb right there. See him working through. That's one of the other open throttles. So Mike's got BMWs. He does have his Porsches. I just saw one of the Porsches go by. Looked like Brew Crew was able to snag a spot from somebody. Not sure if they were able to clear it. There's the purple and pink car. That's Mr. Mike Coleman with Start Racing, the 59 Miata. Oh, looks like we got another car being towed off to the left.
Oh, yeah. On one of the access roads there. As they come down the back stretch, and just a pile of cars we have here this weekend. I just love it. I just think it's so exciting.
Well, the quality of cars here we have, Paulie. I mean, so many experienced teams. And then we've even got a few new teams that are here this weekend. Like we said, HPT Autosport. This is one of their first Champ Car races. We have Birmingham back with us this weekend. Yoda Sport has 3 entries here this weekend. Denise Motorsport. Yeah, Denise Motorsport.
I like D-Nice.
D-Nice. Yeah, D-Nice. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to get a text here from Cal in a minute. That's not how it's pronounced.
Yeah, but you come on.
Oh, yeah, we got it. D-Nice. But that's what we can mess with them if they're like roll call for drivers meeting. D-Nice.
Yeah.
Just like the skit.
Hey, we got the VTEC, the Honda.
We do.
HPT Autosport here, car 340. Laying down some lap times.
This is Scott Robotham. He is the owner and CEO of HPT Autosport. Scott loves cars. He specializes in Hondas. And D-Nice is right. Cal just texted me. So I got a clarification. But this is a Honda-based team. They're running a 96 Civic. And new to Champ Car. They've done some other racing as we see one of Greg's cars going by. Oh, looks like the car getting split in the middle there. But good to see Scott and his team. They're based out of the Asheville, North Carolina area, so glad to see them in Champ Car. O Squared Racing, haven't seen them in a long time. Flying Low Motorsports. Shake and Bake Racing, we saw them a few times last year, but it's really cool to see some of the teams that are just coming into Champ Car. Got our F-Class buddies with Trash Pandas with us again. Jason Siebert in his operation.
Following Parts Badger here.
They've stretched it out a little bit, Paulie. It looks like they were able to take advantage of the traffic working through. It looks like Roy's going to get the Miata right there a little bit tight. Got it. Then headed down to 7. Chasing one of the, I think that's Running Bulls. Yeah, it looks like he's about to dispense a Running Bulls here.
Swings out to the right. Presents himself well.
Got a little bit of a side draft there. So what he was doing is he wasn't trying to hit him, folks. What he was trying to do is he moved just a little bit closer, and then he pulled away quickly. You can use the air to your as like an assist. So what he did is he manipulated the air, and when you get close, you bunch the air up between both cars. It's almost like if you get close to a wall, you hear the pitch change in the engine because that air is being bunched up between you and that wall. You do the same thing with a car, but then what you do is as you get close, it pushes off, and then it kind of gives you a little bit of a spring forward and a little bit of a push. So it's almost like using some type of a draft instead of having somebody from behind do it with the air to help get you through that block of air faster. What Roy was doing was just doing it from the side of the car. You see that a lot in NASCAR and IndyCar and even a little bit of IMSA. There was a bit of that going on during the Rolex 24 a few weeks ago. But it's just different ways experienced drivers can get you that little bit of oomph, especially when you're in the power band, when you're at the top of your power band and you need a little bit of extra. Coming down the hill here. Oh, looks like one of the cars dove out. That looks like I think that's Cone Crushers.
Yeah, Cone Crushers heading through 10A, 10B.
Nicely executed pass right there. He waited just an extra second. Looks like he's going to get a second one. Nicely done, headed down the hill. Speaking of D Nice, here they come. Bob still at the wheel, leading the F class right now. Good early start for those guys. And then the 36th in the overall right now. So remember, folks, like we said, the EC cars are going to be scored separately like they always are. So real quick, let's give everybody an update on the EC cars, if we can do that. I thought we had them in here. And flub that one. So give me a moment and I'll see if I can pull it. Here we go. All right, so Sogo Racing, Suns Out, Guns Out. Thomas Gunn, Andrew Gunn, and Matt Curry with Craftsman Auto Care lead over Fawn Group Motorsports, and then RPM Auto Works. They're number 55 Mustang, and then Open Throttle, Faux 30 in fourth, and Warriors in Motion. Paulie, we have them with us. Remember, they had that awesome program going at VIR where they were collecting for Toys for Tots. Mm-hmm. So good to see Carl Townsend and Craig Wiggins and Andy and all those guys. Good to see those guys back out with us. And then Yoda Sport 2 in the 204, just outside the top 5. So we'll keep you guys posted. If you want to check on this while we're on the broadcast, tried to get by Edmondson there and wasn't close enough to make the pass. Make sure you guys go to race-monitor.com. Check it out. You can pull up the EC standings. You can also pull up the timing and scoring along with what we have here on the Champ Car broadcast. But if you're on your computer or whatever, if you got a second monitor, throw it up. You can throw it up there. Keep track of lap times, find out where your favorite driver and team are running, and really stay up on all the action. Trying to work through that traffic right there. Showed a bit of patience coming up the hill, grabbing a gear. You really see him having to work the wheel coming down the hill. And he's not doing that intentionally, folks. It's just the car, because it's so loaded up on the left side, it's probably in a little bit of a slide. It looks like under braking, it looks like they may have a little bit of bias set to a certain way. The car's moving around a lot. It looks like it's very loaded up on the front end. So he's probably, a little side-by-side there going through. Looks like he wasn't able to clear him. Back on board with our race leader. Best lap for these guys was a 40.09. Paulie, looks like Eddie Vedder is on the hunt within 11 seconds. They just ran a 142.1. They're just taking their time, but they've slowly worked themselves up into second position.
Yeah, I'm working on getting these cameras up and going, guys. It's going to take a while. Got a lot going on.
And it's cold. They're probably being a little cranky this morning. They just need a little TLC, but Paulie and the production team will get them rolling.
Well, I think they're working. I'm just trying to gather them all up and get them published. Just very time consuming. So we're working through it.
and we'll make sure we get you a little action on pit road when we can. Like we said, Les is actually racing this weekend, as we saw Matt Pombo there. Had a little bit of having to catch the car.
We've got some pit road cameras too, so if there's anything going on, we should be able to bring you some information there, get you some video.
So you'll notice when you come up under the Fox Bridge, a lot of drivers, they tend to already be to the middle of the bridge. The reason being is you think, well, I want to be a little bit farther left to set up for turn 12. Well, you actually don't. The reason being is if you're too far left, when you drop up over the hill, you're actually going to end up in the grass. The trick is, as we see him, it looks like he's catching one of the BMWs. You want to try to be center track and then let the car kind of track out left, and then that gives you an ample turn in for turn 12.
Yeah, there's like these blocks of color up on the bridge that Randy Post said. You just want your helmet to go right underneath the red block, and that's sort of in the middle. And then if you do that, you'll be lined up nicely as you come down the hill. And it's completely blind, so until you get used to it, it's kind of scary because you're just flying down the hill and you really don't know where you're going to end up.
But that's where iRacing comes in. If you can get on a racing sim or a set of course or something like that, and you can learn the lay of the land of the track before you come race here, it really makes it easier. But it's not going to give you the sensation of feeling that when the track just drops out from underneath of you. That pucker factor you have to feel in person and experience it.
Yeah, I've done a lot of laps here in iRacing, and then I've done quite a few laps in my van just setting up cameras, and it's completely different. It's like, wow, this is crazy. It's a roller coaster for sure out here at Road Atlanta. So with that, we're going to take our first break and be back in just a few minutes. So thanks for tuning in and joining us here this weekend. It's 14 hours of endurance road racing at the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races, or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, Finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. AutoZone, that is. Parts Badger leads the way over Eddie Vedder. RVA Graphics and Wraps, Average Shows, Turn-In Concepts, RVA Graphics, the red car, the 311 car in 6th. Then it's on second thought, Trans Am, Soggy Bottom Boys, and Turn-In Concepts. 10th place. So Turn-In Concepts having a good show of it this weekend.
Yeah, they got two cars this weekend. They got the 717 and the 711, both Porsche Boxster entries, Paulie.
Yep. Slight difference in livery. Their latest car is really just silver, but then they've got that baby blue rims on it. I noticed they were running yesterday. So, yeah, good group of guys. Raced with them a couple times.
After the spin on the pace lap, the 86 of Brew Crew is up to 11th in the overall. Top 10 in the C-Class right now. Fiesta Racing, or I forget to say, I think it's FISTA Racing, the 378 car in 12th. Cone Crushers work themselves up into 13th. Madwag in 14th, and Bulldog Racing up into the top 15. The sister Brew Crew car not too far back there. Running Bulls inside the top 20 right now. Birmingham in 21st. Zach Balthazar in Motorworks and their 96 BMW 294. Always ChampCarian loyalists here. That's a, what do we call them, Kellyisms? That we have to call that a Elliotism.
Yeah.
From Timothy.
Okay.
And Edmondson back there. Team Infinity, Maniac Motorsports as well this weekend. Late to Apex. Tater Racing back with us. Got all kinds. Buzzin' Hornets in their 83. That's one of our 4 Mini Cooper entries. So we still see Parts Badger up front. I'm going back in the fight here, Paulie. Turn-In Concepts just lost the 10th spot to Brew Crew, only separated by about 0.3 of a second. So that moves the 86 BMW up into the top 10. Looks like Maniac Motorsports is on pit road for some reason. Not sure what's going on there. We'll have to find out. One of our big teams, Rockwell, this weekend, they have 4 cars. I was talking to Alex the other day. 4 cars this weekend. It's the 12, the 14, the 715, and the 10 car. I was talking to Alex yesterday, and he was giving me a little bit of insight on their team. They have some drivers from Europe this weekend that are racing with them that are filling out actually 2 of their cars, and the driver coach is actually in with them as well. So I'll get into that a little bit more into the broadcast. It also helps if I can find my notes too.
Yeah, so we're on board with, this is the Tooth Autosport guys, and some of these are the Bulgarians. They own the MyRaces.Live. It's Claire and why am I having a brain?
Winning, remember?
Winning, yeah. So the guys that offer the MyRaces.Live product and the Mine A5 live streaming kit, and so this is one of those kits they have installed in this car. And then the Average Joe's, Justin's running one of my camera kits, which I'm going to be phasing out this year. I'm going to end I'm not going to be selling those camera kits any longer. So if you want one of the One Touch E camera systems, supplies are limited, and I'm going to be shutting that down in November, the end of November. So if you want one of those kits, now's the time to get in and get them before, once they're gone, they're gone. But otherwise, you can hook up with Claire and look into getting one of their kits, which is the Mine A5. Really nice little camera. We use it for some of the pit road work that Les does here on the show.
Yeah, they do a really great job with their stuff, and it's just so informative of everything that, and it helps us. It just makes our lives easier when we're calling these races. They give us a lot of information, but they're just very efficient. There's a lot of cool features. I don't want to give all of them away. You guys will need to go see Claire and Winning, and they can give you everything you need to know about it. So I'm going to take the link here. We're actually going to have Claire up in the booth with us shortly. So when she gets a chance, they just want to get through the first hour or so, make sure their race is on pace. But I'm going to throw that in the chat, and then we're going to let it. I did. It is there, folks.
It's been thrown.
It has been thrown. But she'll be able to give a little more information on that. You guys can find out about it and reach out. And if you want to make sure your family and friends know where you're running, or if your buddies want to give you a hard time if you're having a bad day, they can help you out with it.
Downhill comes Parts Badger and a plethora of race cars as they head down the front straightaway then. Back on board the Parts Badger.
Laid out braking. Is he going to get the second one? Nah, I think he's going to try to squeeze in there. I think that's one of the Warriors in Motion's BMWs.
That sun still kind of low in the sky there for these drivers as they try to work through their traffic.
Speaking of Average Joes, Paulie, they have worked themselves up into 4th place. Last lap was a 40.03. And they're within about 11 and a half seconds of RVA Graphics. So Justin continuing to pick spots off. He is a Florida native. This is one of his home tracks besides Daytona and Sebring. Justin loves Road Atlanta. Usually makes this race every year. Even when he was doing the consulting work last year, I believe he drove this race with the team he was consulting with. I think it was a team that bought the original Average Joe's build that he had put together.
Yeah, it was a wild build that he did. If you guys had never seen it, there's a lot of creativity in the way he set up that whole thing. Man, he got some really creative people in ChampCar. It's a great outlet for engineers. There's a lot of engineers that race in ChampCar, and I think engineers, it's because they just kind of tend to get pigeonholed in their work. You know, they don't really get to flex all of their creativity, and race cars and racing just have so many different things to look at, and it's a place for engineers really to thrive and have a lot of fun.
Well, I think they all want to channel their inner Smokey Yunick and Toto Wolff, but I think that nasty rule book just they try to find those gray areas, and those gray areas just seem to be getting smaller and smaller.
Well, I think it's all part of the fun. You know, to look at the rule book carefully and find those areas like, oh, okay, actually I can do this, and it's fine. I think that's all part of the fun for the engineer. You know, they need the clear-cut rules and to help them figure out, okay, how am I going to maximize this thing? It's all part of the puzzle.
It is. And then the fun part is how purple can I get the officials and tech to turn is the fun part. There was a crew chief that I had when I did some ARCA stuff, and he was probably 3/4 of the rule book is because of him, because he was just so creative and he could find any gray area in the rule book. And there was an official, Bobby Thompson, and I love Bobby. He knew the rules inside and out, and Bobby turned an amazing shade of Barney purple when this crew chief would bring his stuff through. I don't want to mention names because if Bobby happens to be listening, I don't want Bobby's heart rate to go up. But he'll know what I'm talking about. But it's a lot of fun, and you're exactly right, Paulie. That is exactly why this platform is so cool. Looks like one of the Brew Crew. I don't know if that's Brew Crew or Running Bulls.
Yeah, I think it might be Brew Crew coming in. One of the Brew Crew cars. They've got 2 here this weekend. It looks like that might be one of the 901 cars, but I'm not sure, too, that's sitting there already in the pits.
That is the 901, Paulie. You are correct, sir.
Well, they're going to come in and pick up a clock here, and the timer starts. They'll have 5 minutes in the pits minimum if they take fuel. I can't imagine me taking fuel yet. We haven't even been in the race for an hour yet. But actually, there's a lot of talk. There's some discussion going on here, Kyle, so they may be in for more than just a regular pit stop. There's a pit lane warning for several teams, actually, as we head back on board with Eddie Vedder to get up here back onto the race. And we'll bring you some of that information as I can bring it up.
You think Jimmy's asking for Matt Pombo's autograph?
And we saw that side-to-side contact between the 2 Brew Crew cars, but we've also had some side-to-side contact from some of the other cars that are out there. A car 64, which I actually don't see on my sheet.
That's one of the Brew Crew cars. Or no, I'm sorry, not Brew Crew. That is one of the Open Throttle cars.
Open Throttle, and one of the Calvin Ball Motorsports car, they had side-to-side contact. And then we've also got a pit lane warning for car number 263, which I also do not have on my list. I think some of the numbers have been changed as a result of just so many cars that have been entered into the race today. And as I was mounting some of the last cameras out here, there had to be at least 10 to 15 cars that had not yet registered for the race that were read off over the loudspeaker, just to remind people, yeah, by the way, you do have to be registered to race, so you might want to go to registration to get your car registered.
It does help to be entered into the race so you can actually be part of the race.
Yeah. First year I haven't been there in years. Good coverage. Well, we wish you were here with us as much as you do. It's a fantastic day. It's gorgeous out. It's a little on the cool side, but I think it's perfect for racing.
When you come back, bring warm weather with you, please.
I'll be bringing this. If I can bring this weather to where I live, it'll be amazing.
Fair enough.
It might set records.
Yeah, I've become wimpy. I was wimpy before, but I've become even more wimpy now.
Well, as I was walking out of the hotel yesterday with Mike Chiswick, and he's bundled up to the nines, and all I'm wearing is a hoodie.
He did look like Nanook at the
He said, look at you, here I am all bundled up. I'm freezing, and you just come out there with nothing but a hoodie. I said, yeah, but my blood is like molasses. Believe me, if I lived where you lived, I would be every bit as wimpy, if not more so, because as you know, Kyle, I am a bit of a diva.
You are, Paul. We are. You are delicate. You're a diva, but we love you anyway. We will have your caviar and all your fancy stuff up here. We'll have all your heaters and all that stuff. We'll make sure you're all set.
Oh, good.
We'll take good care of you.
Well,
Jenny reached out and requested. She said, "Take care of my precious Polly."
I said I wasn't going to do this.
And just think, folks, you get 13 more hours of this per month.
Parts Badger leads the way over RVA Graphics and Wraps, followed by Average Joe's, Eddie Vedder, Turn-In Concepts in the 711. Then it's the 311 car of RVA Graphics and Wraps. On second thought, Tronzam in 8th, Turn-In Concepts in 9th, and Soggy Bottom Boys rounding out the top 10. If you're just joining us, welcome everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. As we head into the season opener now of the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Road Atlanta. And we've got so much racing on tap for you here. And many different classes, many different types of race cars out here this week. It seems like, the Miatas and the BMWs from the 80s and the 90s tend to dominate the field. Eddie Vedder. Oh, no, Eddie Vedder. This is big news, folks. Behind the wall is Eddie Vedder in the Corvette. The reigning national champion has taken their Corvette behind the wall. Obviously, some kind of a mechanical issue here, Kyle, has taken them out here early. Hopefully, they'll be able to get this thing figured out. And the crew is not there, so they're probably on their way back to the paddock area to service the Corvette.
Well, and usually Eddie Vedder's guys work on kind of a skeleton crew. Usually the drivers double his crew, so it may take Dave and some of the guys a little time to get back there. They're at the back part of the paddock.
Wow, look at the closing rate of Parts Badger, even on Team Infinity, which is historically one of the fastest race cars in the field, and Parts Badger just gobbles them up like they're doing 20 mile an hour slower. Down the front straightaway into turn one. Man, that car is on rails. Did you see the way he closed up on them heading through 10A and 10B?
Just the speed they can carry with that small Miata through the corners, just the work that Roy's done to get the car to hold through the corner and the grip that they have is fun to watch. I remember the F-Class car last year before they had the 630 car that was written off at Road America. They brought 2 bullets down here last year, one in the C-Class, which was the 630. This originally was the F-Class car, and then I remember they were kind of using it as a test bed, and then they had so much success with it, and it became their, it just ended up becoming their B-Class car.
Well, what happened was they were running the slower engine in it, and they, why are we doing this? Let's give this thing a little bit of some boost, and then they put the better engine in it, and then they had a really good force to be reckoned with. Totaled the other car at Road America, and this is their primary.
But remember how fast the car was even with the smaller engine. That 414 was in the top 10 last year too. So I think they were just kind of like, why not?
That was probably after they put it in.
No. They were top 15, top 10 here last year with the car. I mean, they had a really good car with it, and they just were they showed a lot of speed.
That could be why, it's like, wait a minute, this thing's actually pretty quick.
And I think that's what it was, is they weren't sure what to expect with it, and the car was just so good. They were like, well, let's ramp it up a little bit. I mean, you were exactly right. As we see him working through by one of the other Miatas here.
That car is fast.
They've stepped the gap out a little bit. Eddie Vedder was kind of keeping them in check a bit. Oh, looks like another Miata's a little slower up the hill there. Not sure if that car just came off pit road, but was kind of getting dispensed of relatively quickly.
Yeah, there's cone crushers, I think, as they head down the hill into the world-famous S's. This is one of the most famous camera shots in motorsports here as the cars come down the S's here at Road Atlanta. Up over the hill. Here's one you don't see very often, though.
See him getting a ton of that curb right there. You see the cars kind of track out, and they just throw the right sides up on the curb, and it actually kind of helps turn the car and get it rotated a little bit when you do that, because it just maneuvers that weight where you need it.
Yeah, you can really see the deltas affected by that when you're in iRacing, how much of that turn 5 curbing that you use. So it is effective, but there was a point where you use too much of it and it's not helpful anymore. And as Rodney Earwood found out a couple years ago, that's also a spot where the car can turn around on you and plant you up against the belt on the left side of the racetrack and pancake the car up against it. So you got to be careful over there.
Yeah, it's one of those you kind of have to find that fine line. Same thing at Daytona, same kind of concept when you come out of the bus stop there. So every track has their characteristics, and Road Atlanta's no different.
Yeah, there's a little bump there, I guess, as you come down the hill, Kyle, towards the turn 12. And it looks like Parts Badger gave a little bit of a twist there as the powered down the hill.
Well, it wants to throw you to the left, and that's the hard part, is if you hit it wrong, it'll move the car over. And if you get too far and you get those tires out in that grass, it's yeah.
It'd be pretty scary.
Well, and I don't think people realize, I mean, you can see a lot with the broadcast and through our shots, but you just don't realize how much speed you're carrying. Because, I mean, when you come downhill from the Fox Bridge, you're going straight downhill. It's not a gradual just easing down the hill. I mean, the drop is substantial.
And looks like one of the Brew Crew cars might be off and stopped. I saw him coming up over the hill there, Kyle, on our turn 5 camera. I thought maybe I'd catch him crawling down here towards 6, but I don't see them. So they're shown off in turn 6, though. But I don't see them yet, actually. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe, is that them up against the wall? Or am I just seeing a shadow?
No, there is a car. You're right, exactly right, Paulie. There is a car. It looks like a BMW. It's up against the wall. They're coming out of turn 5 over to the right side, driver right. And it's right there by the corner worker. So not sure what happened. We'll have to try to get more information. I am seeing one of the Brew Crew cars, the 244, just going by us here. Oh, yep, that's Derek behind the wheel.
Drat.
And he had just gotten in the car because I believe Matt Pombo started the car.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like he's trying to crank the engine over, Kyle.
Yeah, sometimes that car can be hard. I remember driving it a few times. If it happens to shut off, there's a certain cycle that Arjun and Kate tell you have to do to get the car started. So you can see him hitting the button. So he's completely cycled the power. He's probably making sure the fuel pump's there, making sure depending on the combination. Yeah, he's trying.
And it's B Clemens 77 says good coverage so far. He's got to go plow. Well, if you think it's good coverage so far, stick with us. It'll pass.
Yeah, you can see him trying it. He was kind of doing the cut. He was letting the corner worker know that it won't fire. So, he's got no power at this point. He's still trying. If it's hot, it's probably flooded a little bit.
I'm very trying.
You are.
He's shouting. He's trying to tell him what's going on.
Yeah, you can see his left thumb on the button.
At some point, you just got to say, all right, we're just running the battery down. The car's not going to fire. So it looks like the Shark car is coming through the pits now.
Oh, a little bit of blowback there. That's the 288 car, I believe. No, 228. That's Edmondson. You got to be real careful when you release that with the pressure there with the fuel can.
Yeah, that could have been a nasty fire out there.
But you can see the fire bottle right there on top of it. He might want to step back a couple steps right there just to make sure. But I bet you as soon as that did it, he stepped in. And good heads-up move right there to make sure to keep teammates safe.
Okay, so with that, we'll take another break. Shark car coming out of the pits, heading back into the race here. 14 hours of endurance road racing as we go to caution. We'll be back in a moment.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. Yeah, we're under caution. Oh, nope, we just went back to green. So there we go. They were towing off the Brew Crew machine, and so they got that cleared, and we're back to racing here at Road Atlanta. Hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend as we get things started. Lots of you have signed in to watch the show and stay on top of the racing with us. And so far, it's been really good. We've been having a good time with it.
Yeah, it's awesome to be back for the season once again. Yeah, Paulie, I'm seeing a lot of cars coming in at right around the hour mark or just after. I think people may be trying to get off strategy. I know there's a lot of teams that can go 90 minutes, but you got to wonder if maybe they're burning a little more fuel, or maybe they're trying to see kind of where they're at to see if they can stretch some stuff, maybe depending on code 35s. Maybe they're trying to do something a little bit different as we're back on board with HPT Autosport, Scott Robotham and Camp Teague and their guys. Good to see Camp back with those guys again this weekend. I know he's heavily involved in the business end of that Honda operation. So
this is I can't believe this. I got to make sure this is true before. So we got Brew Crews being towed in. Yeah, both Brew Crew cars are being towed in at the same time.
Oh, wow. When it rains, it pours.
They're both being towed back to the paddock right now.
So the new sponsor, since We have it up on the screen. TP3, I'll have to get more information on it, but that is the new sponsor for Brew Crew Racing, which is the cars are red where you would traditionally see the gray and the blue and the light blue and the gold. Now you're seeing traditionally kind of those, and then the UUC Motorworks, which is Arjun and Kate's company. But the TP3 colors, the kind of yellowish and red colors, or you'll see the cars throughout the portion of the season.
It's exciting to come to a racetrack with two cars because you just figure I've got a good chance of finishing the race. You know, if you have one of the cars breaks or somebody breaks the car for you, hey, you know, we've got another car. So we've got that opportunity to keep cars out there. But to have both of them break down is super frustrating. You just put all your effort into one car at least to try to get that one out if you can't get the other one going for some reason. And at least you've got one car out there. Looks like maybe Turn-In Concepts coming to pit out there, just off to our right.
We saw the Birmingham car, the 855 cars on pit road for some service. It looks like a few more cars are headed back out into the fight. You can really see, folks, you see him really get on the brakes there for turn one. Whoa! I think that was one of the Edmondson cars. You saw him get a bunch of curb. That's an example of too much curb and what can happen. The car, you could pretty much read the right side numbers. So I believe that's Camp driving the car. I could be wrong, but it's never a good sign as a driver behind somebody when you can see the right side numbers of another car in front of you. That usually is not an okay. That's usually the panic button is going off in your head at that point. But that was a great catch by those guys, and they're still rolling. So real quick, let's go ahead and run down. Let's give everybody, we did the top 10, but let's let everybody see what the class situation looks like right now. So our A-class cars, Madwag Motorsports is out front right now. This team had a successful run last year. The 533 just got a note in the chat. Dylan Lee Fly, good luck in your stint at going here at 10 a.m. We wish you the best. You guys are running good right now in second. And Start Racing, happy 80th birthday, Mr. Mike Coleman and team. Great to see the 59 car strong run up 23 spots in the overall, 9 in the A-class so far, up to third. And then Stupid Fast Racing in fourth, Cannonball Club Racing in fifth. Whoa, big move by Justin working through open throttle, one Porsche, one BMW. That's a green eggs and ham sandwich from Dr. Seuss. I don't think Justin wanted so early. And then Loose Change Racing, the 131 car, up into sixth. Williams Racing Group, the 288 in seventh. Brick City Racing in eighth. And then Edmondson Motorsports in the 228 in ninth. And Mad Fast Autosport, Sam Collier and Randy Popst. Everybody knows Randy, local here to the Atlanta area, many times Grand Am competitor, 24 hours of Daytona, 24 hours of Le Mans, runs so many different racing, has so much racing experience, does a lot with automotive. Check out a lot of YouTube channels, does a lot of work with different partners he works with. If it's got anything to do with motorsports, you will find Randy Post attached to it. But good to see Randy back again this weekend. And then let's pop over and check on our friends in B class. On Second Thought Racing right now leads over Parts Badger, who is falling down the order a bit here, the 414. But again, we are going through a cycle of pit stops, so that it may change a little bit. And then Fiested Racing in third, HPD Autosport up to fourth in B class, over Buzzing Hornets, which rounds out your top five. And then Team Octane, that is one of the two for the Canadian contingent, the 347. And then C-Class, Average Joe's is taking the lead. On board with your race leader, Justin Garvin and team, out front by just a touch over a second over RBA Graphics in the 411. Turn-In Concepts up to third. The sister RBA Graphics car into 311 in fourth. And Soggy Bottom Boys up into the top five over Trans Am, which is traditionally the Hong North team. Cone Crushers Calvin Ball Motorsports, and Bulldog Racing round out your top 10. Right now, looks like all of the C-Class, or excuse me, pretty much C-Class has 9 of the top 10 spots right now. And then let's check on our buddies in D-Class. Broken 60 seconds in their 93 Ford Mustang up front. Unfortunately, Eddie Vedder, your national champion, still in the garage area. They still have time, but it's looking like that three-peat may not happen. Team Infinity, Ed and the boys up 9 spots in the overall, 1 in the class over Smokin' Horse Racing. So this might be a good opportunity for Ed or Broken 60 Seconds and those guys. And unfortunately, not the day that Need for Speed wanted. That might have been the team that we saw. It looked like a Focus, Paulie, earlier in the race. I think that was the Volvo. And then let's check on the guys in F class. D-Nice. Is D-Nice in the house? Yes, they are. They are leading the F class right now over the Trash Panda guys. And then the 227 for Edmondson Motorsports. And then let's check on the fight over on the EC side. Fawn Group Motorsports leads over Suns Out, Guns Out, Sogo Racing. Their best time so far for Fawn Group was 1:39.34. Best lap for Suns Out, Guns Out, 44.02. And then in third, RPM Auto Works. Open throttle with Faux 30, the Embracing AI car. Oh, big move right here by Justin. Going to get a ton of curb right there. That's a risky move, but he made it work. And then Yoda Sport 2, the 204, the M3 rounds out your top 5. And then just on the outside, Warriors in Motion, Most Wanted in the 75 and 7th, the 69 Goldie in 8th. Cherry 64 car, Paulie, the one you mentioned earlier, is in 9th. And then the sister Team Octane car, the 245, is up into the top 10 in the EC class right now. So that's where everybody stands. Justin and team, you're on board with your race leader. They continue to work through the traffic right behind the Trans Am. That should be the Hong North guys.
Yeah, Parts Badger really fell back. I don't know if maybe, it looks like they made a pit stop, and that's what's caused them to tumble back. And of course, if you tuned in earlier, you might be wondering what happened to the Corvette of Eddie Vedder. Well, they are parked in the paddock, so we don't have any details on them just yet. But as we hear anything, we'll certainly pass that along to you. So yeah, things have mixed up at the front a little bit, and Average Joe's all too happy to take over the lead and marshal the field around this 2.5-mile road circuit in Brazelton,
Georgia.
I always get that mixed up. That's all right. Brazelton, Georgia.
Think like Basil from Austin Powers.
Okay.
Just add an R.
See, you say Basil, I think about Faulty Towers. I don't think about that. But if you're a John Cleese fan, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So gorgeous day out here in Michelin at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. The Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro, and the Parts Badger guys brought their car in for an early pit stop, but they're back out there on the racetrack once again. Jason from Trash Panda here brought in the car for a bit of a wiggle check. Car's running good, but got a vibration. And we checked all the things and swapped drivers. Jason are out. Scott Remir is in. So the Trash Panda guy is having a little bit of trouble with the car. Those vibrations, it can be just nothing, or it can be something that really causes some confusion and concern for a driver and a team. So there's so many different things that can cause that. So, but of course, they got the car in to check it. Sometimes you do want to bring the car in and check it. Other times, if it's not too severe, you just drive through it. It could be caused by tire. It could be caused just rolled up rubber can get inside of a wheel. It could be a bearing issue. It can be U-joints. so many front wheel drive cars. You've got that CV axle. There's so many things that can cause some vibration in the car. So hopefully they've nothing serious, and they're able to continue competing here with us as these cars climb up the hill here at Turn 1. If you've never been to Road Atlanta, you really need to make it out here for a Champ Car race. It's just an epic racetrack, an epic location, and just so much fun. So much elevation change here, racetracks that are pretty flat are still a lot of fun. But boy, this really puts the driver to the test because the track is so technical. There's so many challenges to it. Some of the corners really pitch the car around. You've got some blind apexes, some blind corners as you cross these brows. You have to have the car placed properly so that you end up in the right part of the racetrack as you come over the hill. Early enough in the day to check things out sooner rather than later makes better sense than waiting for a complete failure. Get it done now. You got 14 hours of racing here. Plenty of time to make up for it than dealing with it later and wish you had brought it in and looked at it. I remember a race. I think we were at NCM, and we noticed there was a call in, or maybe there wasn't, about smoke coming from one of the sides, from the passenger side of the car. We had a new driver in the car, and there was some complaint of smoke coming from the right side of the car. We went ahead and brought the car in. The driver wasn't complaining. We brought the car in. Turns out she'd had some contact out there with somebody else who pushed the fender in on top of the tire, had dug a nice groove out of the sidewall, and was probably a pretty dangerous situation. There was so much, that groove was so deep. As one of the 901 cars, looks like they're coming into the pits. So sometimes it is a good idea when you notice something's not quite right. Let's bring the car in, give it a once-over, make sure it's okay, send it back out. Because, oftentimes things like that, if it does look okay, well, it doesn't take that much time. And you can go back out there and everybody gets to have fun and get in the car and race. And that's really what we're here to do, is have a good time. And it looks like the 901 car coming into the pits. There's another car, one of the Miatas coming in. So they're going to pick up a clock and head down the pit road. It looks like one of the 228 car being flagged in, Edmondson Motorsports, in their Miata for dropping fuel. That might be the Miata that we just saw. As we go back on board with HPT Autosport, they've got one of those side nets that comes down the center of the car, and that's there just to protect the driver in the event of an accident. It kind of helps keep their arms contained. And there are some sanctioning bodies, there are some clubs that require that net be in there. ChampCar is not one of them. But there are several others, such as I believe in NASA, for instance, that does require having that side net there. So that's why you'll see a few cars sporting that side protective net.
And it's a really good thing because, like Paulie said, if you happen to get into an incident or something happens, yes, you're locked into that seat, but if something happens, it just keeps the seat and it keeps the driver. You're in that little cocoon, as we kind of call it, and it makes it lets you know that you're not gonna fall out of it and get hurt. So it really takes the danger away out of it.
When you take a really hard shot, you really don't want to have your hands on the steering wheel. Your arms will do things that you don't want them to do. They can get thrown around inside the car there. As hard as you try not to let them move, they can move, and you can bust up your arms pretty good. So you got a lot of bars and metal and everything around you. So having that containment is a good thing. I also like we're seeing more and more of the Halo containment seats being used now to protect the driver's head side to side. The Hans devices are great for the forward, but they don't really do anything for the side to side. And we're seeing a lot more containment seats being used in the series now too, which I really like. I don't like them for getting in and out of the car quickly, but I do like them for safety.
It really does make a difference when you can protect your head and keep it from moving around, and the safety features we have in racing now are just absolutely unbelievable. Paulie, we're going to have one of our first guests in the booth here in just a couple of minutes, so I might have to jet back down and make sure that we go let her in. Ooh, tight racing right there into 10.
Somebody's leaning on my fence. I think that's what's going on.
They're just trying to let you know how much the wind's blowing out there.
It could be all it is.
Yeah.
There's a fair amount of wind out here today, and yesterday as well. It was really comes whistling over these hills. So with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. We've got a special guest joining us here in the booth here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. It's the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Road Atlanta. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta this weekend for the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Road Atlanta. Paul Belton with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps bringing you all of the racing action this weekend. And Kyle, we've got a very special guest in the booth with us now.
We do, but hold on one second. We will introduce her in a second. But, Paulie, we got some big news. Well, one, we have a stalled car in the S's, but two, your national champion and the attempted three-peat team of Eddie Vedder is out for the day, folks. Unfortunately, a direct quote from Dan Tiley and Dave Pesci: Uncle Rodney came a-knocking, and they are done for the day. Motor went bye-bye in the car, unfortunately. So the three-peat for Eddie Vedder will not happen. Tough break for those guys, but we know they will be back strong at Daytona or wherever they go this year. Hopefully we'll find out. So we just want to give you guys an update. If you're looking for Eddie Vedder, unfortunately, it's going to be a quick day, and they're going to be headed back to Charlotte here shortly. So, but they're in good spirits, and we'll see them back soon. But we do have a guest. Miss Claire Delcourt is with us from MyRaces.live. Welcome to ChampCar.Live. How's it going so far? We've seen you guys do quite a bit in the series. We appreciate the support. But how's ChampCar been?
ChampCar's been good. Great racing. We love it. We come back every year. We pick our favorite 4 or 5 tracks to go to, and then we have a blast every time. We usually run with the same 2 or 3 folks in the team. Last 2 years we were in a Civic, and then this year we're trying a new car. So we're running with some Miatas from Tooth Autosports. It's the same team, same folks that usually takes care of our cars, but we just trying the Miata this time.
Now, what was it that made you want to try the Miata? Just to drive something different, rear-wheel drive? What about the Miata stuck out to you that said, hey, I want to try that?
So they just had the Miatas, so it was more about why we want to stop with the Civic. I think you guys know that last year we had a lot of issue with the transmission. So in that Civic specifically, that model, 4th gear is known to be just not super reliable. So we can do one race or 2 and everything is fine, and then the 3rd race we're gonna start losing 4th gear, we're gonna start losing 5th, and then it's a bit tricky. So to fix that problem we have a plan, but it requires a bit more time. And so this year in the meantime we're swapping with two, like a Miata that Tooth had ready in the garage. So that's why.
Okay, and that makes sense because we remember, if you watched last year's broadcast at Daytona, the communication through the MyRaces Live software, we heard Erwin, one of your teammates and business partner, talking to you, and Trevor Hill and Travis and those guys from Tooth talking to you, coaching you through how to get the car slowed down enough to do what was essentially a double downshift.
Yeah, that was a very good thing to learn, actually. It's like, okay, we know we lost some gears, but if we want to keep running, we can, and here's the way to do it. And so we teach each other how, which gear was best for which corner and give us the best speed, and then we worked with that for the last hours of the race.
Let me just bring everybody up to speed here. We're under code 35 right now. I don't have a lot of info, but it looks like Turn-In Concepts might be stranded on the racetrack out there right now. Also, Average Joe's, you might have noticed our lead has changed. Soggy Bottom Boys has taken over. Looks like Average Joe's working on their Miata, so that car now not turning laps, and I can't tell. It might be actually in the paddock area, not sure. But so a lot of things transpiring here in the race as things continue. But sorry to interrupt, guys.
No, Paulie, we appreciate that update. It looks like it's code 35, so that means it's feeding time at the zoo. Yoda Autosport and a lot of other cars. Right there, Paulie, on our camera shot here in the S's, I believe that's where turn-in is stranded there just before turn 5. So let's get back to Claire here. You were telling us about what it was like. Was that the first time you had ever experienced something like that?
At Road Atlanta, Daytona, it was the first time that we had lost 2 gears. We had experienced losing 1 gear before, unfortunately, towards the end of the race, and survived that. And then this time, it's like the first time that we lost 2 gears, like mid-race, and then we had to deal with it. So that was quite the experience. It
was so much fun listening to you guys coach each other, and just the trust that you have as teammates to work with each other, and how calm you guys were on the radios. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about it because it's hard to teach something like that, let alone get through it, and you guys finished the race successfully. I mean, you guys had a solid run at Daytona even with that. Yeah, we always try to finish. Even if the car has issue, we're like, fuck it, we want to finish the race no matter what. We want to have as much seat time as we can possibly, have. And we're just happy to finish in general. Those races are long days. And, a lot of us travel far to get here, so we want to make the best of it. Absolutely. Yeah. So, My Race is Live. This was a cool software and that you guys developed and you introduced to us last year, and we've been using it very religiously on the broadcast. Can you let our viewers know what it is, how this got started, and where it's going? Yeah, for sure. So how we started was, I started racing 3 years ago, and we wanted to introduce live streaming for our own racing because my parents have my family have no idea what racing is like. And so a way for me to share that with them was to live stream. And so we started with buying GoPros and E's and like playing with some different equipment to do live streaming, and we were really struggling to find something that works reliably and it's easy to use until we find like a combination of hardware and equipment that kind of worked well for us. And then everybody was asking us like, hey, what are you guys using? And it started the idea of saying, why don't we help other teams up with streaming by bundling a kit together that's accessible, budget-friendly, and then developing a software platform to help people with live streaming. Because you have to, there's a bit of complexity in terms of like, okay, setting up your YouTube studio, finding the right streaming settings to stream at based on the hour coverage you have at the track, etc. So that's how we started. It's like, let's help each other out as a community with live streaming. And then because of the ask we got from so many teams, we just decided to make a business because we're like, well, we need money to go racing, so why not take advantage of that and like start a business to make a bit more money to put that back into racing. And that's how we started. And I mean, it's a lot of teams are using it now. And then you not only with the streaming side of it, but you developed the graphics to show, because I mean, the age-old question is, where are you running? What are you doing? Where are you at in your class? And because a lot of times we have the running order, but the instantaneous where people can tune into that feed and know what's going on in real time, I think added some value to that. So what led to that? What made you guys decide you wanted to do that? For the family factor? Yeah, the family. So my mom was like, hey, is Claire driving right now? Is that my daughter? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't recognize her clothes. And so we're like, oh, we should add driver name. Okay, cool. And then she was like, but what position are you? And then I guess I get tired to have to constantly text her what was going on. And so we looked into building an integration with live timing systems. So we could bring that that data onto the video and make it more engaging for people at home to watch. So that's what we did. That's really cool. Yeah. So what are the plans for the business going forward? I'm assuming just continue to slowly develop it. Like, where do you guys want to go? Do you want to introduce this into other forms of motorsports potentially?
We're not there yet, so we still focus hardly on on racing, and road racing is what we're targeting right now, and there's a lot of demand for dirt racing and rally as well. So we're starting to explore whether the equipment could survive more, harsher environment of dirt racing. But for this year, we have the big plans for this year is to try to bring in-car live telemetry onto the overlay.
Okay.
So we have live timing, but there's a lot of people asking us if they could see the speed of the car, position on track, everything the car tells you about. Can we overlay some of it for the users or for the team coaching or for the crew in the pits? That could be useful information about the car. So we are looking at how to do that. We probably going to work with different companies that has the hardware, and then work with them to grab the data and overlay it all on the live stream.
And we're back to green, folks.
Ooh, yes. Let's go.
And you guys are having a pretty good day so far.
Red flag. Red flag being called. All cars are to come to a safe, controlled stop on the racetrack. Please have your drivers pull over to the side of the racetrack so emergency vehicles can get through. Red flag has been called. All cars are to come to a safe, controlled stop on the circuit and allow room for emergency vehicles to get through. Yeah, cars already going counter on the racetrack for safety. So all cars, tell your drivers they are to be in a stop position now as safety vehicles are heading out to someone who's stranded.
So while we wait for an update on this situation, so Claire, you guys ran 4 or 5 races last year. You guys are having a pretty good run so far. Running 55th in the overall. Just you guys are known for just getting into a pace, being patient, and then just slowly working up. But you have a sister car out there this year as well with the 70 car. So having that teammate, I'm sure, is going to be helpful. So what's your plan for the season? Where do you guys see yourselves going?
Yeah, so so far we've been running in EC. So the plan this year was to run in a class and to try to qualify a car for championship for next year. I don't remember the exact rules, but I think we have to first do a whole season in a class before we can we qualify for championship. So I think that's the goal for the year, and so we're gonna keep bringing that car, that Miata, back at Watkins, Road America. We're debating about doing Coda, and we have one more, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are there any bucket list tracks that maybe you won't get to this year that you're maybe looking at down the line? Because you guys are based on the west side of Canada, right?
No, we actually in California.
Or California, okay.
Yeah. So I'm from Belgium, but I've been living in the US for 12 years, and then Erwin is from Canada, but he's also in California now. Okay. And track I haven't done yet, I really want to do is Mid-Ohio. Okay. I don't know, the flow in the sim seems fun, so I'm hoping it's also super fun in her life.
Mid-Ohio is a blast.
Yeah.
Paulie has tons of laps around Mid-Ohio. He used to spend a lot of time with his dad out there racing. I've raced Mid-Ohio. It's a phenomenal facility. So if you guys get a chance or you're debating on adding it on your list, I would highly recommend it. I think you would have a blast absolutely being able to pound around out there and really enjoy it. So we don't want to hold you up too much. We want to let you get back down there with your team. So if somebody's interested in getting a kit and they want to enhance it and they're tired of texting mom and their wife and their buddies, or they have partners and supporters of the series that help them with their program, how can they get a hold of you to make this happen?
Yeah, so you can go to myraces.live, the website. And there you can, if you already have streaming equipment that you're happy with, you can register for free onto a platform and get live timing for your existing live stream. And then if you're looking for a live streaming kit and hardware that's easy to use, budget friendly, then you can go into the store section of the website and then look at the kit there. There's a lot of information. We try to document everything about the kit we sell. And then you can always reach out if you have more questions.
That's awesome. Well, I threw the link in the chat for all of our viewers. We're still under red flag here. We're waiting to hear more on the situation.
We probably won't.
Probably not, but at this point, we haven't heard anything as far as whether we're going to, when we're going to go back to racing. So, but we'll let you get back down there. But Claire, is there anybody that you guys want to thank, any partners, any supporters that help make your program go round?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say thank you, guys. I think you've been also a great partner to work with on this project.
You're welcome.
The team, Two for the Sport, is a great team. We've been working with them for 3 years, and we're so happy with them. And they're great friends. We always have so much fun with that team. And then my teammates, Jacob, Erwin, James over there. Hope you guys are doing well, and I'll be back very soon to help you with bits.
Absolutely. Well, Claire Delcourt, thank you so much for coming up and visiting us at ChampCar.Live.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, good luck Claire. The rest of the day. And if you guys are wanting to follow the team cars right now, they're both A-class cars. The 70 is in 33rd, and the 4 car from Tooth Autosport is in 55th. So we'll wish them the best, and look forward to seeing them later this season. So anyway, while we got a moment, let's give you a rundown here of where everybody's at and get you updated. Again, biggest storyline on the day so far that we were trying to follow was Eddie Vedder. Can they pull off the three-peat? Unfortunately, in the words of Dan and Dave, Uncle Rodney came a knocking. They had a rod go. They lost the motor. So unfortunately, it's going to be an early end of the day for those guys. They showed strength as they always do, but we'll see them back soon. But RVA Graphics through the cycle of pit stops, so there's a lot of cars on pit road right now. We were approaching the traditional 2-hour mark where we would see everybody on pit road, but over the course of the second hour of this race, we've seen a lot of cars come in at different points. Again, maybe trying some different strategy. Maybe teams didn't want to risk running out of fuel. Maybe they were running a little richer. We're not really sure. But RVA Graphics leads this race in the 311 car over Soggy Bottom Boys. On Second Thought Racing, your lead B-Class car is up to 3rd. Cone Crushers in 4th. And Transam Hong North in the C-Class in the 8 car is up to 5th. The top 4 cars are on pit road. Transam and Madwag Motorsports in 6th. Your leading A-Class car are listed on the racetrack. And then Bulldog Racing, Balthazar Motorworks, those are your 7th and 8th place cars. Running Bulls Racing in 9th, and the sister RVA Graphics, the 411, is in 10th right now. And then Parts Badger has worked themselves up to 11th. Your previous leader before the cycle just outside there. Let's run through your class leaders real quick. Madwag Motorsports leads your A-Class over Cannonball Club Racing. Start Racing continues to run in the top 3. Bottom step of the podium there. Late to Apex in 4th and Loose Change in 5th. Now for your B-Class cars, On Second Thought Racing is your leader. Parts Badger in 2nd. HPT Autosport is in 3rd. Team Octane, one of the Mini Coopers, in 4th. And Buzzing Hornets, another Mini Cooper car, is in 5th. Now let's take a look at C-Class.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that.
Hear a little bit of communication there with some of the teams. It's a good opportunity to get a debrief in while we're sitting here stationary. As we said, the 311 cars. The 311 car is your leader over Soggy Bottom Boys, Cone Crushers, Absolute Motorsports in 3rd, Transam in 4th, and Bulldog Racing rounds out your top 5 in C-Class. In D, Broken 60 Seconds continues to lead over Team Infinity, Ed Stein, and the Shark Crew. Back at it again this weekend. This will probably be one of their traditional 4 races that they run here, Daytona and Sebring. And then Smoking Horse Racing in 3rd, and then unfortunately Eddie Vedder in 4th. And Need for Swede rounds out your top 5 in this D-Class. A bit of a rough day for those guys as well. And then let's check on everybody over in the EC side of things. Remember, that's scored separately, so we'll update that as we can. If you want to follow it here, I will even throw, just to help you guys out, I'm going to throw this in the chat. Make sure you throw that up there so you can pull it up. If you want to find the timing and scoring for the rest for the A, B, C, D, and F, go to live timing. Above that, click on Parts Badger 14 Hours of Road Atlanta Class. That'll give you all that, lap times, all the cool information as well. As it looks like we may be going back yellow here.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go back to yellow, and that will, whoa, why is my volume turned like up to the ceiling? Sorry about that, guys. Looks like one of the Mini Coopers might have backed it into the wall over there at turn 1. And so the front end, because front end looked okay. And so, I don't know, maybe he got up on his side or something. That's what brought out the caution. I don't know. But anyway, we're back to caution, which is going to cause all the cars to start circulating. Hopefully everybody can get their car started. Looks like the pace cars actually picked up the leader there, Kyle. And that might be Soggy Bottom there. And beginning to bring them around.
Yeah, so the pace car is out. It collected the leader there in turn 10. So they'll circulate, let all the cars get caught up, make sure everybody is where they need to be. The track is fully ready to go, and then hopefully from there they'll be able to release it. Looks like another car is coming in at one of our Mazda Miatas. Not sure who that is there. It's a little too far in the shot. It actually looks like Trans Am. That looks like Hong North is our leader. Again, they were still on the racetrack when the red flag came out. So they might actually, while they're scored in the 4th position right now, they may actually take over your race lead. So we'll have to see. Yeah, or I'm sorry, that's a C-Class car, yeah. So they'll actually take over your race lead right now over Madwag Motorsports. And actually, that might have been Madwag that came in, that red Miata. That would explain it. Mystery solved. And we didn't even have to call Scooby-Doo.
Now we got some of the guys are trying to beat the pace car out, but unfortunately not everybody could. And yeah, still some cars coming into the pits here, and everybody's starting now to funnel out. And I don't know why that's so stinking loud. There we go.
See the field coming through the S's.
Yeah, hopefully be able to get us going back to green here shortly.
So while we have a minute, Claire mentioned about partnering and working with us. If you are interested in partnering, ChampCar is a great place to advertise your business. It is a great opportunity to get in front of thousands of people every year through the broadcast, through the racing, promotion at the racetrack. Yeah. It really does provide your company a big bang for their buck, just like Parts Badger. They're a sponsor of the series, but they also, they're a partner of the series, but they also do race partnerships. So they actually are the title partner for the race. So it gives you those opportunities to promote. So if you're interested in doing something like that, you can go to our ChampCar.org website, and if you go under the partners side of it, or it's listed as sponsors, but partners, there is a contact, or you can reach out and you can put your information in there. They do tailored packages to make sure they're getting everything you want out of it, and they can get you set up, whether you're interested in being a series partner, a class partner, or if you were interested in getting involved in the broadcast, Paulie, there's opportunities there as well.
There's so many different ways you can get involved, from the advertising side of things to supporting the series in a variety of ways. You could underwrite the whole race, like Parts Badger's done for this event. And we do have sponsor decks we can send out to you. Feel free to reach out to myself, David Kiesak. We'd be happy to talk to you about some of the opportunities that are there and get you the information that you need. There's a lot of opportunities out there. And as Kyle just said, we were looking through just the YouTube analytics are incredible. So we've been kind of drawing things. You always do at the end of the year, right? You go back and you look, okay, how did we do? What's going on with the broadcast? Of course, that's my central focus. We had 10,000 views just for our last race out there at Sebring. So there's a lot of, and those are unique IP addresses. So there's a lot of people tuning in and watching. There's a lot of exposure and a lot of repeated exposure that you're going to pick up by being a part of the Champ Car Endurance Series. And we go all over the United States, and we're all over the place. So just a lot of great opportunity. If this is your market, this is the kind of thing you want to be exposed to. The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is the largest endurance road racing grassroots motorsports series in the country. So if you want to go, as my wife would say, go big. Go with the big guys and get your name out there. It's a great opportunity. There's plenty of options and entry points, and you can, for instance, Eric Call is a good example. Started out as just a general supporter, and he's now supporting the C class. He stepped things up and helps us out. He's a Verizon representative, and I send him many of my customers when they buy camera kits to get their hotspots activated. So there's a lot of opportunity there. Things start getting connected, Kyle, and this is a great place to get that exposure, even if you're not really into racing. You can be, although Eric certainly is, he's a Verizon guy, but that it all filters in. He gets some benefit out of that too. So, yeah, check us out at ChampCar.Org. You can reach out to myself or David, and we'd be happy to help you out.
We're an amazing tax write-off. That's pretty much what we can tell you. But real quick, we just went back racing as we're on board again with Average Joe's. Justin's back behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah.
Still getting after it. Working through turn 5 there. Look at that glare coming up the hill.
I think they forgot to change the label, because that doesn't look like Justin's.
I don't know. He's sneaky. He might have put a different suit on just to mess with us. He likes to do stuff like that, but good luck to those guys. Looks like they're getting after it, but yeah, Paulie's probably right. I think they changed drivers. But real quick, we want to thank our title partner, TireRack.com, for their continued support, that long-standing relationship. Our series partners, Parts Badger, and title partner for the weekend, Parts Badger, your online machine shop. And then we also want to mention Flagtronics. Thank you to those guys for providing us and keeping us safe. Our class partners, Better Call, Eric Call, Verizon representative, and all expertise with anything of that network side. And then 9 Lives Racing, Johnny Chakowski. He may be joining us later today, our D-Class sponsor. He is in the house. This is a home race for them, located about 6 to 8 miles here from Road Atlanta. And then, as always, we want to get in the zone with AutoZone. Thank you to AutoZone, all those guys, for continuing to support ChampCar.Live. So again, if you're interested, reach out. We'll get you guys hooked up. And a lot of business-to-business opportunities here in Champ Car, and we appreciate you hanging out with us this weekend. But as we're back on board, the 593, we'll check in with them after we get back from this commercial break. You are watching the Parts Badger 14 Hours here at Road Atlanta from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You've hung with us so far for 2 hours. Stay tuned. Trans Am leads this race. We'll be back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races, or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live. And we are under green here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Bringing the heat. Les Epps in the booth with us. Just got out of the car here a little while ago.
What's going on, guys? Oh man, back in my day, we used to wear Feli shoes, and it's an acronym of Forever I Love Atlanta. Because oh man, I love this place. This is my favorite track of all time.
You ran here last year with the same team, right?
I did, and we were third place. And the year before that, we didn't run. But the year before that, we were second place. The year before that, we were first place. The year before that, we were first place. So we, first place in class, I should say. We definitely have a pedigree here, and we do pretty well.
I mean, 4 out of the last 5 races here, you guys, or 3 out of the last 4 races here, you guys have had podiums. I mean, even last year, you still finished 7th.
Right.
I mean, you guys still had a great run. So how's it going today?
I got off to a rougher start, if you will. The opening laps were definitely cold, and if you guys know me, how you guys know me, I love to be warm. That is my jam. So I got into the car, and I was like, oh, it's so cold. But car warmed up just fine. The racing action was fantastic. Unfortunately, we were having a little bit of stability issues with the car, and I don't want to blame it on the car or the team or anything like that, because John Allen Special, they prepare a fantastic car always for us, for me at least. And it just seemed like it was the rear stability was like just not there, and we're not down to the bottom of it yet, but we're adapting our driving skills around it. So myself, I had to really get my head on straight after I had a few incidents. But went into turn 1 and hit the brakes and, did the downshift, going back up the hill, and it just oversteered into turn 1. And I'm like, oh, it's a front-wheel drive car. So that should technically just understeer, but the back end just came around on me, and I'm like, hey guys, you know, I'm in turn 1, no impact, I'm in the gravel trap, but I was able to get the car back to the pit, and it actually did it again a few laps later into turn 3, and the car was still fine after that. So we came in and just kind of did a reassess, did a computer readjust, and I did a hard reset of my own brain there.
Yeah.
And I just had to get my head on straight, and just braking in a straight line. For a Mini Cooper, that's not necessarily ideal. You really want to kind of trail brake in to get the car rotated in and get right back on the power as soon as you can. But, man, still fun, though.
Is it a little bit harder, too, because with the Minis, the shorter wheelbase, you don't have as much forgiveness?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I was definitely on the wheel. I was quick hands there. It's quick hands and almost Code Brown moment there for a little bit. But definitely, it definitely comes around real quick. And I couldn't for the life of me save it those 2 times. But other than that, just got my head on straight and got back to it, you know?
So when you're in a situation like that as a driver, your experience, you've won races, you've podiumed, you've been successful, but you're a smooth driver. How do you adapt to something like that? How can younger drivers or just drivers learn from those situations, and how do you learn to overcome and adapt and overcome?
So I really had to do that hard reset just like you're talking about, and I had to think to myself, all right, to finish first, if I want to win this, I already brought the champagne. I want to win this, right? I must finish. So I just had to stop and go, all right, if there's cars that pass me into the turn 1 or whatever, just I have to be safe here and figure out where I can make up the time in other places, but not risk the car and not risk the race. There's a lot of racing left, and you really just have to calm down. Don't get anxious. Don't chase the lap time. Just do your thing. Get back into the groove of how you do it, and then you're good to go.
How many times do you see that situation, though, where sometimes even backing yourself up or having hitting that mental reset, sometimes you actually go faster?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, actually. I actually went faster, and I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot. I do this. Yeah, idiot. I got this. So, yeah, I actually was able to go, I think it was half a second faster. So then I started to push in other places, and I was like, oh, I'm leaving a little bit of time on the table here, but still being safe in turn 1 and turn 3, because I knew those were our trouble spots. And the car responded well to that, and we just kind of kept going, and it felt good.
I mean, it looked like you were moving. You guys are having a solid race so far. I mean, you guys are always strong, like you said. The results for your team speak for themselves. Having a solid race. I mean, you guys are top 10 in the B class right now, you know, down in 40th at this point. But you're just trying to just continue to just move up. I mean, we're seeing a lot of attrition, a lot of heavy hitters out of this race. It seems like the theme of this year's race is just going to be keep 4 wheels on the racetrack.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. And coming into the pits does not help. And I felt, you know, the whole time I'm coming down pit lane after I spun the car, I'm like, just anguish inside. You know, you're on pins and needles. You're thinking the guy's going to yell at you, and you're like, hey, you know, and I'm like, hey, I'm sorry. I apologize, guys. You know, but they kept me in the car, and they said, hey, just get your head on straight, be smooth. You got this, man. So went out and started making some moves, doing some things, not putting in the car in any risk, but definitely letting the other competitors know I was there in their mirrors.
So how has the competition been out there? It seems like while there's been a little, as you know, Calvin Fish would say, a little argy-bargy on occasion, but it seems like everybody's been given room. It's been a bit of respect. How's it been for you?
For sure. It's been I would say curious, because I got to see a little bit offhand. So there's a few cars out there, I don't want to mention any team names, but there's a few cars out there that were on different tire compounds last year, and now they're definitely moving around a lot more under braking and a lot more in the turns. So, and as a driver, you could tell when someone's just not giving you room, or if it was an accidental, like, oh man, I missed my spot, because normally I brake here. For the last 5 years, I brake here, and now I'm sliding. So I could kind of see that people were kind of understeering, and with the cold temperatures too, that definitely that hurts. So yeah, a lot of different setups that I don't think people are quite acclimated to yet. So I think the tire rule is having its desired effect for some of us.
I think it's gonna even the playing field in a sense, where the bigger teams, the teams that have had a lot of success, where they've been able to just push. I think with these new compounds, they're not going to be able to do that. It'll be interesting to see what happens. We're just over 2 hours into this race. What'll happen when we get to the 4 hour mark? What'll happen when we get to the 8 hour mark? What's the tire situation going to look like? Do they have the tires? Is it worth slapping another set of tires on at that point?
Right.
So I think this is going to play into the hands of some of the teams that tend to lay back in the weeds and just kind of cruise.
Right. and just keeping the tires on the car. And got to remember too, when the sun goes down here, it gets cold. It gets real cold. Like, it looks beautiful at night with the lights and everything, but it gets real cold. And if you miss a brake marker, like, it gets a little difficult.
What's the most challenging? Because, I mean, this is your favorite track, and you're very experienced. You got tons of laps here, just like Paulie does. What are the spots on this racetrack where you really have to be heads up?
The high speed down into 10 is very important because there's no real danger there, but there's a sand trap, gravel trap at the end. So if you go into that gravel trap, they take a while to pull you out, and obviously you don't want to go in there, but that will definitely kill all sorts of lap time there, and you're going to spend at least 5 minutes in there, then come into the pits, have the rocks removed from the car, and so that's one of the most important spots for me. As for danger-wise, I would say turn 3, because there's runoff, but you try and take that motorcycle cutout, there's no rubber laid down this early in the year, and you will probably find a wall very quickly.
It's very important to understand this place, and with the elevation changes, you really need to know what's going on and how to navigate Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it's the most amazing track in the world.
Going back to Purple 35 here, folks, so something has come up, and as soon as we get some information, we'll certainly let you know. You'll be the second people to know. Maybe the third. Or possibly the fourth. I don't know. But as soon as we get notification, we'll let you know. I'm checking the track cameras now. As we speak, I see emergency vehicles going by there. So they're heading by us here. So that means they're going over to turn 6. And I'm looking and I'm checking. I don't see anything right offhand here, Les, so I'm not sure what the story is. They're coming down the hill here and then back up, right? It goes down, then it comes back up. You don't really see that on camera, do you?
Right.
Then you climb here, don't you, up to 7?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it works well going into that braking zone because you're actually decreasing speed, So that's one of my favorite turns, actually.
And then it's all about the exit here, isn't it, to try and get everything you can. What are some of the tips
I think right after 7 here you can see maybe
there we have a car stranded.
Is that a Miata or is it a Porsche? I can't tell quite.
Yeah. Here we go. Stopped on track, and it looks like we've got a car number, so I'll trace that down.
What car number is it there?
Yeah, it could be on second thought. Well, they have it as 341, a Toyota Supra. So let me see if it's HPT. No, it's not HPT. So I actually don't have them on my. We've had some number changes from some of the teams, so that I don't have that. But yeah, it looks like they just got out of turn 7 there, and then they got stranded.
Right.
They pulled the car over to the right, which is probably a pretty safe spot. If you had to pick one, I would go to the right.
Yeah.
Just kind of park it up there against the wall if you can, and then wait for the folks to come get us. That looks like what they've done there.
Yeah, it looks like the safety team is on it right away. I love that.
So Les, we were talking a little bit about your stint, and this is one of those stints, and you've done so many. You're looking at one today, and it's like, I didn't really like that. That wasn't much fun.
I didn't love it that much.
And Kyle was talking a little bit about your experience level and how it's like, okay, something's not right with the car. When the car is spun, and your mind is probably going through like, okay, did I do something wrong? Did I run over something? Was there oil on the track? And your thought in that moment was just a lot. In that case, your thought was just a lot of question marks. I don't know.
Yeah.
And so a newer driver might be like, I'm afraid to even do anything at this point.
Right.
Your approach, though, with being a more mature and experienced driver was what? How do you approach from that moment? You've gotten all that emotion, that big hit of adrenaline. Mm-hmm. What's your next couple corners going to look like?
So the next time I rolled onto track, tried to shake all the gravel out, and my mindset is always, if it's to be, it's up to me. So I don't want to tell my teammate, okay, you're going to get in the car and it's going to be dangerous for you. So I just kind of shook out all the gravel and everything, and then hit the brakes and kind of put it through its paces real quick. Didn't really lean on the tires too much or anything like that, but just made sure nothing was going to fall off the car. And came in the pits. They did a once over on it, and it went all just fine. But it's one of those things like I like to, kind of figure it out in a sense and then tell someone else to, maybe get in it. But don't overanalyze because, it's still green flag racing. So you got people coming up, passing you. You need to make sure you're not necessarily bobbing and weaving in their way because they don't know exactly what you're doing. They might have seen you off on the turn, but they don't know what you're doing now, and you're still maybe 80% race pace. And, you just got to be watching your mirrors, but just make sure if you got some clear road, kind of shake the car down, see how it feels, and bring it on in. Because you kind of need to give the guys in the pits something to go on. Right. And it goes a long way towards diagnosis of, well, is it this or is it that? So it looks like it's Cone Crushers that's getting towed in. Oh, it's a Porsche, yep. But, just taking that little bit of time, that's experience talking right there to be able to just take a little bit of time. Not going to be too aggressive with the car, but I do kind of want to get a little bit of intel that I can bring back to the crew as I bring it in and have it checked out and say, well, the transmission still shifts, right. Some things are still working. And because I know I've been on teams before where we sent them back out for a lap just to shake it. Well, we don't have enough information. Take it back out and do some laps and let's see what it does. Right, try and find out what's going on. If there's a wheel vibration, do you need to change a wheel? Did you bend one? Are you missing something somewhere? Yeah, good stuff.
So I just got an update. We were on board with Average Joe's. Justin got out. Good call, Paulie. He wasn't playing tricks on us. It's Vince Coker is in the car right now, so good luck, Vince, in your stint. And then just got an update from the Brick City guys. Doc Martin is out of the 241, the Happy Hour Miata. Dylan Dana just got in. We are live on Facebook, Brick City Racing, so make sure you guys check that out if you're a Brick City Racing fan. And make sure you give those guys some love as well. Roger Cohen, one of our former board members from Birmingham, he was out first, came in under caution. He said he's not feeling too well this weekend. So Casey hopped in. Now Chris Preston is getting in, and then they'll repeat the order as well. Ed wanted to say hi, Ed Stein, and then we're going to have another guest here very shortly as we are back under green here at Road Atlanta. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Yeah, RVA Graphics and Wraps has now sprung to the lead. 1.6 seconds over Soggy Bottom Boys, who've just come back to caution, or just back to green. So those gaps aren't going to be really indicative of what we're going to see as the next couple laps unfold. Then it's on second thought, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 411 car in fourth place, followed by Bulldog Racing, Parts Badger. Now back up to sixth place, and it's Cannonball Club in seventh, Calvin Ball in eighth. Then it's Tater Racing, Balthazar, your top 10. As we're on board with the Average Joe's Miata right here, Les, since you were out there, walk us through here. Let's take a lap around Road Atlanta. We're coming under the Fox Factory Bridge. Well, go through some of these trouble spots. What's up? Everything good, Paulie? Maybe I can find a better example because it's so hard to see, really.
I know Justin just built his car, so I know they're still working out some things with it, but that new Miata is super rapid, for sure. I think they actually went up a class, too. I think they were in B class last year, and now they're C class, so that car's moving. So here he's coming down the hill through 11. Right. So you're coming down the hill to 11. I usually try and pull a shift right there because that helps out with the mile an hour into 1. So you're coming down, he's going to go, oh, there's another gear. That thing has some gears in it. Love it. So you're coming down here, find your braking points on the binders there, nice and smooth. Your downshift, perfect. And then you're looking at the top of the hill, at the very top of that tree. You're back on the power, and you're just going all the way up to the top. And right about here, I usually try and lift and kind of coast a tad bit. The brakes, do your turn in right over the little bit of rumble strip there, and a little bit of rumble strip on the left side there. And then you're coming down the hill here, and I'll usually try and pull a gear here too, because any mile an hour you can get for free down the hill is free advantage. So you're coming down, and you can see he has someone in front of him, so you're going to make sure you're always making sure they're not going to spin off in front of you. But right back on the power into 5 and right up into 6. So the camera doesn't do it justice here, but there's elevation right here for sure. Coming down into 6. I like to keep it nice and tight to the inside, kind of roll around to the out, do your brake, and then turn into the inside and get back on power as soon as you can, because that's always going to help you down the straightaway, because it's just a long, long straight.
does the draft come into effect here on the straightaway?
The draft comes into effect. Doesn't matter what kind of car you're in. In the Mini Cooper, for sure, we definitely, we definitely would draft quite a few people. At one point, we had 3 minis going down the backstretch. It was great. But just coming down, you see this guy has some good power there. He's just coming straight on down. And as a driver, you always want to be aware of that too. You could be on your line, but if someone has more speed, that closing rate will get you. So onto the brakes here, into 10. Do your early turn in, bring it back around. He kind of missed the point a little bit. I won't talk too much trash about him, but coming back over around under the Foxhill. And right here, you don't see anything. You only see the building. And it's very reminiscent of the corkscrew at Laguna Seca, because you don't know if the road's there, but every single time you go, the road's there. I don't know.
How important are reference points at a place like this with elevation change?
The reference points are great to have, but you have to remind yourself on timing also, because when the lights go out, when it gets dark here, I think it's only lit in maybe 3 or 4 spots. You just have to remember, like, okay, 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000 turn, and you have little spots you can kind of feel the curbing, and it's just a little nibble of curbing. It's not super aggressive here, but you don't want to use all of the curbing, because once you go over that painted surface, like, you're just going into the wall. And I love it. I love Atlanta so much. It just makes me smile. I know I'm like, this guy needs to be committed, but I love it.
You do. He does.
So nice. It's nothing like, because Road Atlanta, right down the street from Waffle House, sweet tea. You can't beat it. I love this place.
Nice.
You live in Chicago, but you just love the South.
I love the South. It's so good.
We gotta get you moved down south. You'll be right at home.
Yeah, I think I would be, actually. I would love a little bit of warmer weather right now.
I think we all would at this point.
We had Claire on the show earlier, Les. I was going to tease her about her southern accent, but actually she's not from the South at all.
Yeah, but she hangs out with enough of us and does enough Road Atlanta, Daytona. She'll pick up a little twang in that Belgian accent.
Right? That would be the most bizarre combination of accents you'd ever heard.
The southern part of Belgium.
If she as quiet as she is, if she starts saying "bless your heart," we're in trouble.
Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
There we go. That's it right there.
She's awesome.
So we see open throttle. One of the BMWs is at pit out, headed on track there. Big gaggle of cars, Fawn Group. I believe that's still your EC leader, working through some traffic there as well. RVA Graphics.
What I noticed too this year was not one particular chassis had an advantage over any other chassis this year. I think it's really starting to even out. It's there's people that are got the mile an hour in the back straightaway, and then the Mustangs and like kind of the bigger displacement cars. But right down in the 10, there's an A-class Miata that like pulled up on me, and I'm like, oh, all right. But yeah, I really think the competition's evening out, and that makes for great racing for our spectators, and it makes for great racing as a driver, because you kind of bored sometimes. You're just in your own little pack, but then you kind of pull up on someone else and you kind of play with them, and you're like, okay, they pit, and then it's the ebbs and flows of racing.
The rubber band stretches out and then comes back in.
Yep.
You really have to, and it's a place like this, you stretch out, but then it really forces you and helps you learn how to navigate traffic. Like right there, you see 6 cars kind of under a blanket, as we'd call it. You really have to be patient and find the hole and the opportunities that open up, because a lot of times if you try to force it, we all know this as drivers, it doesn't always end well.
Right, and you can't force it, and then you kind of know a little bit about their cars too. So I could even speak to the Soggy Bottom boys. Like, they've been coming here for a while, and I've had plenty of battles with them. And that 350Z has an automatic transmission, so I know out of the corner I can beat them all day. So if there's a car in front of them and I can kind of use them as a pick, if I can just get them down the straightaway into turn 10, I can beat them the whole lap. But yeah, that once they are on that this automatic transmission, it just shifts in not weird spots, but it just picks up so much mile an hour down that back straightaway. It's like you see them in your mirrors in the 10, you're like, are they gonna go for it? Are they not gonna go for it? But yeah, all the cars have just different strength points, and Road Atlanta plays out to that. I love it.
And you learn that as a driver. You learn to watch the cars in front of you and the driving ability, too, of the driver. Because it's not, again, with road racing like this, as we see one of the Miatas popping out in the mix of open throttle right there. There's 3 of those BMWs kind of back to back to back. And then Ed in the Shark car. You really have to learn how to do that, and you see what the driver's doing with the car, whether they're having a hard time with it or how it's handling, and then you learn where you can and can't take advantage of it. And I think that's just the art of road racing.
Mm-hmm. And you might actually know that person in the paddock, and you remember their glove color or something like that. So usually it's all friendly, but you remember the driver, their color of their gloves. You'll remember that, and you'll see them like, hey man, I had a really great battle with you, and they're like, oh, I'm getting it at this time. I'm like, oh, you're getting it at that time? I'm getting it at that time too. So then you'll go out and you're like, I usually try and make a deal. I say, if you punch the hole, I'll shake and bake right behind you. So it'll be all good.
And it's a good warm-up because, we go to G2, which is kind of going to be a bull ring of a new course, and then you're going to have the long straightaway at Dominion. But it's going to be this is going to be a good warm-up for Daytona in April. Sure. And, a lot of the teams that tend to run here tend to be there in April. So I think it really helps you kind of knock that rust off.
For sure. I'm interested for Daytona because I know a lot of people are going to be running different tires like we talked about, and just the pressures and stuff like that. Daytona is very, I shouldn't say sensitive, but if you have a well set up car at Daytona, like for the banking, you kind of have to compromise for the infield. If you have it good for the infield, you got to compromise for the banking. So it's just, I'm interested to see that for sure.
And it'll be interesting when we go to a place like G2, which will be our next race. It's new, and then Dominion. You and I have both instructed at Dominion through various organizations. The tight quarters of those places, two new racetracks. How will the tires, the new combination, how will they hold up at places like that when you have to lean on them a lot harder, right? Especially that hairpin at 7 at Dominion. That is at least a 120-degree corner to the left.
Right, and if you're in something front-wheel drive, you have to manage your throttle. You have to I'm going to burn off the front inside tire. If you're in a Porsche, you really don't want to come in there and just stand on the throttle either because you don't have any sort of weight back there per se just yet. If you're in an open differential, you have to think about those things. So it's a lot of thought and strategy going to. I don't know. I'm excited now. Oh man, I love the race season. I'm back in it. Yeah, Les is back.
Buzz, we're on board here with late to Apex, one of their two cars. Michael in the car right now. So we got some information on the 533. Hadn't heard too much on the 531. 14th in I believe that's A class right now. And in 54th in the overall. Again, that's kind of late to Apex. These guys, some of the bigger racetracks, they tend to just be really patient. The Miatas, they tend to get the toe off the draft and they slowly work up. Attrition is their friend. But then you get to places like AMP or a G2, you can absolutely, they are going to be strong because they can just corner like there's nobody's business.
For sure.
All right, so with that, we're going to take another quick break and be back in just a few, so stick around here. We got a lot of great racing on tap for you as RVA Graphics and Wraps. Boy, we're trying to work it out to get 1-2, aren't they? They're first and third here with Soggy Bottom Boys in between. The racing is tight, it's fast, and it's plentiful here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I was going to say RVA Graphics and Wraps leaves by 12 seconds over the field, followed by Soggy Bottom Boys. Their team car, the RVA car number 411's behind them, about 3 seconds. So the racing is tight right now. I'm seeing a lot of sub 10-second gaps right now between the leaders up at the front. We got another guest in the booth with us, Kyle.
We do, Mr. Johnny Chakowski from 9 Lives Racing. Welcome to the booth, sir. Welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone.
Thank you guys for having me. And you did pretty good on my last name.
I appreciate that. I've been practicing Chakowski. Yeah, I've been working on the pronunciation of it for a while. But
it's not easy.
Welcome to the broadcast. So, D-Class partner for ChampCar. We really appreciate everything you guys are doing for us. You enjoying the racing so far this weekend?
Yeah, there's tons of different cars out here. Everybody seems to be, really high spirits, and a lot of our wings out here. So I'm very excited. It's been great.
So we've heard about 9 Lives Racing, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's probably another one of the race teams we have out here." Not yet. We'll kind of get into that in a little bit.
Right.
But let's explain to the viewers and everybody what's going on, because I think there's a lot of people that probably could benefit from what you guys offer but don't know what you do.
Yeah, so we are a aerodynamics company, and what sets us different from everyone else is that aerodynamics have been traditionally very expensive, and looks like you guys got a little bit of red flag going on here.
Yeah, we are under red flag now, and all the cars being brought to a safe, controlled stop on the racetrack.
that is what's being called for. So let your drivers know. Safe, controlled stop on the racetrack off to the side so that emergency crews can get through.
Yeah, it looks like we have a great shot of a couple of our customer cars out there running too. But
well, we planned that just for you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, they're just nice little shots of them. But basically what we do is, aerodynamics traditionally have been very expensive. Formula One is obviously the first thing that everyone comes to mind. And they think of the billions of dollars that come into there. What we decided was we're going to come up with a product that is going to be easily manufacturable, reduce the cost, but we're going to still put the same R&D into every single kit that goes out. So we run through, do aerodynamic testing, validate everything. We send it off for individual validation, on-track testing, just like all the big teams do. But then we have this interesting manufacturing model that allows us to produce the parts for less money than anybody else. So that's been the game, and it's been working out pretty good for us.
So what, because you guys do that, what's the feedback been from a lot of the customers and the teams here in the paddock that have been using the services you guys offer?
In this paddock, we've been seeing about 3 to 5 seconds a lap decrease by adding the wing. So everyone been coming up to us has been very happy. It seems to be they need to find the space and the points to add it. But everyone that has been through the moon. And we've been getting nothing but great feedback off of all the Champ Car racers.
That's awesome. So you are D-Class or partner with us. You've been with us for a little while. What is it about Champ Car? Why is it that you guys keep coming back year after year with us?
We love the motto. It's it's real racing. It's everything's set up exactly as it is, but it's also inexpensive. And this economy that we've been in has been getting nothing but more and more expensive. And so I feel like you guys, ourselves, are the last holdouts, really just trying to make everything so that way an average Joe can come out and race.
Yeah, it's so hard in any form of motorsports anymore for family teams or a group of buddies to get together and just go pound around on a weekend without spending thousands upon thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. anytime you can get your buddies together, I just turned 40 a couple months ago, and so I realized that it's harder to get together with the friends. Every year it gets a little bit more difficult, but if you can get an excuse to get your buddies together and go do something, and something as fun as driving around a racetrack and maybe even competing for a win, I mean, it's going to be your best weekend of the month, for any time you do that.
And it's so much fun, and you get to see friends, and you get to race at places like Road Atlanta in an amateur series like this.
Well, you got to have friends.
Well, you have us, and we have you.
Oh, well, thank you.
We're all one big family.
Gosh, you're right.
I see exactly.
I do have friends. Hallelujah.
It's therapeutic too. It's you guys got a couple veteran groups out here.
We do,
and I'm a combat veteran myself, and so when I see
thank you very much for your service.
Oh, thank you for the job. But we were I was over there hanging out with those guys, and I'm like, this is a perfect excuse to go out and get your adrenaline fix, get your, instead of jumping out of an airplane, you can come down here and do this. It's a lot safer. You're not going to fall out of the sky. And you just have a great time and get your fix. So I always encourage people to do something like this.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then what he's talking about, the Warriors in Motions guys are one of them. Those guys do a phenomenal job, and there's so many groups that just bring people together. But that's a lot of what Champ Car is. So I pulled up your website here, and so many cool things. And the reason I did this too is because Caleb, your sales manager behind you, is staring at you intently. Like, if you mess this up, he's going to give you a ration of stuff when you get back to the shop, because your shop isn't that far away, right?
No, we're right around the corner. We're actually probably about 15 minutes away from the track. So this is our home track. That we got more laps around Road Atlanta than anybody. I personally have the Miata lap record around this track. We ran a little Miata in a 125 around here. Our shop car that makes 1,400 pounds of downforce and has the drag of a Yugo. So it's it's very fast around here. And yeah, we love this track. This is We don't want anything to change. We want to stay just the way it is.
That's awesome. So if there's any teams out there, Johnny, that are interested in finding out about you guys, how can they find out about you on social media, find out any products, if they have a project that maybe they want to bring to you, something maybe you guys haven't tried or something they're thinking about, where can they get this aerodynamic expertise from?
Well, of course, the website's always the first place you go to. You can go on the bottom and send us an email, and if you have an aerodynamic question, we're happy to answer. Anything that we've tested, we'll answer it as best we can. Other than that, you can jump onto the socials. We have a rash of Facebook groups that begin with the word trackable. So trackable Miatas, trackable Corvettes, trackable Bimmers, that kind of stuff. And you can put comments right into there, and we have a huge community. We've sold over 12,000 wing kits. And so we got this huge community of people that have experienced our products, raced with it, and then of course we're in there as well, helping everybody out. So yeah, that's the easiest way to find us.
Nice. All right. Well, I threw that in there, so make sure. And the socials are on the website, right? So if you go on there, they can.
Yeah, you'll direct us to our Facebook and stuff like that. I should probably put a link to all the trackables. That'd be. You might have just inspired a change on the website there.
There you go. I'm making your sales manager happy. I can hear him in the background. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. All right. So now to the fun part. You were telling me a cool project that's happening later this year. You're optimistic of. So why don't you? Do you want to go ahead and spill the beans? Or
I got like 20 of them. Which one you want?
Well, we're talking about ChampCar. I don't want to give it away, but what you were talking about maybe coming and playing with us this year.
Yeah. That's not a secret at all. So yeah, we've been building a little NC. We picked up. Actually, we got this funny story. We got it on trade. A guy wanted a discount code for an NC, and so I'm like, sure, whatever you want. And so we gave him a discount code for this little NC, and we've been using it as our aerodynamic testing for the new kits that were coming out for those cars. And perfect place for us to bring it is right here with y'all. That'd be the happiest place that it could be at. So yeah, it's gonna be built to the rules, and it'll be pretty competitive. But we have lots of honestly, we have lots of our employees in it, and the employees have varying levels of experience. So I don't think we're going to be out here murdering anybody, but we'll definitely be out representing, and we'll be here if you guys want to sit and chit chat with us. We'll be ready for you.
Absolutely. So where do you guys think you'll make that ultimate debut at the NC?
The ultimate debut was supposed to be this weekend, but so as soon as it gets done, we got to team up with Ride Tech and those guys for their brand new shock system and stuff like that. So they're pushing us harder than we're pushing ourselves to get the thing out there. But yeah, we're a little bit behind, but we'll get to it.
Awesome. Well, we don't want to take up too much time. We know you're down there, shaking the hands and kissing the babies.
Oh, yeah.
and with all the teams and doing all the things here.
Yes.
So is there anything special, promotion, any kits right now that you want teams to maybe be aware of with Daytona coming up and Dominion and some of these high horsepower places?
Yeah, I think for the high speed tracks, you always want to have like Daytona's kind of like our hero and our kryptonite at the same time, right? Because I have a lot of time speeding around Daytona, a lot of time consulting at Daytona for my work in the IMSA fields, but it was it doesn't respond well to a lot of downforce, but it responds well to a little bit of downforce, right? So if you can get the wing out of the air and things like that, but it's going to make the car more stable on those higher speeds, especially through the bus stop and things like that. So we're kind of recommending if you want, you can switch over to like one of our straight wing kits, which is exactly built to eliminate any lift made by the stock body, and that also reduces your drag considerably. So that would probably be the ultimate choice for Daytona, would be like a street kit. But then, here at Road Atlanta, the medium downforce kits are the way to go.
And then like G2 and Dominion and Watkins Glen and some of the bull rings, any recommendations for there?
Yeah, honestly, the only time you really want to run a really low drag kit would be Daytona and Road America. Other than that, medium downforce kits do very well. Our Miata medium downforce kit on the NA only increases drag by, I think it was less than 1%. And then our medium downforce kit on the NC actually reduces drag over a stock body. So we make less drag than a stock body would on that kit, but you can gain over 1,000 pounds of downforce.
Nice. All right, man. Well, thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you so much, Caleb. Thank you guys for coming up and joining us. 9 Lives Racing, your D-Class partner here. We appreciate it. Have fun, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys later this year.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right. Johnny Chakowski, everybody, from 9 Lives Racing. If you get a chance, check them out. Lots of wing kits, lots of opportunity aerodynamically. And, Paulie, we're under yellow again. What's going on here?
Oh, we're picking up one of the pink Section 8 Mustangs. They discreetly pulled off the racetrack and parked there at the Pro Pit exit. Apparently, they felt there was something wrong, so we're just getting ready to head back to racing, and so they put the pace car out to pick up the field, and they're leading the field around then with the pace car. So it looks like they've got the emergency vehicles there. Now the car did just pull off and stop, and so I'm hoping it's not leaking anything, and they're going to just be able to put a rope on it and tug it back into the paddock real quick, or the pits.
Yeah, not the day those guys have wanted. They've just kind of had a string of bad luck lately. Hopefully they can get that cured there. But there's one of the Team Octane cars, the 245. That is the Canadian contingent, one of their cars. We heard the 347 had an issue earlier, so I think they're working to get that repaired. And Lori Coleman from Start Racing, the wife of Mr. Michael Coleman, said we officially now have an 80-year-old. So he was 79 when he started. Wow. I guess his time of birth has occurred, so now he's officially 80 years old and he's out there. So
that's great.
So good luck, Mike, in your stint. We'll have the Senator Coleman up here with us later today, and we'll get into that. If you haven't been on the broadcast before, it's a fun story, and he's very distinguished. We're all his constituents. And we take care of him, but he takes care of us. Mike's great. He's on our board of directors. He's the treasurer for ChampCar. He's awesome. Lori, they've been very supportive of the series for a long, long time. So,
yeah, he's a great guy. He's nothing like me. Really great guy. Get a chance to talk to him today. So if you see him in the paddock today, make sure you wish him a happy birthday.
Lori did say that they have a birthday cake down there, so make sure you stop by their pit stall. And let me see if I can find out which pit stall they're in here. Okay. Pit stall, I believe it's pit stall 31. So stop in there and get some cake. Lori said they were going to put candles out, but she's worried about that they'd have to have fire and rescue right there with as many candles as we got to have for Mikey.
You'd feel the heat coming off the...
Oh, you would.
Yeah.
It'd be like a bonfire.
And the guy's in really good shape too. It's people like that take away all the excuses.
It's that Florida living.
Oh, is it?
It's that Florida living.
Oh, okay. That must be what it is.
It's got to be what it is. Nah, we tease him, but no, Mike. In all seriousness, Mike is great, and his wife Lori's great. He's been driving for various teams in ChampCar for many years. Mike is actually also approaching his 100th ChampCar start, so he's very close to tying, and then if he keeps going, surpassing. I think it's Justin Andres as the leading starts here in ChampCar. So that's awesome that Mike is getting ready to hit that second milestone. So RVA Graphics continues to lead this race, the 311 car. So unfortunately, Eddie Vedder, our national champion, had an engine issue. They are out for the day. So the three-peat that everybody was curious about to hear if it was going to happen, unfortunately is not going to happen. We're going to have Mr. Dave Pesci in the booth with us here shortly. He can give us a little more information as to what happened. He and Dan and the guys are all in good spirits. They've had a great run lately. They said they had worked on some stuff, so they'll get back out there, but shame for those guys. But RVA Graphics leads over Soggy Bottom Boys, and then the second RVA Graphics car rounds out your top three. Cannonball Club Racing has taken over the lead in the A class, and On Second Thought Racing is now up into the top 5. So again, Les talked about this, we're starting to see some players that we don't normally see at the front of the field. So you gotta wonder if some of these tire combinations are really working to the favor of some of these teams, as we see the field bunched up here behind the pace car on the back straightaway. And then Calvin Ball Motorsports in 6th, Tater Racing and their BMW in 7th, Bulldog Racing hangs on in 8th, Trans Am Hong North in 9th, and Running Bulls Racing, Michael Bowles and company, Flying Wrench Motorsports Group, they are up into the 10th position. 19 spots gained on the day, 6th in the C class, best lap of 1:44.59. Mr. Andrew Sides, who usually works with Champ Car, is on board that BMW this weekend. He started, so good to see them up there and running well. I'm sure it's another local team here to the Atlanta area, so they always want to come put on a good show for family and friends.
Yeah, we're back to caution here. It does look like they put them on the flatbed, didn't they? So maybe they did have some concerns about leakage. They decided to put it up on the flatbed.
Wonder if it locked up too, maybe.
No, I actually watched him drive it off.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, it just looked like I'm going to pull off the he cut through the grass there and then parked it at the pro exit. So unless there was a tire locked up, but it looked like he just pitched and I just happened to be watching that camera when he drove it off the track. But obviously if they put it on the flatbed, there's some kind of a problem.
Yeah. Good heads-up move, though, to get over there and get off the racetrack. I mean, better than going around, and if there happened to be a little bit of fluid, smart move by the driver.
Yeah, and Brew Crew actually did the same thing a little bit earlier today, pulled off in that exact same spot. Get off the track. You're still on the asphalt, so if you're dropping any fluids that could catch fire, there's no grass to catch fire, see? So you're still on asphalt.
And it's been so cold, I don't know if you could catch it on fire.
Well, probably not. Maybe that's just a thought. So whatever the case is, they got that car picked up, and they're bringing it back around the track here.
So while we got a couple minutes, we've been invaded once again. Eddie Vedder, not so much even flow this weekend, Dave?
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough sometimes, but this is so fun. Like, I mean, just can't complain about it at all. So, love coming out here. We've had a lot of good luck the last few. My hair. Oh, my goodness.
That's all right. Yeah, but you got helmet hair. It's all right.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I didn't run a lap today, though. So, yeah, but we've had a lot of good luck.
Well, don't tell them that. We won't tell them. They didn't know that till you came up here.
Yeah.
It's giving away all the secrets, Paulie.
Helmet hair does not require you to wear a helmet. You just have the helmet hair, so you're sporting it.
Balaclava hair from getting ready, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
So, Nash, how does it feel? National champions.
Yeah, that's really cool. We definitely didn't expect it. We figured what happened today is the kind of thing that would have happened at the championship. We spent those last 2 races on that motor there, probably burning pushing about 2.5 quarts of oil every stint. So, that thing wasn't going to be too long for life there. Just kind of amazing and lucky that we managed to get through the national championship race. Yesterday on test day, radiator cap broke, like the mounting tab of it broke. That could have happened. Maybe if we hadn't had the fog, that would have happened during the championship race. So, there's a lot of luck there. So that's why we can't complain when we're hanging out, sitting around today.
But you guys have shown speed. I mean, yeah, I know Dan had talked about, and you guys had talked about, is the pace car's off, Paulie?
Yep, pace car's off, and the green flag's going to be coming out here. We'll take a look at the tower, and there it is. Green flag racing here at Road Atlanta. Once again, the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro continues.
Man, it's awesome to watch them come down the hill here. You guys have a great view. This is really cool.
It's amazing. I mean, the cameras just don't do justice how steep that hill is. Big move there by Parts Badger. Picking off 2 there, one of the Rockwell Porsches and another car as well.
We're going to tick off the cameras. We keep telling them they're not doing a good enough job. They're going to just quit.
Man. So it's cool. But so Dave, you guys had 4 wins last year. 4. I know it's crazy. We see that every time. You tense up and you feel like you're in there driving it with them.
In the car, I think I'm in control and I'm not being an idiot, but I probably am.
So 4 wins last year for you guys. I mean, that just absolutely. Every time you guys came to the racetrack, you were successful. Dan, talked about we were worried about mechanical gremlins. We were worried about this, but I mean. out of all the races, I mean, the only one you guys really had issues with last year was Daytona.
Yeah, of course, the one we really want. We really want Daytona, and maybe that's self-imposed pressure is why we find a way to have failures. But yeah, I mean, really, in the grand scheme of things, I think we did get the car fairly well sorted. We weren't having a lot of our ignition issues we were having early on, and really that was, I don't know that we necessarily did much to fix that. We realized we were dumb and had some things wrong with fuel pressure. We're running a little lean, and that's what hurt the first motor at Daytona. So there were some things there that were self-inflicted for sure, and it was just learning and growing pains with the car. But yeah, overall, it was a great year. Like you're right, we kind of have this maybe self-deprecating attitude going into the race weekend, and maybe that's based on past experiences, but the car did hold up well, and when it does, it's fast. I mean, it's just an awesome car to drive. It's so much fun. So the torque is awesome. There were places like at Watkins Glen, that's just fun, coming up out of the hole and just being able to be kind of the only one that can climb the hill is a blast, man. It's just so much fun to drive.
Yeah, Watkins is just one of those places that you just, but actually, I mean, even to that too, even at AMP, I mean, on the Saturday race, that's more of a bull ring where you tend to see some of the Miatas and some of the Porsches. I mean, your car is set up very well, but traditionally you see those ones that tend to corner a little bit, but you guys pulled out a victory there. So it seems like you guys have a good balance of strength, power, and handling with that Corvette.
Yeah, we do, and you're right, and we call AMP a Miata track as well, and it definitely closes the gap there. There's been times where Nemesis is faster than us a lot, but there's been times where average Joes were kind of falling off on tires, and we're like, holy crap, Justin, you are hauling. And so there are moments there where we wish we had a little bit longer straightaway to make up for whether it's our handling or our driver talent, but it's good everywhere. It is a fun car, and it's well balanced.
So you guys are based out of the Charlotte, North Carolina area, traditionally in the suburbs. So you guys tend to run the southeast stuff. So what's the plan for this year? You guys won the championship, had the 4 wins last year. Where are we going to see you in 2026?
Dan does want to try to travel a little bit further, so I think we're tentatively going to do Road America instead of AMP. I've never run there. It's kind of bucket list for me, right? It's one of those. It's beautiful in the fall to go there and race. So I think we're planning Road America, a Sebring race. I don't know which. I don't know that we are thinking we want to run overnight. So probably a Sebring race, and then. We'll do VIR when, that's a local track for us, so we will take advantage of any time that we go to VIR. And that might be about it. And of course, Daytona.
And what, Daytona? Okay.
Yeah.
So most likely we won't see. So we'll see you guys at most of the ones. Obviously, I'm sure losing CMP was a little bit of a heartbreaker for you guys because, I mean, that's essentially home track number 2.
Yeah, it is. But hopefully we'll get. We'll probably get out there anyway because likely we will need to be trying to sort out whatever we do with our motor here. So we'll be at CMP trying to sort an engine out. So at least we'll get a couple laps around there.
There you go. So obviously, you're going to have to work through that. So have you guys thought about maybe bringing out a second car at some point, maybe doing a rental program? Like, what's the long-term plan for Eddie Vedder?
I don't think so. I think that Dan and I we'll have conversations about even just rental drivers running with us. But I think that Dan and I both are we feel like we're in a sweet spot where we have a lot of fun racing together. Our friends in the Broken 60 Seconds car come out, and so like if something like this happens where we fall out, we still hang out with them and help them with pit strategy and fueling and things like that. So I think we're in a good niche. We're kind of here just doing this as a hobby. We see it that way. We love the approachability of the series for that. So I think we're gonna keep at it. Dan was playing around with the idea of doing Spec Corvette himself, but I think we're having fun doing this, so I think we're kind of just sticking with this for right now.
Okay. And you guys have a unique background too, because your day jobs, you're involved in motorsports a bit as well. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, we both work in NASCAR, so I know Dan's told the story, so I won't rehash too much, but we worked together at Ford, and Dan's the one who got me into this crazy hobby. His friend Rick Gamble used to always just kind of deadpan say, what a stupid hobby. And he's right about that many days when we're like this. We're like, man. But yeah, so he got me into this when I was started as a simulation engineer working on simulators with him at Ford Racing now. got into that, and I eventually, we had Fox bodies, we were racing Fox bodies. I eventually took a job at GM. I guess you'd say maybe went to the dark side, but I'm enjoying it there. I'm more of a software developer now, which is just kind of the way of the world. The racing is so much, it's simulators already, but so much simulation. So I'm a vehicle dynamics software engineer at General Motors. I work in our Concord Tech Center, and that's pretty much what I do as a day job, and I'd say that some of it applies, like being around the racing definitely applies to this, but it's definitely a different animal as well.
So, and that's got to be fun to know that you can kind of take a little bit of that and bring it into this, and it just seems like you guys love what you do and you truly enjoy it. So
it looks like one of the Rockwell cars in the penalty box for not stopping at pit out, so they're serving a 5-minute black flag penalty there for infraction, not stopping at pit out. Big no.
Yeah, that's not good. I believe that's the 14 car. I think that's the first time a few of the guys from England have come and run with us. So they're probably getting used to that, and that happens. But you can recover from that. So not the end of the day, but not that conversation. Jimmy's not the person you want to have that conversation with. We've all been there at some point.
Also, unfortunately, Soggy Bottom boys, they were running in second place. They too have been flagged in for pushing off a competitor.
Oh.
So they too are going to be spending some time. Looks like they've got a drive-through penalty for that one. But go ahead, Kyle.
No, thank you, Paulie, for that update. You got folks. Remember, get on the radio and talk to those drivers. Make sure you're always doing that 360 awareness in there. Make sure you don't inadvertently push somebody off. Those penalties become costly. And Jackie Sides, race director, she said in the meeting this morning, she was not going to tolerate that. They wanted to have a good weekend of good, clean racing. So just make sure you're giving friendly reminders to your buddies out there on the racetrack. But Dave, we don't want to take up too much of your time, and we appreciate you coming up and spending some time with us. And so the next one we'll see you guys at hopefully will be Daytona. So obviously going to put in all that effort there, hoping this is the year that finally get the magic.
Yeah, Kyle, for sure. We definitely want Daytona really bad. We're gonna, try to cross our T's and dot our I's as best as we can for it, and hope everything holds together. The car is fast there. It's not a big infield. It's mostly using what the big American V8 gives us. So we'll try to just kind of keep it together. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for putting on a great show. It's been amazing to have this where my mom can watch it, my wife and her dad can watch it. We can have it on down in the pits and get updates on what everyone's got going on. It's a useful tool for the drivers or for the teams. It's also just a lot of fun, great exposure for the series. I hear nothing but awesome things about this broadcast you guys do, and
Thank you.
So I just appreciate it a whole lot, and say hi to my family, I guess, at home. I'm from Maryland. You're from Maryland, right?
Originally, yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'm originally from Maryland too. So my parents still live up there. So say hi to them. They're probably watching. Probably wondering what's wrong. I haven't texted with them at all. So now they know. But yep. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Real quick, are there any partners or anybody you want to give a shout out to in addition to the family and the wives and everybody?
No, we kind of just do this deal on our own. I guess if there's anyone who manufactures tires who wants to give us a deal, we'll give you a shout out. But no, we actually, I do want to thank the series too. Like on that topic, like the tire rule, some of the other things, I feel like it's not super reactive, but we're coming up with rules that are requested by the series. We're letting the constituents drive what we're doing. There's some animal running out there. Letting them drive what we're doing, and it's been really good. Of course, we're gonna complain no matter what Mike decides or what the series decides. But
race car drivers don't complain.
I really
don't complain.
The direction of the series has been really good, and I think the car count like here today is is proof of that. And again, that's a gain not having the championship race right after Road Atlanta. We had that a couple times, and this is such a great facility and great track that it stinks that people might skip out on it for a championship race. So the schedule is better for that. Just a lot of little changes like that have been great. So yeah, just thank you guys. It's been awesome.
Well, we appreciate it. Dave, safe travels home to Charlotte. We'll look forward to seeing you guys down at down in Daytona. And looks like somebody had a little bit of a 2-off right there. But safe travels home, buddy. Good luck. And tell Uncle Rodney to get lost. All right, Paulie. So RVA Graphics continues to lead this race over most likely going to be the sister car because Soggy Bottom Boys is going to have to come in, correct?
Well, they were in, and they're back out already. They're still holding on to second place there, so the gap's about a lap from RVA to Soggy Bottom, then it's about 13 seconds to RVA Graphics in third. Another 17 seconds back is Tater Racing. Another 17 seconds back is On Second Thought. I'm sensing a theme here. 6 seconds back from them is Cannonball Motorsports. Then it's the Tronzon team back about a lap. 5 seconds behind them, it's Madwag. Then it's Bulldog Racing back about 13 seconds behind them. And another 13 seconds, you've got Running Bull Racing. So, Running Bulls Racing, that is. So, that's what's going on out there in the field, folks. We've had a couple red flags. We've had some attrition. We saw the Parts Badger guys had to stop a little earlier than many of the other teams here. We saw Rockwell Autosport Development in the pits serving a penalty for running through pit exit without stopping to drop off their clock and be checked. And we've also seen, we just had a member of the Eddie Vedder team. Their Corvette is done for the weekend already as they were vying for that top spot again this weekend. It was not to be. And so, boy, it seems like just everything is up in the air, as it usually is in a Champ Car race. RVA Graphics and Wraps looking pretty strong up there. We saw some pretty good runnings also for Turn-In Concepts early on. One of their cars dropped back quite a bit with some issues. They were stranded on the racetrack more than once. Their lead car, they brought 2 cars here this weekend, is in 15th place. That's a duo Porsche Boxster team. Broken 60 seconds in 16th. Team Infinity in 17th. Then it's Brick City Racing behind them, followed by Rockwell in the number 12 car and Edmondson Motorsports in 20th.
Speaking of Rockwell, big move there by Mike in the Running Bulls car. Outbraked one of the Porsche Boxsters. You don't see that very often in a BMW.
No.
But nice job by those guys. Right now, again, they're running in 11th place in the overall right now, having a solid run. This is home for them, so we know they want to put on a good show. Andrew Side started. I don't know if Mike I think Michael Bowles was in the car, and then their other Mike is in the car with them. Just ran a 149 flat here, and they're 8th in the C class right now. So great job for those guys.
Yeah, way to go.
So we were talking, want to give a quick plug here. Suns Out, Guns Out. Tommy Gunn just got a hold of me from there and wanted me to pass along for any of those fans that they're holding on to second place in the EC right now. They were holding on to second place. This was about a half hour ago. They're now running in 7th in the EC class right now. They did a driver change at 11, so that might be why they got down in the order a little bit, and they wanted to pass along to you that their stream, they were having some problems with it. They got it up and running, so we'll try to feed it in there at some point too, guys. It's been crazy with just trying to get all things going here, and we appreciate everybody giving us your feeds. We're trying to cycle you guys in as much as we can, so just keep plugging it. We promise at some point we'll get you in there. So as we're back on board here with the Average Joe's Miata with Vince still behind the wheel. He's trying to navigate some traffic right here. That looks like with that big wing, I wonder if that's Parts Badger in front of them. Looks like they're both being held up. That sunlight is absolutely horrible. So you're really having to be careful. Look like they're trying to work through some traffic. It's kind of hard to tell. That might be a BMW. Actually, that could be broken 60 seconds. That might be one of the D-Class cars right there. Apologize for the unsure nature of that, folks, but with the glare coming through that window, it's very hard to tell. Grabbing 4th gear, headed down the back straightaway. running 21st right now in their class, down to 42nd in the overall. So I think they're just continuing to play catch up after that issue they were having, but they're still on track. That's the important part.
And we got a view from inside one of the Manic machine, Manic Motorsports. And it looks like there's no audio on their camera, so this is again just a camera they've put in their car so that folks can catch their feed. So if you're just joining us, welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. It's been great having over 3,200 people, almost 3,300 people have signed in to watch the broadcast so far today. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday. It's a great weekend, and it's a great day for motor racing. And, wow, I can't think of a better place to kick it off at than at Road Atlanta. It's just such an amazing and fun racetrack. With over 2.5 miles, it's not as long of a racetrack as you would think, as large as it looks. It's about the same size as Mid-Ohio. It's but boy, the elevation change and just the speed that you carry around this racetrack is crazy good.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think this place is as fast as it is, but you can definitely carry a lot of speed around here, and we have somebody in the booth who can attest to that, and he's quite sharky when he gets around here. I know that's a horrible pun. But the Jaws music plays when he comes up behind you. Mr. Ed Stein. Ed, how was the midnight run up here? I saw it got a little exciting to even get to the track.
The midnight run, well, I didn't make it 50 miles before I was changing my first tire.
So the adventure started as always early.
Pit stop practice.
There you go.
I had the jack, the gun. It's just a little inconvenience. And then 400 miles later, the spare gives up.
Oh.
We had grabbed another 2 tires at that point and started cycling those on, realizing that we had put a SUV tire on a 1-ton position, pulled over quickly after that before it failed, and pulled the spare out from under the vehicle this time, used that one, but did a tire rotation at McDonald's to make sure that the spare was in the least loaded front position. And thanks to the tire shop down the street, we've got a new tire and we'll head home safely.
There you go. Now you guys are based in you're based in West Palm Beach, right, in Florida?
West Palm, and my other teammate, Port St. Lucie. Another teammate, Mexico City.
Okay.
And then our permanent stand-in driver, Dave Costello.
Ormond Beach, right?
Ormond Beach, yep. Daytona area, yeah.
So is Dave with you guys this weekend, or is it you, Lewis?
He is not.
He's not with you this weekend?
He's not with me. I couldn't talk him into it. I think he's saving up for our end-of-year finale. We're going to Coda.
Okay. That makes sense.
And that's, we got to save our pennies for that one. It's going to be quite a trip from Florida.
Mm-hmm. You excited for that, though?
Very. So much so I haven't even thought about it much. I was signed up. I got in before it sold out. I was like, all right, I can relax for a minute, do the logistics in my head later.
There you go. That's really cool. So you've been doing this a long time, and we know you guys because of your location of the team. You traditionally do Daytona, Sebring, and here at Road Atlanta. So it's really cool to hear that you're going to get to do Coda. So give us what's 2026 going to be like for the Shark team?
Well, we've been talking about it. We've been doing a lot of Sebring and Daytona, like you said, and I venture out with other teams. I go to Thompson, VIR, just trying to get out a little bit, see some other tracks. We're talking about adding a bucket list item. We have Pocono on our lips. We're trying to figure out how to do that, maybe. It's just, Florida's such a long state.
Oh, yeah.
So, and we're halfway to Miami. Unless it's Homestead, it's difficult to add another track for what we're doing already.
Yeah. It was such a bummer when Palm Beach went away, because I mean that was always.
It was literally in my backyard. Even if it wasn't my favorite place, it's more of a Miata track than a Shark Car track. So we would just load up on all of our used tires and go and burn them off there.
So you guys traditionally run here at Road Atlanta. You guys had a 19th place finish last year. What is it about Road Atlanta that just keeps bringing you guys back?
It's not our great finishes. I mean, we usually do well in class. Occasionally we podium top 5 it. This is just a really, really cool track, and we're willing to come out here even if we know we're off the pace for the top 3. It's just that good of a facility. Yeah, you know, we're in Florida. Everything's flat. We've got little foothills here where we're racing up and down. It's a nice change.
Yeah, it's such a cool facility, and it really, you get to leg the car out, but then it really tests how well you have it set up, doesn't it?
It definitely shows what we can and can't do with that old car. It's struggling a little bit on right-handers, and it's not so much the setup, just the chassis starting to go. So it's a challenge. It's like, okay, nurse it through the right-handers a bit, but you're a magician through the left-hand turns. We thought we had that worked out, but I had to cut a bar to change an ABS relay earlier yesterday, and I actually had to weaken the roll cage to gain access to the formerly invincible ABS unit. And we didn't have a welder to put it back together, so we're just driving what we got.
Yeah. Well, so what's the game plan going forward? You said obviously Coda's on there, a few other things. So are we just going to see you at the traditional 4 with this year?
Traditional
4.
Traditional 4. We're going to do both Sebrings. We're going to do Daytona. We've done here already, and throw Coda in and talk a lot about tracks that we want to do.
Speaking of you guys, there you are on camera right now.
I'm watching.
Big battle there with Parts Badger.
Is it?
That's you.
That's Lewis in the car right now.
Lewis in the car.
And he's turned up the wick a bit. He's usually not as fast as Parts Badger. Let's just say that.
Well, he held him at bay right there. He was side by side with him going up the hill. So I don't know what you said to him before he got in the car, but it worked.
I gave him a good car. We're working with the new Maxxis tires. We're experimenting with those.
Okay.
And we played with some tire pressures. We had a flat earlier today, and it was a debris damage.
Okay.
And when we pitted, I'm like, I could really use a half pound of air into the left rear. And I came back with like fast lap after that with a spare tire and another Maxxis brand new tire. We put on the right rear, and the left rear got half a pound. And I said, don't touch nothing. I went out and spun off fast lap for the car for the day. So we're still trying to get the nuances down to the PSI.
You guys have been traditionally using Maxxis for quite a while, right?
We've been on. We had Maxxis. We had a run of Maxxis in 17 and 18. We ran them exclusively, and we won some contingency tires with them.
Okay.
And now last year we ran Maxxis all year and podiumed every time. Figured that we give them a shot for this other compound that's now legal. And so far so good. Time will tell. It's still all a big experiment.
We've talked about that so far through the broadcast. I mean, we're just almost approaching 3.5 hours. Do you really feel that this new tire rule is going to kind of keep the rubber band from getting as stretched out as it has in the past, because taking care of your tires is going to be more important this year?
Absolutely. The list may change, in my opinion. This is not talking to staff. This is my opinion, where the list may evolve if they find an outlier tire on the podium every race this year. They may modify it, or at least I would hope they do. But in the meantime, we're trying what we can work with the Maxxis, and we've got to have a starting point somewhere. Yeah. And I'm pretty happy with it right now. It took a minute to come up temperature to scuff off the cold and learn how much they rise. Our car, there's typically a 10-degree temperature PSI change with temperature. So it's really hard working with a 30-degree starting point when we come from South Florida.
Yeah. makes it a little more challenging with that. So what we know where you guys are going to do this year. So what do you see as far, because you've been doing this for a long time with the series, how do you feel about the health of the series? Where do you see that going? Are you excited about what's to come?
I'm certainly excited. This series is in very good condition. Morale is good in the pits with most teams.
Okay.
Caught me. The series is good. I mean, the racing is great. We got more tracks being added to the roster. You really can't find a better series, in my opinion. That's why we're here.
Yeah, you get to come here and race on a fantastic racetrack. It's still affordable, and have a lot of time, maximum seat time. The amount of seat time you get is just crazy good.
The seat time's insane. I was out there for the first stint, and I didn't have any problems, but traffic was heavy, and just learning tires and dealing with the temperature and getting used to the car again. We hadn't been here for a year, so you kind of got to get used to that drop off the hill here every single time.
You're talking about coming over the bridge there in 11?
I am, and I put 2 wheels off under the flag stand.
Yeah,
that's a good 100 miles an hour with 2 wheels off. You got to be real steady when you. Your screw up has to be really, really refined, not to make it worse.
It's a very refined screw up. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I mean, we've seen some nasty accidents down there, guys that miss that up and hammer that wall. There's been some nasty ones down there, so that's the one place you really got. Are there other areas around here we got to be really careful? That's the pucker moments.
Well, we have rear-wheel drive. We got a V8. You got to watch your acceleration off of 7. You're going to break the tires loose and kick the car sideways, and your natural urge is going to be to save the car, and it's going to put you to the other wall instead.
Yeah, those walls aren't that far away, are they?
They're not.
There's not much room to make a mistake over there.
No.
So it'll spear you. You'll head off to the right.
You'll head off to the right, and you're immediately trying to save the car, and you wind up going to the left instead. So I've been real careful. I didn't have any problem with that yet today.
Yeah.
But, and the day is long.
Yeah, we're just getting started out there. So that's interesting what you said about the car, how it was sort of like you notice it turns better to the left.
It turns better to the left. You feel like a hero to the left, and you're working with an old piece of equipment to the right. It doesn't show up. It's not magnified as much at other tracks. This brings out that one deficiency.
So is it because of all the side load you have to carry as opposed to like a Sebring?
Absolutely. This place has a lot of side load when you're coming up around 3. You're a hero. You can pass somebody on the outside of 3 and that is in the sweeper, and then you transition the car to 4 to set up for 5.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's like it's one of the moments. It's a big car. It's a tight turn.
Yeah.
You're trying to settle the chassis so you can lean on it. There's a lot going on when you're doing a transition off of 3.
So you probably really like Daytona better for your car because
a whole lot better.
It's all those left-handers.
Absolutely.
So you got Sebring, you got Road Atlanta, all these right-hand tracks.
Exactly. And this is one of the reasons we come here. It's like shows us what we have to work on when we go back home.
Oh, okay.
It's like, hey, the car's better this year than it was last year, or the car's worse. It's okay. We'll go in and check it over and find if the balance is off, or if we've just got some fatigue to chase on the old girl.
Yeah.
But this will be a good test for COTA because of the changes in direction and things like that, to where you got some left-handers, but there's some substantial right-handers where you're especially coming through the first part of the S's, and then there's kind of that uphill on the backside of the course where you really have to lean on the car with the right-hander. So do you feel like being able to dissect it here, giving you the season to work on it, is only going to make your debut at COTA stronger?
Absolutely. This is where we collect data and we go home and we brainstorm to make the car better. And Sebring for us is it's a rough track. We've got that part where the car is solid. Now this place taxes the setup and the chassis.
Do you, without giving away the secret sauce, of course, with the information that you guys have picked up so far, have you figured out or started to formulate a game plan of what you need to do to attack it when you get home to then know how to fix it?
This is what we discuss on the midnight run home after the race. And then we'll do a triage next week at some point, break the car down, and look to see what needs to be built back up, bigger, better, stronger, or just maintenance.
That's awesome. It's been really cool to see. And then you guys have the second car that you'll run too, right? The Sharky 2?
Sharky 2, sister team. That's my neighbor. He, I don't think he's going to make COTA, but he's stolen all of my little tidbits. He's copied my brakes. He's copied my fueling rig. He looks at my coolers, and we talk about ways he can do it his way versus my way, and it's a lot of fun because it's the only other chassis running around for data points off of.
And I'll make this real quick because I want to let you get back down there and check on Lewis. But we always talk about teammates want to beat each other, and there's always those little friendly inside rivalries in a team. But do you feel that having that to bounce off of has what's helped make you guys were strong to start, but having that sister program, has that made the program stronger because then you have new ideas in the fight, new ways to approach your racing?
We come home with something every single time. It doesn't matter if we've been doing this 15 years with the same car or not. We come home with something, we talk, the other team, we talk to them. And yeah, we bounce this stuff back and forth. I tell him what he needs sometimes. I'll tell Rusty, the other owner, and he'll make his version of it, and he'll try something, and I'll be like, how'd that work for you? It worked, or it didn't work. Then I might go back in my car and look at it again.
Awesome. Well, Ed, we'll let you get back down there. Thanks as always for coming up, and thank you again for being so supportive of Champ Car. We know how much you love it. The open trailer, just you do it the old school way. We appreciate it. Good luck. Give Lewis and all the guys our best. And since Dave's not here, who's your third driver this weekend again?
Oh, we have Jim of Sharky 2.
Okay.
So we have Mike, Jim, Lewis, and myself.
Okay. Awesome. Well, keep us posted on everything, and we'll be looking for you guys. And wave the fin at us as you go by each time.
I can do that.
Talk to you later, Ed. Thanks again. Ed Stein, everybody.
With that, we're going to take a quick break and be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. RVA Graphics and Wraps leads the way with their sister car in tow, followed by Soggy Bottom, Tater Racing, and on second thought, that is your top three. Plenty of good, clean, hard, fast racing yet to come. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're under a code 35, so the field has been slowed down, and don't have any intel just yet, but we're checking the track cameras to see what's going on. Looks like we got an emergency vehicle heading down the front straightaway, so hopefully we can get that cleared up pretty quickly and get things back to racing. But are you ready?
We have another guest. We've been invaded again. This one's kind of cool. So this is Cal D. Nice. Cal and I work together. Actually, Les. We've all worked together when we worked for a driving instructing organization. Cal was actually my boss. Very patient individual. Many times he
sorry.
Yeah, yeah. That's how he felt most weekends working with me. No, that's honestly a true statement. No, but Cal, welcome to ChampCar.Live. We appreciate you being here. It's really kind of cool. This has kind of come full circle. I met you almost 10 years ago doing the instructing stuff, and now, racing together.
Yeah. Thanks for having me out here, guys. We're excited. The last time I raced in Champ Car with my own car was a couple months before my daughter was born. And, of course, as soon as she was born, priorities shifted. So we sold the car. It actually went to Kingpin, Tyler Hoffman, and he's campaigned it in a lot of different classes and series, and has had a lot of success with it. And that car still lives, but we've got another car now. We're running F class, and I think as of, when I came up here, we were still
You're
running
leading F-class.
Okay, we are still first in class.
And you're in the top 40 overall so far, so congratulations.
There we go. We we were really lucky. We are pit stall 2, and that was the number they drew, so we actually started on pole. And
so you guys were the ones that I heard a driver interest when they said pit 2, and I heard, oh, that was you guys.
Yeah, we were excited, but also a little nervous at the moment because F class obviously is the slowest, at least by power, so it's not ideal for those starts. But we made it through clean. My dad, he is 73 years old, and he started the car for us. Ran a good first stint. Had a little, couple tires off, and just enough so that we can give him some crap later about it. But we had some fun doing that. But Denice Autosports has really been my dad, myself, and my uncle. And the three of us have been running the car. We ran it most of last year here at Road Atlanta to just kind of sort it out. We didn't want to show up in first race, just be behind the wall the whole time. So we're members here at the driving club at Road Atlanta, and we actually spent most of our season at the club just testing this car, shaking it down, found a lot of problems early so that we had a good chance to come out here and try to run strong. We're still nursing a few things on the car. I thought we had changed just about everything on the car, but there's still a few things. So we'll see. Hopefully we can just keep it turning laps. Pace has been okay, and right now we've got Anthony Couch in the car, and he's another local here, so he's been running well, trying to keep it clean, and then I'll be in the car next.
Okay. So we'll keep this brief because I know you had told me during the commercial break that you're getting ready to get in the car here. We appreciate you coming up and taking the time. So your background, you and your family have been involved in racing for many years, you and your dad, Bob, and just racing is in your blood. Your wife, Helen, very supportive of it. I'm sure your daughter will end up in a car at some point if I know you.
Yep, she did. She actually did get when she was about 4.5, we got her in a quarter midget, which is how I started, was in quarter midgets, doing a little circle track. It was something she enjoyed, but as everybody in this sport knows, it's expensive. So she's been playing soccer, and she's actually at a soccer tournament right now, which is why they're not here. But they're in a soccer tournament. They did well in their first game. They got another game coming up, so I've been trying to follow the race.
Did they win the first game?
They tied, but they were playing a year up. So she is 8 now, and like I said, the last time I raced was a couple months before she was born. So it's crazy. She's out there, playing soccer. She's doing well. She's having fun with it. She likes the racing, and she comes up. We watch Petite every year. We camp out here. She is a fan of it, and one day maybe she'll be behind the wheel out here with us. I don't think Helen will. She I think is perfectly fine being a spectator. But
that's cool, man. So real quick, you were working as instructing, and then you became on the management side, running a lot of the day-to-day operations. And I worked under you, Les worked under you. One of your co-drivers, Brandon Corfel, worked under you. His wife works for this company as well. And you met a guy named Charlie Stryker, who's another instructor. And it sounds like, from what I heard, because I kind of lost touch with you guys for a while when you guys left, and you guys have kind of formed your own thing. You want to give a little insight on that?
Yeah. It's pretty funny. A lot of instructors, a lot of people who worked at Extreme are still in the industry, and we see them all around. There was guys who actually ran at the Daytona 24 that worked there all the way down to, we're here at Champ Car. But it was a great opportunity, and I met a guy, Charlie Stryker, there, and Charlie and I stayed in touch over the years, but recently, I'd say about 2 years ago, he and I really started connecting more, and we were talking, and I ended up going from his boss to now he's my boss, and it's just the two of us. We run max track time together, and we do open track testing. The fun thing is when I'm there for those events, I don't have to worry about anything with the car. I just have to worry about the event. when I'm here, obviously I don't have to worry about anything with the event. All I have to worry about is my car. So there's pluses and minuses, but it is nice to, be at the track. I'm not working. It's just here to have fun. And but yeah, when we are out, we travel all over the place. So we come here to Road Atlanta. We will be at VIR. In fact, we just had an event on Thursday at Eagles Canyon for the opener for WRL. But we do a lot of open track testing because, again, if you're running long fuel stints or anything, you need testing that's not necessarily run groups and sessions. You want to be able to get out and run long stints. So that's the type of testing that we provide. But yeah, it's been fun. I love working with Charlie. He's a hoot. We, I think, have different skill sets, so it's good that we've come together and we work together on this. And still don't know what that code 35 has been for, but I have seen our car going around, so I'm not.
I don't think you guys were the code 35. I've seen your car circulate, so take a breather, buddy. You're all right, man.
Exactly.
You're good. But it's been really cool. It had to have been cool to get to do this with your dad. I know in some personal conversations you and I had when we worked together at Extreme and just talking about things, you always mention, I always remember one constant was your dad, and your dad Bob. Just, it seemed like family was a big thing with you with racing, and your uncle. So, and you guys have a company that has helped support this, right?
Yep. So Denice Companies is my uncle's company. Him and my cousin and my aunt, they ran that, and they do architectural signage, big signage all around Atlanta and the southeast.
Yeah, we're back to yellow, looks like.
All right, there
You're still circulating.
Yeah,
so
we are going by. But yeah, they do a lot of the big signage all around, so big channel letters that are up on buildings, or if anybody goes to Truist Park, we did most of the signage around the Brave Stadium, the big Atlanta Braves, like neon-looking sign. We did that. It's been fun. I've worked with them directly for a while, and my uncle, he was big into two wheels. We kind of, him and my dad and I brought him over more into the four-wheel category. So we're just out having fun. I mean, they're both retired now, and I'm kind of the head of the team, you could say, where I'm kind of dictating what we're doing because they are just kind of kicking back, having fun. But you mentioned my dad. He actually just got cleared for the race on Thursday. We were actually running a 5-driver lineup this weekend just because we weren't sure if he was going to make it. He had some heart issues that were going on, and they went in and looked at everything, gave him the all clear. And then because of the procedure to go in and look at everything, he had to then wait and make sure that he would then be okay for the race. So he went in Thursday for his final checkup, got the all clear. And so for him to start the race today, especially on pole, I couldn't believe that. It was, if nothing else went right, that did. And so we were really thankful, and just truly a blessed family to be able to get out here and do this. My dad loves it. I grew up around it, loving it. And so we are just, really excited to be here. And back with Champ Car. I don't think our car is fast enough to really go anywhere else. So we'll probably be running a lot of Champ Car.
Well, you guys are leading F-Class right now. Got a nice lead on those guys out there. You're having a good showing. So fingers crossed. You guys can have a good rest of the day. I know I see you looking. I'm going to let you get back down there. I know you got to get in the car, buddy. But Cal, thank you so much. Real quick, is there anybody else you want to thank that's helped the program?
Definitely my wife. She is patient, and we had the car in the garage, and there were many late nights banging on things, and she would just look at me like, what are you guys doing? But for her to just be patient enough, understand that this is something that we have a passion for. And then my daughter, she was actually almost bummed to go to her soccer game because she wanted to come out and be my spotter. But I look forward to seeing them this evening, and hopefully we'll have a trophy in hand at that point. So.
Well, you'll have to bring her to VIR. She can spot you for that race.
There we go. That'll be fun.
All right, man. Well, good luck in the car. Be safe, and we'll be looking out. So, Cal Denice, everybody. If you get a chance, if you're local here in the Atlanta area, give Denice Signs and those guys a call. Let them take care of you. Good people. His dad, Bob, his uncle. Look forward to seeing him on track. And tell Brandon to fast time of the day or he's not doing well. See you, buddy. Just out teasing one of the co-drivers, Brandon Corville, another instructor buddy. But back on board with them. They're still chugging away there, Paulie.
Yep. Yeah, they're still working at it. And that's part of the fun. We were talking to Ed just about all the seat time you get in Champ Car, which makes it so much fun. And that was something that my dad had commented on when we first started racing in Champ Car. He's like, yeah, you guys get to race so much. You know, we would go and be at the track all weekend long, but, you know, you get a couple practice sessions on Saturday. You get maybe an early emergency practice if you needed it. Sunday morning, you do your qualification and you race. But, you know, you're only out there for maybe 6-7 laps, something like that. So to be able to come out and race all day long like this and get 2-hour stints is, wow, it's really incredible.
And it just tests you as a driver. It tests your mental capability, tests how you handle in the car. And it really, I mean, how many times do we hear racecraft? I mean, Champ Car, so many drivers, and I mean, Cal kind of alluded to it when he talked about why they keep coming back with it. I mean, the racecraft you learned here, you take that, and, you know, if you aspire to go to higher divisions, you can take that. But it makes you a better driver even here to be more competitive in the series.
Yeah, and there's so many pro drivers that come into the series just to get that track time because they want to stay fresh. Like Ed had talked about, haven't been here in a year and coming up over that hill, whew, it's a gut check. It's like, okay,
it really is.
Make sure I get this right. And even Ed, with as much time as he has racing here, found himself off in the grass a little bit. So it's yeah, it's you want to stay sharp. Take very short vacations, as Mario Andretti would say.
So just got an update, another one from the Brick City guys, car 241. Dylan Dana is out. David Gooden got in. Guys, we're working, talking to the production team. We're working on trying to get your feet up. And we know you guys are out of it.
I'm the production team. What are you talking about? Who are we trying to get?
We're trying to get Brick City.
Brick City?
Brick City Racing.
Okay.
We're trying to get their feet up.
Did you send me a link?
I believe I did, but I will check through and send it again.
I'll look at it, see what we got.
Well, I was trying to mention we're talking to the production team. I was trying to help you out there, Paulie. You threw yourself out there.
Yeah. You got to shoot straight. Listen, I keep the bar low. These guys know me. Okay, they know that. They know not to expect much. Okay, so Brick City.
Yep.
And let's see what I can do. I'll get my best people on it for you. How's that?
We'll get the best people we know in the production truck to get it taken care of.
That's me. All right. Brick City, City. Overall, RVA Graphics and Wraps has really been doing a phenomenal job today, being there at the front early on and working their way up through the field. And now they've got, their cars together up there. On second thought, has managed to wiggle their way in to second place now, separating the two sister cars. Tronzom in fourth, Tater Racing in fifth. Soggy Bottom Boys, they haven't given up. They're in sixth place. They had
nice recovery.
Well, they had that penalty they had to serve, but you know what? They're still up there. Mad Wag Motorsports, Cannonball, Calvin Ball Motorsports, and Parts Badger. Your top 10. Parts Badger having a bit of a fight with it, frankly, and I think that one of their weaknesses is fuel, and it's starting to bite them a little bit. Not sure they're getting as many cautions as they want, but we've had a lot of cautions, so it just doesn't seem to be really playing into their hand very well. But boy, they came out of the gate on fire, didn't they? They rushed up to the front, took the lead, and then they had to start making these pit stops, and that has hurt them.
But how many times last year did we see that, Paulie, that they push. They have incredible pace and speed, but then reliability kicks in, or they're burning more fuel than they anticipate. So then they start adding in extra pit stops. And I mean, those snowball and then all of a sudden, where you were leading the race, now you're 10th position, and you're 3 laps off the lead. So you have to kind of reevaluate maybe how you want to go forward with some of that. Maybe back it down a little bit. Maybe find a way to go a little leaner with the fuel. There's a plethora of ways you could go with it, and I think they still got to find that combination. I mean, they have incredibly good equipment and they have incredibly fast drivers, but you got to be there at the end.
Well, and we have to remember they come from the IMSA Racing Club, so they have a tremendous amount of racing experience, and it could be that's just the way they feel they need to race. They need to go out and give it 100%, do the best they can with what they have, just keep putting gas in it and hope for the best. And that seems to be their approach, and it does seem to work well for them from time to time. So, different teams have different strategies, the way they want to approach the game. And it doesn't sound like fuel conservation's really on the radar.
Well, and also if maybe they were doing sprint racing too in some of those, that could be too. Sometimes when you get used to doing those sprint races, you're not always, thinking about stuff like that. So again, when you come from those different backgrounds, sometimes you got to flip it around. But no, they have a ton of experience. I mean, the driver lineups, we've talked about just the intensity that Roy brings to it, and then Marvin, their driver from last year, I mean, he was exceptional. We saw that battle at NCM he did, just the way they can navigate traffic. It really is fun to watch.
Yeah, we'll go on board with them and just kind of ride along with them for a little while as we see what they're doing. Down in 10th place right now, and really just need to keep their nose clean and just do the best they can with the cards that they have been dealt. And try to get this. Is this brick here?
No, that is the 11 car. That's Pat Voigt Racing with Christian Peeler and Pat Voigt in their operation. They're a local team here in the Atlanta area. And that's the cool thing when we come to Road Atlanta, and then when you go to AMP, a lot of teams in Georgia, a lot of Georgia drivers that tend to show up for this race. I mean, this is kind of, especially with us only doing the show here, this is kind of their opportunity to throw down the gauntlet and really showcase in front of family.
Yes, sir, it is. As we go on board with Williams Racing Group. The old iron even shows the oil pressure. Wow, the oil pressure might be a little high. 7,722 pounds of oil pressure. That would cannonball your oil filter into the stratosphere. You can't imagine having that much oil pressure.
Well, that explains all the speed they got then.
They got enough of that. Water temperature at $185. That looks normal.
Downshift to 4th, headed up the hill.
Let's see if we can get any audio. There we go.
Let's ride on board with them here a bit, folks. You can really hear that Miata scream. You heard him have to burp it there for a second. Staying in 4th gear, touch the curb very gently. A little bit of curb here kind of helps de-wedge the car, gets the weight thrown to the other side. Because you change directions a lot here at Road Atlanta, you'll notice. Got a little wide there. And if you get offline in those S's, it kills your momentum. But he did a nice job of navigating through it. You saw him shake his head there. I think he realized he got offline. He went, nope, all right. I think he might have focused a little bit in front. So now he shook his head. He's like, all right, back in the game here. So that's Birmingham right there going by with their Lexus. So he tucks in behind them, headed into 7, gets a good run. If he can get back to the power. 3rd gear corner. Heard him grabbing 4th gear. headed down the back straightaway. Now, obviously, not going to, because of the Miata, not going to have it on the top end as he grabs 5th gear coming to the bend here, headed to 10. But I tell you what, he did a nice job of staying in line with the traffic and not letting them pull away. You would think that he would have gotten yarded quite a bit, but he really didn't. He maximized his exit at a 7. Really, he's getting back to the power quick. You heard him just kind of had to gently burp, big toe burp it there, as we call it, as he goes by loose change. Nice pass right there, and he's going to ease in a little bit, tucks in, working behind the Z. Kind of having to work some traffic there, a little bit of back and forth with loose change. That's the 44 car they were just dispensing of. Got another car coming up on the 75 car. That's one of our EC entries, most wanted. They thought better of it. They weren't close enough to make that pass. You can see him looking in the mirror, just checking his distance. About a car length, maybe half a car length. Now you notice he got through there a little bit better that time. He was easier, wasn't in and out of the gas as much. Really didn't even have to use the curb there. Got a ton of curb on the exit, but that's traditional. You see that where you just can get back to the gas and you carry it. It's flat up there. You just have to be careful about the grip level. Most wanted's got to run this time into 6th. And that's the trick to this racing. I mean, you know, with cars like Williams Racing with the Miatas, if you don't necessarily have the legs, it's the ebb and flow. You want to find places to make passes and get past where you both lose the least amount of time. I know I've talked about this before, but it really is an art and a dance and a balance. You want to make sure, because if you're holding faster cars up, that doesn't do you any good, because then that just gets them aggravated, and it doesn't really do any good either. It's just kind of a respect thing. At that point, just kind of let them go, race the cars that you know you're racing with, and just tuck in behind them. And especially in that instance there with Birmingham and a couple others, get in behind them and let them pull you down the straightaway.
Yeah, this is OST racing we got here. Is Les is down in the pits there, having a good old time. Just to give you guys a shot of what it looks like down on pit road here. It's a pretty day. Look at those skies, nice and blue and shiny. Number 34 in the pits with the less is more can. 341 maybe. Oh, got to get the gloves. Got to get the gloves.
Got to get the gloves on during that process.
I got like a drip mat down. That's different. I'm not sure that's regulation.
So, Paulie, for the Brick City guys, I just sent you a link.
You did?
I did. I sent you a Christmas present. So, right, this is the HPT Autosport guys, Scott Robotham and his crew. Standard service here. So if you've never been in Champ, that's actually Scott, the owner, right there, holding the fuel bottle with the headset on, handing over. So this is a new team. They're learning the ins and outs of how this works in Champ Car. So, and it's just the growing pains of that, but the guys are doing a good job with it. I believe the driver right there that is helping, that should be Camp T. He's one of the senior drivers on the team for that program. He may have just gotten out of the car. So helping get the driver buckled in. So if you're new to Champ Car and you've never watched races with us before, as we're just about at the 4-hour mark already, Paulie, hard to believe. So what happens is when you're taking fuel, when the fuel cap is off, there's only 5 people that can be over the wall. The fueler, the fire bottle individual, which you see behind them, and usually want to stand about 8 to 10 feet or 6 to 8 feet away from them to really effectively do that. As we see Ray Frank, one of our board members and officials, watching him very carefully to make sure they do the procedure properly. Your driver that's getting out, your driver getting in, and then another driver or individual that is they all have to be fully suited and head to toe. The only exception is non-drivers can have closed-toe shoes. Crocs don't count for those that try to sneak by those every once in a while. But that's how it works. You work on, and then that individual can help getting, sorry about the language there, guys, gets a little heated and animated on pit road. Edmondson's had a little bit of a rough day, so I'm sure emotions are a little high as we see Madwag Motorsports and their Miata coming in for another stop. But the other individual, the fifth individual, is there to help the drivers get in and out. Radio, water, cool suit, all the et cetera, and then just help get the belts tight. It's very confined space in these cocoons, so being able to have somebody help make sure that you get the belt over the Hans, make sure you're comfortable in the seat. A lot of the seats are on sliders with different seat sizes of drivers, so making sure that placement is important because you don't want to get out there and not be able to reach shifter and all that.
All right, with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in a few. Plenty of racing action. Looks like the less is more cam catching all the heavy action down there in the pits. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And it's RVA Graphics and Wraps is now retaken 1-2, followed by Tronzom down there a minute and 41 seconds behind the RVA sister teams. Then it's Tater Racing back about 16 seconds. Then it's Cannonball back 3.7 seconds, followed by Soggy Bottom Boys. And then it's Clavinball, excuse me, back about a minute and 24 seconds. So yeah, the Soggy Bottom guys, there's a 3-second gap up to Cannonball, which is a 3-second gap from them up to Tater. So there is some really tight racing still going on up at the front of the field. On second thought is right on the bumper of Running Bulls, 0.45 seconds. They are right together right now.
I'm looking back in the pack here, Paulie. We've been talking about a little bit of the top 10, but I'm looking back here at some battles. The gap right now between Loose Change and Rockwell, Loose Change and Rockwell was separated by was less than 1/10 of a second. And then looking back a little more, Stupid Fast Racing's only 3 seconds back of Williams Racing for 27.
Yeah, it looks like there was a fire on pit road at pit out, a brake caliper caught fire. They put it out with the fire bottle there at pit out, took care of that.
Is it up and running? Okay, gotcha. I'll radio in.
So there's Ed.
They'll get back to you.
So, and then we were hearing from our friends at Brick City Racing. Those guys are having a good day. They're about a minute 25 seconds behind Team Infinity. They got a tough fight going on there for 18th spot. So as we see Les right there at pit in. So if you're new to Champ Car, one other thing we can discuss is how when you watch most racing series, when you pull onto a pit road, you just kind of come in, you have to get to a certain speed, and then you abide by that speed for the duration of the pits. And then once you make your stop and get back out, you just go, you get out of there, and then you go, you go back to race pace. In Champ Car, it's a little bit different. As you can see right here, perfect example, the Embracing AI car, Faux 30 for open throttle. You come in to pit road, you stop, you get traditionally an egg timer on the car, but they're starting to get away from those because of the awesome Flightronix systems in the car. You stop, they check you in, and then you have to go 20 miles an hour down pit road. You pull into your pit stop. Usually there's 3 lanes on pit road. Your pit stalls, your transition lane in the middle, and then your drive lane on the right. Should be
Les is at pit out there, it looks like.
Yep. So right here's an example. Sun's out, guns out. Yep. So you get an egg timer, and then the 207 will go about 20 miles an hour on pit road.
And Les almost went 20 miles an hour, dude. He got caught up with
I think he was going to get a tow down pit road there for a second. But you'll go in, and then you'll use the drive line, and then you'll ease in using the transition. Come into your stall, do your stop, get your service. You do your 5 minutes if you're doing fuel. If you're not doing fuel, you don't have to do 5 minutes. Then you transition back out, get into the drive lane, go down to the end of pit road. You will stop. And if you've done fuel, you have to do 5 minutes. You don't want to get down there with a minute left it's kind of a balance, and it takes a little bit of time to get used to. But then you go down, you check in with the pit out team at the tent, and then once they deem you're good, they do a courtesy check of your belts. If you're not appropriately set, they'll send you back into the garage to get set, and then you got to come back again, and you lose time. So it's imperative you make sure your belts are over your Hans, and you're ready to go, and you're safe. Your Hans device is hooked to your helmet, etc. And then once they're ready to go, they'll release you, use the access road, and then you'll blend in back on the racetrack. And that's my TED Talk for the day.
Go back on board with Running Bulls.
Having a solid day. They've been kind of quiet. They're back half of the top 10 with Bill at the wheel right now, working some traffic, dispensing. I think that's one of the late to Apex cars. Might have been to the right. They got the hula girl. She's dancing away.
Kyle, if maybe you can give us a class by class rundown, to kind of break things down. We'll pay some love to our class runners here.
Let's do that. All right. First, let's start with our buddies over in EC. We haven't talked about them in a little while, and we need to give them some love here. So Fawn Group Motorsports has absolutely just walked away with the EC right now. They are up by 5 laps over Yoda Sport 2 in the 204. They just ran their best lap at a 141.52. Pretty evenly matched, about 0.3 of a second on pace, but now it's separated by about 6 laps. So, but that Veloster, every time Fawn Group shows up, they absolutely have the pace, they have the driver lineup and the experience. Suns Out, Guns Out Racing, good run for Tommy Gunn and the Guns and Matt Curry and those guys. And then Most Wanted Racing on the same lap, actually, Team Octane in the 245. We have 3 cars on the same lap, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Right now working lap 109, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then we just saw a couple of the open throttle cars, the 65 car on pit road, which is Faux 30 for some service. And then on back to one of the sister cars, and then Warriors in Motion. And then let's check on our buddies in A-Class. So Cannonball Club Racing is up into the race lead, the 669 car, and running 5th in the race right now. Great run for these guys. Last lap at a 146.2 over Madwag Motorsports. Got about a 3-lap margin there. And then we have Brick City Racing. Talked about them a little bit. They're from Ocala, Florida. They're up to the 3rd position in the class. And then Mad Fast Autosport, Sam Collier, Randy Popes, all those guys. We'll have Sam on the broadcast a little later today, and he can give us some insight. And Start Racing, Mike Coleman and his team out of Florida in their 59 purple Mazda Miata, having a solid run. Again, happy big 8-0 to Mike. Awesome birthday to celebrate there, and glad to have him out here as he approaches that 100 Champ Car start. So let's check a little bit here on the B-Class side of things, as we're still on board with Williams Racing. So Parts Badger continues their run back to the front, back up into 7th in the overall, but they're leading B-Class by about a lap over On Second Thought Racing. They've had a strong run today. Lateral Grip in the 26 car, the Mazda Miata. It's another red Miata. That's a common theme, a Mazda Miata here in Champ Car. They're in 3rd in the B-Class. And then John Allen Special, that's the car Les is running in. Not having the day they've wanted. They're 25th in the overall, but 4th in B-Class. And then HPT Autosport, we just saw them on pit road. Scott Robotham and his team round out your top 5 in B-Class. Let's check down into the C-Class here. RVA Graphics runs 1-2 in your overall, and that's also your overall in the C-Class. Tater Racing in the 442 BMW has snuck up into the top 3 through some of the cycles of pit stop, but also just really good pace. Last lap for these guys was a 46.57. Best lap of the day is a 41.72, and they're only about 48 seconds back of the 411 car, so we'll have to keep an eye on that battle. And then Soggy Bottom Boys in 4th, Calvin Ball Motorsports in 5th, and 6th in the overall, but 5th in C-Class. So C-Class holds down 5 of your 6 top overall spots. And then let's check on D-Class. Again, big storyline of the day, Eddie Vedder, your national champion for 2025, and the leading winner for the Chevrolet OEM last year, unfortunately had a motor issue. They are out for the day. We had Dave Pesci up here earlier from the team. Dave said, they will get it rebuilt and be back stronger and better at Daytona. But right now, Team Shark out front, Team Infinity, Ed Stein and the boys, Lewis and all the rest of, and Jim and those guys, they're having a great run up there, battling hard. We're broken 60 seconds, separated by about a minute 32 seconds, and then Smoking Horse Racing 9 seconds back of those guys. But right now, 2 cars on the same lap in D class for that lead. And then let's check on F class. Denice Autosport, we just had Cal up here earlier. Right now, those guys are holding down a really big lead over the Trash Panda guys. So as long as everything continues on, they're doing a great job. And then Edmondson's down there as well. Looks like they might be having a little bit of a transponder issue on Edmondson. They keep bouncing out for some reason, so we'll have to get clarification to find out what's going on with 227 at Edmondson. But right now, the 671 continues to lead F class, 38th in the overall. They picked up a spot since we talked to Cal. As we're on board here with the Shark, not sure who's in the car right now. We'll have to find out from Ed. Just got an update from Roger Cohen for Birmingham. The Chris Preston is in the car right now, and he goes in at about 30 minutes. So Roger, good luck in your stint. Thanks for joining us again this weekend, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the paddock here as we see Team Infinity still working through turn 7. Watching the cars come down the hill here, I'm really glad to see the amount of respect that these guys are giving each other this weekend. I mean, usually sometimes when we come for this first race of the year, a lot of drivers are trying to prove themselves, and they're really trying to make a mark and set the tone for the season. It seems a little different this year. It just seems like a lot of teams are playing the long game. I really think the tire rule is playing an effect to that. I think teams are having to back themselves down a little bit. But we're still seeing some proven teams like RVA Graphics up at the front. And traditionally, these guys have been feast or famine. And I think the new tire rule might be working for them. It might have forced them to back their pace down because they seem to be consistently running well. Usually one of the cars breaks relatively early. And right now, they're both running really, really well. So I think it's been a big benefit. We see the Shark just slowly working through the S's here through 3 and 4, headed to turn 5. And that's an automatic transmission in that car, Paulie, if I believe, correct?
Yeah, it really is. And he's done such a great job of making that automatic competitive and hold up over all these years that they've been racing this thing. Remember, Ed did win the Daytona Champ Car race, that 14-hour race at Daytona coming up here in a couple of months. So it's pretty amazing what he's been able to do with that car. It's very competitive, very fast, durable race car. But even he admitted, we've been racing it for a lot of years. This is one of our original Champ Cars, and it's starting to show its age in racing. Of course, it was never meant to be raced. So yeah, it's pretty amazing.
But what we ask of these cars, they're not meant to do that. They're not purposely built to do what we want them to do and beg of them to do some days. But, I mean, these teams and just the engineering you talked about, Paulie, the engineering that these teams put into these cars speaks volumes to what they can get them to do on any given race weekend, and let alone get them to go down the highway or make it an hour. We're making them go 14 hours. It takes a lot of engineering and skill to do that, but it also takes a lot of driver skill to just have the discipline to continue to stay after it lap after lap after lap. So it really makes a difference. And actually, Jason just brought up something kind of cool. The age gap has continued to just go down, where we just continue to see younger drivers getting opportunities here in Champ Car. We have a young man this weekend. Mark is getting his first start. He's 14 years old. It's his first official race. He has a comp license in the SCCA, and traditionally there is a rule of thumb about ages, but There are circumstances to where it does happen. But you also have to prove yourself. There is quite a vetting process if you're in that scenario, and Mike Chiswick and all his staff look very closely at that. And there's a lot of people that really, you have to prove you can do this. And Mark is getting a great opportunity with the Trash Panda team this weekend. So good luck, Mark. We wish you the best in your first stint. Have fun out there and cherish it, take it all in, and you're never going to forget your first start in Champ Car. I remember mine at Charlotte Motor Speedway in July of 2016. I remember driving for Eric McClure and Hal Martin in their MR2 with some supportive help from Daryl and Caleb Holman, by some of my NASCAR connections. And it was just such a fun day. We didn't make the finish, but I got the opportunity to start the race, and it was so much fun to just get out there. And while it's overwhelming, it's something you never forget. I still can picture a lot of that first stint and running a lot of that Legends car course inside of Charlotte on the old Roval before they kind of revamped it a little bit. So, Mark, take it all in, buddy. You'll learn a lot. There's a lot of experience in this paddock that'll make your opportunity worthwhile.
In the pits with Les, and the less is more Cam. Les Epps bringing us the racing action from the pits this year for 2026. And all those great recap videos and hype videos he sends out over social media. Check out the Champ Car Garage and Instagram, I believe, Facebook. It's all over there. So make sure you check that out and support him in that.
Paulie, we were talking and we wanted to talk about some folks back in the pack a little bit. So 45th Parallel Racing, the 286, Mazda Miata. I haven't talked about those guys really much today. But right now, they're up 21 spots in the overall, 4 in the C class. You guys have done a phenomenal job of moving up and just continuing to gain ground. Not our biggest mover on the day, but one that we traditionally, as we get to the halfway and on in the race, we really see them work themselves up, and they just methodically do it. I also want to give a call to Skidmark Racing, the 2003 Nissan 350Z, the 44 car. We've seen them in some shots earlier in the broadcast. 35 spots on the day, up 16 spots in C class. Way to go, guys. Yoda Sport 3 in the 107 car, or in the 107 Porsche 944. Great job for those guys. 34 spots on the day, 15 in the C class. I want to give a shout out to the 715 Rockwell, 35 spots on the day, 10 spots in C class. So once again, Alex and Eric Rockwell, Doug Oakley, and crew throwing down the gauntlet on the C class side. All kinds of different professions you see here in Champ Car. Everything from NASCAR simulation and engineering to IT to bartenders to blue collar. I believe Ed is a mechanic. Ed Stein's a mechanic by trade. A lot of those just own, a lot of people own companies. There's just such a diverse lineup of people that run here in Champ Car. If you're a Turn-In Concepts fan, just got an update from Greg, one of the owners. He wanted to pass along to his fan base that Box 1 is having some mechanicals. They're working on it. Box 2 is plugging away, just chugging laps. So if you're a Turn-In Concepts fan, they're not out of the fight yet.
Are you going in right now?
That's good to hear. You want your competitors to be on the racetrack. You want to beat them on the track, not in the pits. That's part of the fun, is having them out there. You want to beat them fair and square, or just compete with them fair and square. On board with Williams Racing Group as they rocket down the backstretch here, and the sun has been out all morning long, and now heading into the afternoon hour here. We started the race at 8 a.m. We're going till 10 o'clock tonight. 14 hours of endurance road racing here at Road Atlanta. It's the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro here, and the season opener for 2026 for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. You are watching ChampCar.Live, our 10-year anniversary, starting 10th year. I guess it'd be 11th year in broadcasting the races. So if I get that right, maybe it's the 10th. I guess it's our 10th year. Yeah. So thank you everybody for your support over the years. It's been good. It's been good. Got a lot more coming. Williams Racing Group on board with them now as they head through the 2-3-4 complex down the hill to the world famous S's towards that turn 5. A stab of the brakes here to bleed off some speed, turn in, try to get near the curbing and not use too much of the curb on the right side as they then head down towards turn 6. You can see the track kind of goes up and then it drops down as he goes into the braking zone here for turn number 6. Then you go back uphill, brake for 7, turn in, and that all-important exit. You really want to get on the gas as soon as possible, hopefully mid-apex, to straighten out, get as much of a run on that backstretch as you can. It's so important because you're going to be out here for so long. You can really lose a lot of ground if you don't get a good exit out of 7. And it's sort of an unstraightaway. It's not really straight. It has some turns and more than one. And then it's braking downhill again into the braking zone for 10A. You can see where the track gets really black there from all the heavy braking that goes on with all the different racing series that come here. And it's just, it's countless. And all the greats have raced here as well.
Yeah, I mean, so much history and just so many different, series and divisions that run here, and what you learn here applies at so many other places too.
Yeah, we've had IMSA out here quite a bit, and I know that Kyle and I both like watching the IMSA races when they come out to Road Atlanta, and so it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Looks like Brew Crew bringing in one of their machines into the pits now.
Hey, Chris, in Chris Schultz 5553, you were asking about EC. We plug them up every once in a while, but I threw in a link for Race Monitor, and it's got just the EC. It's the one I'm using to call it here in the broadcast booth. Throw that up there. That should help. If it doesn't come up right, just take the rest of the URL outside of Race Monitor, and then go into Live, pick the race for EC. You can pull it up and follow along with what's going on. We'll try to update you where we can, and then keep following along with our broadcast, but that should give you the live timing and scoring. Not sure which team you're trying to follow, but if you're an EC fan, that should give you everything you need to know.
Yeah, if you just go to race-monitor.com, we've got 2 Champ Car events being scored there at the same time. One's all the class cars. You'll see it in there under the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro, and then the other one's just for EC. And so you could just select that one if you wanted to watch that.
And if you wanted to, just pull up the timing and scoring, yeah, we've got it up here and it's cycling. But if you wanted to even pull up Race Monitor, pull up another tab on your computer or a second screen, and you can pull up the class for this as well. So, there's different ways that you can do this and get the biggest bang for your buck out of it. So we see Brew Crew headed back out on the racetrack. Rockwell dispensing us some traffic back on board with Parts Badger. Up into 7th position right now. Looks like they are on the same lap as, let me scroll back up here. Yep, they are on the same lap as Calvin Ball, and they're only 20.195 seconds behind. So slowly working through the traffic. Parts Badger was exceptional through the traffic a little bit earlier, but I gotta wonder, as the age has gotten on these tires a little bit, do they have the grip that they had earlier? And maybe they're not able to capitalize as much now that some rubber's been laid down on the racetrack, and some of the other teams have been able to had to catch it hard there through 7. See the field coming down through turn 12. You can really see the cars leaning to the left, folks. I can't really put enough emphasis on this. You're turning hard coming down the hill. Paulie, got some cars coming into the pits here. The 75 most wanted. Looks like another BMW's coming in as well. I noticed the 75 slowed down really early. We see this every year at Road Atlanta. I think when people dive onto pit road, they think they have to be at like 35 or 20 right as they're coming down that hill. And while you don't want to go flying in there because you have to make an immediate 90-degree right-hander, you want to carry a little bit of speed down the hill and then get yourself slowed up and downshifted to then make the right-hander to come up the club pit road. We don't use the pro pit like you see when they do the Petit Le Mans here in October.
Right, here comes one of the Rockwell cars. It is a hard right, so you have to, if you did overcook it, you are going downhill. You could end up in the wall.
Oh, very quickly.
And always, of course, the pit road entrance is not going to be as clean as the racetrack. You don't know who's been dragging what into the pits.
And we've seen some cars have some issues today, and you never know what's there. So, I mean, sometimes it's better to be a little bit cautious, but you don't want to overslow either, because then you're losing unnecessary time. And as we know, these Champ Car races continue to get more competitive, and it's harder to play catch up a lot of times, especially if you don't always have outright pace.
Yep, OST here on board with them now is pit, as we have Les also down in the pits getting all the pit road action. And there's a typical pit stop. You see we got a fire bottle. Someone's holding a fire bottle at a distance as while someone else is fueling, while a driver's trying to get out of the car, it looks like. OST giving you all that telemetry here. You can see they got the grid work on the windshield there. That's anti-fogging. So just like your rear window defogger, they have kits you can install on your windshield to protect you from fogging up. And a lot of our cars, they don't have windows. We don't have defrosters, defoggers, or anything like that. So that's what a lot of teams will go to that. Not everybody. You might think, well, isn't that distracting? Doesn't that kind of bother you? But honestly, I've raced several cars that had those, and you just kind of block it out. Your mind just doesn't even see it anymore. Number 26 there in the pits getting fuel. And coming up to the bottom of the hour, we're going to go ahead and take another commercial break, pay some bills, and be back in a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. Plenty of racing action on tap, and we're going to bring you all the action here, folks. So stay with us, and we'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Sorry about the extended commercial run there, folks. I just wanted to break for some lunch, and we've got a guest up here with us. So, yeah, back to the racing action. We'll give you just an update on what's happening here at the moment. RV8 Graphics and Wraps leads 1-2. Then it's Tater Racing in third, followed by Soggy Bottom Boys. Calvin Ball is in fifth. Then it's Bulldog Racing, Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 12. On Second Thought in 8th, Tronzam in 9th, and Cannonball in 10th. We continue to see Parts Badger struggling to maintain themselves up in the top 10. The team that led the race early on has dropped to 14th now. We saw the Eddie Vedder team has left the race due to a failed engine rod let go. So they're out of the race early and done for the day. And we've already got another guest here with us.
We do. Mr. Sam Collier, welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Alabama and Central Alabama native.
Yeah.
We were talking about from the Montgomery area. You've been in racing a long, long time and have a cool relationship working with Randy Popst and others. So how's the race going so far this weekend?
So far, so good. I'm with a different team this weekend. Mike Manley and his son usually is here, Hunter Manley, who is really an excellent driver, and they invited me to come along. I've done some tuning for them on the car and swapped some parts, so Mike made me a deal I couldn't refuse. And always love the opportunity to come to Atlanta. This is, well, Barber's is, I guess, my home track. Uh-oh, okay. Got a yellow there.
Yeah, we're just going to caution here. What team are you racing with?
Mad Fast Motorsports. It's the number 200 A-class car. I think we're 24th overall, but I think. But,
5th in A-class right now. You guys are having a good run.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You're about 5.2 right before the yellow. You guys were within about 5 seconds of start racing. So giving Mike Coleman, those guys are a good run for the money.
Well, we'll give it a try. We're going to put the rocket in there here on the next pit stop, Mr. Popes.
Is he here today?
He is. Yeah,
okay.
You know, he's always walking around this place with a helmet in his hand, and hoping someone will hook him up. And
okay.
I mean, can you complain if you get an opportunity to put him in your car?
We're at a purple 35 now.
I mean, Randy's run here maybe once, twice, maybe got what? Maybe like 10, 15 laps around this place?
Just a couple of track records in different production cars, you know?
Yeah, little things like that. I mean, but it's got to be helpful to have Randy's input with that, with his experience, and it's got to pay dividends.
It's wonderful to talk to him and get the experience, and I wish I listened to it better. But old habits die hard. But no, he's really awesome to watch him do what he does. And if you get an opportunity to ride with him, that is really a joy, terrifying joy, but a joy nonetheless.
Yeah, he's definitely good at what he does. If you guys get a chance, check out Google Randy Popst.
Looks like we're off.
POBST, can't miss it. His experience. But let's talk about Sam Collier here for a second. So a lot of people we've seen you around the paddock have known you for a long time. What was your path to racing? How did you get here?
Gosh, so I'm 45. My father is a car guy. He was Porsche Club, had an old 79, 77 911 Targa that he did track days with, and then at some point in the mid 90s, early 90s, him and a buddy bought a RX-7 and did some first generation RX-7 SCCA improved touring. A lot of racing here. This was kind of our home track at the time. It was the closest one before Barber's was even built. And I turned 16, and I'd done some circle track go-kart stuff, and turned 16, and Dad was eager to put me in the car, and so got my SCCA. You have to have two driver schools or two racing schools. Went down to Daytona for the first one, and did it here at Road Atlanta for my second one, and raced SCCA for a while. Mostly sprints, but we had a couple of enduro races there and had a couple of wins. It was a lot of fun, and just did that for a long time, and then Dad moved to Swanee, Tennessee, and a bunch of my buddies local were into drag racing, so I built an import drag car, a 240SX with a 2JZ and a big 76 millimeter turbo and 1,000 horsepower, and did that for a while. Had a lot of fun with it, and then went to like a local car group with a bunch of college friends, and someone was like, "Oh, I want to do this jump car racing," and I was like, "Wait, let me come over here and sit with you guys. Let's see what we're talking about." And so we got together and built a Volvo 240 wagon, just the anti-race car, but and had done a couple of races with that car. Not really that many. We're all financially challenged, so to speak. So kind of have to pick and choose, but have had a lot of fun with it. And then I kind of got hooked up with Randy. He was, I guess in 2019, 2020, he was trying to get his YouTube channel going really strong, and I was watching some of the stuff, and I'd met him out here before, and we talked a little Volvo stuff, and I saw what he was trying to do, and I was like, hey, you know, you're going to have to put a standalone engine management on that car. The stock Volvo ECU is not going to cut it. And he knew what I was saying, but at the same time, he wasn't necessarily eager to spend the money on it. Kind of kept talking to him again, and I kind of convinced him. I'm like, let me put a little cheap Mega Squirt on it. I'll install it. I'll tune it. Let me come drive with you for a weekend. I thought, you know, if you don't ask, the answer's always no, right?
Right.
Well, he was like, heck yeah, let me bring it to you. And so brought me the car. And
the Flying Moose.
The Flying Moose, that's right. And got to start working on it, made a lot of changes. First race we went to at AMP, I think we finished 8th overall. It's an EC car. It's really hard to make that car class legal, you know. But
back to green.
But that was, yeah, there we go. But that was the best the car, I think, finished at that point. And, you know, we were on to something.
Nice.
Yeah. Did that finally convince him, this is where we need to go with it?
I think so. It was a combination of things, you know, your team, you know, obviously having someone that can drive helps.
Yeah.
But having someone that can do not just the drive, but, you know, help with the strategy and help work on the car and you know, maintaining it. So I kind of check all those boxes in a lot of ways. And so he's you know, we have a great relationship. I've got a shop at my house, and so
got one off here through the camera. Got one off there into 5. Looked like somebody might have overcooked the corner. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Sam. I think he's still rolling. Didn't look like he hit anything, but man, did he get wide through there. I'm not sure if he got pushed, hit fluid, or just overcooked the corner. And that corner's easy to overcook here. 5 is. Especially, yeah, there it is right there. One of the BMWs coming at us here. Let's see who that is. Everything seems to be okay. I think it's I'm not sure. But anyway, it looks like he's back into the fight. So, Sam, you were saying you got a really good relationship with Randy, and it seems like that's just grown. I know you guys have run the Moose quite a bit in other series, and you guys are all, regardless of that, you Randy, you're all still loyal to Champ Car. And then there's other people that you guys have picked up in that program, working with Jack, Goldie and whatnot. It just seems like you guys have a good mix there.
Oh yeah, Jack. Randy and him are just best friends from way back when. So and he's always been able to kind of help us out with some stuff. And then we got Laura Vernon. She's just an excellent driver and very good with, you know, race strategy, and so that's a lot of fun. And we make a pretty strong team. When the car, like I always kind of say, if the car doesn't break, we usually do pretty well.
Yeah.
But it's a Volvo, so it's not like a Miata or BMW where it's you know, there's so many off-the-shelf parts that just, you know, everything on the car we develop. It's not something that you know, there's not dozens of shops that make suspension and make brakes and performance parts. These are things that we just have to kind of figure out.
It's hard to find parts for that grocery getter.
Yeah. I mean, it's not an ideal car to race, but we're kind of weird. So, you know.
But it fits you guys. I mean, when you guys are out there, I remember I raced against you and Randy at a race at CMP in 2022. I was in Race Bar. A lot of people remember that car, the bar car.
I love those guys.
With Andy and Jeff Kaplan and those guys. And I remember racing for like 3 laps in a row. I don't know who was in the car. I don't know if it was you, Randy. I don't remember who it was. But, man, it was in the pouring rain, and it was a blast. And we were back and forth, and it was so much fun. And I'm like, I know that was the boost. I'm like, if I can just stay with it. But you wouldn't think that car corners so well, and it just does.
You know, it's a pretty basic suspension car. It's a solid axle rear end. So getting that to work for you is tricky. And, you know, that's kind of the deal Randy and I have. I always kind of joke, is like, you make it handle, I'll make the horsepower kind of a thing. So we're constantly sending the shocks off to get revalved and, you know, trying different spring rates. And he wants me to cut the strut towers off and move some stuff around, and we'll get around to it. It's just a work in progress, constantly developing the car.
So I don't want to hold you up too much because I know you need to get back down there with your team. So, Paulie, we got some oil coming from a car or something.
Yeah.
Blue smoke or not.
Yeah, and I would imagine, he's doing it on like pretty much every corner, so I would imagine.
Or I wonder if it's fuel.
Folks are looking at it.
Yeah.
No, we got a pretty good shot. It's definitely smoke. I wasn't sure. It's coming off of it's a white car, and I was trying to figure out what it was, and I was having a little trouble identifying it, but he's done it through several corners, so I'm sure that the corner workers are talking to race control.
All right. So, Sam, what's the plan for this year for you guys?
So, last year was pretty exhausting. We made a lot of changes to the car that were pretty time-consuming for myself because I'm pretty much the one that's doing most of the race prep and car development. And we did 4 races with the car last year. We had a great season. We finished second at CMP in the early race. We finished. Then we did not finish at VIR both days. Had some issues with some clogged injectors that really kind of ruined our day. And then, I feel like I'm forgetting something. I know we went to pit race and raced against the Salins team.
Okay.
And this was the last race at pit race. And they showed up and they've got the whole crew and everything. And I'm like, man, we ain't got nothing for these guys. And Saturday we finished third behind the 2 Salins cars, and we could keep up with them if we were really leaning on the car, but it was it's a long race, so we're trying to make it all live. And then Sunday, man, we just towards the end of the day, or about halfway through the day, one of the Salins cars had a failure. They dropped out, and then with 30 minutes left in the race, the first place Salins car, pulls in, and is it Will Nonamaker? Who's the guy that's the
Will and Wayne? Yep.
Yeah, and I talked to him a little bit, and really nice guy. And I saw him walking up with his helmet, and I was like, "What's going on with the car?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a wheel bearing." I said, "Y'all going to get it fixed?" And he was like, "Not today." And I'm not going to lie, I did my best to put a poker face on, but it was hard to not smile for just a minute. I don't wish anybody bad intent, but man, I was like, oh my gosh, we might actually do this. So that was really a highlight. And then we did Barbers in December. We finished second on Saturday. We had kind of an unusual fuel leak issue out of our fuel system vent that we've never had before, and we hadn't changed it recently, but it all of a sudden became a problem at Barbers, and we got a couple of black flags for that. And then Sunday, with that series we race with, they have a you can't go faster than time, and I guess it was just that old index racing, and it kind of caught us. We had a couple of black flags for exceeding that, which is unusual because normally we're not able to even get to that speed, but it caught us, and they penalized us for it enough that it wasn't worth continuing on towards the end of the day. I could hear the rear end was making some noise, and I'm like, let's just park it while it's still running. We were
taking any chances.
We were 25 minutes in penalty time down at that point. There was nothing bringing us back. So, but I'm working the car. Going to try and take the car to AMP in May, and then VIR in June, and then Barbers in December. We may do the CMP race in the fall, but
we got a car turned around. Oh, looks like he's got it going again there. Turn one, really dangerous spot.
341 car there. That's the HPT Auto Sport car. So, any Champ Car outside of Road Atlanta? Any Champ Car races with us this year?
Probably not in the Moose. I'm hoping. I'm real good friends also with the Birmingham team. Roger Cohn and Chris Preston and Casey Hooper. They have intent, or at least they sound like they have intent to go do COTA.
Okay.
And so I told Roger, I'm like, just tell me what we need to do. I got to go. I've never been, so it's a bucket list track. I want to get an opportunity
for
that.
That's what we keep hearing. Ever since that came out, it's just been absolutely, everybody wants to get to COTA.
What is the deal with that? Like, is it are they turning away?
I think what we've heard is they're going to turn it into like a membership thing. That's what, and then mind you, this is kind of what we've heard through the grapevine.
Yeah.
That it's going to be a membership thing. They're not really, outside of the pro stuff.
Yeah.
They're not really going to bring in outside racing series. So I think this is kind of the lone chance for everybody to get to go do it. So rightfully so. So I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's going to be a Hunger Games situation for people to get out there and to go do it.
Absolutely. Well, it's high on the list of one I'd like to go try at least once.
Absolutely. Well, Sam, we want to let you get back down there with your team. You guys are hanging on. Still running 23rd in the overall, 5th in class. So good luck and keep us posted, okay?
It's a long day. We got the hot rod in there going in the middle.
And tell Randy to keep it on track.
He'll do his best.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. And we're going to take another break and be back in just a few. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race. It's the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Road Atlanta. RVA Graphics and Wraps leads the race. Their sister car 47 seconds behind them in second place. And then it's Tater Racing behind them in third. Behind Tater, 18 seconds. It's the Soggy Bottom Boys. They enjoyed second place there for a short period of time. The Calvin Ball Motorsports team back about a lap in fifth. Behind them, a minute and 15 seconds, is Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 12. Then it's Bulldog Racing back about a lap, followed by Transam. On second thought, back 8 seconds from the Miata. Madwag back just 10 seconds from on second thought. And then Cannonball 1.3 seconds behind the Madwag car in 11th. And then it's the Running Bulls team just behind them. So still a lot of close racing up at the front of the field. And a lot of great racing yet to come today as we go 14 hours today. That's right. The clock is correct. You're seeing 8 hours and 53 minutes. That's right. There's another almost 9 hours of racing remaining in today's event. We are just getting started here, folks. Just getting started. So I hope you're all having a fantastic weekend. It's ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum, that's myself. Kyle Lockrose here. And Les Epps, your cameraman down in the pits, bringing you all the pit road action. And, yeah, interviews and all that fun stuff. So.
We got an interview with Trash Panda. First ever Trash Panda. Champ's first ever stint in Champ Car. He's taking off the helmet right now.
This has got to be cool for him.
It's his first time ever in Champ Car.
I can leave gloves on. Okay, this is Les. This is Mark. Oh, yeah. All right. Mark, how you doing? Doing good. So it's your first time ever in Champ Car? The people at home want to know, how much do you love Champ Car?
I love Champ Car. I love being on the track. Love being with the team.
Trash Panda.
Love everything.
Yeah? Heck yeah. So you're going to keep coming back to us again?
Definitely.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get some of my friends and introduce them to this.
Well, man, we would love to have anybody you bring out. So, you know, teamwork makes the dream work, you know? Your first time at Road Atlanta also?
Yeah.
How much do you love it?
I love it. I've always wanted to race at this track, and it is so much different than the video game.
I try and tell people the video games, the Sims, they don't do it justice. It's so much more elevation than you really think. Yeah. And there's really just like those moments you're like, oh, I think I'm going to peel myself. This is a lot of elevation, you know? Yeah. But heck yeah, man. Are you going back in today?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. You're going to do like a night stint? Night stint? Yeah.
Oh, he's doing a night stint first time out. That's crazy. Good for him.
Guys, back to you guys in the booth. We love Champ Car.
Great job, Les. Thanks a bunch for that, buddy.
Yeah.
And great job to Mark, man. Gonna do a night stint first time out at Road Atlanta.
Nice.
Kid's got some stones, man.
Well, you know, it's funny. Different people, it affects them different ways. Some are more comfortable at night, and some it's more frightening. You know, they're less comfortable out there, I should say. So,
hey, trial by fire.
We'll see what happens.
Good for him. Good luck, Mark, man. Everybody up here at ChampCar.Live, we wish you a good, fun, safe stint this evening. So, good run for those guys too, the Trash Pandas. 49th in the overall, second in F class right now. So far looking at a podium. So you guys are having a solid day. Just keep it up. We see the field coming through here. RVA Graphics and Wrap still hold down the first top 2 spots over Tater Racing, and they're separated by about 37 seconds from teammate to teammate, and then behind that about 38.5 seconds back to Tater, and then another 27 seconds back, there's about a lap advantage between the RVA teammates. But Paulie, I'm really impressed with the consistency of RVA today. They're really having a good run. I mean, I know it's only 5 hours in, it's still early, but I mean, these guys are really just doing such a great job, and it's still crazy to think we've got 3 cars in the top 5 that are still on the same lap, and Calvin Ball Motorsports is hanging right there with them, another lap back, and there's not a big separation, but we're seeing one of our familiar cars starting to creep up into the fight. Rockwell Autosport Development has worked themselves up into 6th position. They lead the day with positions gained, 51 spots in the overall, and 20 spots in class.
And speaking of Rockwell Autosport Development, they've been black flagged the 715 car for contact with the Denice Autosport machine. So they have received a 1-lap penalty as well as a black flag for forcing the 671, the Denice car, off of the racetrack, or off driver's right. So that's come their way, unfortunately.
So, Paulie, we have a very special and patriotic guest here that we want to bring into the booth. We've had him before, Mr. Carl Townsend with Warriors in Motion. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, sir. How you doing?
Doing great. Happy to be here and enjoying this beautiful weather as it gets warmer, running with ChampCar.
There you go, man. So you guys were originally you were telling me off camera as we were coming up the elevator, you were going to do this race, but then you weren't going to do it because you got something coming up in March that not a lot of guys do. So you want to fill me in a little bit?
Yes, it's called the Mint 400. It takes place in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's America's oldest off-road race. It's been going on for decades. I've been running it for 6 years as basically an arrive and drive program for a fundraiser for another organization where we take celebrities like Cain Velasquez, Chuck Liddell, all these UFC fighters, stuff like that. We strap them in the passenger seat, drive them through the desert, and make them scream. It was a great opportunity, amazing event.
Does Chuck Liddell actually scream like a girl when he goes through the desert in Mint 400?
According to my non-disclosure agreement that I signed, I have no idea.
Okay, fair enough. All right. I had to ask.
No, he was great. But, it was a great opportunity. And then about 2 years ago, we were basically doing it as an arrive and drive, which every time I explain it to folks, most people outside of this circle don't know what it is. But there was a guy running the program, providing the trucks, and he had some issues with some family medical issues, and he closed it down and actually moved out here. So we weren't able to do the opportunity again, and I thought it was an awesome program, something cool we can get into, and I miss doing it. So I started scouring Facebook Marketplace for side-by-sides to try to do one. We run 2018 Razor XP 1000s, and I found the guy selling off his company from all the equipment he had. So we pulled together all of my kids' college funds and bought the trucks, and then this is our second year running it under our own banner.
That's awesome. So that's got to be. Well, it looks like we got a car off, Paulie. I think it's the 83 car. I'll get back to you in 1 second there, Carl. He's waving off. That should be the Buzzin' Hornets car that's off to the left there, just driver's left in turn 7, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like you kind of parked it just over the curbing there, Kyle, and it's not a good spot to be, of course, so they'll need to get out there and pick him up right away.
Oh, got another one going off too, Paulie, look.
Oh, yeah, we have another one parked track right in the same area, same section of track, and we are purple 35 to get everybody slowed down.
Looks like the second car's going.
Oh, yeah, looks like he's got it remotivated, but unfortunately the Mini Cooper looks like it's just shut down cold.
So, Carl, apologize for that. I want to get back to you. So, it's got to be kind of cool to get to do that. I mean, you guys with your program, you do so many different forms of motorsports with the veterans.
Yes, kind of the focus, getting our start with the program, started out with just a single car and an idea. I got to give a huge plug to Mike Evok from Racing for Heroes. He's the first one we saw with the idea. They've since, mostly moved on to bigger and better things with a bunch of their other programs, medical programs they're doing for veterans. So, in our opinion, we kind of picked up the mantle, and we're like, man, this thing that they kind of started is amazing. Obviously, I have a special operations background, so that's what's more of my focus. As I enter the twilight of my career, start to see all the guys I've been deploying with for years and years, getting out of the military, and then kind of, doing 20 years as a MARSOC operator or a special forces guy, and then at the end of that, it's like, hey, now the most exciting thing you get to do each week is mow your grass. Got to see some of the struggles guys had, and that's what we offer here is that sense of camaraderie and brotherhood, and that safe source of adrenaline. So they're not, buying a Hellcat and cruising down Highway 1 at 140 miles an hour. They can come out here, hang out with Champ Car, and we can have a blast.
And with what you do, I know a lot of people know about some of the veterans programs, but a lot of people don't know about the programs that you guys offer and what services you have to help these men and women that are trying to transition back into civilian life. Can you elaborate a little bit and just give some insight on what you guys do and what you do to help these veterans outside of just the motorsports? Because I know there's a lot more that goes into it.
Absolutely. One of the bigger things, like I said, got our start. It's all on track. And kind of building off of that, the off-track part of the program has been almost as big, if not bigger, than the on-track experiences that the guys are getting. So, we do everything in-house. We build the cars, build the roll cages, build the engines. One of our guys, his 11-year-old son just painted our newest car, the purple Old Faithful that's running around. The guys hang out in the shop and, get to experience the kind of the locker room, team room talk, and that environment to be able to come out and talk about the issues that they're struggling with that you wouldn't kind of just go sitting at the VFW or the other opportunities that are available out there. And through that, we've been able to get guys and, kind of help identify guys, figure out what they have going on. And honestly, we've become kind of a transition program with other more medically based programs where we can kind of identify a guy and say, hey, we met this organization and hook them up to get mental health and the support that they deserve.
So really just provide them that support system that they need to make that transition, because it's got to be hard. I mean, you come from special ops and in the military. What is that like? I mean, not to go into too much detail, because I know sometimes it can be emotional for folks. What is that like, going from that background and then going into that civilian lifestyle? Like, what's the best thing, I guess, for those family members of military service members? What can they do to help them just to bridge that gap, I say?
The biggest thing I've seen is hard. It is a whole different lifestyle. There's a whole post-traumatic stress aspect to it. Guys that have seen more combat or folks that have seen less combat, there's that whole mentality gauges and stuff like that. But the hardest thing to get people to understand is it's a whole different lifestyle mentality. I mean, even just being in the regular Army, people don't understand waking up at 5 o'clock every morning to have 15 formations before you get to start standing around to do your job in between deployments, and then changing lifestyles around so much. The hardest part about coming off of that is once you hit that and put it away. And as we were starting this, it was one of my buddies, I'm not going to mention him by name, but he was a SR major in 3rd Special Forces Group who was retiring. And we all talk about it. I'm at 18 years. I got a couple more years till I retire. Everybody asks me, is like, hey, how long do you have left? Like it's a prison sentence. At the end of my 20 years, I'm done. And that's the mentality we get into talking about it. And he was working with us in the shop during his transition out period. We did his internship program. And he went in and was signing all his papers and, the bureaucracy of the military and all that stuff. And he's like, okay, this is it. This is my last day. I'm signing this paper tomorrow. I'm not going to get a call. There's not 14 other things I got to do. I'm done right today. And they're like, yep, just sign this. Here's your DD-214. You are done. Good to go. This is a guy, 28 years in service. And he came back and sat in the shop and he was telling me the story. And he was like, man, I went and sat in my car for 30 minutes. And he's like, it just dawned on me that entire life, everything that I had is now over. He's like, I've talked about it for years as being, the end, counting the minutes. And then, obviously he was a guy who was set up financially and stuff like that. He wasn't stressing on that. But he's like, my whole identity, my whole personality was based around this job and this lifestyle, and now I got to find who I am again and create a human being that I'm now going to transition into. And then sitting around realizing and talking with other folks that aren't going to understand the lingo you use and some of the stuff like that.
And, I mean, you guys have done a great job at that. I mean, we've seen you since you guys have come through the Champ Car Garage. How many veterans? I mean, you guys reach out to me every time we're coming to race. Hey, we've got such and such with us this weekend, or these guys are getting ready to, retire, or these guys just retired. And it's just, we've seen so many success stories that you guys have had. So the first thing we want to do is we want to thank you guys for what you guys do, you and Dan and Craig and everybody down there. And we appreciate it. And just thank you for your service. We're big supporters here in Champ Car of everybody in our armed forces. If somebody out there in the community, even on our Champ Car broadcast, if they know somebody who's getting ready to go through this or is having a hard time and they need some immediate help, how can they get a hold of you to get somebody in there to where we can continue to save these lives?
You go straight to our website or our social media. My direct phone number is actually listed on there. You can email us or text us or give us a call, and we'll get back with you and get them the help that they need.
What's your website? I want to throw it in the chat for everybody.
warriorsinmotion.org.
All right, awesome. So I just threw that in there, folks. So if you know somebody, you can get a hold of Carl Townsend. If you have a hard time with it and you need to reach out, if you don't mind, I've got your information. If you don't mind, we'll pass it along if somebody happens to reach out to us, if you're okay with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, okay. We want to continue to help. We want to make sure we get the transition and help these guys continue to be successful and just continue to have that purpose. So, Carl, we really appreciate it. Real quick before we let you go, how's the race going today? You guys are hanging around and having a good showing so far. You're bottom step of the EC podium so far with the 117.
Yeah, we're struggling there back and forth between second and third. The car's doing great, putting down awesome lap times, consistency. It's been staying out there. This is my actual first time ever running Road Atlanta. I did the start of the race, and the car just loves this track. I mean, this car in particular absolutely loves VIR. It sits home and it feels it when you drive it. We take it down to CMP and it's like, hey, this isn't my place. This is wrong. All these turns are in the wrong places. But we got lucky with it. All of our cars have names and personalities that they give. This is Splinter that we have running out there today, and then we have Old Faithful and Little Red sitting around for carcasses to get parts pulled off of if we need.
Nice. Well, Carl, we wish you guys the best of luck. Keep us posted. Keep texting us. Let us know how it's going for you. Again, thank you for the service. Thank you for all you guys do, from myself, Paulie, Les, and everybody with Champ Car. And when will we see you guys again?
We will be at Daytona. We'll have a strong presence at Daytona as the next race on our schedule.
Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you then, buddy. And thanks again for as always.
One quick plug before I leave. I got to say it, otherwise Dan's going to get mad at me. Hey, remember this? All this stuff happens. Everything what we do is, we're an all-volunteer organization. The funding that comes in is what buys the brakes, buys the tires. We tell all the guys, all the infrastructure, all that stuff, none of that comes out of the program. It's all, every dollar comes in. It's a brake pad, it's a tire, it's something. Nobody draws a paycheck. So we tell the guys, hey, if we got money, we go racing. If we don't got the money, we go racing on old tires and we get by. So yeah, definitely we appreciate any support we can get from the community, especially in the currency of E46s. We'll take as many as we can get. I think we're at like 18 right now. So if anybody's got old E46s, E46 parts, I know a lot of guys are upgrading chassis. Just give us a call. We've got a network of humans all around the world with trailers, all around the country with trailers ready to pick them up and haul your junk away. But yep, I appreciate you having me.
Anytime, man. We appreciate it. Well, good luck. Have fun. Tell Dan and all the guys we said hello and wave for us. And how's the swear jar doing this weekend? How's the count?
Yeah, we've been trying to keep it down. The cars don't break. We don't swear. That's the rule.
Okay,
and,
fair enough.
Dan is actually, I don't know if you've seen him out there with the majestic hair blowing in the wind. But
I did. He's kind of, I remember Dan when it was a little more clean cut when he was doing the instructor. Now he's kind of let the hair go. And,
He is doing everything in his power right now to defy that mean Marine mentality.
Fair enough.
But okay, thank you very much for having me.
All right, Carl. Talk to you soon, man.
Bye.
All right, guys. Carl Townsend, Warriors in Motion. If you're looking to donate to a great cause and help some folks, we threw it in the chat. warriorsinmotion.org. It's a great cause. They do a lot, and we appreciate having them in the paddock. So Less's Morecam is on pit road. We're under code 35, so that means it is once again feeding time at the zoo for the race cars. So everybody coming in, getting fuel, tire, service, and checking in here. So we're approaching 5.5 hours, which is hard to believe we're already at this point. We're still not even to the halfway point as we see Justin Edmondson and the F-Class car, the 227. We've seen them all day. Had a decent day for that car. I talked to Justin a little bit yesterday, and Justin was telling me that they are running a 3-car effort this year. They've acquired some extra equipment. So the 228, which is one of their A-Class cars, and then the 226 is their alternate A-Class cars. It looks like, Paulie, we're getting ready to, I hear them whining. We may be going back green here.
And just to get you folks up to speed, Flying Low Motorsports was also a car that was stranded over in turn number 8, shown stopped off track. They might have been the ones that were able to get going again, but they were listed as a car that was being picked up. There was also a penalty for car-to-car contact between I'll have to bring it back up here. I had it. Warriors in Motion and the Buzzin' Hornets guys. So there's just making a pass, but there was a one lap penalty assessed there. Not sure who was given the penalty or not. And then the Buzzin' Hornets was the one that it could be because that car broke at that point that the Warriors in Motion got penalized that lap for that. And then we had between Brew Crew Racing, there was another car-to-car contact between not Brew Crew, it was Birmingham Racing in the 855. Let's see if I get, and the 605 of Section 8. So, and that was deemed to be a racing incidente.
Yeah. Incidentism or whatever, incidente.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's the news that's fit to be print, as Doc would say.
Yeah.
There's your news. But so far, let's talk about the standings here a little bit and bring people up to speed.
All right, so RVA Graphics continues to lead by about 31.5 seconds. Almost 32 seconds over the sister entry, the 411. So both RVA cars, the BMWs, are having strong runs. And then about a lap behind them is Tater Racing. And Calvin Ball Motorsports has worked themselves up into the top 5, as well as Soggy Bottom Boys rounding out your top 5 in 5th. Rockwell Autosport in 6th. And Tronzam, which is the Hong North guys, they've rebranded themselves this year. So C-Class is being held down by the top 7 in the overall, and that's your top 7 in C-Class. On Second Thought Racing, your leading B-Class car is in 8th. Madwag Motorsports is on the same lap as, well, actually, they just moved up to 8th. They just passed On Second Thought Racing. So move those guys up to 8th. On Second Thought is now in 9th. And then only about 8.5 seconds behind, 8 seconds behind that is Cannonball Club. So, Paulie, we got a good battle here. We got 3 cars, bottom half of the top 10, separated within about 9 seconds. So, may want to keep an eye on that. And then Bulldog Racing, saw them up there a little bit earlier. They've cycled back a little bit, but still hanging out outside the top 10. Let's check on EC. Fawn Group continues to just absolutely run away with the EC division. They are now up by 9 laps over Yoda Sport 2. And then in third, the 245 Team Octane. Alon and his team from Canada. They are doing a good job. Then Warriors in Motion. We just talked to Carl Townsend from that program. They're in 4th, and then Goldie, the 69 car, Open Throttle Racing, rounds out your top 5. And then let's take a look at A-Class here a little more in depth. So Madwag leads Cannonball Club Racing, and then Brick City Racing, just got an update from those guys. Dave Martin is out, and Junior just got in the car. I believe that's who it is. We call him Junior. Okay, so they're texting me as we're getting that. So Dave Gooden is out, Dave 2, so Dave Martin is in. And then Mad Fast, we talked to Sam Collier a little bit ago. They're in 4th. And then My Race is Live, the car that Claire and Irwin up into the top 5. And they are only a lap back from those guys. And then Brick City and Mad Fast are on the same lap, separated by about 8 seconds. So we'll have to keep an eye on that battle. And let's take a look at B class a little bit more in depth. On Second Thought Racing continues to lead over Parts Badger by about 30 seconds. And then the John Allen Special, Les's guys, up into the top 3. So Les, you may still be up for a podium here on the B class side. They're on about a minute back of the car in front in the overall, but they're about 7 laps back of Parts Badger, but holding their own. And then Lateral Group Racing, we saw them in the pits before a commercial break not long ago in their Miata. They're up to 4th. And then HPT Autosport, good debut for those guys here in Champ Car. They're running in the top 5. And then we talked about C-Class pretty much. That's most of those guys, a good chunk of the top 10. And then to round out their top 10, Bulldog Racing, Running Bulls Racing, and then Turning Concepts in the 717. For D-Class, it's the Shark. Ed's guys lead D-Class up to 15th, hold a 3-lap lead over Broken 60 Seconds Racing. And then Smoking Horse Racing, the 564, is still hanging on out there, still turning laps. Eddie Vedder, the championship team, is out. Engine failure has ended their day. F-Class, D-Nice Autosport. So Cal's guys continue to add to that margin. Right now they're doing a great job and still plugging away. We're still having that timing and scoring issue, it seems like, with Edmondson. So it seems like there's an issue there where it doesn't score them. I think Edmondson is actually in 2nd in the F-Class. It looks like they're having some type of transponder issue. I'm not really sure. They're bouncing around. I'll have to get some clarification. But D-Nice Autosport still leads on the F-Class side.
All right, so with that, we'll take another break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live. Plenty of racing action and pit road happenings coming to you as we cover this 14-hour endurance race, the kickoff for the 2026 season for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. So stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. Paul Veltum along with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps with the Less Is More cam down in the pits, bringing us all pit road happenings and fresh interviews. And yeah, we're trying to bring a lot of personalities up into the booth for you to hear from, so you get a feel for all the different kinds of people that race in Champ Car and come out and enjoy this racing, and all the opportunities, of course, that are also here for folks that want to get involved in motorsports, not just as a driver, but maybe also professionally. Maybe it's volunteering, but certainly as a driver. You know, this is really the niche for Champ Car. It's a good starter series. It's an opportunity to get people off the couch and behind the wheel and go racing with us. There's a lot of opportunity there. You don't have to have piles of money. You don't even need a car. You can actually rent seat time from teams looking for drivers. So there's a lot of opportunity there. To find out more information, go to ChampCar.org, and we'll help you out from there. All right.
A lot of good teams you can.
Always busy. All the time. Yep.
Less down the pits. Of course, that sun's shining bright, and it's nice. It is nice. That's where I'm from right now. It's overcast and snowing, and, and this is great weather for us.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
So, yeah, 8 hours and 22 minutes unofficially remaining in the race today as Les takes us out to the front straightaway, where the cars are really gathering a lot of speed before they dive into turn one. And they've come down off that steep hill off of turn 11 and straightened out for the run down the front straightaway to start another lap here. This 2.5 mile plus road circuit in Brazelton, Georgia.
So I'm looking back in the order a little bit as we just saw Most Wanted going behind the wall. That's one of our EC entries. I was looking back in the pack a little bit, and there were some gaps there. Like, for example, Lateral Grip Racing is only 18 seconds behind Williams Racing Group, who we've had it on board with quite a bit. So there's a lot of battles going on outside of the top 10 that we'll try to keep an eye on, like Maniac Motorsports in the A-Class car, the 233. They're about a minute behind the 671, your leading F-Class car, Denice Motorsports, which is now up into the 36th position. So those guys just continue to climb up the leaderboard. And Yoda Sport 3, we've talked about a couple of the Yoda Sport guys, the Porsche 944, the 107. They're only 4 seconds back of HPT Autosport, and that's a battle for 33rd spot. So make sure you guys keep an eye on that and kind of see what's going on. Start Racing's having a pretty good day too as well. They were a little bit higher up in the A-Class running order before. Looks like they might have run into some trouble, but they're still having a decent day, about 2 laps back of Yoda Sport. So as we get into the latter part of the race, so we're going to start going into what I would consider the first transition in this race. And they were like real transitions. So we got up into this morning, it was cooler. It's now getting into one of the hotter parts of the day. So now we're going to start transitioning over the next couple hours. You'll be at your hottest point, and then it'll start slowly tapering off as the sun goes down. And then it's going to go back into what we saw this morning. So we've started to see some cars kind of come to the front just with a little bit of attrition. And as the race has gone on, the question will be, can some of these cars that maybe are having some issues right now or maybe not be at their best, will they come back alive later in the day? And how long will it take them to come back alive later in the day? Because you don't want to get yourself too far behind to where you have no chance to play catch up.
Yeah, by the time, like you said, once we get through the first 7 hours or so, when the teams continue rotating drivers, now you've got these guys, they've knocked off the ring rust. They're ready to go for the day. Maybe some of them had some time yesterday to practice. Usually it's that second day. That's the day when you really shine. You've really got a chance to lock in with the track. Maybe the first day, you're having a little trouble finding your points and you're a little nervous and you just can't really get everything to gel. And so this second round of driving for these guys that come in and run these second stints, they're going to be more comfortable, and I think we're going to see even cleaner, smoother driving out there.
And I think the hard part about these 14-hour races is traditionally we run the 7 and 7s or an 8 and 7. You're doing this all in one day. You're running 2 races in one.
Yeah.
And it's a lot. And especially if you have a driver lineup where it's only 3 drivers. Traditionally, I think more teams are going to 4 drivers now.
Yeah.
And so, sorry, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. I'm like a squirrel, so ignore me. But it's a lot. And then, so if you have 4 or 5 drivers, it helps your lineup a little bit. But the question I have, too, is how are these guys doing on tires? That's what I'm curious about, because I wonder if we're starting to see some of the teams that were a little more aggressive earlier, and as we've gotten into the hotter temperatures, I wonder if they've burned their stuff up a little bit, or maybe they didn't take enough air out of the tires to start the run. Maybe they're a little bit too bumped up with air pressure to where the car's not handling the way it was earlier.
Yeah, with the track being a little bit slicker, you tend to spin those rear tires a little bit and use up a little more tire. And that can build heat in the tire, of course. And then, well, it's not like you're only out there for half an hour. You're out there for about 2 hours. You can't really fix it, and it's only going to make things worse over time. So, yeah, it's definitely something to be concerned about as the race wears on, rather, because, for instance, Warriors in Motion, they said, we got to run what we brought. We can't necessarily just show up with, here's another fresh test tires. Let's put these tires on next. It doesn't really work that way.
And you got to have crew members and and co-drivers and crew chiefs and things like that to talk to your drivers on the radio. If you have two-way communication in your car, which most teams do, you've got to talk to them and say, hey, you look at the lap times, you're looking good. And then if you start to see them creeping up a little bit, all right, buddy, back it down, be smooth. And then you really want to talk to them when you're in traffic, because that's a lot of times when you can get that fixation. Like, here's a good example right here. So Ed's car, the Team Infinity, they're right behind Open Throttle. One of the EC cars just got by, right? So Ed's not necessarily, they're not chasing him down to pass him, but you also don't want to get target fixated on that car thinking, well, I can go get him back. Well, he caught you for a reason, and Ed's car is a D car, and the Open Throttle car is an EC car. You're not going to catch that car. You don't want to get target fixated, start trying to chase something down, thinking, well, I can go as fast as they can. Well, you, depending on what your combination is, you can't. So you want to run and be smart and run the car hard enough, but you don't want to overrun it to where you don't have anything later in the race. So it's a lot of these guys had been used to having such grippy tires for so many seasons. You got to wonder if they've burned up the grip and how they're going to navigate that. Maybe they have to do some unique things. Maybe they're figuring out these new tire combinations. Ed talked about how they're trying a new compound to Maxxis this weekend with the new tire rule that was instituted for this year. So I think it's really going to level the playing field. I think it's going to change the layout a little bit. I think there's going to be some teams we see up there that we don't traditionally see.
Yeah, I think you're right. In many ways, I think that when you're sitting back in the paddock or in the pit area and you're seeing a guy, he's doing some pretty good lap times out there. I don't really hear a lot of communication between the pit boss, the crew chief, the owner saying, hey, wait a minute, if you're going faster, what are you doing to the car to get that fast,
right.
And it's 2 hours later, it's too late. They've already roasted the tires, turning in those lap times. And I'm not sure how much discussion really goes in. With all the teams that you and I have raced with, how many times has the owner really sat down and said, okay, here's what we're going to do, and talk at length with like everything you just said for 10 minutes or so to really lay out the ground rules. This is what we want to do, and this is definitely what we don't want to do. It's usually very brief, just, we're going to try to take it easy on Saturday, we're going to push harder on Sunday. There's not a lot of any other talk about tire preservation, what to expect from the track as the day wears on, what's going to be like when it's hot out versus when it's cold. There's not a lot of that discussion going on until maybe it's too late.
And then you're having to do something, or you're scrambling to go find an old set of approved tires that you might have in the back of the trailer, and that might have a little bit of brake lock up there, it looked like.
Yeah, because everything looks okay as they're heading up the hill.
Good side-by-side battle there with Rockwell and one of the BMWs.
And we get...
But you've also got to think about it too, folks, with... the motor. We saw Eddie Vedder. We've seen some folks spitting oil. We've seen folks doing various things where they're having mechanical issues. You've also got to take into effect that you're not running 7 hours and parking it for the night. You're running 14 hours. I mean, these are going to be some of the longest races we'll do this year because, obviously we don't have the 24-hour VIR that we traditionally would have. You're running, this is going to be the real endurance test, because you're going to have to do this again. Yeah, G2, it's a double weekend. Dominion's a double weekend. But this is a warm-up for Daytona. And with the new car rule this year, if this is your new build, you want to make sure you've got everything, all your I's dotted and T's crossed before we get to Daytona in April, because that's a place, it's a bucket list race. Everybody wants to throw the gauntlet down there, but you gotta make sure, 14 hours straight, Tony, that's correct, 14 straight. But you want to make sure, sometimes maybe it's worth setting an RPM limit too, where you're not twisting the motor excessively, and then you also want to emphasize taking care of the transmission. It really, how many times have we seen it where if you take care of a car, 9 times out of 10, that's the car that gets to the end? Eddie Vedder broke at Daytona last year. We've seen Parts Badger break. Brew Crew's team always runs strong, but then they have some type of mechanical issue. We've seen Rockwell have it. RVA, they show tons of speed, but traditionally they'll have a break, and then they're done.
And it always surprises me when I race for a team how little information I get back. I have to ask. It's like, where do you shift at? What's the rev you want me to shift at? These are things that I should be getting told. It's like, listen, 55. Do not go over 5,500, Even though I know that motor will spin 65, it's fine all day. But, that's the kind of input I should be getting as a new incoming driver. Say, look, this is what I want you to do. Stay off the curbs. I don't care what's going on. Stay off the curbs. And this is where, that kind of feedback is what I should be getting, so that, I'm going to bring you back a car that's as good as it was when I left with it. So that way the rest of your customers, drivers, can drive and have a good time too.
But also, if you are an arrive and drive team, how are you going to sell the ride, let's say, and get new clients and drivers in there if the car's in the garage and you're not able to showcase what the car can do? So you're walking a vicious tightrope of trying to do it effectively and efficiently. And, there's a number of teams out here in this garage area and paddock that do that. And a lot of times there's drivers that know the teams that have really, really good stuff, like Open Throttle Racing, for example. We know their stuff is really, really good. RVA Graphics is really, really good. Edmondson's stuff is pretty solid. So, Brew Crew Racing's always had pretty good stuff there, and Turning Concepts, but sometimes they're feast or famine. They have bad luck. Teams go through a certain where you can't get rid of the black cloud either. But sometimes things can be self-inflicted, and you don't always want to do that. As we see Parts Badger here battling a little bit with Cone Crushers.
Yeah, Parts Badger, this was a team that started out leading the race earlier today, and we had some concerns that Kyle brought up about, we were at Road America last year, and they were doing really good, and they were really cranking out the lap times and hammering the corners and the curbs, and then the car broke. And they're down in 11th spot right now, so that the thoughts come up and just hope that they aren't overstressing the car. Maybe they have backed off, maybe they have eased off a little bit. Their last lap time was a 1:48. Their best lap time a 1:39, so that's a pretty huge difference in lap time there. Almost 10 seconds, the difference between those lap times. Best lap times that we're seeing so far, RVA Graphics and Laps, the leader with that 139.5, 141 for Tater behind them. And then they've split the two RVA cars. Has Tater with his back in third place now. And get this, the leader of the race has had 4 pit stops, whereas Tater and the sister car, the 311, have only had 3. So they're going to be due for pit stops soon. Soggy Bottoms has had 4 pit stops. They're in 4th place. They just turned in a 144, which is pretty stout. It's faster than the 2 cars that are ahead of them. They've got about a lap gap there. And a 146 for the Rockwell Autosport Development. Just where those Rockwell cars just look like are on rails out there. The fastest lap time for that number 12, a 140 today. A really stout lap time. You can see the cars have the ability, at least in the earlier part of the day, to turn those kinds of lap times. But as Kyle said, as the day is worn on, you get to around 2 o'clock, and that's usually when my wife goes outside to get into the pool, because 2 o'clock is kind of the sweet spot for the heat of the day. And so this is, it's probably not, I don't think it's surprising anybody. It's not surprising Kyle, at least, that these cars are slowing down a little bit as the temperatures have come in today.
Yeah, and then we'll go through that transition period where it starts going the other way. So, and at the hottest part of the day, depending on what your air pressures are, and that's something I think a lot of teams don't necessarily look at, where I've been with some teams before. It looks like Brew Crew's headed behind the wall.
Yeah, one of their cars is going behind the wall for sure.
I think a lot of teams have the tendency, they don't think about this, or maybe they do, and you've got to monitor your air pressures all day, and you got to make those adjustments. And I think there's some teams where they have looks like the Shark went a little wide there. Still running, but was just untraditionally offline for them. But I've noticed some teams where with the tire pressures, sometimes I feel like they forget to do it. Not that they neglect it, but I think they forget to check the pressures, and they forget to think about the ambient, where they're thinking, well, today's not going to be a hot day. Yeah, but the track temperature is also going to be a little warmer than the ambient necessarily. And then also as the ambient gets up, you're starting, as we got a little bit of a slower car coming through the S's there. Oh, and there's some traffic that's going to catch him in a bad spot.
Oh, no, he is really off the pace.
Is that Trash Pandas?
They are crawling right now.
Yeah, that is Trash Pandas.
He's actually pulled off.
Yep, he took the cutout for the short course.
Because that car is obviously wounded, which is good. That's really dangerous down there. To be going that slowly, it's a one-lane deal.
Yeah.
When you're sailing through there, there's just not much room to evade. So fortunately, I don't know if that was Trash Panda or not, but they pulled off. And we've got another special guest in the booth, and a familiar voice, that of Mr. Ray Frank, board member and tech guy extraordinaire.
Special guest or special ed guest?
Keep us safe. Keep us safe.
You do keep us safe.
Well,
watch out for the firewall.
Hold on.
Okay.
This is not safe.
No.
A lot of the things we do are not safe.
You keep us safer.
That's true.
Safer. We're going for safer all the time. I mean, let's be realistic. This is a dangerous sport, as many are. I've had 2 friends die bass fishing. Pick your poison. Slow pitch softball is about as dangerous you want to get. You want to get down to it. Horse riding, things we do for pleasure. Going to work every day,
Yeah.
We step out on a limb on a lot of things, but this series and racing in general, I've been involved in a lot of safety things, even at PRI, performance racing industry, and I've been in a lot of meetings. I don't know how I end up in the places I do with the people I end up with. It's just, I'm talking about Formula One, the head tech of Bonneville, the head tech. I mean, these guys, it's just incredible, the people I've met and the knowledge and stuff they have. And it's like I say, it's been phenomenal. I've had such a good time and learned so much, and I try to pass it on. And some people think I'm a grump, and why is he saying this, and why is he making me do that, and how come I can't hold my gas can, and how come I can't do this? But all in all, I've seen some stuff, and we all have, and we just want to be safe for us. Have a good time. There's nothing much better than a good lap or a good stint. Or when you win a trophy, or when you do this, this is such a hard sport. When you complete and you actually do well in it, I mean, it's just such a great feeling.
Yeah, it's rewarding. It's rewarding to take these things, get them to the end of a race. It's rewarding to get out of a car, hand it off to your teammate when you're running well in the car, and you felt like you got the most out of the car, but you also got the most out of yourself.
Yeah, which, like I say, you put so much into it. It's just so much effort to do it. We did not pick an easy sport to get into. Like I say, it's hard. It's just a team thing here in this series, and it's like I say, it's just nothing feels better. It's just a very good time, and being with the PRI thing and all these SFI meetings and everything I go to, motorsports has come a long, long way, in safety, because they've been keeping records worldwide for years, and fatalities and everything, not just drivers, but anybody at a racing event. And I think it was up in the hundreds at one time, worldwide. That's even them guys standing on the side of the road in Mexico, all that stuff. And I think last year when I went to PRI, I was in that meeting, and it was 8. So that's significant. And the major change was when the Hans came into play. The Hans, the safety walls that some tracks have, all the safety measures, everything, the belts, the harnesses, the way they're mounted, everything goes on. Everything plays into it. So tighten your bolts up, people, and let's come have some fun.
Absolutely. It's a great place to come, and no matter, like we talked about this before, whatever your intention is, if you want to come and you just want something to do, pound around on a weekend, come do it. If you want to come and you're trying to get to a higher level of motor racing or up the motorsports ladder, this is a great development tool for you. And it's also crew members too. It's a great way to develop crew guys. I mean, there's a lot of teams, Open Throttle, HPT, Autosport, Rockwell, the ladder of crew guys that come out of this series too and go on and get opportunities in IMSA and NASCAR and various forms. It really does. It really has a lot of value there, and I think sometimes it gets overlooked because they think, oh, well, the Chump days. Well, yes, the Chump is part of the heritage, and that's what made us got us where we are today. But we've evolved into Champ Car, and we're a much more nationally and even internationally recognized series, in my opinion.
Yep, that's right. Well, even back in the Chump Car days, my first stint, I get out the car at VIR on the 24, and I'm like, gosh, this is like the coolest thing. I'm a circle track guy. Mm-hmm. 4 corners ain't enough anymore, man. I just fell in love with it. And I'm coming around the back of my car, and I look, and Bobby Labonte is climbing out of the car that's behind me. And I'm like, whoa. Hi, whoa.
What are you doing here?
Let me just state a fact. A lot of the guys that are coming up now in NASCAR
ran here,
have come through here. Not to say they bound to learn something, but there's a couple of what they call phenoms that are in the Busch Series, and one of them is going into Cup for this year. That is put many a mile down on Champ Car races throughout the country. So
wouldn't happen to be a Connors.
Well, no, we're not naming names.
We're not naming names. Okay.
We don't want to do that.
Fair enough.
So, and I was telling, we got a couple of youngsters out here today that are. I'll tell you what, you gonna hear these guys. And I'm talking to them. I say, the thing is with this series, you don't know whether you're going in the corner beside Randy Post or somebody that's never been in that corner before. And you have to play the game a little different. Whoop.
Yeah. Nope. I heard, I was on the camera here, it was on Birmingham. They were coming through 6, and the car was real loaded up on the left rear, and it started skipping. So I apologize, I cut you off, Ray. I heard it skipping, and I'm like, oh boy, somebody's going for a ride. So back to what you were saying.
Well, don't apologize to me. Racing excitement takes precedent over me any day.
That was excitement, but I was worried somebody's going to have a Code Brown moment. So.
Yeah, well, it happens. And I'm going to tell you what, this is one of the most, back in the day we'd say big boy, but now it's big boy, girl, adult, big. This place, you
better bring your adult diaper.
Yes. This thing has got so many tricks and nuances. It is just so. And I have never won one. I've never won a Champ Car race, but. I have a 4th overall here, and I'm quite proud of it. I was in a D-class car, and we stopped 3 more times than anybody else, and that's 15 minutes, man. That horsepower has a penalty in this series, so that's just it. Horsepower doesn't gain you everything. You can be really fast, but you can't outrun that gas tank. It's a happy medium where it's very competitive through all the cars we have. There is no the Champ Car, although we do have the same combination up front right here, right now. I believe all 3 of those cars that are up front are the same exact combination. So, they do work good. And like I say, this street tire thing we're doing, we got this new tire rule we have now, so we're limiting it. We're trying to get on a harder tire that lasts longer to kind of save the affordability. We're trying to still save people $1. And we're seeing how it's doing. The cars still have good speed and control and everything. So hopefully it's all going to work out.
But we're seeing, I don't know if you're seeing it coming down, because I know you being on pit road, I don't know if you're seeing it coming down through the bridge, through 12, going into 1 up the hill. Are you noticing the cars are moving around a lot more than they were last year, and drivers are having to chase the cars? And I feel like they're getting harder to drive this year. So I feel like it's making these guys work for it a little harder, because you don't have the maximum grip to just kind of put it down there and just lean on it all the way through the corner.
Yeah, it's something that really makes me mad. We run on what's called a 200 tread wear tire. And it's not tread wear on all your tires. All your tires you buy on your street cars, everything have a tread wear rating. Well, guess what, folks? It's not to a standard. It's a suggestion. And these tire companies You know, the autocross crowd, they want a sticky tire that they can go out there. The rule is also want a 200 tread wear, and if they got a sticky tire and they go through them cones, you know, they win. So the tire companies are playing this game, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, we have one tire that has something written on it that will last you a month, and another tire with the exact same number on it won't last a couple hours.
Yeah.
You know, of course, one of them's a couple seconds or so more faster a lap, and it wears out. You know, we don't want that. We want tires that will, you can buy 4 tires and race a weekend on is our goal. So that's what we're after, and I appreciate y'all giving me a word. And yeah, I don't get to see anything of what's going on when I'm on pit road handling all the stuff we have to do down there.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know who was running where until I came up here and looked on the board.
Well, the boys in your backyard aren't doing too bad today. RVA holding down first and third right now, split between Tater. They've kind of come into the fight unexpectedly, but
they might be unexpected to you, but I know who those cats are. They're not flashy and they don't show a lot, but they've been with this series a long time. They used to be Junior Johnson Motorsports, and they won Watkins Glen with a Volkswagen back in the day. And he's quite. They run up front a lot.
They do.
And like I say, it ain't sneaky. I think they do.
But they sneak up the leaderboard. They don't just jump out. They just all of a sudden 5-6 hours in, there's that 442 BMW.
Yeah, it's just steady pace. And that's what this thing is. You know, you got one guy that's super fast, and you know that doesn't do it. You need a team. It's a team sport.
Well, thanks, Ray. Appreciate you. We got to take another commercial break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So stay with us, folks, as we continue endurance road racing here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's RVA, Graphics and Wraps leading over Tater Racing and their sister car. So much more yet to come. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Still under green here, with a whole lot of racing left. And we've said it every year, and we continue to say it. The complexion of the race can change in the last 15 minutes. So anything, absolutely anything can happen as we work our way down towards, where are we, near the halfway point now, folks? I mean, we got 7 hours and 49 minutes. We're getting closer. That's the countdown. We've had a couple red flags. Unfortunately, everything seemed to work out there. And some of the incidences we've had, one of them was off camera, but out in turn one. I guess they must have missed their brake point and just went sailing off into one and backed into the barrier over there. That was one of them. And Timothy saying, thank you, Ray, for all that you do for us. So Timothy Elliott saying, thank you, Ray, for all that you do for us. So there you go, buddy. He heard it. He's still behind me, Timothy, so I passed it along. Yeah, so he said, thank you. I hope I'm doing a good job, is what he said. So there you have it, folks.
So RVA is still out front. Paulie, I looked. We're talking about Tater. Ray was saying that, the former Junior Johnson racing guys experience. Well, here's proof to that. 32 spots in the overall on the day, 14 in class, and right now they're just a lap off the lead. So eventually these guys are going to win a race. I really do. I really think these guys are going to win a race. They came close last year. I remember there was a race last year that they were in the top 5 for. I'm trying to remember where we were at. And was it here? Okay. It was this race a year ago that we thought these guys were going to get a victory. And they just happened to had an issue that came down late in the day, and I mean they were poised to.
Yeah, I seem to remember that.
Yep, they were poised to potentially take it because I mean last year, yes, Eddie Vedder got the victory, but it wasn't the runaway victory that it was 2 years ago. Eddie Vedder had to come back from it to recover to win that race. So, and Tater put on a heck of a show. I think they were within a lap of Eddie Vedder and they broke.
Wasn't it like a wheel bearing or something?
Something crazy happened.
Kind of mechanical issue.
And the guys were just, I mean, they were distraught about it, and rightfully so. I mean, they put on such a good show, and I mean, we were entertained watching it on the broadcast, but it just shows, to Ray's point, the talent of the driver pool, but it also shows you that you don't have to fire off right out of the box with these things. Get a decent pace and then slowly build it up and get yourself to a point to where you can be successful.
I guess. Yeah, Les is going to be getting ready to help his team out, so I don't know if he's going to get back in the car. If he's still listening, he can signal me on that. We'd like to know that for sure.
I know he said he was debating on getting back. He had to talk to the guys to see, but it'd be cool to see him. It looks like
getting back in.
All right, so it looks like he's getting back in the car. So the Less's More Cam is on hold temporarily. He's getting suited up, and he's going to get to go play for another round today. As we're back on board with Michael Bowles as he comes down the hill, headed for the start-finish line. Last lap was a 48.45. Let's see what he turns here as he's getting ready to hit the start-finish line. 10th in the overall, 8th in C-Class right now. Good run for these guys today.
Well, now, this is a brand-new car. Remember, the car that they had been running for years and years in the series was written off at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And then they rebuilt the car, and I think they were trying to get it out for one of the last race or something like that, and were having trouble, and then so this is still a relatively fresh build. Looks like we caught it just at the end of their live stream.
Yeah.
Their live stream just went down, so I think they'll put another one up, and we'll be able to watch that. By the way, something happens every year. I will be publishing the part 2, which will be the finish of this race. I'm probably going to do that before I pack up and leave today, so that way, if anybody's watching the broadcast post live, just look for the part 2, and I'll be sure and get that published for you.
And make sure you guys go and check out the part 2. I know a lot of times the part 1 is that, but if you guys want to see the fantastic finish and really see in depth what happens during some of those nighttime hours, make sure you go on the Champ Car YouTube channel and check it out as we see the field snaking through turn 3 here, headed to turn 4. Just look at how loaded up these cars get as we see the nice Autosport Miata through there. It looks like one of the BMWs. He was able to get by him. That's a good passing opportunity through there. So if you can get a run, and you've got to just be in the perfect situation to do this. If you can get a good run, or if the guy in front of you slips, if you can get to his right side and you have enough car and enough driver talent to just hang on that outside, just like you saw there with that one BMW, I think that might have been RVA, you're going to have the line getting the right-hander the entry into the S's. But it's a tough balance. So you really, because you change directions 5 or 6 times in that area.
Yeah. It's this picture, you don't really see how tight that cuts back. You come in there at such an angle, then you're like, whoa, this really turns. And I've seen so many guys make that pass that you were talking about, Kyle, where they'll hang around the outside. So that way, when it comes to that right-hander, they're in the perfect spot to get that pass done.
And I feel like that's something where just that takes experience and some seat time and really knowing your car. Because sometimes being on that outside line there isn't ideal. And it's harder because where does the rubber's usually laid down in the groove, right? So if you happen to get out of that groove a little bit, it can get a little greasy. It can get a little bit slick. But if you can make it work, it can reward you.
Yeah, I think if you're going out there, you're probably the faster car. So you're just trying to use that outside line, and it's the perfect setup though to hold that competitor to the outside so you can get the earlier turn in and force them to follow you through the corner. So it's a nice clean pass. Really, it's a safe way to pass somebody. I think it's good.
It's also good defensively too. If you got a decent car that can hang out there, let's say they got a run on you. Let's say they're I mean, how many times do we see that where he'll get up beside you but he can't complete it, and you're at least trying to hold some position? Well, if you've got the line going into that right-hander to drop down the hill, which is what you're looking at, which is right there, the turn-in's right at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta billboard, to turn into there, if you can kind of hold on to that, it can kind of work both ways in your favor. I mean, obviously, they're probably eventually going to get by you, but if you want to kind of stand your ground a little bit, that's another way you can do it as well. But you also don't want to make contact. As we see the field snaking through here, we see the shark car, open throttle.
Oh, that car goes sideways?
Yeah, a little bit. The track is getting slick. I'm seeing, we got one off in the kitty litter here off to the left.
I mean, it turned around on him, and so he went around right there. We just happened to catch it here on ChampCar.Live. And see if we can go back and watch that in replay. It looked like it was just...
Yep, that's the 669 car.
It just went around on him right there. It looked like he was a little wide.
I wonder if he wheel hopped. That's a downshift corner.
It should have been just a brush of the brakes. He's downshifting, is he?
Well, I've seen some guys through certain combinations. Watch it again.
He
coming
looks
through.
Like he's already wide. He's way out there. Everybody else is down on the inside.
He used a little bit of curb there through the right kink before the left-hander for 5. But I'm wondering if maybe he downshifted to 4th gear. Because I know the Miatas, when they're coming down the hill, they'll tend to grab a high gear to get through the S's. Like Les said earlier on the broadcast, you want to grab a gear, get down through the S's to maximize that mile an hour. I wonder, I could be dead wrong, I wonder if he downshifted and he wheel hopped.
I think he's too wide, man. He's in trouble. He realizes he's in trouble. I mean, he's way out. He's nowhere near where he needs to be, and he pinches it. I mean, he's like getting around the middle of the track. There's no way that's going to work.
And that was your A-class leader, folks, Cannonball Club Racing.
Oh, no.
That was your 6th place car that had that happen. Wow. And you're in the kitty litter, and unfortunately, you can hear him. You could hear him a little bit ago on the camera. You could hear him trying to put it in gear and rock it out of there, but unfortunately, unless you're right at the edge, if you're in there like that, yeah, you're going to have to get a tow. That's going to cost you some time. Man. And they had a healthy lead up there, too.
Yeah,
they had a 2-lap lead on Madwag.
About the only good thing is they got those access roads there, so there might be an emergency vehicle there. Are they hooking him up? Maybe that's what they hooked him up. While he's in the gravel, they hooked him up to tug him out onto one of those roads. Yeah. So there's an access road there, folks, that goes up to the inner part of the track. So if they can just tug him out of the gravel up onto that, then he should be able to get going again. I'm hoping he didn't damage anything. He probably just slid off into the gravel there. But one of the things that Kyle, you and I have noticed is that gravel's not a friendly place to be. There is some really... we got a car sideways at the top of 11.
One of the open throttle cars.
Really dangerous situation there. He could get punched.
Got another one going. Oh, nice.
Everybody's trying to keep from smacking him because he is in a really bad spot.
And driver's door facing oncoming traffic is not a good situation, folks.
Oh, he gets it going.
Nice
Get
job.
out of the way, and takes it into the pits and... might want to rethink his life choices. I mean, that was really awful.
That was one of Mike's cars. We'll have to see if we can get a story of what's going on there, but that was crazy.
All right. So, and down there, it looks like they might have got him pulled out of there and got him on his way. But as we were just talking before we went to that, there's some gigantic chunks of rock in these gravel areas, so it's really bad. You don't want to just sail off and think, I'll just shake off the pebbles and be okay. Not necessarily. You could end your day down in there.
And then, like with some of the fine gravel, you really got to be careful that it doesn't get, like if you are in there trying to spin the tires real hard, especially in a rear-wheel drive Miata, you don't want to be in there. You get trying to rock it because it's that helpless feeling, but you don't want to keep spinning the tires because a lot of people don't run any kind of chicken wire or anything up underneath the car that prevents that gravel from getting up underneath like transmission, drivetrain, and up into suspension components. So you really have to like Paulie said, to his point, it was spot on. You really have to be careful.
Well, there's a lot of guys, too, that don't run a timing cover anymore. So the gear, all the gear mechanism for the camshaft and all that stuff is exposed.
Yeah.
And gravel would just love to get in there and have a field day.
And speaking of somebody who knows a little bit about Miatas, Mr. Dave Elkin from Williams Racing, welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for having me.
So you kind of came at the perfect time. It kind of worked out. So in that situation that we were just talking about where the 669 with Cannonball had that spin, he got a little, you notice we were looking at it, he got a little bit of curb there. When you're in a short wheelbase car like that, how do you navigate situations like that to where you don't end up in the ground?
Well, it looked like he did something very similar to that I was in a bad habit of doing yesterday that we debriefed on at dinner last night. It looked like he pinched the corner, and turn 5 is just tricky. It's tricky for my eye. I was having a tendency yesterday to straight line it from the last right S into turn 5, and so I was pinching it completely, and instead of following it around. And today, I had much more confidence through there. But what happens is you get behind coming through the S's, and to maintain speed. And if I didn't see the whole sequence, but if he was being passed or had his eyes in his mirror or something, it's easy to get off, and he may have just been late to the break.
Well, we did see earlier, I know we were on board with you guys at one point too, and we noticed how smooth you were, but when we first got on board with you, and I don't know if you were in the car, it might have been you, but one of your teammates, laid out braking maneuver there. But what we noticed through that S-bend was he came down there and he missed the first, got in there a little wide, and it completely threw the line off. And then you could see the driver, when he got out of that section on the straightaway, he kind of just like hit himself in the head a little bit. That was
me.
Was that you?
That was me.
Okay, so
I had a car in my mirror. I had a BMW coming up behind me at 3, and I wasn't sure if he was going to take it from me at turn 4. So he backed out, and by the time he backed out, I was way late in,
okay.
And boy, all you can do is lift to keep from going off the track there, because that second S comes up pretty quick.
I mean, you did a masterful job at doing it. I mean, but you could see the frustration in your head going, I screwed my lineup right there. Like, I was off. You could tell you were frustrated because you knew you didn't get the run out of 5 that you wanted. But then we were on board with you the next few laps, and I mean, you nailed it.
Thanks.
I mean, with that. But in that point there where he had also looked like he got a little more curb on that last one where he tried to cut it more to the right to then turn left. It looked like he got a bit of curve there.
Yeah, and you're going to spin it because you're going to come back. Now you're offline, and you're going to crank the wheel too much, and it's going to step out on you. I mean, it's a blind turn in, boom, and then you can crank the wheel harder than you think in a Miata there, and then here you need to drive right. He pinched it there. That's our teammate. Yeah, you see how he kind of came away a little too early.
Yep.
That was it's a hard thing to break because your eyes you're kind of driving away from where your eyes are looking.
With the short wheelbase, because I've driven the Miatas, not in a little while, but I've driven it. Is it hard to force yourself because you think you can turn a little quicker with the short because it's lighter and you can toss the car more? Is it harder to get yourself to kind of treat it like you have to almost kind of be like a big boy car, the bigger cars where you have to turn it a little more and then pull the car to not mess yourself up? Is it just one of those where you're worried about changing the direction real quick to then have what happened to the 669?
That's right. Yeah, especially something there, and you don't want to. I mean, I was holding 4th through there. We had one of our teammates spin yesterday in that exact same spot, and he went to 3rd. I think, and he braked real late.
Are you shifting there? And the only reason I'm asking this is because it looked like, and Paulie was right, he probably just lost it the way it was, but I was wondering, because I've seen so many onboards of drivers grabbing a gear to downshift to get a little oomph out of that corner. Do you guys downshift to get through there, or are you just kind of little brake and digging?
No, I'm grabbing 5th here going into 1.
Okay.
5th to 4th. kind of carry my speed through, get on throttle as soon as possible, and then I actually try about right here. I try to look at the white line and I hug it, and then some of the guys shift here. I don't. I hold fourth.
Just use a little bit of curve.
It just isn't worth the 2 shifts.
Yeah, because then it's less wear and tear on the transmission.
Yeah, it's just not worth it.
So walk me through here.
Okay, so I'm fourth gear, and I'm going to hold fourth all the way through. Brake, turn in. That looked really good there. And then try to get, if you do it really well, you can get on the gas right about the apex.
So assuming going to third gear, you'd be out of gear by the time you hit the curb, essentially.
Yeah, and I think you'd wheel lock. I think you'd lock the rears too.
Gotcha.
I think the car would probably spin on you. I mean, it's just so much going on there. It's one of the most challenging turns for me personally at any track I've done.
So, I mean, you guys are having a really good day so far. You've been strong, but you guys have done this. I mean, you won your class at the 24 hours of VIR last year. I mean, your program just continues to grow. What are you guys doing to where we just continue to see Williams Racing moved up toward the top?
Well, I appreciate that. I think it's been a labor of love by the 3 owners. John Holds started the day. He's one of the team owners, and then Jeremy went in the car just before this, and then Dave Williams is kind of our commander-in-chief, if you will. He just keeps everything together, and they're just extremely dedicated. The cars are always going on the dyno. They take care of them. We work on the cars every Saturday morning, not every Saturday morning, but we all go there Saturday morning. It's a close-knit group of drivers. They have very few rental seats, if ever. And I think the cars just, there's 2 cars, but we seem to be running the 288, which is the older car, believe it or not, more. And it's just so well balanced. I feel that we maybe are lacking some horsepower to some of the faster cars, especially when you get out there with some of the VTEC cars not VTEC, some of the Hondas that are in the category, and then we all get on the simulator together. Some of the guys have been, I found how beneficial simulator time is, and really starting early last year, we made sure that if you're going to run, you need to get comfortable on the simulator, and at least try to get for me a simulator can at least get me through the S's and through turn 11. If I can't do anything on the simulator, at least show me that I can go flat or almost flat through the S's, and the same thing here. And if you can get that out of the way, now you can spend the day of practice not having to build up to that point, and I think that's been massive. So all of our guys are just coming out of the gate running much stronger and consistent laps, and our fuel mileage has been great too. I think it's going to pay off today.
When you say you're running the simulator, you're running your own software? Are you talking about?
No, just iRacing. We just set up a virtual room in iRacing.
Gotcha, yeah.
And it works out great.
And we're seeing more and more of that across the series. I mean, I know I did a lot with Rad Air Racing, coaching some stuff. I've worked with Tim Averill with Embracing AI with Open Throttle, and worked with a bunch of guys, just getting them acclimated. We'll get in there, and it doesn't have to be anything official. Just you pound around, you run through some scenarios, and just get guys that visual reference to when you come here, you don't feel like you're out on Gilligan's Island, essentially.
Well, and this is like almost every turn in here is blind. Right?
Yeah,
it's and so to have the sim time to be able to at least trust that, hey, I'm turning right before I can see what I'm turning right to or left is just massive. So,
well, Dave, we don't want to hold you up too long. Real quick, you guys are running in 7th right now in class. Looks like you're having a great run. What is your where are you guys doing for 2026? And if somebody is interested in a rental ride, how can they find out about your program, or even if they want to partner with you?
Oh, sure. Well, we have I'll do a quick shout out for John Holds' company.
I was like, get all the partners.
Oh, right. Ophthalmic, plastic, and cosmetic surgery. That's the primary sponsor of the car.
Okay.
And then I personally have a couple of great partners that have supported me through my short career, but it's been so meaningful doing this. We have Farmers and Merchants National Bank out of O'Fallon, Illinois, Generator Express out of Madison, Illinois, and my good buddies over at 1031 Consulting and Services Group. And if someone wants to look into getting a ride with us, we really don't offer too many seats, but you can hit me up at David Elkin, ELKAN, on Facebook, and just send me a PM. And 2026, we're looking to do Road Atlanta here, and then we're looking at going pretty much back of the year heavy. So we'll do Sebring, Ozarks, and Circuit of the Americas.
Awesome.
And then we're going to try to add one there in the middle.
Cool.
So.
Well, Dave, we appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much for taking the time. Good luck. And you guys are based out of Illinois, right?
Illinois, St. Louis
Okay.
Metro.
All right. So the Lou. All right.
Yeah,
so
and you guys do a fantastic job.
Thank you so much.
My family was here today, and it was just an awesome experience for them, and they listen to you guys every time we race.
Well, we appreciate it. Go tell them thank you, and good luck the rest of the day.
Will do. Thanks, guys.
All right, so with that, we'll take another commercial break and be back in just a few, so stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, TireRack.com, Champ Car Endurance Series season opener at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. The Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro continues. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Okay, welcome everybody back to ChampCar.Live and Road Atlanta this weekend. And we'll just give you, we're going to bring you up to speed here on how things are developing in the race. We've got RVA Graphics and Wraps leading the way with the 411 car. The 311 car has actually dropped back into fourth place now. They haven't had more pit stops than anybody else. They're just dropping back. Soggy Bottom boys and the Tater Racing guys have moved in, covering third and second place, respectively. Then it's Rockwell Autosport Development, Calvin Ball Motorsports, Bulldog Racing, Running Bulls, On Second Thought, and Parts Badger. That is your top 10.
Paulie, I was looking at something. You were talking about the falling down. I'm looking at the last lap times. 139.6 for RVA, the 411. 140.77 for Tater, 43.52. And then for the 311 car, 149. So pretty substantial, almost 6 second difference, 6 to 7 second difference in time. That might be part of what's going on. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. You got to wonder, like last lap, they just ran a 150.6. Got to wonder if they're having a problem where maybe there's something going on that we're just not privy to at this point. We'll have to keep an eye on that as the day goes on. But again, we're approaching the halfway point of this race, 7 hours. You got to wonder if maybe they're starting to have a mechanical issue. Maybe those tires are maybe they burned them up a little too quick in this race. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Rockwell's right there. They're putting the pressure on these guys, aren't they? Look at it. They just turned a 143. Their fastest lap time's a 140. If they can keep these lap times trimmed down like that, they're going to be a real threat as this race develops with that number 12 car. 26-second separation between Rockwell and RVA at about a 7 to 8 second difference there. I would say probably in about 3 laps you're going to see Rockwell dispense of the 311. Well, and the other thing to notice, look at Rockwell's, look at Soggy Bottom's times as well. They just turned a 143. Their fastest lap times is a 141. Yeah. So this is another team that's demonstrating they can hang within 2 seconds of their fastest lap time. Even at this late stage in the race, they are really putting on a clinic, and that's the kind of thing that's going to make it really hard for some of these other teams to hang up at the front when they're dropping. Look at this, 7 seconds for the leader. You know, these kinds of things they're going to get eaten up quickly if they can't maintain what they're able to do at the beginning of the race. And that consistency has shown itself here before. We saw that with Birmingham Racing a couple of years ago. how they managed to run mid-pack lap times, but they just kept hitting those same lap times. They stayed consistent. They stayed out of the pits, and they ended up finishing in 3rd place.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look real quick, Paulie. Let's give a weather update. It's 56 degrees right now. Feels like 56, so, I mean, we're not having to worry about it. There's not really a ton of wind out there today. There's a little bit, about 3 miles an hour northeast. It's supposed to get down. The low for tonight is supposed to be 28 degrees. So let me look at the hourly so we can get an idea of what our temperatures are going to look like as we get into the evening hours. So right now we're about between 54 and 56 degrees. And the wind's actually at 13 miles an hour, so I misread that. But the wind is supposed to decrease into the evening. By the time headlights are supposed to be on, which I think is, what, 5 o'clock, Paulie, tonight?
That sounds right. That's usually when they call for it. I wasn't in the driver's meeting.
We're going to have a 3-degree temperature drop. So we're at the hottest point of the day. I wonder if these guys have just hit the limit with the tires, pending whatever pressures they're running at, and that's part of their problem. And maybe they're going to have to wait until the ambient and the track cools off to where they can actually do anything.
We can hear Late to Apex talking to their crew here over their radio. It looks like there's some debris on the racetrack in turn 9, track right. So that's something to be aware of. And there's a car that's off. This is cresting the hill over here at 5, but they managed to keep it going. So although they were off, they managed to get going again. Oh, now they're just kind of crawling off to the right-hand side there. It looks like they've got it. Looks like they're pretty much up to speed. They're going to push it into the corner here, but yeah, they are getting passed by some of their competitors there. Carried it around the corner. Just kind of staying to the inside there.
So, ironically, the car that they're talking about, that's the Suns Out, Guns Out EC car, the 207. Ironically, they're here in the booth with us because we're getting ready to have Matt Curry Jr. From Craftsman Auto Care on with us very shortly. And I was communicating with Tommy's dad, Andrew, saying, hey, by the way, you might want to call down to your guys. It's off pace out of 5. So that's what that was. But real quick, the ambient by 6 o'clock, right about the time, it should be about dark by then, 47 degrees. So we're going to see a 7-degree swing in the next 3 hours, and then over the course of the remaining 4 hours we're going to see about a 9-degree swing from there. So you're going to see almost a 20-degree swing from now to the end of this race. That's going to change the complexion of this race. You may see some teams that might ramp up as it gets a little bit cooler. We'll have to keep an eye on that, Paulie.
Yeah, it's weird they got debris over in 9 because that's like, what's 9? I mean, that's kind of somewhere on the back stretch somewhere. So it's kind of an odd call. I'm not sure how that happened unless, someone just got a little distracted, maybe went off the track, didn't make the corner they were supposed to make, because it's sort of an unstraightaway, isn't it? It does this and then it does that. And so maybe they kicked something up on the racetrack, or something just fell off the racetrack, right?
Well, you're twisting it pretty hard back there, so you got to wonder if maybe something flapping in the breeze might have come off, maybe some sheet metal or something like that. We have seen, was that Trash Pandas that Parts Badger just went by, it looked like?
Oh.
It was a gigantic closing rate.
Yeah, we can take a look at that part of the racetrack again and just see if we see anything down there. I don't see anything right there.
I wonder if it's tucked up in the corner a little bit. 10 and 10A look pretty clear. Not seeing any issues there as we see one of the BMWs rolling through.
Yeah, we got that fence. It's getting blown about by the wind over there. I actually got lost over there this morning trying to. It's pitch black. I mean,
is it country dark?
Hardly anything back there. There's a little bit. You could see the bridge and stuff, but I was over in the wrong stands. There's a lot of stands over there where people can
Was it country dark?
No, I don't think it was that dark.
It wasn't country dark?
Country dark is where you can't see anything.
Yeah, but you got lost, so you could say it. You could blame it on country dark.
Okay. That's not
I'm trying to save you, buddy.
There's not. That ship has sailed. That's not going to happen. But Parts Badger.
I threw you a lifeline there, bud. I threw you. Come on.
It's okay. I don't need your charity. But I appreciate the effort.
You're welcome. As we're back on board with HPT Autosport, these guys are still having a pretty good day here. Let me take a look and see where they're running. The B-Class car. Those guys are 5th in the B-Class right now, 38th in the overall. Having a solid day as we see Birmingham coming back into the fight here. But we have one more guest in the booth with us, Mr. Matt Curry Jr. from Craftsman Auto Care. Sir, how you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Oh, it's good. Always a good day to be at a racetrack. How you enjoying Road Atlanta so far?
It's an awesome track. It's a cool day today, so it's been pretty fun enjoying the turns and the elevation changes. First time that I've been on this track, so it's been fun getting used to it. A lot of blind turns, a lot of cars out there, so it's been fun.
So first time here?
Yeah, first time.
How was it going down? How was it going down coming to 12 there your first time when you couldn't see anything? Coming under the bridge and coming to 12?
Definitely takes like a little bit of getting used to. I don't think I got a hang of it until halfway through my stint today, but it's blind, man. It's fun, but it's blind.
That's one of the places that just always gets people here. So, Matt, what's your background? I know you guys have a team in this race with the 207, the EC entry. So what's your background and how did you get into racing and how did you get where you're at now?
Yeah, so I'm in 207. It's the orange car with SOGO or Sogo Racing. Our main sponsor is Craftsman Auto Care. It's run by my father, Matt Curry Sr., Matt Curry Jr., obviously. But we got 8 locations all in Northern Virginia area. Yeah, we started out probably about 5 years ago doing different leagues, AER, and over the course of the last 5 years or so, we've built the team. Tommy Gunn owns the race team, and we work with his father, Andrew Gunn, who's the race chief.
So you guys started out, and you're all over Northern Virginia. You said like Chantilly. You have a bunch of locations in the areas surrounding the Washington, D.C. suburbs, Alexandria, Ashburn, Fairfax. And how did that get started? It's a family business, right?
Yep, exactly. My father started it in 2018. Prior to that, he had another chain of auto repair shops called Curry's Auto Service, but moved on from that. Now we're Craftsman Auto Care. We got 8 locations in Northern Virginia. We got some of the best mechanics on the Eastern Seaboard, so we work on quite literally everything.
ASE certified?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, all right.
European vehicles, Asian vehicles, domestic cars. So we cover it all, and we back everything with one of the best warranties in the business. So if you're in Northern Virginia, we got you covered. Need your car fixed, maintained, we're here for you. We also do a lot of work with BMW Car Club of America, Audi Club, Porsche Club. So we try to support motorsports any way we can by doing it ourselves and just being out there and racing with other people.
You have any thoughts of opening up in Fort Wayne, Indiana?
I don't know about that. We're definitely expanding. I don't know. That's a long commute from Northern Virginia.
You got to get through Ohio. You got to get all the way to Indiana. Okay.
I think what he's saying is if you come to Fort Wayne, you're going to have customers.
Some place I can send everybody.
Because that's Paulie's hometown.
It's rough. It's rough.
Hey, give us like 20 years. Maybe we'll make it out that way.
There you go.
So how's your weekend going so far? I mean, you guys are having a solid run here in the EC. You guys have kind of been up and down the leaderboard a little bit, but still hanging on there in 8th place. I mean, you guys always bring a strong effort.
Yeah, I mean, we got a really good driver. You got Tommy racing, myself. We got Jeff Bennett racing. We got Hey Bear racing. So we got a lot of really good drivers with us. We've had a little bit of mechanical hiccups here and there. We had a coolant hose pop off. Luckily, we caught it early, so we're still in the race. Didn't really have too much of overheating issues, so fixed the radiator hose. Now it seems like the transmission's acting funky. Not really sure what that is, but maybe a motor mount or a trans mount going, something like that. But we're fighting through it. We're going to be out there for the entire 14 hours, and we'll get it done.
All right. So what's the plan for you guys this year? I know I had talked to Andrew and Tommy about it a little bit, and they kind of were like, well, we had a few plans. So definitively, do you guys know what after Road Atlanta, what's the game plan going forward?
I think we're doing a lot of the Champ Car races this year. I mean, most all of them. I won't be able to make every single one of them, but a good amount of them. So we're just trying to race as much as we can.
Okay. So, and then you're excited because your home track is very new on the schedule. So, are you guys looking forward to getting to Dominion?
Yeah, big time. That's another new track for me. I mean, been at Summit and VIR a whole lot, but Dominion haven't raced, so looking forward to experiencing that track and seeing what it's all about. And it's only an hour or two away, so that's a huge plus.
Are you going to be able to? I know weather dependent because being from that area, I know right now it's been absolutely horrific up there weather-wise. Is there going to be an opportunity for you to get a little track time before you get out there? Because I know that's not one that you can really get on the sim for.
No plans. Just show up and race, pretty much. Yeah.
So just get in and just hammer down, figure it out.
Kind of what we did, or at least what I did here. I mean, yesterday was pretty fun with the test day, so definitely got a good feel of the track, but you don't really get to fully understand it until there's other cars out there and you're wheel to wheel with them. So yeah, pretty much do the same thing as that, trial by fire.
Awesome. So we appreciate you giving us that. Outside of Craftsman Auto Care, is there anybody else that you'd like to thank that helps the program go round?
Yeah, well, not in Craftsman. I got married about a month or so ago.
Congratulations.
So a huge shout out to my wife, Victoria. So
that's great.
So she's supportive of the racing and everything too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's here in Atlanta. So not here today, but yeah, she's all about it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I will throw the link in the chat for everybody. So if you are around the Washington, D.C. metro area and you happen to be on the Virginia side of the Washington Beltway, which is 95 and 495, and you're up around those areas, Route 7 and any of that, reach out. There's the link. Go see these guys. Tell them that Paulie and Kyle and Les and everybody sent you, and Matt Jr. sent you over to their locations. Give them a little bit of love. And so next race will be Dominion, and then where are we going from there?
I'll be VIR after that.
VIR?
Yes, sir.
So, awesome. Well, we look forward to it. Matt, thank you so much for coming up.
Nice meeting you.
We greatly appreciate the time. And when will we see you back in the car today?
I'll be in the Sunset stint, probably like 5:30 or so.
All right. Well, when you're in there, if we're on board and they tell you, wave to us and tell us hello, all right?
All right, we'll do.
All right, thanks. All right, Matt Curry Jr., Craftsman Auto Care. Appreciate the time and good luck to the Sogo team, 8th in the EC class right now. Continuing to have a good run and always perseverance.
Yeah, have fun. Yeah, sure.
Alrighty, so let's do a quick check-in here since we just got done there. The 411 RVA Graphics continues to lead this race over Tater Racing by about a lap, and then another lap behind them. Soggy Bottom Boys have worked themselves up into the top 3. Rockwell Autosport has, we talked about it earlier, they were on the same lap as RVA, and about the time we were done talking to Matt Jr., they dispensed of them, which is about that time frame we mentioned based on the difference in lap times. RVA's picked it up just a little bit.
Dropping from here on out, so you should be fine.
A little bit of communication there between late to Apex, Daniel behind the wheel, talking to some of the team principals. But we had talked about that gap in the time with about a 5 to 8 second difference. Well, Rockwell made it up and has then dispensed to them by 8 seconds in the plus direction. So that rounds out your top 5. And then that's also your top 5 in your C class. And then Calvin Ball Motorsports is in 6th, Bulldog Racing in 7th, and Running Bulls Racing, 21 spots on the day, 6th in class, up into 7th. Want to give a shout to the Bulldog guys, up 6 spots, and then Calvin Ball, 14 spots. So right now your top 8 in the overall is locked down by C class cars. And then to round out your top 10, you've got your lead B class car with On Second Thought Racing. And then Parts Badger has worked themselves back up into the 10th position. They started toward the front, not had the day that they necessarily wanted, as it looks like we got a yellow flag coming out here, so we'll have to see what's going on. And we'll have to see if we're going to end up going under a code 35. Not seeing anything from on board the 340 car at this point, but Parts Badger's been about 7th to 12th since having their issues. They haven't really been able to recover, but they're just I think 8 laps at this point. Oh, we got a car off. It looks like in the kitty litter in 6, Paulie. So
yeah. I was trying to get over there because that's what's being called, and not seeing a victim. Oh, there we go. Do we have him? There we have him. Turned around.
Oh, no, that's not one of our Warriors in Motions guys, is it? That looks like a BMW. Yeah. Kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I'd go along with the BMW thing. So But, it just looks like he just backed into the gravel a little bit, probably, overshot the corner, and it turned around on him.
Yeah, and
it should be okay.
And and the sad part is he's not that far in. No. If those front wheels had been out, he might have been able to just get a little traction to get out of there.
Well, if it's a BMW, he wouldn't help him any, but yeah. He just needs to get a little bit of a tug. And wait a minute.
Looks like there's a second car off.
Somebody running. Oh, no.
Yeah, that looks like there's a second car off there.
Must be. That must be where that guy's running. I tell you, that stuff's not easy to run on either. You can see he's picking his feet up high. It's kind of weird stuff. It's raked with these super steep troughs, and it's very coarse gravel. And it's almost more like just rocks.
It's hard to get traction on. It's like running on sand on the beach. Baywatch makes it look so much easier.
Yeah, if your car weighed like nothing, you might be able to get out of there, but anything heavy is just going to sink in.
Yeah, and then when you try to, we talked about this earlier when the 669 was in there. When you're in there, if you try to spin the tires to get out, you'll actually dig in harder with the wheel spin. So you kind of, once you're in, you kind of have to accept your fate at that point, as hard as it is. And trust me, every driver's been there where you're like, because your crew's even saying, see if you can get out, and you try to rock the car. You're running between first gear and reverse, trying to just get some type of traction. But the problem is, if you spin it hard enough, the back end of the car just digs, and the last thing you want to do is get up to the axle in that kitty litter.
Okay, so we are getting a report on contact between two cars. Why would that be happening now?
In ChampCar Road Atlanta, it never happens.
It's because these two cars got together and put themselves in 6. So this both happened in 6. So yeah, it's Warriors in Motion and Open Throttle Racing are the two accused of this heinous crime. They are, unfortunately, they might both be stranded in the litter here.
Yeah.
They got into contact, they're under heavy braking, and both of them get knocked into the gravel as a result. But that's why the gravel's there, to stop you from hitting the wall, which, you're coming in there pretty quick. So it's nice that you got something there. Track's designed for much faster cars than what we drive here, so it's very safe. It's abundantly safe for that reason.
Safer. If Ray was here, he would be scolding. Right. He'd be scolding
it
us right now.
Safer. Unless you stay on your couch, it's not fully safe. It's just safer.
Hey, even staying on the couch is questionable some days because we got cats, and we got one of our cats that's very attached to me is very spicy, and she's still got her claws, and when she gets upset,
spicy.
Yeah, a little bit, and even sitting on the couch at home with the pets is dangerous.
Yeah.
There's nowhere safe in this world for me, Polly.
Is that true?
I don't know. Anyway, she's shaking her head going, yeah, I married this idiot.
She's nodding.
Yeah,
so.
She's nodding going, yes.
Okay, there's the 7-Eleven.
I absolutely agreed to marry this idiot.
Being pulled out. And you were drunk.
Yeah, that pretty much explains our marriage. She's been in a haze the whole time. Yeah.
It's very windy at some parts of this track. When Kyle and I were out there setting up the cameras, it was just like, geez, what is going on with the wind? I imagine it's just all the hills and everything. I don't know. The way that air moves, it's crazy in some of these areas. It's very windy.
All these weather systems that have been blowing through the southeast and the Midwest and all that, it's been wild. Yes, it is windy, but it's not as bad as it was yesterday. Yesterday was worse. Oh,
yeah. So
the adventure continues, but we got some good news, Paulie. So
we do
so far, and I'm going to knock on the table because I think it's wood or fake wood. I'll have to ask Rick Humphrey, our track president. He can confirm it. Yeah. So Team Infinity, the Shark car, Ed's guys are leading D-Class right now, and they are up into 12th position.
Not anymore.
So, well,
they pitted.
You got to get a little fuel so they can go again. I think they're on their way out because they're pitted pretty close to pit in. So,
all right. They put the glasses on, and I think this is Ed in the car, and he's like ready to go here.
Well, and we're getting to it's 3. I mean, we just passed the halfway point in this race. So within the next couple hours, the sun's going to start setting in the west in that opposite direction. So it's good to have those sunglasses to be able to see.
Yeah. We're way over 5 minutes. Sid.
That was Ed saying, don't hassle me. I know. We're over 5 minutes. I took my fuel. I did my time. Let me go, please.
So that means he must have been looking at the car doing something. It pulls out under caution, though. So that's good. And it looks like, oh, we've got a lot of debris that they're picking up, too.
I wonder if because I know the Warriors in Motions team runs those splitters on those cars on the front. So I wonder when he hit the kitty litter if it ripped the splitter off of it.
That thing was huge. That was like a tarp or something. It looked cloth. Like, I wonder if they had some barrier that they laid down to keep the weeds from going up, and somehow that got dug up and pulled up. We got a little bit of cleanup we're doing down there, guys. We're doing some cleanup over here at 6. And the open throttle is going to be put on the rollback, actually.
Looks like the front end of the car is gone. So looks like they might have gotten into the barrier, and that's a shame for Goldie. So that's the 69 car. That was the Mid-Ohio winner last year.
Oh, boy.
Tough day for those guys. And that is not what Mike and those guys want, because Mike he's very dedicated to Champ Car, but he has a fleet of BMWs and Porsches that run a lot of different racing divisions. It's going to be a lot of long nights in the shop this week, because I think those guys have another couple races coming up here very soon, even outside of Champ Car, and I know Goldie gets used a lot, so they'll have to get that worked on. But that might explain that front end. Maybe it was the 69's car's front end that we were seeing that they were picking up.
Yeah, we got more teams coming in, taking advantage of this caution to get this pit stop done.
Running Bulls is in the pits, I believe. There's Edmondson, the F-Class car, the 227's headed back out. So we just crossed over the halfway point here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the Parts Badger 14 hours of Road Atlanta. Can't forget that. Roy will get mad at me. Although, if he takes his cold weather home with him, I'd be happy.
Yeah, I think I've been asked to bring some of the warm weather back home with me.
I bet you have.
We'll see how well that works out. But all right, so we'll take another commercial break and come back to more green flag racing here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. And we're still under caution here, the Poiple 35. And once they get these EVs pulled off, and it's looking like we're just about done with this little production, and we're going to get back to racing here, folks. We're just about done here. And then as that happens, there's the countdown, unofficial, of course, 6 hours and 49 minutes of racing. It's true. It's happened. We have passed the halfway point. Thank you for joining us and being with us. We got a lot more racing to do. We're going to be deep into the night. This thing doesn't shut down till 10 o'clock at night. And we're going to be getting dark probably around that 5:30, 6 o'clock time frame, somewhere in there. So headlights will be required. They'll be required to be working. Headlights are already required, but they'll be required to be working. You got to have a couple tail lights, brake lights working. So, and we're back to green.
And did you see that, Paulie, coming up the hill to turn 2? Did you see the sunlight starting to get in that nasty position? Yeah, I think that's going to be something these drivers are going to have to pay attention to. And if the driver's in now, especially if they just did the pit stop during the Code 35, you're really going to have to make sure you got a tinted visor on you or some type of tear off or sunglasses. And even the sunglasses, as bad as it was this morning, Justin Garvin was still having to put his hand in front of his eyes.
Yeah, there's Running Bull. We don't have the Running Bulls camera. Okay. Maybe if they reset it, we'll get it.
Have to let them know if you guys are listening to the show. We need you to refresh your camera so we can put you on the broadcast to make you famous.
They have a part 2. They just, they need to do that.
So RVA Graphics continues to lead this thing over Tater Racing, still just by about a lap. But remember, folks, if you're new to this or you don't watch a lot with us, you're thinking, oh, that's a lap. Well, RVA's got it locked up. No, not even close. A lot of racing to go, about almost 7 hours still to go here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. That's not much of a margin. We've seen how many cars have a problem. We saw the A-Class leader of Cannonball earlier end up in the kitty litter, and it cost them the lead. Oh, we saw the 55 there just get up on the curb. Parts Badger had to make an evasive maneuver.
Okay.
Showing a bit of patience in traffic here, so he's going to try to run that outside. He's got a little bit more legs than that other Miata to his left. He's able to clear him. So now he's going to run down through the S's. Now the hard part here is you don't want to let yourself get suckered into getting closed up on that car in front. Right here, if he can get back to the power, a little bit of delay in our camera there with the feed.
Yeah, I don't know why they're getting all jammed up here. I'm not sure why they keep doing that. We'll come back to that.
We're just turning on the slow motion to demonstrate how you close in. We're going to use this as an instructional video after this weekend. So right here on board with Infinity. So right here, Ed got right up to him, wasn't able to make the pass, so he's going to get the car wound back up. Hangs back a little bit. Yeah, that sunlight's going to be vicious getting into 5 here for the next hour or so.
Yeah.
So that's the important part. You got to make sure you aren't missing your marks, and you have to make sure that you understand, and you might have to use some reference points on the side of the car to know where you're at, and that's hard to do because a lot of this, there's not a lot of that in this racetrack. There's no brake markers or anything there or any arrows to tell you which way to go, so it's a lot of understanding the track.
Yeah, when you got a windshield full of car, it can be difficult to pick out your braking points or turn-in points. So you gotta, it's a situational awareness, and where you're at on the racetrack is just so important.
Wow, he just picked off 3 right there. Good.
He just shoves that car into the corners.
But the braking balance too.
Yeah,
just
that he can do it. It's simply incredible. It's just great driving a car like that when your car's working really well. Not only do you feel like you could do anything, you really can do about anything. It's just a great feeling. All right. I think I got that camera fixed.
So you see him coming through here. So watch as he starts to come up the hill because you're aiming up. You see the sunlight. It's not too bad from that shot. But coming through there, probably in about 20 minutes, it's going to get really, really bad. But we're also maybe a little lower than the driver's eye, because I believe that's Roy in the car at this point. So, and he sits up a little taller in the car. But we'll have a guest on here in a couple minutes that could probably give us some insight on the current light situation on the racetrack. So we'll have to pick his brain. He's got a few laps around the racetrack. So let's take a look back in the order real quick before we get him on here, Paulie.
Sounds good.
So the John Allen Special. So for those of you that are fans of the Less is More cam, that is the car Les is in. And I don't know if Les is back in yet. If he's listening, he'll have to let us know where he's at. But they're running at 18th right now. Nice recovery for these guys. They've slowly just been laying laps down. They're only about a lap back of Mad Fast Autosport. And they're actually about a lap ahead of one of the Rockwell cars right now. So good run for those guys. And they are on the podium for the B-Class cars. So
looking good. Looking good.
And Cannonball Club, the 669 that had to spin a little bit ago, they're still running in 13th. They've lost the lead in A-Class. And they're about where they were leading. They're about 2 laps back now. Some tight racing here. Speaking of the 669, the Parts Badger thought they were going to get pinned in there, but he worked through. He barely cleared the 669, was able to dispense of the BMW.
And RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 311 gets passed again and now drops to 5th place. So it's RVA Graphics and Wraps leading over Tater Racing, Soggy Bottom Boys, Rockwell Autosport Development, and then RVA Graphics and Wraps and Canvalball. Like we said earlier, that Rockwell car has been so on the charge, and they just did it again. They turned in a 140 against their fastest lap time of 141. Excuse me, they turned to 141 against their 140. Just keeping it so tight to those fastest lap times, and those are really stout lap times. They are really going to start gathering up the field. It isn't any surprise they've moved up into 4th.
And they're about 3.5 seconds quicker last lap than Soggy Bottom Boys and substantially quicker than Tater, but they're relatively quick lap time wise and pretty evenly matched with the 411 car.
Yeah.
So that'll be an interesting fight to see once the car gets up into second place, to see if maybe RVA's backed off a little bit and to see how evenly matched those cars are. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And speaking of Rockwell Autosport, we have a guest in the booth with us.
Yes, we do.
We do. So owner and team principal of Rockwell Autosport Development, Mr. Alex Rockwell. Welcome to the broadcast, sir.
Thank you, guys. Happy to be here. First time with you.
Yeah, great.
So 4 cars this weekend, huh?
Yeah, we got 4 cars. We have a 2 families that came overseas from England. And one is in one car and the other is in the other car. And we have our regular rental drivers in the number 14 car, and Doug and I are running number 12. We were going to have more people with us, more drivers with us, but the car, we were not sure how it was going to perform today. So we gave them an option to back out, and they took that option. So it's Doug and me Ironmanning it.
You guys have got a long night ahead of you, but you guys are doing well. But we saw that with Doug. You guys had a good run. You just came off of a busy couple weeks down in Daytona for the IMSA opener for the Michelin Pilot competition. So you guys had a nice 9th place finish down there. So I'm sure that's a nice little bit of momentum coming into here.
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoyed Daytona this year. It was a lot warmer than last year. It wasn't really Florida weather, but it was still not snowing. Last year it did everything but snow, so it was really a good event. We are settling into our new Hyundai Elantra N with the help of Brian Herta Motorsports, and they really are considering us a sister team, so we have a lot of help from them, a lot of data. We share everything with all of the drivers that they have, and plus we have our good friends in number 76 leading the championship.
Absolutely. It can't hurt either. They got just a little bit of experience in that competition. So, and Doug was in the car at Daytona, had an eventful weekend there, but got a car spun here. Which car is that? The
Martini livery BMW.
Is that the 7?
It just turned around on a real slow spin. The back end came around, might have pinched a little too tight, trying to avoid another car, and it just came around.
So speaking of that, Alex, you were just out there not that long ago. How are the track conditions, and how is it with this new tire rule this year? Is it catching drivers off guard a little bit with having to maybe back your corners up slightly?
So I don't think so. I think this is a great rule. I think it's a really great way of controlling costs, and ChampCar is all about that, and I'm supportive of this rule. Everybody's on the same sort of tire, so it's no different than it was before. You just got to figure out what your car can and can't do, and then just drive the wheels off.
Okay. Fair enough. So you guys traditionally, you were telling us about the guys from England. You want to elaborate a little bit on that? Because that was a unique story you were telling me about, because the driver coach, I know you had mentioned his name's Nigel
Greensole. He does a lot of coaching in England. And these are the 2 families that he coaches over there. The one is Halusa family, and the other one is, hold on a second, I got it here.
Is it McGrew?
McGrew, yeah.
McGrew
the other's
family?
McGrew family. So I met them all. They're wonderful people. Actually, one family is from Connecticut. They live all over the world, but so he gathered them all up, and they just absolutely love this track. They're thrilled to be here, and they're enjoying every moment of it. They're not really looking to compete for the podium. They are driving 30 minutes, getting out. They're just enjoying their time here.
So just trying to get the most out of Road Atlanta.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. And it's got to be fun for them to get to do that. And it's nice that your program offers those kind of opportunities for folks to come and do that. And the fact that they have their driver coach with them, I'm sure that's got to be. And then obviously pulling off of your experience and Doug, and it's got to be beneficial. So it'd be interesting to hear at the end of the weekend just kind of how much it helped them develop.
Yeah. And I took a couple of them around the track yesterday. We had some downtime. Showed them a couple of visual cues where you should put your wheels and to make it easier, and just kind of explain stuff. We went over data. Doug did 39 in practice, so he coached them through it, and they had a good night, and we have luckily all 4 cars on the track. Knock on wood.
I'll say you guys are having a good weekend so far.
No, we're not. Yesterday it was just a crazy day. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. We actually had to change a gearbox because they were going to go into 3rd gear. One car we changed. We had to change a flywheel because it was just going into limp mode.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and like I said, the 12 car is we were not sure. The engine overheated. We came from 8-degree ambient in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And the car got on the track to 220, and somewhere there was a bubble. And when I was driving, I was there for like 5 laps. On the 2nd lap, it started going up, and it's my fault, I guess. I wasn't watching because the car felt so good.
Yeah.
And we came into the pits and it boiled over. So.
I mean, do you have time to watch the gauges here?
Yeah, you do. You need to always do that. Absolutely. Yeah. And there's certain places where you have to look down.
That's what I do.
Yeah. It's second nature. It's just like you tap your brakes to make sure you still have them before you come into some really fast corners. Yeah, sure.
So I make it a routine. It's part of the lap.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where I check the gauges. I always check them there. That's where I have time. If it's usually when I pulled onto a straight, and it's like, well, there's nothing to do now. I'm just going to look at the gauges.
Do you have a gauge cluster that has different colors and flashes at you?
I have had those. When I built one, I was using the glow gauges for a while, and I indexed them so you could just glance at them.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you guys. I almost drove with you guys actually once.
Yeah, you did.
Laguna Seca, the race that didn't happen.
That's right.
I was queued up for that.
I would have loved to do that race.
I would have loved to do that too.
I've been to Laguna twice and never in the car. So with IMSA, so twice, 3 times, I don't know. We took we had a podium there.
Did you?
Yeah, it was a great podium.
Yeah. Well,
drove through the field from 2 drive-through penalties.
Well, the track's still there. Maybe we'll get a chance again. I don't know.
I would love for you guys to go there. We're making every effort to come with you to COTA at the end of the year. I think that's a great track. Too bad they're taking it away from us.
Yeah. So, speaking of schedules, so what is your a little bit about, before we get into the pro program, what is your plan for the rest of the Champ Car season for you guys?
Well, this year we decided to have a really focus on the rental program with Champ and IMSA. Okay, those are the only two series we're doing. Mm-hmm. The reason we're focusing on Champ is because, first of all, you guys run all the tracks that we go to, and it's a great way to develop drivers that may think they may want to go. We have, we have us. We have Doug in the car. We sometimes have Denny DuPont, Preston, Brian with us, and they can gauge how fast they are in these cars, so they can, without even trying to go to IMSA and spend all that money and effort, they can kind of see where they stack up, and from there we can develop them, to go there. But I actually enjoy this type of racing. It's just so much easier to wake up in the morning and know you got a full day. It's not going to be, 2 hours and you got to kill it every lap.
Yeah. You get so much more time. Do you feel like that this farm program, it's essentially like a farm program or like a development program, do you feel like that's what's given you the last couple of years the edge when you get them into the IMSA competition, is you feel like you're letting these drivers get the seat time here, and then once they get into the Hyundai, it just, the light kind of clicks other than learning the car?
It's tough to say. It's a tough transition between the two. Hyundai, or we used to have an Audi for 5 years, and with the Hyundai just at the end of last year. It's not as simple as that, but it would give you an idea if the driver gets it, he understands it, he has the mechanics learning a front-wheel drive car on slicks that tries to kill you the first lap out of the pits. It's not it's not like Champ Car. You could step and go. And then the way the car rotates around the front wheels, you literally have to drive it around the two front wheels. And you have to understand the mechanics here. These Porsches are very easy to drive, and everybody gets into them. But it does give you an idea who you have, who you're working with. What kind of talent you're working with, and spending a weekend with somebody, having them 2 hours in the car really shows you their personality. It's like playing golf with somebody for 4 hours.
Yep. And I feel like that's where I feel like it's helped you guys, because then you have that data download to know how they would handle
Absolutely.
they would handle that big weekend, and whether they're up to that challenge mentally, and just they're ready for that step.
Absolutely.
Because like you said, it's a big step and it's expensive. It's a lot of money. So that it sounds like there's a lot there, and it just sounds like you guys are going to continue that. But kind of wanted to plug that program. So you're going to run, Doug's going to run full year of TCR competition in Michelin Pilot, right, with the new Hyundai program.
Right. I ran Daytona with them.
Okay.
And we have a friend of ours, actually also from Champ Car, Mag. He is going to run with us in Mid-Ohio.
For the additional, because that's, for those that don't know, Michelin Pilot does 2 4-hour races a weekend. And what they do is Daytona is traditionally a 4-hour. Sometimes it's Watkins Glen, but this year it happens to be Mid-Ohio, correct? Okay.
Correct.
And then the rest of the races are 2 hours, and then they swap out at the pit stop, right?
It's a 2-hour race, 40-minute minimum drive time, 120 maximum drive time.
Okay.
So you have a window where you stop. The car can go 55 minutes, give or take. Depending on full course yellow on fuel burn. So in an hour we're stopping no matter what.
Right.
And then we're swapping drivers. And the beautiful thing about TCR, you only have to change the front tires.
Okay.
The rear tires are basically there to hold the exhaust up off the ground. That's what Heindorf says.
Nice. All right, so you guys have the 4-car effort this weekend, but it sounds like the 12 is exceeding the expectations. So for you and Doug the rest of the way, with having kind of a skeleton lineup in there, how do you guys let our viewers know at home, how do you guys get through the last part of this race? I mean, we know your experience, we know you guys can do it, but how do you mentally get through that, and then going into this, what do the fans have to look forward to going into the evening and nighttime hours here at Road Atlanta?
Well, you mentioned that I was here when you guys were talking about Parts Badger, when you had an in-car camera. You have changing light. When it's in your eyes, you basically lose the track. So you have to have kind of understanding and trust that the track is still going to be there when you turn in. You look for visual cues somewhere in the trees or in the buildings or somewhere where you want to turn in, and you work your way into getting those visual cues during your day stint. Since it's Doug and me, we're going to have a million laps before we get to the dark. I'm glad Doug's got this sun going down. I might have it too. We're trying to catch full course yellows. We're a little bit behind the 8 ball here, but that's the one thing you really have to be careful. And then when it gets dark, the lights in the back from the rear, you don't know if the car is like 20 feet behind you or 200 feet behind you. You don't know if it's coming or he's just staying there.
So how do you coach a newer driver or somebody in this series? I mean, you guys have done it on different platforms, but what are the drivers in this series? What advice could you give somebody that's watching, that's getting ready? Like, for example, the Trash Pandas, they have their young man, the 14-year-old, that's going to do a night stint tonight. Mm-hmm. They want to get him some seat time. What advice can you give these guys to get through the night stint to maximize it and make the most of it?
I think the night stint is the most fun stint. So first advice is have fun. Don't be scared of it. Mm-hmm. Okay? Focus on looking ahead. Have your awareness, see what's behind. But if you start driving your mirrors, you're going to get completely discombobulated. I've drove 24-hour VIR many times, and that's dark there. Here it's not so bad because you have some lights here and there. I don't know if you guys are going to have anything set up, but basically you have to have fun. And as soon as you get scared, that's when things happen. That's what I tell my guys.
So really, just stay. You got to stay.
You stay in the moment, stay in your stay in your ability. Don't overthink it. Just drive the car. It's like, when you fly the plane, drive the car.
Okay.
You know how to drive it. It's not the first time you're behind the wheel. Just go ahead and drive it.
Okay.
And then if you need to back off, this is an endurance race. If you need to back off, back off. There's no point in losing the car.
Still got 6 hours, 28 minutes to go. You can't win it in a minute, but you can sure lose it next lap.
We're going to caution here. We'll see what we can find on that as we get it.
But Alex, we don't want to hold you up too long. We know you want to get back down there and get some rest and get ready. Anybody you want to thank? Part of this program, the pro program. Anybody that really just helps make this thing go round for you guys.
Well, Doug Oakley is a second son to me. I want to thank him. My son Eric Rockwell, who got me into racing and got all this stuff.
So it's his fault.
It is absolutely his fault. It got out of hand real quick. But he's a very good kid now. He's got his own dental practice, so he can't be here a lot. So sad as it is. But we have great people. My crew. I can't do without them, and they're the same crew that we use at IMSA.
Josh, Pat,
oh my
all those
God,
guys.
Yeah, Wes, Mike, he's not here. These are just fantastic guys. Love being there, enjoying being at the track. I was looking at Wes today. He's smiling from ear to ear. I said, "Why are you smiling?" I said, "I just love this." So I mean, I like to thank my guys and the people surround me. I enjoy being at the track every day, and I'm glad I made it up here once.
We're glad to have you. I know we've been trying to get you up here for about a year, and I'm glad everything aligned to get you up there. But we want to let you get down there, get some rest.
Right. I just want to say, if anybody wants to contact us, the best way to contact us is through Eric Rockwell. Okay.
Okay.
He has still the bookkeeping and his point of contact for drivers for the dates that we have open, cars we have open, and reach out to him either on Instagram, Facebook, or at whoever knows him, Eric Rockwell, through ChampCar.
And you guys have an ad up on the ChampCar site with the Arrive and Drive with the information. Usually,
we do?
Correct? I thought you did at one point. Maybe I'm mistaken.
You got to. That's Eric.
All right, I will check with Eric on that one. But I threw Eric's name in there with the spelling. We'll throw some contact information.
Thank you so much, guys.
Alex, thank
Appreciate
you so much, man.
Appreciate it. Enjoy your broadcast. Thank you very much for doing that for us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so Alex will be back in the 12 here shortly. Please say hello to Doug for us, and good luck to the Rockwell and the 4-car operation the rest of the night.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to take another break and be back in a few, so stay with us. Lots of racing here yet to come for the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The sun starting to come down a little bit, 3:40 in the afternoon here, Atlanta time. And, yeah, we can start to see that sun is becoming a factor out here as it starts to land in the laps of these drivers. And it's only a matter of time before it's going to be in their eyes. And yeah, as Mr. Rockwell was speaking, he said, he gets to the point you can't see. There is no visual. You can't see a visual crew. Back to red flag. All cars come to a stop. Tell your teams, tell your drivers. Everybody comes to a controlled, safe stop to the side of the racetrack, one side or the other, doesn't matter. We are red flag here at Road Atlanta for the third time today. All cars are to come to a safe, controlled stop. Yes, there will likely be a little bit of passing. It's just a matter, really, what's more important is getting the cars safely stopped. And this allows for these emergency vehicles like this one to get out there quickly and take care of a buddy of ours who's in trouble. You can see there's looks like there's some smoke coming over here. So that'll bring out a red flag every time. If they're concerned of fire, they will they'll red flag the race. And it looks like it is a grass fire that they're tending to. And I think this is what happened earlier today when there was a red flag. That looked like they were putting out a grass fire. We can see them going counter here to get up to this part of the racetrack. We saw a little bit of smoke coming from track left. And so we'll see what's going on here. But
Well, one of the concerns, Paulie, is if you're watching the screen, you notice the color of the grass, how it's very brown, very dried out, because of the cold temperatures that they've had here in the southeast and all the weather systems that have moved through. I mean, obviously it's off season, but the grass is pretty much kind of dead at this point. So it's very dried out. So any type of fire or anything like that is going to, if a car goes off in something hot or a piece of rubber or anything like that, it's going to light up the grass, unfortunately, and it's kind of a risk, which is another reason why they tell you, always be careful at certain places when you go off. So it's one of those odd winters that we've had. So it's such bitter cold that it's dried out the grass from what you can tell. So, but they're attending to it and it's important, but it's, they got to get it attended to so it doesn't lead into anything bigger. So as usual, the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta safety crew is on it. They got it. They'll get it. They're working on getting it out as we speak. So hopefully it should be a short red flag, and then we get ready to go back racing. So, but in the meantime, while we're waiting on them to do their job, we have another guest in the booth. He's a stand-in. He's not the original. This is supposed to be Scott Robotham, but Scott is tied up with his new race team, so he sent in the gopher, Camp Teague, one of his A drivers here. Camp, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. No, we're happy to be here. No, it's actually one of my first times here at Road Atlanta. It's been a pretty great experience so far. It's an awesome track.
Now, you've been down here hanging out. I know Scott's run with Kingpin Racing, a few other programs. You've come down to hang out and just kind of soak it in. You're a big sponge when it comes to racing. But how has it been? You've done it on the sim, but what's it been like to actually experience the elevation changes here at Road Atlanta?
It's pretty drastic. No, it's cool. Coming down through this last turn here, it's steep, and it's you can get pretty hairy if you're not careful. This track as a whole, it's really cool. It's a pretty historic track, and it's fast. It's a cool track. No, I'm happy to be here and happy to be running it with Scott, and so yeah.
So the Honda program, now you've run with Open Throttle Racing, you ran with Hans and the guys in the Crown Vic. You're on debut a couple years ago, not long after I met you. You guys were second in the 24-hour at VIR, which was pretty cool for you. You got your first win in Goldie and EC last year at Mid-Ohio. You've just continued to get into these opportunities with stuff, and now since you got hooked up with Scott, how's it been transitioning over to front-wheel drive in the Honda?
It's been good. Scott and HPT Autosport has put together a fantastic car. His team has really put in a lot of work from buying that car to getting it race ready for today. They've put in a lot of hard work, and they've made it incredibly reliable. The car has not come off track for any major issues whatsoever. We've had to swap some brakes here and there, but other than that, it's been perfect. We've been on track, and I couldn't be more pleased with how it's running. It's pretty fantastic. You guys are having a pretty good showing, and this is the Champ Car debut for this car, right? You ran it last year in another series just to get some seat time as we're going back yellow, Paulie. So you ran it. Was it the guy? You weren't here for it, but I know Scott brought the car down with the crew, and they brought a few of the IMSA guys in to just kind of have like a fun weekend just to keep the rust off. It seemed like it went pretty well. So, but this is the first Champ Car effort for it. So how is it going 14 hours compared to the other series? It's going well. I mean, in terms of reliability, again, it's pretty fantastic. Obviously, a little stiffer competition in this series than the series that we ran before in December. It's definitely pushing the car towards its limits in a certain couple areas, which is good, though. I mean, it gives us an opportunity to find places we can improve it. And so coming into our next race with Champ Car will be Dominion with this car. And so it gives us opportunities to learn and progress and come back even stronger than we are right now. What do you now? Obviously, Dominion's going to kind of be a level playing field unless any of the drivers have either driven there or done the 6-hour enduro that the track puts on. As we see a little bit of a car smoking here, it looks like the 726 has. I was looking out of our booth, has a little bit of smoke trailing there. I'll have to keep an eye on that. But so, what is that going to be like? What can you take from here and apply when you get to Dominion in March? Well, I mean, it really comes down to racecraft and learning how this car just handles and just kind of deals with traffic. it's a good car. It's just going to take a little bit of learning for me specifically because I've done a lot of rear-wheel drive stuff, not a ton of front-wheel drive stuff, and it's not necessarily a car. That's the problem. It's just going to be the drivers having to learn and adapt to that front-wheel drive. A little bit of a different motor. It's a little bit heavier. It's an H-Series motor out of a Honda Prelude, but it's got a lot of power. So it's just you got to adjust and got to learn how the car drives. It actually really doesn't understeer much at all. Actually, it rotates very well, and so I don't know. It just kind of messes with your mind a little bit. You think it should push, but sometimes it'll oversteer. And
so it's not as traditional as a front-wheel drive where you would get on it and it traditional chatter push too early. It actually has a pretty good bit of rear rotation.
100%.
And that's what's messing with you because you're anticipating the push, and then the car rotates a little bit, and then maybe you haven't applied the gas too much just because your brain isn't there. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, you guys are having a good run. We're looking down in the order, and, I mean, like you said, had a couple hiccups and just working through some stuff. But, I mean, you're 38th in the overall. You're in the top half of the field. You're in the top 5 in the B class right now, having a strong run. You're a lap back, late to Apex in the 531. So, I mean, you're still in the fight. And just still chugging away. As the green flag is back out here for the Parts Badger 14 hours at Road Atlanta. Whoa! 8 car. Whoop, got it. One spinning. Into the fence here on the front straightaway. The 8 car, that's the Trans Am car. Oh, big hit for those guys. Camp, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but he got a bit of curb and swapped ends. And Paulie, we talked about it. That's one of our problem areas here on the racetrack at Road Atlanta. It just swapped ends. He tried to chase it, and he did just had a tank slapper there. He's up against the wall, right side on the front straightaway.
Yeah, it looked like you said, Kyle, the back end came around, and we caught it on the instant replay just after he made contact with it. We'll go back and look at that. Maybe we'll get a little bit of an idea. It didn't look too much like of a hard hit, although as scary as that part of I was watching the smoker actually come around the racetrack, trying to keep an eye on that guy, and then so we'll see how much of this we catch. There he is, just after the hit, and you can see it push the wing up, but looks like he just kind of backed into the wall with that right rear corner.
So what we had seen when we were talking here, I saw it out of the booth. We had just looked up because we were seeing the cars coming down the hill. So what happened is the 8 car turned in, the Trans Am guys turned into turn 12 and just getting up to speed. When he made the right-hander, it looked like the car stepped out a little more than he expected. So I wonder if he got offline and maybe the car just started coming around. But he got up on the curb, started chasing it. He caught it, chased it, caught it, and then it finally just looped around. But as violently as it went around, I wonder if something, and the reason I say that, if you look at the back of the car again when it comes around, I know there's the hit right there, but as much as that flipped over, I wonder if something broke in the rear end of that car that caused it to swap ends. Because we've been watching Trans Am guys come through there pretty substantially throughout the day, and we didn't see anything indicate like that. So, and traditionally that car doesn't do anything abnormal. So that's just what makes me suspect that something broke on that race car.
There were also a lot of race cars in the area, when they went down in there. So you'd gone back to green, and there's only so much room, but I didn't see the progression of everything that happened over here that you did. But obviously, kicked into the wall. It didn't look too bad. It probably hurt the car pretty good. But, they'll go over there and get that car picked up and get him out of there.
And that's a hard spot, and we talked about it in camp. I mean, you can attest to this. When you're coming down the hill here at Road Atlanta, at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and you come into turn 12, if you get offline there or put too much wheel into it with the bumps through there, how easy is it to lose the car through there?
Absolutely. Gets loose incredibly easy. That curb you definitely got to watch out for. It's not a place you want to get caught getting loose.
So Roy from Parts Badger, the title partner for this weekend, mentioned the patch that's there on the entry point where you're about to turn into the corner. Have you noticed that patch be any type of grip issue? Do you feel like maybe it's a little bit slick? Have you guys noticed that? I know you're in a front-wheel drive car, but have you guys noticed any type of wheel spin? Do you hear any type of like chatter that maybe it's maybe causing guys to have to make adjustments?
I would say it's definitely a little looser there than the rest of the corner. But obviously, when you're coming down that hill, you're going a little bit faster than you are in other parts of the track, and so you're putting a good amount of load on the outside part of your tires, and so sometimes it just happens to get a little bit loose when you unload the rear. But yeah, that's definitely just it's a caution area for sure. You can definitely get into some trouble like we just saw.
So yeah, and the car's really loaded up there, folks, because you're already kind of turning to the right because you don't want to let the car, because you kind of come under the bridge, and then you actually have to turn a little bit down the hill. And you're trying to find the straightest line possible, but you're loaded up on the left side and more so on the left rear. And then as you come down the hill, the track goes away from you, and then you kind of have to turn again to get into the corner. And if you're already loose or understeering, as they call it, understeer as you call it, or no, is it understeer or what's the? I'm used to loose and tight from the stock car. It's oversteer, right?
When it's oversteer is when the back end's coming around.
Yes, okay,
you really didn't want it to.
Oversteer.
Yeah.
All right. So if you've traditionally heard oversteer, I'm used to hearing loose and tight from the stock car world. But oversteer, if you have too much oversteer, it'll cause the car to swap ends like that. So it really it's something you got to be careful about. But you were talking, Camp, so HPT Autosport is Scott Robotham's company.
Absolutely.
They do a lot of Honda work and development. So can you speak a little bit on that? Maybe let the viewers know if there's somebody out here that's got a street car, got a race car, maybe they're looking to expand a little bit. Where can HPT make a difference?
Yeah, HPTAutosport.com. They carry just about anything Honda and Acura performance. If you've got a front-wheel drive car, and we carry a lot of other stuff that is just Japanese stuff as well. So if you got a R33 or something kind of oddball, we carry parts for it, and we carry a lot of parts that are meant for more performance-based stuff. So if you guys need race car parts for your Japanese front-wheel drive, just give us a call or contact us or visit our website. We've got it all.
And you guys are based out of Asheville, North Carolina?
Yep, based out of Asheville, North Carolina. That is home base for us for our race shop and our business.
Okay. So I don't want to hold you up too much because I know you got to get back down there and check in because ironically, you guys are on pit road right now. So
coming in.
I want to let you get back down there and debrief and check in with the team. So what's the plan for the team this year? And then what's also the plan with you? Because you have tons of racing ventures.
Yeah, the plan this year is just to run as many races as humanly possible with Champ Car and this car. Maybe expand a little bit of our fleet in the future with a couple more cars. We do arrive and drive stuff, so if you guys want to come run with us, feel free to come contact me or come visit us. But we just plan on running as many races as humanly possible this year. I'm going to run with them year-round, and so it's just going to be a good time.
Awesome. And then, so you're going to be in the car with them. So real quick, is there anybody that the team would like to thank that makes the program grow round, and then anybody you personally that you'd like to thank?
Absolutely, yeah. No, HPT Autosport, just the company itself, and all of our mechanics that are there putting in all the hard work and effort. Without them, we really couldn't make this program run. And just for the guys that came out to run this first race with us, we're really grateful for your vote of confidence in us and just coming out to put in some work with us and make sure this car's dialed in. And just thank you to everyone that made this possible, and just my family for being here and hanging out with us, and Champ Car specifically for putting on a race like this.
Okay. Any partners personally in your program that you want to thank that help everything?
Absolutely, yeah. HPT, of course. Max Pappas Innovations. Those guys have helped me come a long way in my racing career, from a couple years ago to now. It's been pretty fantastic.
Awesome. So, all right, man. Well, we'll let you get back down to it. Thanks for coming up and joining us. Please tell Scott and everybody we said hello, and we wish you the best for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
And I really like the hat.
Thank you.
That is cool. The big STP and it's green. It's like, yeah, I like it.
He finds all kinds of old school stuff and rocks that anytime he gets it. All right, Camp T, on behalf of HPT Autosport, Scott Robotham. Thanks, Camp.
Yep. All right.
All right, so back on board with D-Nice Autosport. These guys are still having a good day. We talked to them a little bit earlier. That should be still your F-Class leader, and best lap of their day is a 152.52, 34th in the overall. And really, really cool. It would be really cool to them if they could get a good finish and maybe score an F-Class victory for Cal's dad, Bob. I know that'd be kind of cool to start on pole and come away with a victory, especially after the trials and tribulations of earlier this week. I also want to give a call to the 564, Smoking Horse Racing. They've moved up into the second position because it looks like Broken 60 Seconds has run into a bit of a problem. They're on pit road, but they have dispensed of them, and there's a bit of a gap between them and Team Infinity, but good run for those guys. We haven't seen too much, but they just continue to stay in there, and they're in the top 30 overall.
Yeah, there. I think we can see Broken 60 Seconds in the pits there, getting serviced.
Taters in the pits as well, right behind them.
If you're just signing in to catch up on the race, we had a car that got into the wall here on the front straightaway. They got that car picked up and pulled off. Not a terrible hit. I'm sure everybody's okay, but did some damage to the car. So we're getting ready probably to go back around. See, there's a safety vehicle on the track that's actually parking. Look at this, Kyle. Parking out here between 11 and 12. It looks like they're concerned about something on the racetrack.
Well, they're right at that patch, Paulie. They talked about that new patch. I wonder how much that patch has actually had time to settle, or if there's some type of fluid over there, because I saw the official get out. He kind of scrubbed his foot like he was testing the grip level. You got to wonder if there's something down there that did that, and I wonder if the 8 car might have hit it.
I think they were checking it, weren't they? It certainly looked that way. Like they were just doing a cautionary check to see if everything's okay over there. Is there any fluid down? And sometimes I think you do just have to walk out there and hit it with your shoe, because just looking at it sometimes might not be good enough. Some of the oils that we have are almost as clear as water, and so you really got to go out there and look at it. Brake fluid, of course, would be almost impossible to see.
Well, and also, Paulie,
it's a really important part of the racetrack.
Oh, it is, absolutely. I mean, Camp and I were just talking about that, and I mean, you've driven here. We all know it's fast, but you've also got to wonder too. They had snow here 3-4 days ago, and with all the storms and everything that have rolled through here, I wonder if there's any type of weepers maybe coming out of there. Maybe there's some water that's
hydrostatic pressure.
Yep, something like that.
It's amazing. I've seen the pictures before we left. I think it was like Wednesday. It's like, wow, it's like there's a lot of snow. And driving out here, though, you didn't see it, so it left very quickly. But like you said, it was definitely here. So with that, we'll take another break here and come back as we get ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here for more of the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. 6 hours remain in this contest. Who's going to come away with the spoils? We'll find out when we come back. Stay with us.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. And we are back to green flag racing. How about that? Parts Badger there. And just give you a quick update as to where things stand. RVA Graphics and Wraps leads. Taters in second. RVA has moved back up to third over Soggy Bottom. Then it's Rockwell Autosport Development in fifth. Trot Zam. Mad Wag on second thought. Cannonball and Bulldog Racing there. It's like in 10th place.
So let's, while we get a chance, let's do a rundown of the classes real quick, because we may have had some people that have tuned in or gone and had an early dinner, or maybe getting ready to, take a break, go have some dinner, and then join us for the evening hour. So let's start with our buddies in EC. So Fawn Group Motorsports has an 11-lap lead right now over Yoda Sport 2. These guys have just been absolutely flawless today, but we have seen that time and time again, where just because you have that lead doesn't mean you're going to keep it. We still have just under 6 hours to go in this race, so that doesn't mean that Fawn Group has it locked up. So they might want to put, etch-a-sketch the team name on that trophy, but not yet, as we see a little hand gesture there from our own Rusty Wallace in Champ Car with Roy, a little frustrated with the car in front. So, yeah, I think he got held up by him and kind of threw his hands up there for a second. But it seems like he's all right. I think he may have dispensed to the car. Had a little bit of a glitch there with the camera, so not sure. But based on the fact that he's back rolling, I don't know if that's probably not Roy in the car at this point. We'll have to get clarification. But anyway, Yoda Sport 2 runs second. Team Octane is in third. Open Throttle Faux 30 is up to fourth. And the Warriors in Motions guys are still in fifth. It looks like they were able to get back going. It was the 69 Open Throttle of Goldie that they had gotten together with that had fallen down the order. So we'll have to see that. And then right outside there's Cherry and then RPM Auto Works. And then let's take a look at our A-Class. So Madwag Motorsports is back up into the lead after the Cannonball Club guys had that issue earlier. And then we have Mad Fast Autosport, the 200 car. We talked to Mr. Sam Collier earlier in the day. That's the car that Randy Popes will be in, the local Atlanta native, many-time multiple wins in pro endurance competition, but he'll be in that car. They're running 18th in the overall, third in A. Stupid Fast Racing in the 617 Miata, and then Williams Racing Group. We talked to David Elkin a little bit ago as well, and they're rounding out your A-Class top 5. Cycle down to your B-Class cars. We're back on board here with Williams Racing Group. This has been a fun car to watch all day. Not sure who's in the car right now. I'll have to see if they can text us an update, but he's grabbing gears and headed down the back straightaway. So On Second Thought Racing continues to lead in the B class over Parts Badger Fastlane, separated by about 3 laps and 4 positions in the overall. And then John Allen Special, less is more, is back in the hunt in there. They're still on the bottom step of the B class podium with about a 4-lap lead over Lateral Grip Racing, and then behind them a bit is HPT Autosport. We heard from Camp and crew. They were dealing with some brake issues, working through some gremlins in their first race, but they're still here. C-Class, we pretty much covered that. RVA Graphics over Soggy Bottom Boys. And then Tater Racing, who is on pit road. Looks like they're just getting some standard service. And then Rockwell Autosport, that'll probably elevate Rockwell in the 12 car. That's the duo of Alex Rockwell we just had a little bit ago and Doug Oakley in the car. And then the sister RVA car is in third. The C-Class pretty much has a lockdown of the top 7 right now and in 9th. So 8 of the top 10 spots in the overall. And then in D-Class, Team Infinity, Ed and the guys have a pretty substantial lead over Smoking Horse Racing, but Broken 60 Seconds is having a mechanical issue. They've been in the pits for quite some time, and it looked like that elevated those guys. Speaking of the Shark, trying to work through some traffic there. Looks like they got held up a little bit. But it looks like it's going to be a battle between Team Infinity and Smoking Horse. And then let's take a look at the F-Class. And it is still Denice Autosport out front, substantial lead over Trash Panda Racing. We talked to Jason Siebert. That's the car that the 14-year-old is in, making his debut. He's doing a great job. He'll be back in at night. But Cal and Brandon and the guys and Bob, Cal's dad, just continue to do really well. And then they have their buddy who's another local here in the Georgia area. Team just continues to do well, and 34th in the overall. Got to give those guys an absolute attaboy. For an F-Class car, we continue to say they surprise you. We've seen that with Wittenauer. We've seen that with a few others, Edmondson and whatnot. They just continue to do what they do best, and it's just the consistency pays off at the end of the day. So we really appreciate, teams that just the tenacity they have that continue to do that as we are getting into those evening hours. The sun is definitely setting. We're definitely into that transition period as we see the 228s on pit road getting some service. It looks like they're looking at something in the right rear, might be doing a brake swap or checking something in the suspension, maybe with the aggressive nature of the curbs. Might be checking something in the axle. Could be hub related. We're not sure. So we see the field coming down back by us here on the front straightaway, and you can really see a lot of the headlights. All the teams have all their headlights on by now. The rule is you have to have your headlights on at, believe it's by 5 o'clock. And if you don't, you will get pulled in. You cannot go back out until you have working rear lights and working headlights. It's a safety issue. It gets very, very dark here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta after hours. So you want to make sure you can see, and you want to make sure your drivers can see exactly where they're going so they can navigate this racetrack. Been a little bit eventful. We've seen some attrition with some cars falling out. We saw the incident a little bit ago from the 8 car. It seemed like he was all right. We had seen on the camera, driver got out. A little bit frustrated, rightfully so. But it's getting eventful. So we talked about the weather here in Georgia. So we'll do a refresh here and give you a quick update as to where we're at. It is right now 52 degrees, right around 52 degrees. So we're going to see, we've seen about a 2 to 4 degree drop. So it'll be interesting to see as the shade comes over the track too a little bit, if the track starts to come back to some of these competitors that were having problems before, or maybe just needed cooler ambient and cooler track temperatures to get the car back to them. If I know Les is in the car, maybe we'll have to see if somebody has a temperature gauge, if they could hit the racetrack and give us some indication there. And we'll find out a little bit more. So, Paulie, as we get into these hours, when you were prepping for an evening stint like this, what do we need to do? I remember a lot of times when I would do the evening stints, you kind of had to have two agendas. You had to get through the first hour, and then when you really started losing the light, you kind of had to flip the switch and adjust your driving style. How do you get through this type of period as a driver? I
haven't driven in the night, so I can't really comment on that. We got to get somebody that has, besides, I guess, yourself. How did you do it?
Well, I mean, it was just, a lot of it was preparation of just knowing you had to be flexible in your driving ability. You had to make sure it's hard to do it. You kind of have to temper your expectation a little bit. You can push it, but you have to not push it too early, because if the grip's not there, you kind of have to let it come to you. But also, if you need to find out, if you haven't been in the car in a while from your crew, what changes are made to the car, maybe if the car's handling a little bit differently, what your brake situation is at this point. And you really just need to find out what your tire situation is, because you need to know what your grip level is going into the stint. And then it may come back to you a little bit as it cools off. The racetrack might get a little bit more grip, as we call, and the track will traditionally at night, racetracks tighten up, as we call it. And what I mean by that is not tension, they get tighter because the grip comes back, because where you slide around, you're not going to slide around as much, where you're going to get a little bit more grip, you're going to be able to hold it a little bit more, but also you got to be careful to where you don't push off the racetrack with that. So you kind of have to temper and walk that tightrope. So we see back on board here with Parts Badger headed into 10 and 10A. Grabbing third gear there. You heard him just working the throttle, trying to get up out of that corner. Car looked like it wanted to push out a little bit, but it looked like he just had to feather the throttle. He's quick shifting right there. So what he's doing is he's grabbing fourth gear, and then he's short shifting fifth, because most likely where he's going to hit the shift point is in the middle of 12. And shifting in the middle of that corner is not a good idea, because the car is loaded up, and it's hard to make sure, especially when you're trying to hold yourself up in the seat. Sometimes it's hard to reach over there and hit fifth, depending on how close the clusters are together. Hangs fourth gear right here, uses a bit of curb, working through 3, headed down through to 4. And Rockwell Autosport has worked up into second position. I tell you what, Doug Oakley is putting on a show here, folks. He is absolutely just doing a great job. 2 laps off of the 411 car right now. It's going to be interesting to see, and you got to wonder if fatigue, I mean, Alex and Doug are in pretty good shape, but having a 2-man lineup versus a 4-man lineup with RVA, you got to wonder if fatigue will eventually set in with those guys, where just mentally you're just worn out at the end of the day. As we see right here, Parts Badger working the traffic continually, hooks onto one of the turn-in concepts Porsche Boxsters and just lets him tow him down the straightaway. That's a smart move. Just tuck in, let him pull you. He's able to dispense us some traffic, and he can go to work. Working by, I think that's one of the Edmondson cars there on the left, and then down into the heavy braking zone. And sometimes it's nice to have a rabbit in front of you too. It's not that you don't know what you're doing, but sometimes having that rabbit, especially when you get kind of tired, it lets you have something to follow and a reference point. It gives you a little something to shoot for. Working through 12 here. Headed down the front straightaway. Let's see what that light situation is as he goes up the hill. Yep, a little bit of fourth gear right there. Having to pinch it a little bit. He caught section 8, kind of a bad spot. Yep, that sunlight's about right in his eyes. It's going to be even worse here in just a little bit. It's not low enough yet, but it's getting there. The worst part will be going up the hill here, coming to turn 5. Yeah, right there. That's going to be right in your eyes as you're getting ready for the turn-in point, and for the Parts Badger Miata, that's a shift point. So it's, you know, you want to throw your hand up in the, you know, in front of your eyes to give you some clearance, but kind of can't do that when you got to hold onto the wheel and then use your right hand to shift. I did notice too that he's got his hand, when he when he comes out of turn 7 here, watch what he does when he pulls back to 4th gear. You notice he pulls straight back. He does a palm facing you, and a lot of times you can do that. There's different ways you can shift, but you got to be careful, because traditionally when you face your palm toward yourself, if you pull back, you're kind of going to want to pull toward your right hip, which, if depending on the cluster, how close they are together, you can actually pull it into 2nd gear if you're not careful. So a lot of drivers tend to flip their wrist around and face their palm out, and then what you'll do from there is you'll pull back and want to go away from your hip, to where then you'll traditionally want to maybe have a better chance of hitting 4th gear. It just depends on what the driver comfort is, but something to think about. It's something that I know Max Pappas and Boris said a lot of traditionally renowned road racers talk about, where they do that just so they don't risk hitting 2nd or the wrong gear, because we know that could be a catastrophic failure. See, he's using the outside line here on the left because he caught the traffic right there. Not the worst place to do it, but you just got to make sure you're really careful when you kind of get off that traditional line.
So we got RVA Graphics and Wraps leading by about 2 laps over Soggy Bottom Boys in their Porsche. Then you've got Tater Racing in 3rd, up about 18 seconds is the gap to Soggy Bottom. Then 40 seconds behind them is the number 12 car of Rockwell Autosport Development. And it looks like they might have just come out of the pits or something, because they turned a lap time of a 4:31. And then we have RVA Graphics behind them in the 311 car, back about a lap. And then 3 laps behind them, it's Bulldog Racing up in 6th place. Calvin Ball, we talked about them quite a bit today during this race. Back about 2 laps. They're in 7th place. And then just 8 seconds behind them is the On Second Thought team. And they've turned 217 laps so far today. Wonder how many miles we're going to click off over the course of 14 hours of racing. And then it's Running Bulls now, up in 9th place. Mad Wag behind them in 10th. And I'll check on the Running Bulls and see if they've got a camera running yet. Doesn't look like it just yet. So I'll do some checking and see if something was missed there. But it looks like they're just not up and running yet with my races. So I want to thank everybody for joining us this weekend. And I see there is a Turn-In Concepts here. So we'll get them up and running. There we go. As they're hitting over those bumps, those curbs there, Parts Badger. And there's a look behind the wheel of the, it says Box 2 717. This is one of the Turn-In Concepts machines. They don't have any audio, but nice clear picture. I think they're trying out one of the Mine A5 kits from my races this weekend. Let's see how they like it. And And that looks like Cone Crushers up ahead in their Porsche as they head through the 10A, 10B complex. And a car stranded, track left, down there between around in that 10B area. We'll go to that camera. We can see they just kind of parked out there around the edge, the outside rim. And we can expect they're going to be sending out emergency personnel here pretty quickly to have a look at that situation. And I'm checking the logs. Nothing seen just yet. So this has just happened now. Back on board with Turn-In Concepts. Here comes the full course caution, folks. So full course caution here at Road Atlanta. That'll bring everybody down to 70% race speed. No passing permitted. And now it is purple 35. So that'll bring everybody down to a maximum 35 miles per hour. Keep your holding stations. It's like, just think virtual safety car if you're a Formula One fan. You're not allowed to pass, not allowed to gain on others necessarily. So the idea is to try to hold everybody where they're at without having to deploy a pace car. Although they have put some pace cars out this weekend. Yeah, we've had an eventful season opener, Paul. You definitely hit the nail on the head on that one. So it's definitely been. It's had its untraditional portions of Road Atlanta, but it's been very traditional as well. So obviously the caution is out, and this is to rescue that car that's stranded over here. And they're bringing out several vehicles, so there may be an oil situation. And since we're getting near the commercial break and we've got somebody getting ready to join us, we'll go ahead and take our commercial break right now and then be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live. Another guest joins us in the booth. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers. and make sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. Yes, we are Green Flag Racing, and it's open mic night. Apparently, I left my mic open the whole time. But anyway, welcome back, guys, and hope you're all having a fantastic start to your weekend. Hope your Saturday's going as well and as fun, as enjoyable as it is for us. And if you could make it this weekend to join us here at Road Atlanta, I hope you can make it out next year, or to one of the other many races coming up. It's on the calendar. Check out the schedule at ChampCar.org. And to find out more information about where you can become involved in the Champ Car Endurance Series and maybe come race with us. There's plenty of opportunity, but go ahead, Kyle.
So, Paulie, I was actually going to say, why don't we give them real quick where we're actually going to be broadcasting races this year, where they can catch shows.
Sure.
All right. So obviously here for the Parts Badger 14 hours at Road Atlanta, and then we will not be at G2 Motorsports Park. We're doing 21 races as a series this year. If you're interested in running at G2 Motorsports Park, make sure you sign up. There's 41 cars on the entry list right now. It's not sold out, but there's spots available. And then Dominion Raceways after that, there's only 20 cars signed up, maximum of 40, so make sure you guys sign up for the Dominion Raceway entry. And then Daytona is going to be our next show, April 11th. That's a Saturday. We will not be at Gingerman or the first Harris Hill, but we will be back at Watkins Glen. So if you're interested and you want to get on that race, on the wait list at least, it's sold out, but throw it in there for the back-to-back sevens. And then, Paulie, we're going to be not too far from you. We're going to be at Autobahn Country Club for the Joliet Grand Prix at Autobahn Country Club. If you're interested in doing that one, there's still some entries available. And then we won't do the overnight at Sebring. And if you're interested in going to Lime Rock Park, get your name on the wait list. So we'll be up there for the inaugural Lime Rock New England Enduro. And then we won't do the VIR race over the summer, nor Thompson, but we'll be back at Mid-Ohio in September. Sebring, which Mid-Ohio is sold out, so get on the entry list, the wait list if you would like. And then we will be there for the doubleheader at Sebring, the traditional 7 split race we do. And then it's getting so bad with the sunlight, folks, Paulie's having to put his hands over his eyes to look out of the booth. We won't be at the second Harris Hill, and then we'll do Pocono for the Tricky Triangle Enduro in October, and then a couple weeks after that, the Landjager, right?
Yeah, well,
Landjager.
It's something like that. It's when people, how do you spell something? And then I tell them, say, well, that's not right. You didn't ask me the right way to spell it. You asked me how I spell it. Okay. That's how I spell it.
So the Landjager Cup. This is not good. And then we won't be at AMP or Ozarks. And then for the final two events of the year, the 2026 TireRack.com National Championship at VIR in December. And then to cap off our year, we will do our final show for COTA, Circuit of the Americas, the Lone Star Double Down at COTA. It is sold out, but get your team's name on the entry list. So we will do 11 races this year out of the 21. So make sure you set a reminder in your calendar and join us. Tune in. Thank you to AutoZone, our amazing partner that helps the ChampCar.Live broadcast stay out of jail and help us stay on the air.
And I will say this, just because the show won't be there doesn't mean you're not going to run into Les Epps.
Correct.
Because you can bet he will be at Gingerman and he will be at Joliet with us. Of course, we'll do a show there and probably several other events as well.
He might even know, unless he'll sneak his way down to Harris Hill or Thompson or one of those other ones. He may even run out to Dominion. He's always all over the place. But Paulie, we have another guest in the booth and a nice young man here from Prairieville, Louisiana, who is relatively new to Champ Car, right?
Tell you what, right before we run into that, and his mic's off anyway, right before we run into that, I'll give a quick rundown. Then we're going to talk.
We should do that.
RVA Graphics and Wraps leads this race by about 2 laps over Rockwell Autosport Development. Yes, they have moved into second place. It's true. Soggy Bottom Boys in third. RVA Graphics and Wraps in fourth. Tater Racing now slips to fifth. As it is. Soggy Bottom has made 4 pit stops, and so is RVA, but not Rockwell. So Rockwell is on schedule to get their next pit stop in. So we're going to keep seeing this shuffling taking place. If you wonder, well, how did Rockwell make such a quick leap up there? Well, part of it is great lap times, but also it's the cycle of pit stops. Okay, let's have a.
All right, so young man, 20 years old, Mr. Brant McClendon. Welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Helped if I opened your mic up when I went to do that, but that's what happens when you've been on the air for 8 hours.
Really?
So. And we're not trained professionals. Well, he is. I'm not. But anyway, welcome to ChampCar.Live. This is your second Champ Car race. You ran with us at VIR.
Yes, sir.
And the team you ran for is?
Rolling Roadblock Racing, number 363.
So it's been a little bit of an eventful weekend for you guys so far, right?
It's been quite a weekend. So yesterday in practice, one of the team members messed up a downshift and bent a valve, so
the money shift.
Yeah. And we had to get a new head from UUC Motorworks, and really appreciative of them, because we probably wouldn't be out here running today. The team worked till 2 in the morning and then got back out 6 a.m. this morning, and we didn't make the start of the race, but we got out there and we're out there now. So big shout out to them. I really appreciate it. Yeah,
Arjun and Kate, Sound Naranjan, are great people. They're local here in the Atlanta area. And I know I probably mispronounced that, Kate. So if not, you told me I was allowed to say Soundgarden. So Soundgarden is the alternative. But thank you to Arjun and Kate and their team for helping get you guys going. They're good people.
Really, we probably wouldn't be out here right now. We probably would be loaded up. So. Yeah, really appreciative.
So, how did you get to this point in your career, and what's the journey been like?
My manager right now, Matthew Roberts, he got me kind of into watching racing, and then started iRacing probably 4, 5, 6 years ago, and it's been uphill ever since, pretty much. I started racing on there, and it went really well, and then got connected with Rolling Roadblock Racing because Matthew and one of the guys work together, the guy that runs the team, Boomer, and Jacob. And so back at probably September, we planned out to go to VIR in December. And we went there and we finished the race, I think 13th or 15th or 13th, something like that. It's kind of just one step at a time, and
So,
pretty cool.
So you've done a lot of iRacing. Did you start out doing a lot of traditionally oval racing and then transition to road racing? Did you kind of start them at the same time? So how did that happen? Because a lot of times traditionally we see guys start out in oval racing and then kind of want to figure out road racing. Well, what was your path?
Yeah. So I started actually playing NASCAR Heat 5 on PlayStation.
Okay.
And then I went, to the oval side of things on iRacing, and it started going well. And then, I don't know, might have had it for a few months, and then I started doing a little bit of road course racing. It just, like right now I'm probably doing more road course racing on iRacing than oval, which it started the opposite, so.
Less chance of getting wrecked on iRacing, usually doing the road courses than the oval sometimes.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, I would not at all. So it sounds like you've picked up the road racing. It's been a lot of fun. And now you've gotten the bug to get to do it for real.
Yeah.
And how was that transition going from the video game, or going from essentially the simulation to the real thing?
They both have their pros and cons, but the biggest difference, I'd say, like, it's easy to go from iRacing, or it's easier to go from iRacing to racing out here real life than it is to go from real life to iRacing, because it's just not, you don't have the feel, the overall feel. So it was a whole lot different, being able to feel the car and stuff, and just, smell the smells and feel everything is a whole lot different. So, yeah, I mean, it's probably a little, I like it way better real life, obviously, but yeah, it's just, I like it.
Yeah, and that feel makes a huge difference, where that feedback you get from the car, it really makes you, I mean, the motion sims that some of these companies have come up with are great, and they serve a purpose, but real feel in a car, just, you can't translate that. As it looks like we're going back to yellow here, Paulie. Looks like there's a car stopped off the racetrack, apparently, 36 car.
Okay.
I think that's the OST Racing guys.
Oh, no.
So we'll get back to you in 1 second here, Brant. Let's see what the story is with these guys real quick. It looks like we are under code 35, folks, so we're going to slow the pace back down. I think I found them, Paulie. Turn 10. I saw somebody in the kitty litter.
Okay.
So we may have found the victim.
Oh, yeah.
They're buried in there pretty good. So it looks like they're going to need a little bit of help there, assistance to get out of the mess there. So anyway, Brant, thank you for your patience there for a second. We want to get back to you. Actually, somebody was mentioning the butt kickers are pretty good, but those motion sims are great, but that real feel is just really where it's at, and it just, you can't, it's hard to simulate that.
You just can't, but a butt kicker does help a lot. Like, sometimes I'll forget to turn mine on, and like I pull out on track, I'm like, well, it's off. That helps a lot. Like, just having that little vibration, that feel.
So what's the transition for road racing been? Because you've done a lot of ovals. How different is it to actually work with a stick and a clutch?
Well, so my first time ever driving a manual was when I was pulling out on track in Virginia. So, it's more fun. I feel like it's a big transition because you can't grind a gear on iRacing, So, but it's a big difference. But it trains you pretty well on iRacing. So, just overall the feel, like, just you can feel it better in real life. I mean, it's just, you can't get the same feeling.
Right. Yeah. It's a lot different when you're getting used to the brake points, the upshifts, the downshifts, figuring out the idiosyncrasies of all the ins and outs of the car. It helps you, and then you have to continually do that lap after lap. So you're going to do this. You're doing this weekend. It's been a little bit of a trying weekend for you. You guys are still in the fight, though. So where will we see you next in Champ Car, and then what's the rest of your 2026 season going to look like?
So the plan right now is to go to Daytona April 11th, and we're going to, same team, Rolling Roadblock Racing. We're going to try and pick up some sponsors for them, and get some money coming in to help fund everything, get faster, whatever we can do. So that's the plan that's the most, that's the race that's upcoming. And after that, we're going to try and get into some late models, pro late models, some asphalt oval racing, or even a legend car, I just want seat time.
That's Kyle's favorite car.
Yeah, you don't like it? Well, I've never even seen one.
It's a small scale of an old 34.
Well,
No.
I guarantee you, he's probably driven it in iRacing.
Yeah, you probably have.
Oh, I don't like it in iRacing.
Yeah, well, you probably won't like it in real life either. But that's what he says.
All right. So I had a lot of bad luck, and let me pay this off because I don't want to discourage people from Legends Racing. It taught me a lot of car control, and I'm already in Georgia. We're not far from Unadilla. I don't need David Reagan and Ken Reagan coming up here beating the crap out of me because he was the one that started it. So Legends cars are a small scale. You got a 1200 cc motorcycle engine in the car. Ton of torque. I mean, the torque you have in those things is almost similar to a late model. Okay. And you got about 125 horsepower. Not a lot, but it's a short wheelbase car. It's kind of like a Mini Cooper out here, and they're twitchy, very hard to drive. No power steering. You really just have to manhandle it. Yeah. They're great cars, and they teach you exceptional car control. I was fortunate to have a guy out of Richmond, Kevin Yates with Yates Racing, who pretty much made me get good at it because Kevin taught me the right way to drive it. The problem that I had is I didn't do it regularly. And when I got out there, I got in messes with Yahoos where I got taken out a lot just because I didn't race it a lot. I wasn't up front a lot of times. So I'd get in the mix with a lot of the crazies, and next thing I know, I was getting wadded up in something. Yeah. So I was frustrated about it for that reason. Do I appreciate the discipline that it taught me when I got into the bigger racing? And here, absolutely. You couldn't simulate that on a good day. Mm-hmm. So it's a good training tool, but when you go from that short wheelbase transition to the bigger cars, sometimes it's a little bit harder.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of guys that when they get up into the bigger car, it's hard to get that feel because you're going from such a big difference, and you got to get used to going from something that essentially wants to swap ends on its own to a stock car that, it doesn't want to turn, let's say, or even a heavy, bulky BMW that you kind of got to make it go where you want it to go. So, no, it's just for me as we're going back yellow. It's a good training tool, and if you have an opportunity to drive it, get the diversity in your driving background. Yeah. For me personally, I just had a lot of bad luck, so I just avoid them like the plague. But anyway, but honestly, I need to get over the fear at some point and just the frustration to get back in the car. But no, it sounds like there's good opportunities for you, and you want to go do that. Yeah. So we'll see you at Daytona. I think you're going to love that, and you'll enjoy it.
For sure.
So what's the rest after Daytona look like?
Yeah, we're just going to kind of figure it out. I mean, we really just anything that gets me seat time. Okay. Really. I mean, we're going to figure it out. We'll probably be back in this series for Virginia VIR maybe at the end of the year, and we're going to figure out some other dates as well, probably to come here and race. So, yeah, we're just going to not wing it, but we're going to.
It depends on what the budget looks like, depends on what opportunities. Yeah. You were telling me off camera that your manager, Matt, has some friends on the oval side, a gentleman by the name of Shane Wyatt that is going to open some doors potentially if funding can be procured.
He's been a big help. He manages Chase Howard over on the ARCA side of things. They do a handful of ARCA races. So Shane's been a big help. He's gave us a lot of advice. So he's a big help towards everything.
It's always good when you have those tools and those things in your toolbox you can lean on a little bit and use and open some opportunities. So that's really cool. So you said you need funding to make some of this happen. So where can the folks and the listeners or anybody out there that might have a company that wants to maximize it and get behind a young man from Louisiana, what can they do to help your program?
You can follow and message me on Instagram at Brant.McClendon, as well as that's Facebook and TikTok. We have it all, Brant.McClendon. And then if you want to email me, BrantMcClendonRacing@gmail.com. Brant McClendon Racing.
Thank you.
No dot.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So Kyle's going to throw that in the chat so that you guys have it.
Yeah, it's an expensive sport, so every little bit helps.
Racing expensive? No, don't lie to lie to the listeners. Come on, it's not expensive.
No,
not at all. No, not at all. It's very, very cheap.
Oh yeah. That's why I'm doing it. I don't like spending money, so I'm racing.
Oh, there you go. Oh, you're in the perfect sport then. Absolutely.
Yeah.
$1,000 here, this, that. Yeah, just got to check. You're good.
There we go.
So
sponsors help. Any bit helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anybody right now that you want to thank? We want to let you get back down there. Are you getting back in later tonight?
I'm done for the day. I did my couple hours earlier.
Okay.
Probably a couple hours ago, actually. Yeah, probably 2-3 hours ago. And it went smooth. The track flows very well. It's very fast. But yeah, I want to thank Matthew Roberts and my parents, all my family really, and then Boomer and Jacob on the team for giving me the opportunity. I've never drove a car, and they put me in a car. My first laps were on track at Virginia or VIR. So yeah, big thanks to them, because I really wouldn't be there or here without them. So yeah.
Well, thank you guys for bringing him to Champ Car, and thank you for coming and participating in Champ Car. It's so nice to see just the younger generation and new blood in the series. We appreciate it. We really are glad to have you guys, and we hope that this can lead you as we see Denise Autosport in the pits there for pit stop. But we appreciate it, and we wish you the best. Good luck.
I appreciate it. It's a really good series. I enjoyed running with y'all.
We appreciate it. Well, good luck the rest of the day, and keep us posted on what's going on, and we'll look forward to seeing you at Daytona, okay?
I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
All right, guys. Brant McClendon with Rolling Roadblock Racing. If you're wanting to follow the rest of the day to see how the team does, it's the 363-car BMW entry.
Yes, sir.
And all righty. So we'll just follow along with those, and we'll look forward to seeing them at Daytona.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. So as we are on board with Calvin Ball Motorsports, that is your 6th place car in the overall and the C-Class. Al is behind the wheel turning laps. As we are 12 minutes to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in northern Georgia. We're in Brazelton, Georgia, just outside of the Atlanta area, it's beautiful. If it was just a little bit warmer, it'd be great. But it's Chamber of Commerce race weather. Heard him really having to wait to get on the throttle there. He got up on the curb. You got to be careful if you happen to get a little too much curb. Sometimes you have to want to back. You got to back out of it a little bit. You don't want to spin those tires and end up snapping an axle, because those teeth can be pretty aggressive here.
Snap it to axle.
Snap it to axle. Last lap was a 46.70. Good time there. Pretty comparable with Tater Racing and Bulldog, right around that group of BMWs that he's racing with. Used a bit of curb right there. He's trying to work through, because the 593 is, that's a BMW as well. He's trying to get by, it looks like one of the Miatas. Looks like he's just trying to get to him. He might have gotten the run there out of 5. Just may not have the legs. I know he's got that on the top end. It's to the door. See if he can clear him getting into 6. Gonna have to run a little bit offline there. That sun's getting worse into there as well. Downshift to 3rd. Looks like he was able to clear him. Got a great run out of there and was able to get by a BMW. I like the patience he's showing. Well, see right there, Paulie, we just talked about that earlier. You heard him miss the shift right there.
Yeah.
He got it, and it just didn't look like it went into gear for him.
Yeah.
You got to be, and he didn't jerk it back. It wasn't a speed shift. So it looks like he just couldn't get it down into 4th gear. You got to wonder, too, these things have been going for 8+ hours, almost 9 hours now. Are we going to start seeing maybe some gearbox concerns where you don't know what a teammate did earlier? Maybe you're getting to a point where you might have to nurse it a little bit. I mean, Brant just mentioned that, where, the ultimate money shift happens and parts break. So,
and Claire was having trouble with that with their the Honda. I think they were racing the Acura, the Honda.
The Honda.
Yeah, they were having trouble with 4th gear and 3rd gear, and so they were having some issues with that car. Timothy, you're right. Can't swing a dead cat without hitting on those pesky Miatas, and they are pesky.
Yeah, they are.
They are pesky.
They can be very frustrating. Fun to drive, but pesky trying to pass them.
Hi, Hyler. I thought you were going to be here, man. I saw Momo Champ on the schedules or on the roster, so I thought you were going to. I had a scene set aside just for you, but alas, couldn't make it, I guess. Maybe next year.
So, Paulie, what is it? Because, I mean, you're definitely a lot more mechanically inclined than I am. Can you explain to the viewership, what is it that they have to be concerned about with where we see these issues with transmissions? I mean,
yeah.
What is that?
Well, so it's a couple different things. Part of it is power, and as far as the actual gearbox itself, the amount of power you're putting down. If you are adding a lot of power to the car, one of the mistakes that we often make as racers, we just focus on the power plant. We're not thinking about the drive line, the rest of it. And all that stuff isn't necessarily made for what you're trying to give it. So as you go up in power, you really should be building a car from the back end forward. You should start with the differential, go to the transmission, then to the engine. Well, nobody does that unless you really know what you're doing. Now, if you're not really changing the power that much, then it's just a matter of looking at the history of the car, that transmission. Is it glass or does it hold up pretty well in endurance road racing? And if it does, but you're seeing some failures, that can be marked down as being overly aggressive with the shifting. Broken roll pins is pretty common, and that's just coming from jamming it into gear instead of waiting for the synchros to do their job to mesh everything together, and not quite getting the revs right. If you actually nailed the revs perfectly, you wouldn't need a synchronizer, but that's never going to happen. But you can get very, very close, use very little of the synchro, and she'll drop right in. The thing with a lot of wear in the transmission, you drain them and you see that kaleidoscope of color. That metal that's coming off there is because people are shifting quickly and basically forcing the synchronizers to do the job. And you can put better synchronizers in. They have those, so that will help you with that process and give you better longevity and get those shifts done better. The fluids that you use are part of that too.
He just had it again, Paulie.
Yeah, and he missed it again. Now, the other thing, you might be running into some problems with the way that he's going into the gear. It sounds like he's actually waiting quite a while before making the gear change. It sounds like he's really zinging the engine, then he's making the gear change. So a lot of it's the speed, how slowly, how gentle you are with it. If you're really pushing it too hard, you get to the point where it becomes more and more difficult to get it into gear because those synchros get worn. And so now you're having to push it even harder there. It happened to him again. So you may think it's in, but it's not. You just got to be patient and let it fall in. So they may need to do some work on the transmission. It might be fourth gear they're working on. I don't know what the issue is he's having. And that one needs to be serviced. So there's springs in there, there's clips in there, there's synchronizer there. And that will help that thing fall back, start falling into gear the way he's expecting it to, because it ain't. So if it's not the driver and it's just the transmission's worn, it just needs to be serviced. The other thing you got to watch out for, this is across the board.
Tight. Sorry, Paulie. I saw him go in there.
Yeah, he's going to the S's here.
I wasn't sure if he was going to make it. It didn't look like he was all the way up beside that Miata. I did not mean to cut you off, buddy.
Well, and hitting the curbs under power, holding power, going over gators, and all of that puts a tremendous amount of shock load through the drive line, and that breaks parts too, like differentials, and it can damage the transmission too. So all those things come into play.
So at this point, knowing, because I mean, this is since we've been on board with him for the last 3 or 4 laps, that's 3 or 4 times we've seen that. Does this, I mean, if the team's watching this, which most of the teams we notice have been watching this, or maybe somebody's made them aware of this, if you're a team, I mean, you're a team principal, you've owned your cars, how do you coach a driver through this? What do you tell them at this point?
Yeah, if he's having, third gear is the most common gear to go bad because we use it like crazy. So that's usually the first one that starts. We have a little trouble getting it to sink in all the way. We think it's in, or what's worse is if it's popping out. Now that's another issue altogether. But you're gonna have to tell him to slow down and make sure he gets it in. It's not doing you any good missing it. So slow down on that shifting, make sure it gets all the way in. And sort of what Timothy alluded to, if you get the rev correct, she'll drop right in. You can actually just, when I drive my street car, my Subaru, when I make the gear changes, I just put the clutch in, just gives it some pressure on the shift lever, and it drops in right at exactly the right rev as the revs fall through the rev range. So you don't have to push it. You don't have to use much synchronizer if you get the rev right.
Is that harder for, let's say, an arrive and drive driver or somebody? We know a lot of your regular drivers in cars, they know the car, they understand it. But let's say you got guys in there that are coming in for just a weekend or a couple weekends, and they don't know the car that well. Is that something that just you really...
Way harder.
Right.
Be way harder. I mean, I've got 40 years of racing under my belt. It's much harder for someone who doesn't have a lot of experience. And most of our teams do have experience, but there's quite a few guys that are new. They're not going to wait. They're going to pull harder, and then they're going to try and jam it in there.
Well, then you've got young guys like Brant McClendon that we just talked to, who's still learning the nuances of racing and getting into, like Timothy talked about, learning the rhythms of all this stuff. You got to coach them. You got to show them. You kind of have to remind them on that radio, right? You kind of just have to be that
kind of voice of reason. Yeah. And it really goes a long way. You know, I've been coached so many times by team owners, and I love it. It's the first thing I do is I go to the team owner and I say, where do you brake? Where are you shifting at? You know, talk to me about how your car really works. And usually the owner of the car knows the car best. And Brad McCall, the first time I got into a Porsche Boxster, I mean, he was just so good at coaching me into, like, do this, don't do that. And just follow that to the letter of the law, and you're going to have a good weekend.
Look at this here, Paulie. You see he's really battling traffic, and look at that sunlight right in his eyes. That's a horrible thing to have when you got 4 cars right in front of you. Now let's see how he manages the traffic. Remember, folks, this is your 6th place car in the overall and your 6th place in C class. He's doing a nice job right here. Oh, that sunlight is terrible. Look at that, Paulie, and right where you need to see the brake lights. Because, I mean, that's a risk where you could run right up into the back of the guy. I mean, I like the patience that Al's showing here. He's not getting right up on the BMW. He seems like he's got the experience to know to just kind of lay back a little bit, knowing the sight line is thrown off there a little bit. Same thing right here. See, he caught him a little bit sooner.
Yeah, it looks like he's having trouble with sinking it into 4th gear. It's this next gear change that comes up.
I'm noticing too, he's making shifts quick on the downshift.
Yeah, he's good on the downshifts. Getting into third gear is no problem on the downshift. I
wonder if he's downshifting too early.
Yeah, well, if you try to go in too soon, it just won't go unless you get those revs up, or you could really push it. That's how you money shift it. You got to get the revs right. Again, it should be pretty smooth. Get the revs right, it should be smooth.
Oh, a little bit of catch there. He had to go shallow. He was working by the Denise Motorsports BMW, or excuse me, Miata right there.
There it is. He got 4th gear cleanly there.
Got a good run through 12 right there. I like what he was doing.
A little bit of tire chirp there. The car's hopping a little bit through that section.
It's that patch too. You notice after it hit that patch, the car just kind of hopping through there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what happened to the 8 car. Just looking back at that, the way that thing swapped ends, I wonder if he was so loaded and we had just come off that Code 35 period. I wonder if it cooled off a little bit and he thought he had a little more grip through there than he anticipated.
Yeah, if his tires were kind of slick or whatever, maybe there was something on the track, but anything like the other driver that was up there said, it's just you got to be really careful through there. You're kind of on eggshells. You just don't want to do anything too sudden. It's going to throw the car up. Yeah, he had a little trouble. It's getting into 4th gear that he's having a little bit of difficulty, but we're not having difficulty with enjoying the race this weekend, and hope that you folks are as well, as we take another quick break, and we'll be back in a few. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Plenty of racing still on tap. 5 hours to go here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. The sun is continuing to fall here at Road Atlanta. as the evening begins to approach us. And I did see a message that came from Jackie Sides, the race director. 5 o'clock is the required gotta have your headlights on moment. I'm seeing a lot of teams already have their headlights on, which I think is wise. I think my idea was turn the headlights on the last pit stop before you go out to turn on your lights to make sure they're working, and B, you can't forget because you're already on. You don't have to wait for somebody to call you and remind you. I'm seeing a lot of teams out there already have their headlights running. Nevertheless, let's talk about the race.
And it's good lead time to do that too, right, Paulie? Just because then it gives you time to test it.
Yeah, see if they're going to work or not, right? RVA Graphics and Wraps. It seems like I keep saying they're in the lead. Maybe that's because they are.
Yeah.
They're leading this race about a lap over Rockwell Autosport Development, who is apparently, from what I can see, consistently turning the faster lap times. A 1:45 on that last lap to RVA's 1:43, but there's a 2-lap deficit that Rockwell has to make up, roughly 2 laps. It's probably a little less than 2 laps, but certainly more than 1 that they have to overcome. Soggy Bottom Boys there in 3rd place, and RVA has 5 pit stops and Rockwell only has 4. So there's obviously a different strategy here going on. Behind Soggy Bottom is the other RVA Graphics and Wraps car. 57 seconds behind them is Tater Racing. Then it's Cannonville back 3 laps. Bulldog Racing on second thought, Turn-In Concepts. And 45th Parallel, who's very close to Turn-In Concepts, a 1.8 second gap there.
And once again, another team that has snuck up into the top 10, but we see this continually from that 286 car. They just slowly and methodically work their way up the field. They don't jump out at the beginning of the race. They just continually pick them off a little bit at a time. Last lap was a 1:47.14. They're within 0.2 of a second of turn-in, and they're only separated by about 1.8 seconds. I mean, it really just, it says a lot about what these guys are doing. And then Running Bulls Racing, they've been in the top 15 all day long, having a good showing.
Yeah, we got, of course, Cone Crushers out there giving it heck. Birmingham Racing out here again. Those guys have been with us a long time. Roger and Casey. Great to see them back out here again with the Lexus SC300.
See, that's one of the RVA cars that just went by Cone Crushers. They were up in the top 10 earlier in the day. They kind of looks like they've fallen down the running order a little bit here. Let's see where Cone Crushers are running. They are 26th in the overall, and I believe about 12th in the C class right now. 14th in C class at this point. So not a bad day for these guys.
Yeah, looking good. And we got Kelly Childs up here in the booth with us, and I want to put her on headset for a little bit. And if you folks don't know who Kelly is, well, you probably haven't been around Champ Car very long. Kelly's been racing with us for a long time. Miata Racer, had your own car, and I don't know if you still have that car.
No.
Okay. Been working in Champ Car though, on staff for quite a while too. How long have you been working in Champ Car?
Well, I've done it in 2 stints. The first stint was when I was in college, so that started in about 2015 and went for 3 or 4 years, and then took a break after I graduated, figured out adult life is terrible, and came right back.
Adult life is terrible.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. I'll cancel that free trial, please.
You're one of those smart people that can do like anything, like you do time and scoring, and it's like whatever we need done, Kelly can do it and do a great job of it. And then, so we're at breakfast. I don't know, last year, there's VIR or something, and we're just chatting and stuff, and she says, not everybody can be a taco. I'm like, what? Not everybody can be a taco? I knew immediately what you meant when you said that, and I thought it was really funny. And I remember Ray Frank's like, what does that mean? It's like, not everybody, and you just repeated it. Yeah. Not everybody could be a taco. I thought it was really funny, and so just wanted to have you on the show for a little bit, and maybe have folks get a chance to know you a little bit. But so yeah, what do you think about this race weekend you were having a great time teching in cars Thursday in the cold.
Yeah, I was very cold. I got a helmet sticker duty. So for those of you tuning in or have already been here, you've got to get a new helmet. This is the last year that SA 2015s are good. And Champ Car has started to tech helmet stickers now. Not full gear. You know, we touched a lot of suits that could probably stand up on their own. So we decided that helmet was enough for us to take a look at. But
Just too gross.
Oh, yeah. By molecule. Smells good, keeps it clean. You can totally wash the race suits. Ron's got some.
Ron at Discovery has that stuff. There's a reason for it. You spray it and then...
They do all kinds of stuff. But anyway, so helmet checks in the cold Thursday night. That was rough. But, you know, I'm happy to be here, happy to be back at the track. I think Road America last year was my last race of the Champ Car season, and they had a few months left of racing by the end of that point. But I love this event. 14 hours. It's challenging. You start and it's just getting light from being dark. You end in the dark. This is like the blinding hour is from 5 to 6 where the sun starts to go down. I think you've showed it before I came on in the live stream of what these cars are actually seeing as they're going around this track. And it is a technical track, some of these corners, and you have to have the car in the right spot. And if you aren't paying attention for a split second, it can be not great.
Yeah, so have you raced at this track too?
Yeah, I've raced at this track. I've done a couple of track days at this track.
Nice.
Now, in a Miata, I'll say you end up down the backstretch. You hit 5th gear very quickly, and you can make a phone call before you get to the braking zone in 10A, 10B. But it is a very fun track. Maybe something with a little more horsepower next time. That's what I'll go for.
Yeah, this is this track's built for high horsepower cars, very fast race cars. And I don't know about you, but I always felt like that was kind of the nice thing about the Series 2, because a lot of the tracks we race there are like that. It's like you're not going nearly as fast as these guys are doing, way over what you would be doing on this racetrack. So if you get it wrong, you're less likely to get hurt. You're less likely to bend up your car. So it's kind of nice, maybe a little over-engineered for what we're doing, which is good. Good.
Well, you know, even the IMSA guys that run this track towards the end of the year at Petit, I mean, coming down turn 12, coming down the front stretch, and you're between two concrete barriers, that's intimidating for professionals, let alone, you know, somebody's first time out here, or, you know, we've got some younger drivers. I mean, it's a heck of an introductory to a season.
Yeah. Do you feel that this seems like it's a really fast racetrack? It reminds me kind of Road America in that way. Is that your take on it? It's like, this is wicked quick, or were you okay with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely fast. You have some spaces on the track where you definitely have to get your speed under control. I mean, I think of turn 7 especially. I mean, that's really heavy into the braking zone when you're in the smaller part of the track there. But, you know, a lot of these turns are sweeping, and so it looks like you should go a little slower than you can actually take some of these turns. Now, I'm not challenging anybody who's listening to this to try and go after it at all. Jackie will not like me for saying any of that, but, you know, you can definitely carry a lot of speed around this track and get heavy into the brake zone.
Looks like we went under caution here. So any words of wisdom? Any other? Not everybody can be a taco.
No, not everybody can be a taco. Yeah.
What else do you have for us this weekend, if anything? Is there words of wisdom, mottos, or mantras we should carry with us as we head into the evening hour?
You know, it may not be a funny one, but I think it's definitely one worth mentioning anytime you're in racing. And it's, you know, you got to race your race, and there's always somebody that's going to be faster than you and somebody that's better than you. So, you know, you're out there really in an endurance race like this, you're against yourself. Are you consistent each lap? You know, I mean, yeah, I can lay down a flying lap, but if I'm off track or spin, I'm just going to counteract anything that I've done. So, you know, play the long man's game here. You don't win in the first corner here or in any of these really endurance races that Champ Car puts on. Yeah. So don't overdrive your ability. You have plenty of time to get comfortable. Again, 14 hours, you're sun up to sunset to in the dark. You can't see much around this track when the sun is down, which obviously anybody who's watching will see that on your live stream cameras as they go around the track. But, you know, as somebody who has been in the tower many times here and across other tracks, don't overdo your capabilities.
Yeah, this place is one that can bite you. It's definitely a big boy, big girl track, and you have to be prepared. And do you feel with, we've been talking on and off, we've had a few drivers with simulators and iRacing and that world. Do you feel that a place like Road Atlanta, even, because I mean, we've heard even the pro guys say, you know, coming down that hill in that prototype or even a GT car is a gut check. How important is it for drivers if they have the ability to get seat time here before they come here for their first time?
I think it's super important to get seat time at any track you're going to that you've never been to. You know, there's a lot of benefits these days where tracks are a lot more accessible than they used to be. You can get, you know, what do they call them, HDPE days
HD,
or track days. Yeah. You know, iRacing is great resource. I mean, it's not going to get you the full effect of coming down that hill, I can promise you that. But it does get you close, and it gets you the experience, you know, and the iRacing guys have done some really great things. I mean, coming under the bridge down into 12, they have the 3 colored markers in iRacing that you're lining up on in the real track. So at least you have a little bit of consistency, so it's not completely different when you show up the next day.
Yeah, they've done a good job scanning these tracks and then going back and rescanning them when they completely repave them, which is great. I have just a lot of high praise for iRacing. I think it's great. You can go out there and make a lot of really dumb mistakes and wreck the car a million times. Like, no, that doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. No, that doesn't work.
I've actually done a lap around Road Atlanta on 3 wheels in iRacing, so I don't know how well some of that is calibrated, but definitely, you know, and some of it you still have to pay attention. You know, iRacing utilizes the Pro Paddock, which we don't use this weekend as far as the pit lane and things along those lines. So there's still going to be some nuances that you have to pay attention to, but it definitely gives you a leg up than coming in blind.
Really good advice, Kelly. I appreciate that. Yeah, just go out there. You're really just competing with yourself. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing, their lap times and all that stuff. Even if it's on the same team, you just got to work up. You know, get your own pace going, what you're comfortable with, so you're not way in over your head, right? Because that's when the mistakes come in. When you start to push yourself way out beyond what you're like, well, I should be able to do this. Yeah, well, you're not ready. Just give it time. You know, work your way up. It's the first mistake I made was pushing myself out beyond what I was ready to do. So, yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah,
Kelly,
and, you know, everybody gets so excited. The helmet goes on. You're ready to get on track, you know, and they're ready to send it. Well, I got to tell you, it's cold here in the morning. Your tires aren't warm yet, you know. So even if you were to push it a little bit, it's a lot less forgiving. And especially, you know, guys who rent seats or, you know, this is their first time in this particular car. I mean, there's something to be said for that as well. I mean, a Miata is not going to drive like a Porsche Boxster, like a Mustang or anything like that. So you really have to learn what you're in, what it feels like, what the feedback is to be able to successfully wheel anything around these tracks.
Yeah.
And then tonight, too, as it cools off. I mean, you're going to – what you felt this morning, you're going to feel tonight and then some, because it's going to be – I mean, they said by the time I looked at the weather, by the time the race is over, it's going to be about 34 degrees. So that last hour could get very treacherous.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be wet or, you know, any type of precipitation or, you know, anything like that to add challenge just with the daylight. But yeah, with the temperatures dropping especially, I mean, it definitely adds an element. And, you know, I personally prefer to race in the cold than I do in the hot, because I don't have to worry about a cool shirt box. I mean, you know, in the morning you got to get them up to temp. You see the guys taping up their radiator sometimes, but, you know, I mean, you just have to take it as it comes, and I think that's the beautiful thing about endurance racing is you have to navigate those hiccups. You're not just done in a 20-minute sprint.
And sometimes it's hard to get guys to remember that when that helmet goes on. But Kelly, thank you for just helping us and providing some insight. I mean, you've got a lot of experience. I mean, this is kind of home for you. You've been a lot at Road Atlanta, so we appreciate the insight. And as we're getting ready to go back yellow, so how's it been over there in race control for you today?
It's been pretty good. I mean, you know, it's the first race of the season, and with, you know, any new rule changes from 25 to 26. So we've definitely had a couple challenges this morning, but, you know, Jackie's handled it great. The staff's been great. So hopefully everybody's having a good time out there, and you know, onwards and upwards. I know that we've definitely got a lot of volunteers on pit lane, so anybody that's watching this in their pit box or at home, you know, if you go to a Champ event, definitely thank the staff, thank the pit lane. You know, they're out here in all of the conditions all day, you know, taking minimal breaks, so you definitely want to take care of them and, you know, the safety workers and all of those things, because it's definitely not easy to put on an event like this for sure.
Nah, it takes a lot of people, a lot of man hours, and we appreciate everything you guys do. And just remember, guys, when you get out there, you can't all be a taco. Some got to be a burrito and an enchilada. So you got to make it work.
Hey, same ingredients, different end result
That's
there.
Right.
Exactly.
Same stuff. It's just same ingredients. It's just wrapped differently.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, I'll leave you with the
Thanks,
final thing. I promised my husband and my stepdaughter is at home. So, Lincoln, if you're watching, I'm here. I'm thinking about y'all, all the families that get to watch their loved ones come enjoy the track is always good, because there's a lot of traveling weekends for all of us this weekend. So, appreciate them letting me get to do this. And, again, everybody's not a taco. You got to be what you can be and make the best out of it.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate you. Appreciate you coming over and giving us a few minutes. And
the Kellyisms.
Talk to you. Yeah, we'll talk to you again. Yeah, we'll talk to the Kelly. All right. So RVA still leading the way as we head back to green. Rockwell took that opportunity to make that pit stop done, so they've got their 5 in. They've matched Soggy Bottom and RVA at the front. So those top 3 cars have their 5 pit stops in so far. And then it's their sister car, RVA, has not made their 5th pit stop just yet, according to the data that we have. Tater Racing has had 6 pit stops. So maybe one they hadn't really planned on, or they're just ahead of the curve. They're just fancy like that. So on second thought, they've made 6 pit stops as well as turn-in concepts. And I'm going to scroll down here. I just want to see how's Parts Badger doing. Okay, they've had 6 pit stops, and they're listed in 17th place right now.
They've had some issues, Paulie. They've fallen down the order. They've actually lost 2nd place in the B class to the John Allen Special. So whatever lesson the guys are doing, it's working, because they're up into 16th in the overall, and they got a little bit. They've got about 7 laps to catch. I mean, they're going to need a little luck to catch on second thought, but a great day. They've put a lap on Parts Badger, and they just continue to be strong. And we saw Average Joe's earlier. Justin had pointed out that Vince is back in the car, and I mean, we saw strength from them earlier, but they had some issues. They've fallen down the order a little bit. So it's not over yet, folks. I mean, there's a lot of racing left to go. I mean, still almost 4.5 hours, so anything can happen.
Yep. Hope you folks are having a fantastic weekend as things get going here. Let us know what you're thinking about doing this year as far as racing concerned. Are you working on a project car? Are you working on your race car? Are you planning? Maybe you've already got some races scheduled already under your belt, ready to go. We've heard from a number of other people what their schedules look like. I'd like to hear yours though too, just to see, what tracks you have, in your crosshairs to check off your bucket list, so to speak. Maybe, or maybe it's just a part of your normal schedule. I'd like to hear from you.
I just saw something kind of interesting outside the booth. Bulldog Racing in the 152, their white BMW entry that's here. I noticed they came down the hill, and I'm seeing a lot of drivers do this, came down out of 11, and then they went for 12. I thought they were going to try it on the outside or the left side through 12, and what they did is he kind of got out of it a little early, caught traffic, and pulled a really excellent crossover and got a run down the front straightaway. I'm really just liking what I'm seeing from some of these drivers. I mean, really just the heads-up nature. It seems like some of these guys are really being smart about things. They're not trying to put the cars in really bad positions.
Yeah, I was just checking on Calvin Ball. It looked like they were going down under the front of the car. It looked like the effort was really just to get the hood lifted up. So
wonder if they might have had a little bit of contact or something. We took, because when we talked to Cal Denice earlier, remember he mentioned that when they had that incident earlier, he had told me there was a little bit of it's no longer a firm connection there, and they kind of had to fight to get the front end up. So you got to wonder if maybe they're trying to get it back where it was earlier. You were on board with Late to Apex here, and we can see James in the car. You saw him on the straightaway there. He kind of took his hands off the wheel for a second and just stretched his fingers out. What he was doing, he's not saying 10 to go. What he's saying is he's trying to keep the blood flowing. When you get in these race cars and you get in these situations, sometimes your heart rate gets up and you can tense up in certain positions. and especially if you get into around stuff where it gets a little tense. So what you try to do, especially being in the car for 2 hours, you try to stretch your fingers out, make sure you keep the blood flowing in your body, and making sure that you're keeping yourself at the ready, calm, relaxed. I mean, right here he's dispensing of Edmondson and one of the Rockwell entries, so just trying to be patient, but just trying to keep that blood flowing and keep himself in rhythm to continue to go on. He's having a great run. I mean, these guys are running 10th in the class, in the A class right now, 33rd in the race, so just got to continue to press on as we get into the evening and nighttime hours.
Timothy says, working on paying to have teeth removed. Wish I could pull money off my trees in the yard so I could afford to build my Scirocco. And my hands go numb too.
Yeah, and a lot of that can come from just death grips on steering wheels. So a lot of times you have to breathe in the car, and that's something you have to remind.
You know, and I got some bad news for you, Timothy. The Scirocco commercial's done. We're not going to be showing that anymore. But I'm willing to send it to you if you'd like to play it at your own leisure, so you can enjoy that sweet-looking car. We are up on the 4th floor of the tower here, and it's a great spot. It's a great spot to see the racetrack and to watch the race from, because you really do get a good view of the cars as they come down the hill there. And we can see all of this as they come down the hill and then straighten out. Now, where we do run into trouble is the visual of right up against the wall, where we had a car end up against the wall. We really can't see that very well from up here, and we certainly can't see the pits very well either, because we're just right above it, as you can see from this shot. But we can certainly see a fair amount of the track there as they come down the hill, and just a beautiful facility. Listen, Tower's fantastic. After they rebuilt it, they put in elevators, which Doc was ecstatic about. I'm very pleased about it too. So I have to carry equipment up, 4 flights of steps. That would be tough. Very nice facility. Hope you folks get a chance to get out here and visit with us. I'm going to take us to commercial break here shortly. We'll be back, and then we'll have someone else here to talk to on ChampCar.Live. So hope you're enjoying your weekend and the race here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, the Parts Badger, 14-hour Enduro at Road Atlanta. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? we've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Yep. Still green. No changes just yet. Rockwell's dropped down to 5th place. So now it's RVA Graphics 1 and 2 with Soggy Bottom dropping to 3rd place. Soggy Bottom just turned a 150 to RVA's 149, and now RVA just cranks out a 146 there in 2nd place, and beginning to distance themselves from Soggy Bottom.
Ooh, a little bit offline here.
Still in a 3-lap deficit though to RVA, the leader, number 411. 9 seconds the gap from Soggy Bottom up to RVA in 2nd place. But they are turning the slower lap times. We've got Tater Racing. Let's see, they just turned a 145. Their fastest lap time, a 140. They're in 4th place, back about a lap. 21 seconds behind them is Rockwell Autosport Development with a very impressive 141.7. It's actually the fastest lap time, that last lap time, the fastest lap time of all the cars in the top 5. And then we have Bulldog Racing in 6th. On Second Thought in 7th. Calvin Ball in 8th. We just saw them in the pits here a little bit ago. Turn-In Concepts in the 717 in 9th place. Madwag in 10th. So it looks like, right now it's really want to keep an eye on the Rockwell Autosport Development number 12 Porsche, because they really are the fast dog in this hunt inside these top contenders. trying to get up to the top here where that 411 car of RVA Graphics and Wraps lives. But we've got somebody here in the booth with us, so Kyle, I'll hand it over to you.
All righty. So right here I've got Mr. Kalen Serrano.
Yes, sir.
And you are with what team, sir?
We're with Trash Panda Racing.
Trash Panda Racing.
271.
Yep. Jason Siebert and his guys. How's the weekend been so far?
Great. I honestly could not have asked for a better situation. I've been with a couple teams now, but Trash Panda Racing has by far been the best experience I've had in motorsports ever. And I really feel like I belong. It's like a family there. And yeah, it's just amazing.
Jason really is an avid supporter of ChampCar, and he does a lot to bring young talent like yourself along in the series. So this is your first. How many ChampCar races have you done prior to this? One.
Yeah.
Okay. So where was your first race at?
Dominion Raceway. I did a Dominion Super 6.
Okay. So you did that last October?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I was there as well.
Wow.
It's such a. Yep. It's funny. I was there as well. I was with it's team that runs traditionally the Baltimoreans guys, the 263. Yeah, we had a catastrophic go boom about 30 minutes in with Carl in the car, but that happens. But
yeah.
So that was your first time. So this is your first ChampCar race.
My first ChampCar race was the Virginia Raceway one last December.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how's it been transitioning to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta?
I honestly, I don't know. It just feels wrong to say, but it feels like it's a little easier. I know it's like a big boy, big girl track, but it's just, I don't know. I've drilled it so much on like a simulator, and I know that, like it's not the same, but the contrast isn't that much.
Did getting the first race jitters out of the way at VIR maybe make it a little easier? Because I mean, it's the same. You drove the same car, or did you drive the Boxster at VIR?
At VIR I actually drove with Warriors in Motion. I drove their BMW.
Okay, yeah, I drove with Carl Townsend and those guys. That's another phenomenal group.
Absolutely.
That do a lot of great things. So and Jason takes good care of all the guys. So what do you think of Road Atlanta? Like, what's your opinion? This is such a different facility.
I love it so much. It's quick, but it can get very technical at times, and there's also some parts where they're technical, but people are too fast to realize that there's ways to get better at it by just slowing down, shifting at certain points. But yeah.
So what was your background to get into racing? I mean, obviously your relatively young career, but how did you get to this point?
I was actually I owned a Scion FRS back in the day. Not that I'm that old, but I'm in the Army. I went and bought an FRS because I just needed a car, and that was my daily for a little while. And then the engine blew on a high G turn, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna turn it to a race car. Like, I guess no sane person would ever say.
Yeah.
But from that point, I really started doing research on like how can I get into racing, because there's not a lot of resources out there for people to do that. So that's kind of what pushed me to find ChampCar. I did a real quick search, like started doing my research on everything. I saw WRL, AER, ChampCar, Lucky Dog, and then I just started going to races, started volunteering, hanging out with people in the paddock, and that's how I found my way in.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's just the nice thing about ChampCar is it's so inviting. Amateur road racing just continues to grow and get more notoriety. So first of all, we want to thank you for your military service. We really appreciate that. You said U.S. Army. We're all big supporters here in ChampCar of our armed services.
Of course.
We appreciate everything you guys do for us. So pretty good weekend so far. You guys, it's been a little touch and go. I know I talked to Jason a couple times, not exactly what you wanted. So, but you've learned a lot. So what's next for you in your racing journey? Where are you headed after Road Atlanta?
Unfortunately, just with the way funds are right now, and I'm looking for ways to change that, I just kind of take it as it goes. I got really, really lucky with this opportunity to be placed with such an amazing team. But my goal is to make sure that other people behind me can get into race cars as well. People who don't know like where to start. That's what I'm doing. I'm here to document that, and I'll do anything to ensure that gets out there. So whatever the next opportunity is for me, I'm going to take that.
Okay. Where would you like to go if you could pick and choose? Like what's your next track that you want to knock off your bucket list?
Bucket list. Well, Daytona is for sure a bucket list track, but there's a bunch. I really hope to run at Dominion Raceway this year. It's such a small track, but it grows on you, you know.
It looks like it's one of those places that would be boring, but then you get out there, and it's got the technicality to it, and then it's got the speed on the straightaway. Come out of 12, down that little hill, come up a little bit, and then you're hauling down there, and then you're downhill into that braking. And I don't want to give too much away, but it's just the technicality and the flow the racetrack has. You don't think it's gonna do what it does, and then you get out there and you're like, oh my God, this place is tremendously fun.
Right,
and
absolutely.
You can do so much more. So hopefully get to run Dominion. So where are you based out of?
I'm based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Okay.
That's where I'm based, and that's where I'm starting this journey and building a team, building a group of people.
That's awesome. Well, we appreciate. Are you back in the car at all later this evening? Or are you doing a night stint?
I think I have a stint lined up for me right after this.
Okay. What time do you think you're going to be in the car? We'll have to keep an eye on you.
Hopefully within the next 10 minutes. I know we had an issue, so it's something we're going to have to look at. If we're out there, then so be it. I'll race. If not, then we'll fix it, and then we'll get to getting.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you coming up.
Thank you so
Kalen,
much.
thank you so much. We appreciate it. Again, thank you for your service.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you for pushing so hard to give people an opportunity. Thank you for letting them know about Champ Car. We wish you and everybody at Trash Pandas the best. Please tell Jason we appreciate everything he does. Good luck the rest of the race, and have fun out there tonight, man. Just enjoy it.
I will. And also, I just want to say hi, Mom, hi, Dad, and hi, Alondra. I love you so much.
Are there any other partners, supporters, anybody that makes your program go around you want to mention real quick?
Yeah, so Halo Biorthene has done a tremendous job in helping us, and so has CarTech, and that's who we're rolling with right now, and can't wait to invite more people on.
If there's people that might want to get behind you, anybody that's big on supporting the military, any companies out there, maybe in North Carolina or up and down the East Coast, how can they get a hold of you to maybe get on board?
You can find me anywhere on any platform as Kalen Serrano.
So at Kalen Serrano?
Yes, sir.
All right, outstanding. Well, let me throw that in the chat for our dedicated viewers, and maybe we can see if we can help you find some funding, and we can get you back out here on track.
All right. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Kalen, good luck, and be safe tonight, okay?
Yeah. Y'all have a wonderful evening.
All right. Thanks, man. All right. Kalen Serrano, Trash Panda Racing, 271 car. Be on the lookout. Maybe out there shortly burning and turning laps. So RVA Graphics continues to lead this race. The 411 leads the sister car by 4 laps, and then about 12.4 seconds behind the 311 is the 358 Soggy Bottom Boys Nissan. And then on the same lap, and there's 4 cars on the same lap right now that I can tell, Tater Racing is back up into the top 5, about a half second behind 4th place Carl Rockwell, who's about 53.5 seconds behind Soggy Bottom Boys. And then Bulldog Racing, 4 laps behind Tater, rounds out your top 6, which has still been a lockdown of the C-Class cars. On Second Thought Racing is up into the 7th position. That's your leading B-Class car. And then Calvin Ball Motorsports in the 593, having a solid day. They're about a minute 11 behind those guys. And then Turn-In Concepts is 24.5 seconds behind Calvin Ball. And then your leading A-Class car, Madwag Motorsports, is a lap behind Turn-In Concepts. So that should round out your top 10. Let's go ahead and give some love to some of the classes here. Fawn Group Motorsports, Give me a second here. There we go. Fawn Group Motorsports continues to lead by about 11 laps over Yoda Sport 2. And then they have about an 11-lap lead over the 245, one of the Team Octane cars. Unfortunately, the 347 fell out of the race earlier today in Turn 1 due to an incident. So they still have one bullet left in the chamber. And then fourth and fifth, Open Throttle Racing, Cherry and Faux 30, the 64 and the 65 battling on the same lap together. Almost identical last lap times, a 48.50 to a 48.87. Just shows you how evenly set up and matched those cars are. And then right outside the top 5, Warriors in Motion. Kaylin Serrano just mentioned them, drove for them at VIR. And those guys are still in the fight, as is RPM AutoWorks in the 55. And then let's take a look at some of our other classes here. And where did my classes go? How much you want to bet? There we go. Helps if you know how to work software. All right. So our A-Class cars. So again, Madwag Motorsports leads over Cannonball Club Race. And then Mad Fast Autosport is still on the bottom step of the podium. Stupid Fast Racing leads Williams Racing 4th and 5th. And then Late to Apex sits right out on the top, out of the top 5. For B class, On Second Thought Racing continues to lead over the John Allen Special by about 7 laps. And then Parts Badger still hanging on in the fight right there. They're about 2 laps back of the John Allen Special. So not over yet, but Parts Badger is back on pit road. Not sure if this is a planned pit stop or not. Unfortunately, those guys just continue to fall down the order. And then Lateral Grip Racing in 4th, and Buzzin' Hornets, another one of our Mini Coopers, rounds out your top 5. HPT Autosport has fallen out of the top 5. Looks like they've run into some issues, but they're still hanging on. Again, we went over our C class pretty handily. Right now, the remaining outside the top 6 is Calvin Ball Motorsports, Turning Concepts, and then Running Bulls Racing, and then 45th Parallel still hanging on strong. Go to our D class. It's been eventful for those guys today. Team Infinity right now leads by about 14 laps over Smokin' Horse Racing, and then Broken 60 Seconds has gotten back out on the racetrack, so we still have 3 cars running in the class. Big storyline of the day was the anticipated three-peat for Eddie Vedder. Is unfortunately, when they had their mechanical issue, they fell out. And then one last check on F class. D-Nice Autosport leads by a healthy margin over Trash Panda Racing. As we just heard from Kalen, they're working on trying to get the 271 Focus back out on track, and hopefully he can make some laps this evening. So we'll wish Jason and those guys the best, and it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yep. All right, thanks for that rundown, Kyle. Appreciate that.
So as we see those headlights on here, Paulie, we're just about to 6 o'clock Eastern time. A little over 4 hours to go. Hard to believe we're at this point.
Yeah, you know, we're going to start seeing the pit road. These guys that have these really fancy light rigs, you can see some of them there. They're ready to kick those things on. If they're not on already, they'll become really bright as the night goes on. And I really think that this is one of those racetracks that has probably one of the best light presentations of the tracks we go to at night. I just think the Michelin Bridge really looks fantastic at night, and it's right up there with like a Sebring kind of thing. It's just a really cool thing to see this place lit up at night, and our pit road will be no exception. It'll be very well lit for those teams that have brought lighting. It'd be pretty cool.
If you've never been to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Paulie and I know Les would attest to this, highly recommend getting a chance to come see a race here, especially come participate in a Champ Car weekend here, be a part of it, really see what it's all about. But if you get a chance, come to another race here, just see the facility. It's amazing to just see. It sits in the foothills here in Georgia, in North Georgia. You don't think there's a lot to it, but there really is. Looks like Parts Badger's in.
Yeah, and this is obviously not planned. They're having some kind of a problem here. They're looking at the electrics. Close the hood. Close the hood. That's like, I'm going back out, whether it's to evaluate or, okay, never mind, let's just go out.
It looked like he was working on some of the electronics down there, Paulie. Maybe there was some wiring that was coming loose, potentially.
Yeah, definitely. They were looking at some of the electronics. There's so much electric that we plumb into the race car, that's not factory, and everybody has their own way of doing things. And so sometimes it's just not up to snuff. But, of course, these guys have a tremendous amount of experience. You can see how well tied down that wiring is. But nevertheless, anything can go wrong. So they were looking at that. I think Roy's in the seat. I think he's at full power here. So they're going to go back out there and start turning some laps. That's what we do in Champ Car.
And they got to keep pushing. I mean, they're third in class right now. They have a little bit of a margin, but they're only 3 laps up on lateral grip racing. So if they continue to have these problems and they can't get through it, they could potentially fall off the B-class podium. So at this point, they've got, like you said, Paulie, they got to push through and really try to maximize the most out of it they can.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Just even if you do have a little bit of a problem, I mean, that's most of the teams out there in the field. Everybody's got something going on that they're not crazy about. And so they're accustomed to this, and they're just going to drive through it if they can. It's not going to create a danger to themselves, and it's not going to slow them down too much. They're going to drive through whatever little problems they may be having.
Folks, we were talking about the sunlight. We're here in the booth. The sunlight is all but gone. Most of this racetrack is shaded at this point. You can see there's a bit of light behind there in the mountains. We're still getting a bit of light that's bouncing because, mind you, we're on the 4th floor, right below essentially where it says Michelin on the tower. So we're still getting a little bit of sunlight. But there's very little left on the racetrack, if any at all. Maybe a little bit in turn 1 at some of the high points. But now the racetrack is going to start cooling off. I believe about this point we were supposed to be about 47, 48 degrees. Let me do a refresh on the temperature here. I can let you know. Right now we are sitting at right about 50 degrees, feels like 45. So as that light continues to go away, it is cooling off quickly, and it's going to be about 38 degrees. So we're anticipated to lose another 12 degrees of ambient, but it's going to feel like it's just above freezing with the little bit of wind chill that's out there because it's so cold. And then the winds are anticipated to die down to about a 7 degrees northwest. So the teams will have to adjust for that. I think if there was any wind out there, it should die down a little bit where maybe you're not getting as much of a headwind or a tailwind with the car, depending on where on the straightaway. But also, too, it may not push as hard in the corner to where it'll flow through the air a little bit smoother. So drivers will have to adapt to that as we get into these evening hours. And
that's absolutely true.
And you don't realize how much that wind pushes against these cars. You're thinking, well, I'm not going fast enough for that. Well, you kind of are. I mean, you're carrying pretty good speed around this racetrack. The wind trying to manipulate to get through that air, it makes a difference.
Yeah, the faster you're going, you've got more momentum carrying you forward. That inertia is difficult to disrupt, but the faster you go, the less grip you have, you know. So your car is kind of almost lifting. So you're going to be losing. You're spending the tire contact patch spends less time on the ground. So that's why you can make a mistake and start sliding for a very long period of time.
Yes.
So yeah, absolutely.
But RVA Graphics continues to lead this race. Both the cars, they're up in the top 2. This has been an exceptional run for this team. Last year, when they would show up, they had a lot of issues. We saw them, I think, on the podium once or twice. Don't believe they ran with us here last year. I'll have to take a look. Or if they did, I thought they had mechanical issues last year. No, they did not run with us last year. They ran a little bit more of a limited schedule. So it's been impressive to see what these guys can do. But again, sorry about that. I saw somebody sent me something out of the corner of my eye and I was checking it. But it's been impressive to watch. I mean, they really have. They've been on their game today. Drivers have done really well. They haven't put themselves in any bad positions. And they just continue to lay laps down and be smooth. So hopefully we'll see what happens. Let's run down the order a little bit, take a look here. So Rockwell, the 715 car, has gained 36 spots on the day. As we see, I think that's the 75 car headed back out. That should be most wanted. Coming right toward our camera. Yes, that is it's an EC car. They are in 13th in EC, so they haven't had the day they've wanted, but still fighting. And then want to give a call to O Squared Racing, the 36 car. We saw them have some issues earlier, but these guys are still plugging away. C-Class car. It's an 89 BMW E30. And they're up 26 spots on the day, 8 in the class. Want to also give a call to the 14 car. Those are the gentlemen from England. Great job here, even cycling out as much as they are. They've had a number of pit stops, 9 pit stops on the day. They're still 29th in the overall. They've showed good pace, 32 spots on the day, 13 in the class. So good job for those guys. And then 38 spots on the day for Skidmark Racing, 16 in C-Class. Brick City Racing guys continue to run out there. They're on the pits right now getting some service. Take a little bit farther down the order. Not the day that Brew Crews wanted. The 86 car is running in the 39th spot overall. Tough break for the Trans Am guys. It was Hong North. Took that hit on the front straightaway, so I believe they're done for the day. And then want to give a call to the 569 guys, Shake and Bake Racing. 20 spots on the day, running 52nd in the overall. It's B-Class car, and up 4 spots in class. So great job for those guys. And then the 346 Kiss the Wall Motorsports. We haven't talked about them at all today. So 56 overall. That is a really, oh, we got some smoke coming off a car here.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep an eye on that. But that is a very unique name, and I hope they're not foreshadowing. That's all I'm hoping there, guys and girls.
As Doc used to say, half the battle is keeping yourself amused.
Oh, they got it.
And they're nailing it.
They got it. 56th in the overall. Great job today. They're on the pits right now. They're up 17 spots in the overall, 7 in C-Class, so outstanding job. Wanted to make sure they got mentioned. Appreciate them coming and playing with us today. Full of craft Racing, 726 BMW. They've had a bit of an eventful day. They're up 4 spots and on the overall and 1 in the C-Class. So great job for those guys as well. And Paulie, we have officially lost the sunlight. So we are getting ready to go into full darkness here as we approach 4 hours to go.
Yeah, we are, aren't we? It's happened. I can see a little bit of light flickering in some of the windshields where they find just a little bit of it poking out between trees and things like that. But it's not nearly the threat that it was. And we're heading into that evening hours. The cars come down the hill. We can see those headlights are on as required. And it happens every year. We're going to have people that have to go into the pits to service lights. This will happen all night long. It's not just now. They'll be required to have minimum of a couple headlights and a couple of tail lights working, brake lights.
Speaking of that, we might have somebody that's working on it right now, because if I'm not mistaken, that's the 228 of Edmondson, who actually will have them, somebody from their team here very shortly to say a few words. It looks to me like they may be working on it. Could be a fuel cell, but it looks to me like they may be working in the tail light section.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's a little bit of a wire issue.
Yeah, because I think they're talking to the driver probably to hit the brakes. There's the brake light. So you're absolutely right, Kyle. That's what looks like. That's what they were working on. Hey, hit the brake, turn on the power, and hit the brake lights. Do the what? Turn on the power and hit the brake. Oh, okay.
Well, he's got to check too, because he doesn't have his running lights either. Because you got to have those running lights, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. You got to have that stuff. Birmingham's in the pits there getting serviced. I know Roger was feeling under the weather today, and usually those two guys do all the driving.
Yeah.
It's a two-man effort, but of course they need so yeah, they got somebody, they got the bottle there, they got the fuel guy there, and it could be them. No, I see somebody getting out of the car, so they've got at least one person helping them. Getting that pit stop done, getting serviced.
Yeah, Roger was giving me some updates earlier in the day. So let me see if I can roll through there. Here we go. So we've had rear suspension issues a good bit of the day. Difficult to handle, but we are hanging in. Changed one control arm. No change after that. So it sounds like they're fighting some type of internal gremlin that they're just going to have to kind of work with the rest of the day.
Yeah, and then hopefully they can get it resolved and get out there and join the rest of this packed field out here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. An incredible race. Our annual return for traditional kickoff of the new year back at Road Atlanta. 4 hours remain in this contest. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Yeah, Timothy, I'm not going to close down the live stream for part 2. It's just going to be a published recording. So what's going to happen is YouTube has a 12-hour limit, and since we're crazy and we race 14 hours, it's going to clip the last 2. So what I'll do is I'll publish those last couple of hours to YouTube as a part 2 and label it as part 2. So that way, anybody watching it afterwards on the way home from the track, which actually happens a lot, I get a lot of messages from people about that, they'll be able to pick up part 2 on the YouTube channel, ChampCar.Live. So that way nobody has to jockey from one stream to another. You just stay here and you get to watch the whole thing. Makes it easier on people watching it, okay? All right, so yeah, I'm back on board with Parts Badger. Right now, RVA Graphics and Wraps leads 1-2, then just 22 seconds behind them, with 5 pit stops done, is Soggy Bottom Boys. Now, RVA just ahead of them has not made their 5th pit stop yet, so that's going to help Soggy Bottom Boys leapfrog them from the pits as RVA comes in to pit 311 car. Rockwell Autosport Development, they've had 5 pit stops, 26 seconds in the rears of Soggy Bottom Boys. They may be able to leap that 311 car as a result of that. And then we've got the Tater Racing guys back 36 seconds from Rockwell. So these guys aren't too far behind one another. There's a bit of a stacking here that's taking place. Bulldog Racing behind them. In 7th, it's Calvin Ball. Sorry, I'm a little trouble saying that today. Turning Concepts is in 8th. Madwag is in 9th. Running Bulls is now in 10th place. So that's your quick standings. Not much is changing, but there is this sort of rotating do-si-do effect up at the front. These top 4 guys as they cycle through their pit stop strategies. And right now, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 411 car has been the undisputed leader of this race. They have just been crushing it. But be reminded, we've seen this race change at the lead within the last 15 minutes of the race, so anything could happen. So stay with us. And with that, we have another guest in the studio. I'm going to hand it over to Kyle for that.
All right, so yeah, just keep an eye out. We'll keep you updated. If anything changes, we'll jump in there and let you guys know as it is getting dark here at Road Atlanta. So Mr. Lance Morrison from Edmondson Motorsports, driver of the 227 this weekend, the F-Class car. How's the weekend going? Welcome to ChampCar.Live.
It's going well. So overall for the team, it's like mediocre performance, but it's the only car that's gone excellent is the 227 car. There's been no issues with it. So it's been a perfect weekend all week. So
that's awesome. So we were talking off camera and during the commercial a little bit about your background. You had a unique path to racing. So your path was not completely, you didn't start in NASA or anything like that. You started where?
I started in dirt racing in 2022. So I was 13, just learned a straight drive, hopped on the local dirt ovals, and I just ran around there for 3 years. Everybody else, or not everybody else, a lot of other people who get really good into road racing, they start on the karting level. So that's why I started in dirt racing, because where I'm from, upstate South Carolina, we don't have karting. We just have dirt racing. So that's where I started, learned straight drive, learned car control, and from there, in 2025, I quit dirt racing and moved to road racing, which is where I am now, competing with Champ Car and all that.
That's awesome. So on dirt, what were you driving? Like, was it late models? Was it street stocks? Like, what did you get started in on dirt?
All right, it's not that big, unfortunately, not the late models. I did a local group called Seha Front Wheel Drive, and it's just front wheel drive cars. So I was in a Acura Integra, like a 2.0 liter, and we did front wheel drive on dirt.
That's taken off the SCRA stuff?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so for those that don't know, the SCRA, it's blown up here in the Southeast. So I had a former friend of mine that was doing a lot with the series, and a lot of guys that were doing pro lates and crates and all kinds of stuff on the late model scene. If you're a roundy round guy, they were going to the 4-cylinder divisions because it was more affordable. And there is a lot of money in that 4-cylinder class, where there's some big shows where you can win, what, 10 grand, 20 grand, especially like the Freeze and the one down in Georgia, that's Screven, right?
Absolutely. I never competed in those. I only competed at just the 4 local tracks around me. Cherokee Speedway is a pretty big name.
Yep.
But I never did those big races, because when it comes to those, you have cars that are worth less than maybe 5 grand, and you're competing for 10 grand.
Yeah.
So you have people out there doing stuff that's not so smart.
Well, a lot of people have those Jason Waters tuning kits in those cars.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
That's
they're
what we
spending big money. I mean, they're taking that late model and pro late money and all that and putting it into that. But, I mean, the car counts have blown up.
And there's nothing wrong with putting all your money into that, because, you know, $10,000 for a front-wheel drive car, I mean, to win with a front-wheel drive, that's pretty good.
And they're putting those fancy fronts on them that look like it's off of a late. I mean, they're really doing some cool tricks, kind of like the engineering we do here in Champ Car. They're doing the same kind of thing on that side of it. So it's been different. So you did that for a while, and then you said you kind of caught the road racing bug. So explain a little bit about that, and then tell us how the transition's been.
So racing started in my family with my grandfather in a group called the VDCA, which is a vintage driving group. They just do road courses all the way up and down the East Coast. And from there, my father caught the bug.
I raced with them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I raced my Datsun with the VSCDA.
And from there, my father caught the bug. And growing up, I would go to the races with them, like here at Road Atlanta, VIR, and all that stuff. And I'd watch him do it, and he'd get out of the car with like the biggest smile on his face and just run straight to his friends and start talking about the race. And I looked at that, I thought it was the coolest thing ever. So that's when I started the dirt, of course. And the transition out of that, it's been very interesting. Of course, the turning right, that's a whole new feature. It's really not that deep, but I've spent a lot of time on the sim too. So all of the tracks that I've run physically, CMP, Roebling here at Road Atlanta, I know all of them from the sim pretty well, and the transition has not been that hard because of it. However, the biggest difference is definitely the respect between each driver. So like I was saying earlier, for P4, some drivers on dirt will just do the dumbest thing ever and just maybe hook you on the straightaway.
In oval racing?
In oval racing on dirt.
Racing.
That's what they'll do.
They don't know.
And they'll get their entry fee back, like $35.
They don't do that in oval racing.
They absolutely do that.
No, he's lying.
All right. I guess you never watched an oval race then.
Many. Oh yeah, they absolutely. No, he speaks the truth. There are some shenanigans that can happen. So
You know
they're
what
not all
happens.
bad. Yeah.
If they shenan once, they're gonna shenan again.
Exactly. So I learned to stay away from them and stuff. But they're not all bad. But it's just like the bad apples. They stick out. But then when I transitioned to road racing, you have people leaving room. They're fighting you very well. You're like not making contact or barely at all. And when you get out of the car, you go up to each other and you're not frowning and mad at each other. You're happy, you're shaking hands, and you're meeting each other.
Yeah. And you make those friendships, and then you end up racing with those guys. And
Absolutely.
I mean, the funny thing, it comes full circle. Before you know it, depending on a program you're with, you may do an arrive and drive weekend where you're teamed with those guys. I mean, so many drivers in this paddock have bounced around to different operations and teams. I mean, a lot of them tend to have those groups that they like to run with.
Yeah.
But on those weekends where they want to run something where their team doesn't traditionally go, might run into somebody like yourself with their experience, or run into somebody like Paulie or Les, and it really is a family.
It is. It very much is.
So what is the goal going forward? So are you completely done with the dirt racing? Are you mainly focused on the oval stuff now, or on the road course stuff now? And if so, what's your 2026 looking like?
All right. So with the dirt racing, I believe I'm completely out of it. I said I was going to do one last race, a championship race back in November. Never did it. And the dirt car, we still do have it, but we're probably just going to take stuff out of it and swap it to our other Hondas, because you can do that in the Honda world. And as for the future, when it comes to 2026, I have, of course, dreams of professional racing. I like IMSA a lot, and I go to the Rolex every year and I watch it and everything. It's the best thing ever. And part of IMSA, there's the group called the MX5 Cup.
Yep.
I really, really, really want to do a race with them by the end of the year. One race with them. They're coming here to Road Atlanta in October. That will probably be a good chance, but there's one really big roadblock. And y'all definitely heard it time and time again, and it's the money.
The money side of it.
The money side of it.
Yeah, it takes a lot of money to do this.
Absolutely.
And a lot of a lot of relationship building, a lot of shaking hands and kissing babies, doing all the PR stuff you got to do and getting your name out there. So you have aspirations of going to IMSA competition. So what other Champ Car races will we see you at this year?
Definitely Daytona, already signed up. We have our own Acura Integra, not with Edmondson.
Okay.
We have our own Acura Integra. It'll be a B class.
Nice.
K24 VTEC swap, if anyone
What's
knows.
the team?
It's the Morrison Motorsports.
Morrison Motorsports,
Yeah.
okay.
It's me and my father. We both run it.
Nice, okay.
And y'all might see me at Watkins Glen. Definitely see me at Sebring at some point.
Okay. Are you going to be back with Edmondson again at some point, or are you going to kind of bounce between programs?
Well, the weekend isn't quite over, so I may not be in good standing with them in the next 3 hours. We don't know. Hey, anything can happen. But if I am, I definitely will run with them again at some point.
I'm sure
you're going to be okay.
I'm sure if you've gotten this far, I'm sure sure Justin will give you the check to get to the next race there. I have a feeling. But no, Lance, we appreciate you coming up real quick. We want to let you get back down there. Where can people find you if they want to get behind your program? And where can they just get involved if they want to partner with you?
Definitely on Instagram. That's my biggest thing. It's my name. It's lance.morrison.racing on Instagram, and that's mostly all I use. It's just that.
Awesome. Well, I threw it in the chat for all of our viewers and dedicated folks. May have somebody out there with a company that might be willing to get behind you. So we appreciate you coming up. Good luck the rest. Are you driving anymore tonight?
Absolutely. I'm going to get in this next stint in about probably 30 minutes from now. I'll be my last stint and my first ever night stint in road racing.
Well,
so there you
good
go.
luck and have fun out there. And if you were watching the show earlier, Alex Rockwell said, relax, have fun, take it all in, learn, and just enjoy the ride.
Absolutely.
Lance, thank you so much, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank y'all.
All right, Lance Morrison going to be with Morrison Motorsports at Daytona. He's with Edmondson Motorsports this weekend in the 227 F-Class car. I got it right this time. So we wish him and Justin's guys the best as we see feeding time at the zoo. Looks like the 401 Yoda.
It's bigger than that.
Uh-oh.
It's bigger than that because far on your screen behind the Porsche.
Is that our race leader?
Is RBA Graphics and Wraps. The 411 car has been stranded in the pits with, looks like they're in the trunk. Now on goes the hood. So we've had a change of position. Their sister car has taken over the lead of the race, but that car has only had
4 pit stops.
4 pit stops. You got it. So, guess who has had 5 pit stops? Second place.
Soggy Bottom
boys. Yep, and Rockwell Autosport Development. So,
this is going to
change tremendously with one problem at the front.
And they're still in the pits working on it. Looks like they've got the running lights going. Now, I don't know. It's either the running lights or the driver's got his foot on the brake pedal. It looks like they're still working on something. So it has not been good to be the leader today.
Well, they were in trouble from the beginning because when you were talking, I was watching these guys. They were pushing the car down. There was a whole crew of people pushing the car down pit road. So they may have run out of fuel. They may have run into some other issues. I don't know. Whatever's happened it's not good.
All right, well, now the question is, how many times have we seen this? You run light on fuel. We know the Porsches have issues with it, but how much damage do they do to the fuel pump?
I don't know. I've never heard of a problem with the BMWs, but that doesn't mean that they don't. It doesn't mean that this one won't. We don't know what kind of fuel pump they're running, Kyle. They might be running a Holly or, I don't know, something that is particularly susceptible to that. So we don't know what they're running in it. And so it looks like I see crewmen both on the left side and the right side of the car. The tail lights were on for a moment, and then they shut back off. I don't see a lot of urgency around the car. And this was the car that was dominating the race, leading lap after lap, just seemed to have complete control of the race. And still working. I still see somebody, I don't think they can't be putting ice in a cool suit box. I don't know what's going on the right side of the car.
They might be checking wiring. They might just be checking for stuff. You wonder if maybe it might not have run out of fuel. Maybe they're having an issue where it wasn't getting enough fuel, and maybe it gave the impression it was running out.
Yeah, whatever happened, we could see that they were pushing the car into the pit stall, and it had come up short, and now goes on the deck lid.
We'll see if they get it going this time. Bulldog Racing is on pit road as well, and I think that's Madwag Motorsports in front of them. Could be wrong there. That should be right here. That's one of the Yoda Sport BMWs, I believe.
Okay. And Yoda Sport, they've been with us a long time. They were racing with us back in the ChampCar days. And I got to meet Waldo and have dinner with him and his friends way back when.
So many longs. Oh, they're still not done yet, Paulie. They're still working on it.
Man, it just goes to show how finicky this sport can be. So difficult sometimes, and yeah.
So now the sister car takes the lead, and on the same lap, 24.5 seconds back, are Soggy Bottom Boys.
Yeah.
And 8.5 seconds behind them, Rockwell Autosport Development. Alex Rockwell and Doug Oakley in that 12 car are now within striking distance, and Tater Racing in the 442 is only one lap off of them, Paulie. And Bulldog Racing's a few laps back from that. But right now, you got 4 cars in contention for a victory here tonight.
It opened the entire thing up because they were up so far. They were so far ahead. It was like they are unattainable. We cannot chase them down. They have such a huge gap on us. And when they left, everything changed up front. It's now, like you said, it's all up for grabs at the front. And now it's almost like starting another race. They're right there. They're on the same lap. These guys basically all on the same lap, and they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do here. This is going to get really interesting because Tater Racing, get this, Tater Racing has 6 pit stops in. If their strategy is such, they could possibly swing this thing around in such a way, and they could win this race.
And if they catch a code 35, how many times do we see it at night where something happens and all of a sudden it changes the game?
They could win this race and vindicate everything that came from last year when they weren't able to win it.
Yeah.
And this could be a storybook finish.
Folks, you need to stay with us. This is not over yet.
This could be sweet victory, sweet revenge.
Mark it down
for what happened last year for Tater Racing.
Mark it down, 6 p.m. with a little under 4 hours to go with the issue with the 411 car. It's a tough break for those guys, but and they're on the verge with still being in the pits. They're on the verge of losing another spot to Calvin Ball Motorsports. Another lap or so, and they'll fall down into 7th. And then Running Bulls Racing is right on the cusp. They've been running between 7th and 12th most of the day, so another couple laps, and those guys will get by them, and 45th parallel. They just continue to go up as we see Cone Crushers and Team Octane and all these guys headed down the front straightaway. And there's that bridge picture you were talking about, Paulie. It's just such a beautiful sight.
And the guy or girl that's standing at the flagger stand with the white snow jacket almost looks like the Michelin Man. Like it could just about, put the stripes on where the little ripples are at. And it's almost like the Michelin man's flagging the race.
I miss the old Michelin commercial where it's supposed to be the stunt driver driving through the water and sliding the car, and he does a bunch of takes, and all of a sudden the director's like, "Guy, fire the stunt driver," and all of a sudden he gets out, it's the Michelin man. He's like, "Why can't you slide the car?" And he looks at me, he goes, "I don't want to hurt the tires."
Parts Badger, more mechanical woes for the Parts Badger team. And it looks like they're sort of behind the wall, kind of?
Yeah, they're back in one of the cutouts there. Looks like they're checking more under the hood. So, Sean, just to give you insight of what's going on. So, Eddie Vedder was the early leader of this race and we're having an exceptional run. All of a sudden, they had a motor issue. It was about 30 minutes in the quote of the day was Uncle Rodney came a knocking, so they threw a rod, and unfortunately they just were not able to overcome it, and they've been done for that. So the three-peat is no longer going to happen. So we will have a new race winner, or we will not be Eddie Vedder 3 years in a row, unfortunately. So, but they said they should be back at Daytona. Looks like the HPT Autosport looks like they're off the pace a little bit here. Not sure if this is a fresh driver that just got in the car, but he just looked very slow coming through. Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's got a lot of pace here. He's trying to work his way over. Let's see if
if he's under 4,000 RPM, he's got the VTEC. He doesn't have much to work with. You need that 4K.
Yeah,
Here
but
we go.
he just seems slower than.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be a new driver. Let me see the last time they were on pit road.
We got the less is more cam down in the pits. People are starting to layer up there as the sun's gone down. That beautiful purple sky overhead, and they're starting to layer up. This isn't even close to what we went through about 5-6 years ago with all that snow we got. And the freezing fog, it was unbelievable and unrelenting, I'll have you know.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
That was a wild weekend.
That's one of the Section 8 cars there. So great to have Les with us again this year, and Kyle as well. That's right, both Les and Kyle have signed on for yet another year of abuse to bring you race coverage.
We don't know any better, so we just said, let's do it again.
Do it again. That's what happened to me. I'm just warning you. I kept doing this, and here I am 10 years later.
I was going to say, is that how we end up on a 10th anniversary?
That's how it happens. You just keep saying yes, and you keep doing it. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy thing.
How we doing? Always got to see we're live, baby. ChampCar, dude. Atlanta, 14 hours going into tonight. It's going to be a beautiful night. All 4 cars are still running. We're ready to rock and roll. Not the 4 that we started with. It's okay. We still got 4 killing bugs. It's going to be a good night. Best of times.
Kill them bugs. That's got to be the open throttle guys. We saw a car get off into the dirt a little bit there. That's why we put the camera there. I put the camera there because I wanted to catch those guys getting off into the dirt there. This is turn 7. A lot of sparks coming from one of the cars. Yeah, it looks like it's the car ahead. It's probably just exhaust being dragged. But it puts on a show, and every corner worker's going to see it. So they'll get flagged in. And they'll be brought in for for doing a light show for us. Let's see if we can catch up with them here somewhere. See if we see them. They probably broke the exhaust, and it's just dragging on the ground, sparking. Call him Sparky. It was a pack of cars, and it was the car ahead of the last place car. Let's see if we see him here. It might have been one of those two guys. Yeah, they got a car coming into the pits. It might be them. Got multiple cars coming into the pits, so hard to say. And this is one of those things with all those headlights, it's kind of hard to tell who's who sometimes, unless you're looking from behind. Yeah, this is always a cool time, though. Saying hi to all the guys in the pits. Someone doesn't even have an easy up. Those guys are tough. Yeah, so somebody's probably coming in the pits here, Les. It's got broken exhaust. They were sparking an awful lot from behind the car underneath it. And that might have been RVA right there. We're going to caution, folks. We are headed to caution. Single yellow, 628. I've got a car number. Let me match it up. Average Joe's. As Running Bulls comes by Les's camera, Average Joe's. Yellow flag, turn 6. And we have exhaust falling off on another car just 1 minute earlier. That's probably the one that we saw here on ChampCar.Live exclusively. Car 669. That's the Cannonball Club Racing Team, which was doing so well today. Gluttons. Or glutens, whichever, could be glutens for punishment. Thanks, Timothy. Where's Kimberly? All right. Oh, and here we have the EV vehicles down here. Oh, yeah, there's this car stranded there. So this is turn 6. Headed towards, guess what? You got it. Turn 7. You guys are with me on this, aren't you? So that's the Average Joe's car, and I'll even drop the pylon. There you go. So it's a little easier to see. But yeah, turn 6, stopped on track right, emergency vehicles out. Everybody stay track left as they come around. Pretty easy to see. You got an emergency vehicle right there before the turn-in.
So as we can see, everybody lit up in there. Yeah, tough break for Justin and the guys. They really had a good day going. Just didn't end up going exactly the way that they wanted it.
Oh, I don't know if they're pulling them on the rope or not. Let me see here. Go over to the next turn and see if we see them. There are some guys that's still running horns in their car. I guess code 35. There's nothing funnier than getting into close competition with somebody and then they get upset with what you did and they honk at you. There's nothing funnier than that. I wish I caught more of that on the show, but I saw it in person once at a racetrack when I was just a young lad. We used to have a class called Showroom Stock that raced in the SCCA, and the cars were just that. They were very stock. And when they go around the corners, the tires would chirp and squeal all the way around the corners. It was comical. And one day I'm watching a race coming through the corner, and someone gets honked at. It was really funny. But so we're under code 35 while they're extracting the Average Joe's machine. And with that, we've got another guest in the booth here. Kyle, I'll hand it off to you.
We do. Thank you, Paulie. We'll have to keep an eye out, folks. Make sure you stay tuned in with us. This is going to get exciting to see what happens now that this shakeup in the front 5 has happened. All right, I got Mr. Larry Webster from Fisted Racing, the 378 car. Larry, it's been a bit of an eventful day. You were telling me in the elevator ride up here for your Ford Fiesta. So how's the what's the story?
Yeah, it's been an eventful weekend, super fun weekend. I haven't done Champ Car since I want to say 15 years ago, and
wow,
I'm so impressed. It's really kept its grassroots feel. And when the woman said yesterday, we're here to get people on the track, they've really stayed true to that mission, haven't they?
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got ranging from 14 years old to 80 years old. I mean, one of our guys who is getting ready to make his 100th start in Champ Car. He just is so continually doing it and staying after it. So it's just really cool. So you were telling me it's been a little bit of a trying weekend for you guys.
So this Fisted Racing 378, Justin Price, he's got this Fiesta ST, really quick. Yesterday at practice, we burned the turbine out of the turbo. So they fixed the turbo, and we were running pretty well today until we weren't, and one of the cylinders went down. And they had another motor. Put the motor in, took about 2.5 hours. Impressive how they changed it in 2.5 hours. And that motor is smoking so bad. We couldn't diagnose it, so we're done. And I'm gutted for him. I mean, we got to drive. One of our guys didn't even get to drive.
Oh, it's a bummer. That's always stinks when somebody goes home not getting any seat time.
Isn't that the fun of Champ Car, though? You see all the people doing some mechanical, like, Hail Marys in the pits.
Oh, yeah.
The stories are so amazing.
It's amazing.
They find an engine in a yard an hour and a half away, and they send somebody.
Junkyard
and while
motors,
that guy's going, Billy and Jimmy are pulling the engine out, and he comes in, and it's the wrong bell housing, but it's okay. They figure it out. And
it is.
The throw-out bearing's no good, so they find one from a truck next door, and they use that one.
And they're tireless. It's like you're only going to save 90 minutes of track time. And they're like, heck yeah, let's get to it.
Yeah, there was a guy I used to race with. We raced a Saab.
Oh, no way.
And he brought his own car. So if they needed parts, they would scavenge it off that car and put it in the race car.
Well known. What happened today is a friend of mine he works at Ford Racing, and there's a couple of S550s generation running, and they've been having a lot of problems. So I've been texting them to kind of needle them, and it was really interesting. He's like, get their number. I think we know what the problem is with their half shafts.
Back to green. Here's Average Joe's. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
And they're going to connect with them because, he's like, we want people racing our products, and we want to help them if we can. So the manufacturers are watching what's going on here is my point.
No, and that's great to see. I mean, because we talked about it, Larry. We tracked this. I did wanted to make sure I tracked this last year. We had, unfortunately, Ford did not get a victory last year, but Mazda had 9, Porsche had 6, BMW 4, Chevrolet with the 4 wins, Honda had 2, Toyota 1, Nissan 3. I mean, the plethora of OEMs that we see in this series and just the variety. I mean, yes, it was heavily dominated there by Mazda and Porsche, but it really just shows how deep you can bring anything here, and it can be relatively competitive, and if you do enough work on it, it really does make a difference.
I'll tell you what, this Fiesta ST, crazy impressed. The way Justin's got it set up, it turns in really crisp. It's got really good power and great low-end torque and fantastic brakes. Didn't know what to expect, and I was like, oh, wow. So it was really fun.
So you had a good time with it.
Great time with it today.
And you've raced what's your racing background? How'd you get to your
I got started racing. I was chief test driver for Car and Driver.
Okay.
And then I was doing amateur racing on the side, karts, Spec Miata. I do a lot of stuff. Then I was editor-in-chief of Road and Track, so I did a lot of racing via that. And now I've been at Haggerty for 10 years, and I've just always been racing on my own. And so 25, 30 years of it, road racing. Amateur level, though.
Hey, racing. Hey, in the world of racing is racing. I mean, hey, this may be an amateur level, but the fact that you're out here with Rockwells and Toos and Kingpins and these teams that run at the higher levels, and RBA Graphics, even they've done some stuff with GR86.
Yeah.
So I mean, the quality of drivers you're against and teams, it's amateur racing where anybody can get started, but you got to be ready to go when you get here.
Yeah, it's fun too. My sons and I, they're here racing with me as well. I've got a 17-year-old and 23-year-old son, and we all race Spec Racer 4 Gen 2s at a local track called Waterford Hills.
Yep.
And it's a really fun, cost-effective way to do it, and we race each other at the same time. But to be here and be on the same team is a whole new level, and it's really, really fun. I kind of want to get back into it. We used to have a team that raced Saturns in Champ Car.
Okay.
And that was a long time ago. We'd bring two Saturn SC1s. So now I'm sort of fantasizing about building another team and getting our buddies out and racing there.
Well, we'd love to have you guys back out here. And for those that aren't familiar with what he's talking about, Waterford Hills is a road course up in Michigan, right?
That's right. Yeah, it's 45 minutes north of Detroit.
Detroit. Okay. Yep. Cool. So, yeah, there was a guy with Rat Air Racing, Jim Kidd.
Yeah.
He and Sean, I'm going to forget, Grogan. Sean Grogan. They run, I think it's SCCA or something with neons up there, and they race them and do something autocross them, I believe. So
it's a real hidden gem. It's a club. The land is owned by the Oakland County Sportsman Association. That was the land was deeded by some residents, and they've had this club. It's volunteer run. The track was built in '53. Amazingly tricky, challenging track. I've raced all over the country in Waterford. It's like I've learned a lot really racing there consistently the past 2 years. Great place. So if you're ever in the Detroit area, come see us.
Absolutely. So what's on deck for you for the rest of the year?
Pretty much we'll go back to Waterford. I think we're going to do one of these at Gingerman in April. Our friend has a Mustang in Detroit. We're going to run that. And then we're going to I'd love to get to the Mid-Ohio race, the ChampCar race in September. Because that is that's such a fun track.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that place just speaks for itself. It's another one of those bucket list tracks that I think that race is already sold out, to be perfectly honest with you, but it just shows it.
Oh, is it really?
I believe so. Let me scroll through. Because we were doing a rundown of the schedules a little earlier. I mean, this race is sold out. Daytona sold out. Watkins, Lime Rock. Yeah, Mid-Ohio is already sold out. So if you want to get on the wait list, we were pushing that earlier. I mean, and honestly, throw your name in there because things happen. I mean, we've seen it before where all of a sudden, a couple weeks before, somebody gets into, an incident or something happens later in the season and they got to pull their entry.
So 80 cars showed up or entered. 72 took the green flag, right?
I believe it was 72 today. Yeah, we had some cars fall out due to mechanicals yesterday. A couple cars, I think they had some extra entries that they just didn't get them in or whatever the case was. But yeah, I believe 72 started today. So things happen. So it is very beneficial to get on the entry list there. Eric Reed in the comments. I threw it in there earlier. I'll do it again for you. Larry, get back to you in just a second.
Go for it.
Here is the EC timing if you're following your favorite driver and or team. There it is for you. We got it up in Race Monitor. Once we cycle through the orders of the classes and give an update after we talk to Larry, we'll get you posted and we'll let you know what's going on in there. So not the day that you wanted. It sounds like you're going to be doing a lot of that. Doing a little more Champ Car.
I counted, by the way, a couple hours ago. I think there were still 59 cars running.
Yeah, and that's pretty good. I mean, been a bit of attrition this weekend, but I tell you what, this has been one of the more competitive races that we've got as Rockwell Autosport, guys, has taken the lead from RVA Graphics. I just checked it just last time by. Last lap was a 1:47.03 compared to a 1:53.39. We are in full darkness here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, as we're in the booth here talking to Larry Webster from Haggerty and Fisted Racing, the 378 car. Wanted to give you that quick update. Soggy Bottom Boys in third, Tater Racing in fourth, Bulldog Racing in fifth, Calvin Ball Motorsports in fifth. The RVA Graphics 411, your race leader, is still in the pits. So they have had a catastrophic issue there that they still have not gotten rectified. It has even knocked them out of the top 10 in the overall. So the complexion has changed, and we got some new players in the fight. So, Larry, real quick, we don't want to hold you up. We want to let you get back down there with your team, just to go. You said you guys are getting ready to go to dinner and enjoy. And so.
Yeah, one upside is you get to go have a nice dinner. If it broke down. But maybe if I could ask your readers or your listeners to go to the Haggerty.com/media website. I'll be writing about this week and our experience, and love to have you check out all the stuff. There's our Haggerty YouTube and the Haggerty Drivers Club. We're almost 1 million members get our magazine. So, Kyle, it was great to meet you. Thanks.
Absolutely, Larry. It was great to meet you. And just give me that one more time. So the
Haggerty.com/media. You can sign up for my newsletter. It's called Never Stop Driving. And, of course, get our we have almost 3.7 million of subscribers to our YouTube channel. Lots of great free videos there. And check us out on the socials. So, great to meet you.
Absolutely. Larry, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it. Paulie, Code 35, and Rockwell's in the lead. We've been talking about it all day long.
Yep, everything's changed. Who would have thunk it?
That was super fun. Thank you.
All right. Code 35. Let's see what's going on here. All right. I'm looking around the different track advantages we have, track cameras. And so as soon as I see something or get a report, I will pass that along to you. Cars are still circulating.
Fantastic. Way better.
And I wonder if maybe they're just bringing out food. They haven't done this for any of the other, they didn't do it for lunch.
It's working out.
So maybe they're doing something. Maybe they're just sending food out. Here we got something going on here. This is coming out of turn 4, of course, heading down the hill. But you can't see anything when you're looking at it from this vantage point. All you see is headlights. But yeah, I don't see anything there.
You want to talk about this real quick? Because I'm pretty sure you flew in for this race, didn't you?
I did, like last night.
All right.
Less in the pits here.
Hold on.
I have Andy from Turning Concepts.
I have Andy from Turning Concepts.
Okay, we'll hear from Andy from Turning Concepts.
So, teammate, always a teammate, and always a friend. I got Andy here from Turning Concepts. You flew in from Arizona.
I did last night, like 10:30.
Last night at 10:30.
Yep.
What made you want to come to this cold, chilly climate, sir?
Well, Road Atlanta is my favorite track. Right.
And that's why we're friends.
This is my favorite track, hands down.
Yeah.
I've always had a flow at this track, and it's another weekend that I get to spend at the racetrack with my friends. So
nice.
Can't complain about that.
Heck yeah.
And in Phoenix right now, the Waste Management Open is happening.
Oh.
So traffic is terrible.
Traffic is a deciding factor whether you come to the track or not.
It wasn't a deciding factor; it's just a bonus.
Bonus. Nice. Well, tell us about the traffic out here. How was your stint?
Stint was great. I had a lot of fun.
Okay.
That was the first time I'd ever driven around here trying to drive into the sun into turn 5.
Yeah.
That was new.
Yeah. You have a tinted visor though, yeah?
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, even that was helping.
Oh, for sure.
So yeah, that was new.
Nice.
And had to acclimate to it, but just happy that we got the car back on the track so we could make some laps. We were down for about half the race so far. Things happen, but we're still having fun.
Yeah, nevertheless, it's always still fun. Yeah, last time I seen you were at Sebring and you're having a good time, so yeah.
It's hard not to have fun when you're out.
It's hard not to have fun at the racetrack, right? Sure. Legendary racetracks. Well, I'll let you get back to it, man. Looks like your skin kind of cold. I don't know.
It's a little different than Phoenix.
A little different than Phoenix, right? I'll let you get back to it, man. I'll see you out there. Hopefully the top step. All right. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Thanks, Les. You're the man. You're the man.
Way to go, Les. As you can tell, it is cold. Everybody, they're more bundled up than they were before, and it's getting cold. We'll do another check here on the temperatures, see where we're at.
Purple 35 here, folks. Everybody down to 35 miles per hour. Holding position until we can go back to green.
So it's about 12 minutes short of 7 p.m. here on the East Coast, here in Brazelton, Georgia. It is 46 degrees, but it feels like 40, and it's only going to get a little more chilly. So these guys are going to be in for a long last 3 hours, but this race has changed quite a bit with Rockwell Autosport now out front by 26 seconds over the sister RVA car.
Yeah.
Last lap for those guys. I mean, obviously, we'll have to check when we go back green. But it's been eventful. And Rockwell didn't just dominate this race. They have slowly, Doug Oakley and Alex Rockwell have just slowly picked them off one little bit at a time. And they sat in contention, and then when the 411 had its problem, they were there to pounce. See him heading out, still under code 35.
Yep. Gonna blend in here.
And that's hard to do. Like when you come off pit road and you're under a code 35, sometimes it's okay to get you warmed up, but at the same time, you're amped up, you're ready to go, you want to just get into your rhythm, but then you got to ride around at 35 miles an hour under a purple 35, and it makes it hard to get into a rhythm, because then you got to just sit there and channel that energy that you've got.
You see this going on?
Yeah, he's
got a wink mirror.
Yeah.
That he pivot, and then on the back side of it's got like a concave mirror, like they use what was the name of that company? What's the name of that company that made those things?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, they made these concave mirrors, and they also make the drink bottles for the baskets.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you see that though? They had a segmented wink mirror, and he
rotated
pivoted it over to go to this one. That's pretty cool.
That is unique. I mean, especially because with having different drivers in the cars, there may be drivers, depending on the background, that may be used to having the wink mirror with, maybe if they come from a stock car background or late models or dirt cars or something like that, to where maybe these other drivers, they have the road race background where they're used to the more standard mirror.
Yeah, and we saw there was a car being towed in through a pit end. So although I didn't get a report on it and I didn't see it happening where they were getting them from, actually they've stopped at pit end. I'm not sure what's going on. Might have broken the tow rope. It's just really, really important, guys. If you're new to racing, make sure you keep that tow rope taut. You just ride the brakes a little bit. You don't stamp it real hard. You just ride the brakes a little bit and keep that, and focus on that belt to keep it tight, so that way you don't run over it. If you run over it, it'll break it, and they're really expensive, and you're going to pay for it. And it really ticks off the tow truck drivers.
And it can do some damage to your car if it snaps back real quick too.
So you got to keep it tight, and I think that's probably what's happened. It's one of two things, because they've stopped at pit end, which would be often where you run into trouble. So either they broke whatever they were tied to on the car, and that's the other thing. You got to make sure whatever it is you're anchoring your tow strap to, your strap there that they're going to hook up to, that it can pull the car out of the sand, that it can pull it out of pea gravels, not just gently tug you on a flat surface. We got hills here.
So Paulie,
more of a delay. They can't send us back to green while we're obstructing pit in. But go ahead, Kyle.
I was going to say that's a good point about the tow rope. Yeah, they got to get this cleared up before we can go back racing. But I'm looking at the running order, and I need to see when the cars hit the line again next time. Paulie, we've got now 4 cars. From what I can tell, it looks like Rockwell says they're up by a lap, but we'll have to see as the cars come by. We may have the top 4 cars on the same lap.
Yeah, this could definitely do that because you don't know what their pit strategy is. There's not that big. It's not like we have a 4-lap advantage.
They all just pitted. They all just pitted within 15 minutes. And even Bulldog Racing, who's about 6 laps off of Tater Racing and some of the others, they only pitted 25 minutes ago. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see. I mean, Calvin Ball's in the pits right now. They all pitted within about 5 minutes of each other. So it looks like unless somebody, because we're coming to 3 hours to go, you got at least one more pit stop at this point to get to the end of the race. So, I mean, minimum of 1. Do you potentially play 2? If you wanted to maybe throw some fuel in it, if you catch another code 35, question is how many times have we seen that where you're like, oh, code 35, dive in potentially, or you see it coming, and then it's a quick one, and then you get stuck.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to take your chances and hope for the best. But that car's still stranded over there at the base of the hill at pit in. So, we're waiting to see that get cleared before we can get back to racing here, folks.
They might have to put it on the rollback and get it in there. I wonder if maybe it locked up or something, or maybe when
now it's been pulled away. So now there's still an emergency vehicle there sitting. Oh, and now it's rolling. So yeah, they resolved whatever the problem was, and they've got it rolling again. But I'm betting that's what happened. And that's it's an easy thing. You know, when you're heading downhill, you got to add brake because your car is heavy. It's going to roll and it's going to loosen up the toe strap. So you want to kind of be thinking ahead about what's the driver ahead of you going to be doing with their brakes. As they head up to a corner, you want to add a little bit of brake. And then as they leave the corner, as they're heading uphill, you don't really need to use brakes. So you're trying to think ahead about what's the driver ahead experiencing and what kind of terrain am I in. That's going to be how I'm going to modulate the brakes.
Yeah.
All right.
So the top 4 cars came by the line. Here's where I'm at least of right now, unless something changes. Rockwell Autosport, as we're going back yellow, continues to lead this race by about 28 seconds over RVA Graphics. A lap behind RVA is Soggy Bottom Boys, and on the same lap as them, about 32.7 seconds back, is Tater. So we're going to need to keep an eye on this, see how it goes, and we'll let you guys know. Now it looks like it looks like maybe Soggy Bottom Boys caught up. We'll have to see when Rockwell comes across the line. That's the biggest thing. It's just when they hit the timing line.
Okay, back to green. So we're back to green. You see these guys, they are on it already as they came down that hill. They were flying down that hill, taking that green flag. You see our lit number panels, that are the lit panels as we call them, that are used for flagtronics to signal everybody at night, which is obviously much better than a waving flag.
So Tater Racing got an update from the guys. They're going to be a little slower last stint because we're down to 8 lives. We're pushing without a wing. So Johnny Chakowski, if you're still here, Tater Racing, the 442 BMW, is in need of your services of 9 lives racing, sir.
What did they say?
They're down a wing. They had the wing on the back of the car brake.
They don't have a wang.
They don't have a wang.
Well, dude, are you kidding? I mean, this is their chance. They need this to work.
Yeah.
Don't tell me they're going to be a bridesmaid twice.
Well, we'll see. It's not over yet. We still have 3 hours to go. Anything can happen, and the gap has slowly shrunk.
Oh yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But this code 35 closed it in because Rockwell is only 5.5 seconds back or in front of RVA Graphics.
Yeah, Rockwell finally leads this race for the first time in the number 12 car. They've been steadily showing us they have the pace. They have the pace to dominate the field except for that lead RVA car. And now they have clinched the lead of the race. 5.6 seconds ahead of RVA Graphics in wraps number 311. The 411 looks to be almost out of the picture down in 14th place. We've got Soggy Bottom Boys in 3rd, Tater Racing in 4th, Bulldog Racing in 5th. Then that's the Calvin Ball Motorsports team in 6th, On Second Thought in 7th, 45th Parallel in 8th, Running Bulls in 9th, and Madwag Motorsports in 10th.
All right, let's give a plug here for the EC guys. We've had a few people asking about the EC division. Fong Group Motorsport is now leading by 14 laps over Yoda Sport 2. They haven't put a foot wrong all day. I mean, they have driven exceptionally well. They've been smooth. All their drivers have been on it. But they're right now almost 6 seconds faster than Yoda Sport. So they've just been putting in the laps. And then Team Octane, right now, they're on about 11 laps back, 9 laps back of the Yoda Sport guys. So not really much of a contest there. At this point, these guys are just continuing to turn laps, and then Open Throttle, Cherry, and Foe round out your top 5. Warriors in Motion and RPM Auto Works are still sitting outside the top 5. So that's an update on those guys. F-Class right now is, I believe, still being led by D-Nice Auto Sport. So Cal and the guys just got an update from Brandon Corfel. He said Bob is effing quick, his Cal's dad. So they were really close. Cal ran a good time of a 155 flat, and then his best time was a 55.1. But the 152.52 was, from what Brandon said, that's Cal's dad, Bob. So, Bob, hats off to you, sir. Congratulations on being cleared, and we're glad to have you out here. And then we'll keep an eye on how you guys are doing. In the D class right now, Ed's guys are still putting laps down. They've got about a 12-lap lead over Smoking Horse Racing. And then Broken 60 Seconds is still in the fight. And the B class on Second Thought Racing is up by 7 laps over the John Allen Special. And then behind them by about 8 laps is Lateral Grip Racing. So they have gotten themselves up onto the podium after the issues of Parts Badger, but the 414 is only 1 lap behind those guys. So, and then A class, let's give an update on them. Madwag continues to lead by 2 laps over Cannonball Club Racing. And then there's a pretty substantial gap back to Stupid Fast Williams Racing Group. And then late to Apex, the 533 continues to hang strong in the top 5. Mad Fast Autosport's kind of fallen down a little bit. So good to see those guys up there. Brick City still top 10 in class. Both late to Apex cars in the top 10 in A class, so good job for those guys. Not the day that Start Racing won it. I found out from Lori. Mike said they've been having some issues, but hopefully we'll get the birthday boy up here and say hello to him, and maybe we can sing him happy birthday again here on the broadcast.
Yeah, there's your dominant EC leader right now. The Fawn Group as we head off to another commercial break and rejoin the action with just under 3 hours remaining in this contest. And it's like we've hit the reset button. It's like a whole nother race now to see who's going to capture this year's 14-hour race win at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Stay with us. We'll be right back. It's the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro at Road Atlanta.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, folks, to ChampCar.Live. So we're still under green. How about that? Yeah, we were just catching a little bit of dinner that was brought up here to us, so appreciate folks doing that, taking care of us. Hope you folks have enjoyed the show. Sure appreciate everybody tuning in. Over 7,600 people have tuned in to watch.
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We really appreciate it. And I really appreciate the continued support for Champ Car and for the broadcast and everything you guys are doing. Thank you, AutoZone, for getting behind us and just continuing to keep the momentum of the show going. So as Les is on pit road getting some great shots, it is dark, folks. It is dark here at Road Atlanta. A little bit of light up at the top of the hill there under the Fox Factory Bridge, and then coming down to 12, and then you'll get the light on the front straightaway at the Michelin Bridge as you hit the start-finish line. A little bit of light in the pits, headed up the hill, a little bit in turn 1, and then there's some, I think, in 7. But other than that, there's really not a lot of light around this racetrack.
Yeah, we'll go on board with Parts Badger, and we're coming down the hill here. We'll see what it's like from their vantage point.
Yeah, pretty well lit down here, so you got a pretty good view of where you're going. And then when you get down, some late braking there, picked off a couple of little bit of traffic there.
Yeah, we usually rent some lighting and put them out at some of the key corners to light up some of those areas that are difficult to see. And so here you got a little bit of light.
See them coming down through turn 4, and it's really dark down here. There is some light up at 5.
Yeah, and we usually have one over at 7 too. So we'll head down that way.
Had to catch the car there. Stepped out just a little bit, but nice recovery. Not sure who's in the car right now. It's not the red gloves, so it's not Roy.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen the other ones. I don't know if Marvin's driving with them this weekend.
And see, when I go out to collect the cameras tonight, they'll turn those lights off. They do.
So it's always fun to go pick up those cameras and, you know, like finding a needle in a haystack.
It's a little got a little scary this morning when I was doing it. It's just like this. I heard some noise rustling. Like, there shouldn't be anything rustling. There's not enough wind for anything to rustle. What's rustling? A coyote charging towards his next meal. And my muscles are tender, let me tell you.
Yeah, I mean,
they're ready.
You're fragile, man.
These babies, they're ready.
You're fragile, Paulie. We know that. Like, it just...
No tenderizers necessary, Kyle.
No, not at all. So Rockwell continues to lead. So right now, we've got 2 cars within about 49 seconds of each other. We thought they had closed in. And Soggy Bottom Boys is kind of on the tail end of the lead lap, let's say. But they're all within about 2 minutes of each other, maybe about a minute and a half. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. One little mistake by Rockwell and RVA's 311 and Soggy Bottom Boys are right there. And Tater Racing is only 1 lap back. So we'll have to, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. On board here with the Cone Crushers guys and their Boxster. These guys are having a solid day. 14th in the class, kind of where they've been last time we checked in on them. Henry's in the car right now. Smooth downshift to 3rd gear. And headed up the hill under the Fox Factory Bridge. Down, get ready for the right-hander, back to 4th gear. Down the front straightaway. You can see when you lose that light a little bit there, you really got to make sure you got your placement. I mean, you got a little bit more light than you think, but you still got to be careful. Now, when you come up here, it's dark. I mean, you've got some cars in front of you which give you a reference point, which doesn't hurt. And there is a little bit of light up there at 3, I guess, so yeah, that does help.
Yeah, of course, if you don't have them up there, then again, you just got to have good car placement and hope that the lights that you're on your car are working really good.
One of the best things drivers can do, and if you have a racing simulator at your disposal, get on iRacing and go to Road Atlanta and do it at night. And you're going to think, well, you're not going to be able to see anything. Well, that's the idea. Get on there and do it with just the headlights of a Mazda Miata or one of those cars, and you learn. I mean, the first time I ran Road Atlanta, when I found out I was going to do this, I got on there and did that, and I forced myself to learn where the edges of the track were with the minimal lighting, because then when you get out here with all the LEDs, it really lets you kind of know, and then you can kind of pick up some of your reference points in the dark. Yeah, a couple little things have changed, but from the recent scan, it's not much different. So that would be a recommendation for anybody that's going to do this next year here, or even if you go to Daytona, or if you're going to go to Sebring. Honestly, run it at night on the sim. Just get acclimated to it. Set it to the conditions of what you're going to run. It really does make a difference, and it just mentally prepares you to be ready for that scenario.
And Timothy asked, "Are you Roadrunner? Are you a Roadrunner, Paulie?" He's talking about, because I thought maybe it was a coyote out there. Yeah. I thought maybe I was Roadrunner. Maybe I should have beeped at him.
We're Looney Tunes, but yeah.
Maybe I should have done that.
You could have.
Protect myself. Maybe it would have been bad, though.
Did you have an Acme Anvil handy?
That's another great idea.
There you go. Could have had rocket skates.
I certainly don't have I'm not as fast as the Roadrunner is by any means.
But that's why you have the Coyotes rocket skates. You could have gotten away. But that's what your van's for, too.
I would need something. I got in the van fast, let me tell you. I didn't waste any time. I'll come back later when there's light out. Well, there never was. I came back around, there still wasn't light out.
So I'm noticing too, there's still a number of cars out there, but I'm noticing a lot more space on the racetrack. As I scroll through the order, RVA Graphics is in the pits. Mad Fast Autosport is in the pits. Brew Crew, the 86 car, is in the pits. As I start getting down to the bottom half of the list, Start Racing in the pits. Edmondson Motorsports in the 228. Rolling Roadblock Racing, they're on pit road as we see Mark Pombo. Now, this might just be a pit stop. Some of these may be a pit stop, but as we get farther down, Full of Craft Racing is in the pits. Fisted Racing, we talked to Larry Webster from Haggerty and that team. They're in the pits, but it sounds like they're done for the night. 901, the 903 Motorsport, sounds like they're done for the night. Yoda Sport 3, Pat Voigt Racing, the sister 901. The 58 Bruno, we don't talk about Bruno, from Mike Gorman's team. They're in the pits. I mean, there's a lot of cars that started this. We started with, I think, 72 cars, and we're down to a number of cars that are no longer in the running. So we're getting to a point where we're inside 3 hours to go. We'll have to worry about attrition. These guys have been going for 11 plus hours now. How much more do these cars have in their systems?
Yeah, I don't know. But Timothy has assured me, though, due to his research, if I am a road runner, I got nothing to worry about because the Coyote will never catch me.
Looking back in the pack for some battles here, it's kind of spread out amongst certain things, but Parts Badger, the 414, is only 58.4 seconds behind Lateral Grip. That is a fight for the bottom step of the B-Class podium. We're going to need to keep an eye on that, and that's inside the top 20 in the overall. The RVA Graphics car just lost another spot. Elevates late Apex. In another couple laps, they'll lose My Races Live. We'll get a spot, and Cone Crushers, who we're on board, we were on board with. They may be getting a couple spots here shortly. But the closest battle we have on the racetrack currently, there was about a half-second gap between Skidmark and O Squared Racing, but Skidmark has elevated that now to about 4.4 seconds, and that's a battle for 27th position on the racetrack. That's a Nissan 350Z versus an 89 BMW E30. Not really close in the lap times, a 49.3 for Skidmark Racing and then a 54.6 with O Squared Racing. Another thing you got to think about, folks, nighttime driving is totally different. Yes, Alex Rockwell, when he talked about it, he pretty much said, don't be scared of it. Easier said than done. It can be very daunting and very intimidating when you get out there for the first time at night, and if you haven't had a chance to really get the prep work done, as we see Late to Apex and Madwag Motorsports battling here headed into turn 4. But when you get out there, it's really, and then that's one of the Rockwell cars as we speak, but you got to know where you're going, and it's hard to really understand and know how to handle it until you get in the situation. And there are some drivers drivers tend to slow down at night. It's not that they're necessarily scared of it, but when you can't see, your reflex just kind of tells you to slow down. So it takes time, and you kind of have to build up the confidence and the trust to know you can push it. And I mean, there are drivers that are equally as fast at night as they are during the day, and some can even go a little bit faster, especially if they've got a lot of experience at a racetrack. You just kind of have that muscle memory to know where you can and can't put your race car. So I think that'll be interesting too. I mean, I'm sure drivers will put their A drivers or your most experienced night driver in for the final stint of this race, but it's just something you have to think about as well. But also, who's your second best? Who's your third best? If you have a guy, just for example, like Roger Cohen, he's not feeling too well today. I mean, thankfully, Birmingham's a pretty stacked team with experience. But then if you're in another situation like that, who do you throw in? Who's your B driver? Who's your C driver that you could rely on that could be just as quick especially if you're in a tight battle like that?
Yeah, and the other thing we haven't brought up, other than this joke, Timothy is just getting better and better all the time. Now he's telling me to watch out for fake painted tunnels. I mean, it just gets better and better. But the other thing we haven't talked about is the issue with when the night comes on, that changes everything for these drivers. The number 19, Team Infinity, has been warned in the pit lane for a 4-off and continue, which means the nighttime probably got to the driver. Lost situational awareness, depth. Some people have depth perception issues, although that'd be tragic if you're a race car driver. But probably lost situational awareness, spatial awareness might be a better word for it, and found themselves off the racetrack. So that's another thing these guys are going to have to be careful with, is to, as the night comes on, you're going to have some guys out there, some of which we've talked to on the show, that have never raced at night. And some of them have never raced here before, and they are racing at night. So that's just going to throw a pretty wild scenario together for some of these guys to experience what it's like to race out here at this high-speed racetrack with very limited light and a lot of distraction. We've talked about that with Mr. Rockwell, how when you have the lights coming from behind you, you can't see, you don't know how close they are. He said, you just know they're there, and that can be I know. Believe me, I get freaked out about this whole thing about wildlife out there. When it's late at night, I'm right up against the woods at just about every racetrack I go to. And, you know, we're going to go to Lime Rock Park this year, and they have bear there. I'm not feeling too good about it. I'm going to have to get some bear spray. Got to protect the bolster. Go on board with Williams Racing Group. You can see them. It's just like the track's almost invisible for those guys. Take a look from inside the Birmingham car. These guys have a lot of time racing out here. Veterans of the sport, veterans of racing here at Road Atlanta. So they know how to set up a car to be lit so they can see. Yeah, I don't remember any nighttime ones either. I think I'm on my own here. Cone Crushers looks like they pulled their car behind the wall. Looks like they're between trailers, or no, is it in the trailer? Yeah, that looks like a ladder over there. Yeah, they've pulled their race car into the trailer. Cone Crushers, helmet off. I guess they've called it a night. So that's rough. That's a shame. They've just turned off their camera. Cone Crushers has retired from the Parts Badger 14-hour Enduro here at Road Atlanta. That's a shame for those guys. Back on board with Late to Apex.
It's the 531 car. This is one of the sister cars. Nice move there by the 34. But let's see, the 34.
So what else is interesting here too is that the number 19 car being warned for 4 off and continue was at the start. That means they drifted off the racetrack all the way 4 off. They're right up against the wall under the starter stand. That must have been alarming for the starter to see the car go right underneath them like that.
Well, if you miss your mark right there, and it's very easy to go off. We see it quite a bit here at Road Atlanta. That's why they're past the rumble strip. There's that patch of dirt where there's no more grass.
Well, we were actually just talked about that today earlier with Ed Stein, the owner and driver of the team, about it going off right there. He said you just got to be really careful with the car.
And at night, folks, even with the lighting that is here at Road Atlanta, if you miss your mark, you can still get yourself in a position where you can get yourself off the racetrack very easily. Like right there with Calvin Ball, as he was working by Team Infinity, depending on how well, and with the glare in the mirrors, sometimes it can throw the driver where he is a little bit distracted.
Yeah, absolutely. Look how he's bathing the interior of that car with those headlights. They can't see anything. All they see is a lot of headlight.
Yeah, you really have to navigate those waters, and sometimes it can throw you off. So the driver is not necessarily moving over to you maliciously. He may just be blinded or can't see. In that situation there, where Calvin Ball kind of had to get up on Ben behind the wheel, had to get up on the curb more so probably than he wanted to, but he wanted to make sure he didn't get into the 19 car.
Yeah, and I heard, by the way, too, as they was going for 4th gear, I heard it grind going in. So this is the same car, if I remember right. They're having trouble making those 3-4 upshifts, and they're still having some issues. And it sounds like it's definitely like a mechanical issue with the transmission, but they're making it work.
Yeah, he is winding that thing out. He's got to be. I looked at the tack before, and I want to say he's got to be close to about $7,000 right there.
He's really singing.
That's twisting that motor.
Yeah. Well, if this is a BMW, and I think it might be, sounds like an inline 6.
It is.
You can actually run them. I bought 9,200 RPM springs for our car to help keep the valves from floating if anybody money shifted the car. But there's absolutely no power unless you do something with the camshaft up there. Cause,
well, you heard it skipping around, moving right there. Yeah.
Because usually around 5,500 RPM, these E36s just kind of nose off. There's nothing left up there. So I don't know what they're doing. If they're slinging it out to, like you said, $7,000, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it is really.
He's not shifting.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just letting the torque of the car carry him. And it could be that the fourth gear is so bad, and they're trying not to use it.
Yeah. Or I wonder if he's riding in fifth. Let's see here.
This sounds like he's at the top of fourth to me. That can't be the top of fifth. That thing is really singing.
He is ringing that car. Yeah, he's $7,000. I mean, a little over $7,000. I just saw the tack there off to the side.
Yeah, they were doing this before. It's just like, man. Yeah, he's just trying not to shift it. I think he's probably backing off the throttle. Yeah, he is. He's breathing the throttle. Adding a little bit of brake here and just working his way up the hill.
Yeah, now he may catch this Miata in a really bad spot here. Yeah, that's going to kill his momentum right there a little bit. Not too bad, though. He did a good job of just kind of hanging with him. Stayed within about a half a car length. All right, good job there by Ben, just taking it easy. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this because this is your sixth-place car in the overall in your C class, and they're only 2 laps up on Second Thought Racing, and then also Madwag Motorsports, who just passed Running Bulls Racing. So you got behind you 2 laps back. There's 3 cars that can very quickly get spots on you. So that he's doing a good job with it, but hopefully it can stay together for him because I mean that's twisting a motor.
Yeah, depending on how they have it built. Yeah, I wouldn't think there'd be enough points to do a whole lot, but you could put springs in it like I did.
Oh, I can just picture a motor guy right now. Just what's that Ben Affleck meme where he's standing there with the cigarette in his fingers? He's
so disgusted.
Oh yeah, I can just picture the motor guy right there, just with the cigarette in his hand.
You know, they asked him, he says, Ben, why is it every time they see a picture of you, you look so disgusted? He says, because it's the paparazzi catch up with me. It's not, I'm not always like that. I'm actually in a pretty good mood most of the time. It's just these guys, it's annoying. I mean, I know the feeling, Ben. I know the feeling.
But if it hangs, but if it stays together, somebody needs to go down and talk. Somebody needs to go down and talk to that motor guy, because that is one heck of a motor.
It's entertaining. I mean, it's like, man, this thing.
It sounds phenomenal, but just knowing you're in a 14-hour endurance race,
it sounds painful.
Oh my God! It's like you just want to scream and shift. But I wonder if he's wondering if it's having a problem going into gear. At that point, probably if it's in, their probably mindset is leave it in gear.
Yeah, because they're having trouble getting it to sink in there.
Yeah.
Now that was a gear change he made there. I saw him reach for it.
Maybe
a little bit of smoke up there.
Maybe he's only doing it every 70 laps.
Because it's just whining out. Yeah, maybe not.
Let's see. Yeah, you heard him lift off a little bit there. He's just kind of getting to about 7,000, 7,100 is what it looks like on the tack. And that could be a little bit off. That's an analog tack we're looking at. It's we don't know. They could have a digital system in the car.
But I think your guess is right. And Scotty would never have us run his cars up to 7 grand.
I'm sweating for them.
We were shifting those cars around 55 to 6, depending on what the track setup was. There's just nothing up there after that.
So we got some of the Trash Pandas guys here in the booth. We got Jason in the booth. Jason, go talk to their motor guy, because that is, I mean,
they can't hear what we can hear.
Yeah, they can't.
And I'm telling you, it ain't good.
But Jason, as we're talking, and Jason, because I have a horrible poker face, and Jason can see my eye twitching when it gets to 7,200, because I'm just, as a driver being in those cars, when it's like shift, Jason's laughing. He could see my eye twitching because I want to tell him to shift, and it's like, I know he's on an agenda, and I feel for the motor guy. But that is a heck of a motor, so go see him. He's doing something right. Yeah, it's like from Major League. We're gonna have to sacrifice the KFC chicken to get it to last.
And we're going to caution, and it's not because the Calvin Ball guys windowed the block yet. It's something else.
I think there's a car off between 6 and 7. As my eye was twitching, I think I saw somebody off stranded in 6.
All right, so, and we got a car number, so I'm going to match it up for you. 233 goes to Manic Motorsports in their Miata. And it's turn 7, stopped on track. And, let's see if we can find that.
Even with that, he's still turning good times. He's still turning 47s.
Yeah, but if you put that headset on right there, you can listen to it. But we got to wait till they come back from caution.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, Mark. We're going to get you on, but we want Jason to hear this, because we want him to go talk to this motor guy.
So the last time I was on, it was Champ Car After Dark at VIO.
Oh.
At like 3 a.m.
We're lucky we are still on the air after that one. All right, so we're under caution here. Nope, that's actually just after 7, Paulie. I was mistaken.
Yeah, that's what it says, just after 7, but I don't see it over there, so I'm not sure what the story is.
So scroll back to that shot for me.
This one?
Yep.
Oh, there he is. He's
there.
parked up against the wall on the right-hand side.
You don't want to be there. That's a bad place to be.
Yeah. So Jason Siebert, Trash Pandas Racing, welcome back, buddy.
Thanks, man. Good to be here. As always, enjoy it. We had a fantastic day today. Today was a learning day, and we got a lot of laps in for guys. It was great. Kalen Serrano was with us. He was on earlier.
Yep, we talked to him a little bit ago.
It was great to have him here. He's a great kid, active duty. It was nice to have him step in and get some time. And, of course, young Mark, who's in the wings waiting to come
patiently
in.
waiting while we're, twitching of 7,200 RPMs in a BMW.
I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking, I was twitching with you.
It sounds so good if you're a car guy and you love race cars. It's like, oh, that's music to my ears. But then I'm just, as a driver in an endurance racing, I'm picturing the motor guy, the owner, just in there sweating, losing hair, graying.
So with our team, we've blown up 3 Mustang motors, 2 BMW motors. We've blown up a Porsche motor, and now we've blown up a Focus motor, the Ford Duratec today. So we've had our share of window jobs.
So that explains with the twitching too. When we're
I felt your pain.
All right, so it sounds like you guys have had a pretty productive day. Not the ending to the day that you wanted. So what's the plan for you guys this year? You guys you put in effort. You brought the Porsche to Sebring.
Yeah,
that was kind of a development effort. So what's going forward here?
So we still have our Lemons stuff that we do. We've got an entire team in Lemons that was formed by veterans who had cancer. And so we're all about making those bucket list opportunities happen for those guys. Mm-hmm. And so, you take a 60-year-old guy and try to put him in Champ Car. It's not a good fit for their first race. Mm-hmm. So we do a lot of stuff there. So we've got our efforts in Lemons. Come on, man. We're going to do Lemons.
You got to start somewhere. That's understandable.
But, I mean, you said it before. We're never going to win the race, but we're not going to miss the party.
The Del McCowart.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's
you
our
guys
team.
are the Del McCowart of Champ Car.
And we love it. But, we bring that level of professionalism. Like, we were talking to Kalen earlier. We actually did a virtual track walk with him and told him where he needed to be, what his shifts needed to be. He's like, nobody had ever done that with him before on a team. I'm like, how's that even possible?
Well, a lot of teams don't necessarily sometimes think to do that. I mean, they'll do data dumps and debriefs, but walking them through, pulling up video footage and showing them, because, I mean, a lot of guys are visual. There's different drivers that learn in different ways. So being able to show a driver, okay, kind of here's a gauge of where you can shift. Yeah. Here's where you get on the brakes. Here's how you do this. Here's your turn-in points. I mean, and again, having those reference points and then having to do that at night.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. Like VIR, I had 30 hours of sim time at night. I'd even turned off all the lights in my room and everything else.
We were just talking about that a little bit
to simulate that, so that when it was nighttime at VIR, my lap times didn't drop off at all. Yep. Then again, I was in the Focus, and we were doing like 250s, so there's not a lot to drop.
But honestly, that says a lot, because, I mean, traditionally you see drivers run a solid pace during the day, and then probably 2-3 seconds at night, just with lack of sight. And again, it's not that they can't drive. It's just your mind tells you, I can't see, and you slow
the
down.
whole world closes in. You get myopia instead of it opening up, and you're still seeing your spots. It's just in a different reference point. So preparation is key, I think, for anybody. But getting back, what's our plan this year? We've got the Boxster that was in development, and we learned a lot at Sebring about that. And we're taking the Boxster in Champ Car to Daytona, Watkins, Sebring, and Coda.
Nice.
And that's the list, because it's bucket list tracks for us, right? We did Daytona last year in a 924S, dude. I mean, thanks for playing. I could have stopped there, but I didn't, right? We did the full 24 at VIR, and that was a blast. And that was our first 24-hour race. Looks like we're full course yellow here.
Back to caution. It looks like we're going back caution. We should be going back green here in just a few minutes. So it sounds like you guys are going to continue to develop that. So what's the plan? Are we going to get a motor rebuilt for the Focus and keep digging and continue and use that as the development piece?
So the Focus is a fantastic platform for a new driver. It's very forgiving. We've developed the car to the point to where it's almost like a B-spec car, so it handles really well. Put us in the S's, put us in anywhere where we're turning. We're keeping up with any of the cars. You get into any straightaway, and I tell the guys, just clear out to the side and let everybody go by, because there's just not enough grunt to get there. But it's a great development car. It's a great teaching car. So we'll bring that back to life, 100%.
Awesome. So it sounds like we're going to continually see you guys at a number of events. So the next one will be Daytona.
Daytona and the Boxster, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, and we love it. I know some people don't necessarily appreciate my sardonic sense of humor, but that's okay. We're still here anyway.
Well, we appreciate the fact that you guys are still here, and just the passion and the love you have for ChampCar. We really appreciate that. Paulie, real quick, I don't mean to cut you off. I just noticed this. I don't know if this is planned, but Rockwell's on pit road.
Oh, jeez.
Les, if you can hear us, Rockwell's on pit road. We might want to run down there and see what's going on with those guys, because I don't think they were in that long ago, and they were in that span of not even an hour ago, so might be worth checking on.
So speaking of Rockwell, we heard Alex up here when you guys were talking with him, and you asked him what advice you had for young Mark, the 14-year-old going out there, and after that, this is one of the things I love about ChampCar is the accessibility. I took Mark down to meet Alex.
Nice.
And they got to talk and, kind of close that loop.
Good.
That's awesome. And that's developing the relationships, developing those connections, developing that voice-to-face and lifelong learning. Because for me, I'm 2 days older than dirt. Right? I'm not getting any younger. I'm not getting signed to a contract anytime soon. But if I can teach Mark how to swap an engine, if I can teach, look, not to disparage.
Passing the torch to the next generation, passing it on, handing it on.
Not to disparage kids today, but when they arrive and drive and they don't even stick around to figure out how to check the oil or check the tire pressures, are we really teaching them? So no, Mark puts the tires on. He sets the tire pressures. He is in the car. He's working on the engine. He's doing all the things so that he's getting that holistic idea of what a race car is.
And he's going to understand how to set the pressures for different conditions. Yep. He's going to understand what it takes, making sure the oil cap is on. Because how many times have we seen a $1.50 part ruin a race like that?
That happened at VIR.
Yep, exactly.
To Sally Mott's Miata. Yep. We were in the garage right next to her, and I was staying down the street at that Airbnb for the...
Yep.
You know the one.
Yep, exactly.
And I called him up and I'm like, dude, do you have a Miata cap? Because they left theirs on the track and Sally Mott's windshield got covered. And he was like, yeah, just pick one out of the, he had like 4 Miatas in his yard. So I got in the car, drove down there, unscrewed a Miata cap, went over there, installed it. I was like, you got to at least give me $10 to buy this, a new cap to give to the guy. He was like, yeah, I'll get you. And he never did.
Oh, man.
I'm like, so like a week later, he called me up. He's like, where's my oil cap? I had one delivered to him from Napa Auto Parts. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, you got to take care of people.
Yeah. So not to end on kind of like a downer turn, though. I love Champ Car. I love the racing scene. Between desert racing, boat racing, sailboat racing, Lemons, Champ, if I'm racing, I'm having a good time.
That's good.
And if I can pass that along to Mark and pass that along to the youth, then that's all I can do, right? That's the best we can do. Is pass that torch.
That's what we're supposed to do. Is we're supposed to teach them, so then they continue to pass that down. Real quick before let's get Rockwell has fallen out of the lead. That gives the lead to the sister car, the 311 car, and that elevates Soggy Bottom Boys.
Yeah.
Fellas, we got a fight here. 1.5 seconds separates Soggy Bottom Boys from RVA Graphics. We're going to have a fight for the lead here very shortly, and if Rockwell stays in the pits, this may elevate Tater up into the podium here. So this is going to get interesting really, really quickly. So again, folks, if you're just tuning in and you're just coming back, RVA Graphics is back up to the lead. Yep, there we go. Tater Racing just got up there. We may have 3 cars back on the lead lap. This may have changed the game again.
It's a 2-hour race.
It's a sprint race. It's almost an IMSA sprint race at this point, a little bit less. So. And again, it has not been a good idea to be up front today. This is the 3rd or 4th person we've seen fall out of the lead. So, and I mean, Jason, we see this time and time again.
Every time. So this is the difference between guys that go out and run hot and they run sprints right from the beginning versus the guys that are running 80% all day long and they've got something left at the end of the day versus blowing it all up front. You see it every time.
See, now here's the thing. Rockwell's back on the racetrack. They're only separated by about 9 seconds from Tater, but now you've got 4 cars on the lead lap fighting for the win.
It's a great race.
We'll have to, like I said, if Les is listening, maybe we can find out what happened to Rockwell that forced them to come in, because I don't think they were in. The only thing I'm thinking is maybe they're short pitting, trying to be able to maximize fuel.
Do a second pin at the end?
Maybe, or trying to go an hour and a half to where they can go full tilt. That's about the only thing I can think of. Paulie, what do you think?
Sure.
It's too exciting.
Well, real quick, why don't we get young Mark in here, let him talk about his race, and then we have a special gift we have to give a birthday boy who's comfortably the senator is in, so his voters want to hear from him. All right, Mark, welcome to ChampCar.Live, buddy.
How's it going?
Oh, pretty good, man, pretty good. Go ahead and raise that up. There you go. Get you a little bit of media experience there. Raise that microphone up to you. So how was your first start here at Road Atlanta?
It was really good. I've always wanted to race at this track, and it's nothing like The Sims at all. Nothing.
How was it going down the hill for the first time?
It was a little bit scary. My stomach drops a little bit. I was like, oh, we're doing it.
Yeah, and you just, when all of a sudden the track just goes away from you, and you're like, and you just got to commit to it.
Yeah.
So Jason just talked about how you're integral in, getting the car prepped and getting everything ready to go. So what did you do to prepare for this? You said you did a little bit of sim time, but what else did you do to really prepare yourself? I mean, you're 14 years old. I mean, sounds like you've got quite the resume.
Yeah. Well, I went to SCCA competition school at MSR Houston, and it was a 3-day trip on the track in the class. It really teaches you a lot how to race and how to handle a car. And honestly, I have Jason. He's a really good teacher. He's a really good coach, and he helped me through it.
That's awesome. So with what you learned today, I mean, and sorry to hear you're not going to get to run tonight with everything, but with what you've learned